feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This fearless will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil realm was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah.
for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our scars burn red and seen them turn to flame. We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tide to finish us. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. We'll keep closing. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my companion souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away.
Are you excited for the League of Legends World Championship? Do you believe you have genuinely talented representatives who will make your region proud? But do you also look around at the competition and get intense anxiety about your region's chances at Worlds? Well then, do we have the prescription for you? Introducing Hopium. It's an internationally investigated medication for making this Worlds a better experience for everyone. The way it works is simple. Hopium acts as a protective barrier that shields the love and hope you have for your region's teams, while also suppressing what some would call realistic concerns about their chances in the tournament.
Now, NA teams are better than ever, but I still worry sometimes that we're not going to win it all at Worlds this year. But now, thanks to Hopium, that thought never enters my mind anymore. We're guaranteed to win it all. Thanks, Hopium.
I started taking Hopium last year after Mad Lions lost in play-ins, and now they're the best team in the LEC. And G2 didn't even make Worlds.
As an LCK fan, I didn't used to think that Hopium was for me. But the play-in teams have gotten so incredibly good. DFM, Peace, Infinity, Unicorns. It was all getting to be a little bit too much. But now, with all new Jovium for LCK fans, I'll never forget that League of Legends is just a one-man game. Who needs teammates, right? Thanks, Hopium!
I started taking Hopium a couple of years ago, and now my region's the best in the world, and pretty much favourites at every international tournament we go to. Thanks, Hopium!
Off.
Side effects to Hopium may include sharing unnecessary views on Reddit, premature monologuing, podcasting, alienating rational thinkers, taking up rapping as a hobby, and thinking you should become a pro player. After all, what's the difference between Silver and Challenger? Ask your doctor if Hopium is right for you before trading Nuggery, flashing for Scuttlecrab, or after you've been placed in a group with Darm1 and FPX. Warning, if the effects last longer than 2 years, you may be from EU or NA. Do not take Hopium if you have friends from other competitive regions, as it may destroy your friendship forever. Hopium, from the makers of Copium.
to this.
Vitality will take them.
Une nouvelle ère approche.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Worlds 2021, taking place in beautiful Reykjavik, Iceland. For the last 10 months, the world's top competitors have battled back and forth for a shot at representing their region, but their road to eternal glory is far from over, as we have arrived for the world's playing stage. We're kicking things off with Hanwha Life Esports versus LNG Esports, an LCK versus LPL clash with Chovy and Tarzan in the main roles. Our players are arriving at the stadium in Iceland, and I am shocked, joined by the LCS's own Emily Rand and LCK's chronicler for what has been a day we have been waiting for so long. The build-up is over. It's finally here. Worlds 2021. Welcome, analysts, Emily, chronicler.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm so excited.
I can't wait. It's been so
Unbelievable.
long since competitive league.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you both joining me today. And while Hanwha Life and LNG prepare for their very first face-off, we're also going to take a look at our groups for play-ins. Of course, Group A features a pack of underdogs and 2 top dogs. I think that's the best way to put it in Hanwha Life and LNG. But who could be the upset here? Who could be the underdog to make the run?
So, you know, I've watched CBLOL for a really long time. I'm going to call out Red Canids here just because I think their story to get here is so interesting. They were a 6th seed going into their like kind of miraculous playoff run. They ended up substituting in this mid laner Grevstar, who kind of helped carry them through. This team was it was just so fun to watch them win. Like they were a very unexpected seed to be here. And I do think, like you said, we have the top 2 in this group, and then we do have the other like pack of 3. I think these teams are very evenly matched actually with different strengths and weaknesses, but I am looking at Red to maybe kind of come out of that pack of 3.
Yeah, carrying the hopes of the CBLOL on their shoulders, of course. Let's take a look at Group B as well. We have a lot of very familiar names there. And Detonation Focus Me is in a group with Cloud9, which is a little spicy, chronicler. But what do you think of the now super team in DFM at this World Championship?
Well, there didn't need to be a super team to beat Cloud9 and MSI, which was, of course, a really big win for the region. And I think the expectations on DFM this year are higher than they've ever been. This is, in every single role, basically the best player that they can possibly send. Unlike MSI, where they were playing with their coach in the support role, Kazu, now we have Gang, who is there and has been an incredible boon for the team. If you consider how good this team already was and the individual talent that is there, especially the solo laners, Arya and Abby, then taking into account that now they have an even stronger support in a meta where support is so incredibly important, should make a lot of the other teams in that group really worried. And I think that unlike in Group A, where we have LNG and Hanwha who are expected to be ahead of the curve, Group B to me seems wide open.
I'm really glad also you called out the meta, because before we see any of these teams take to the Rift, we do need to touch on the updates. We will be playing on patch 11.19 this World Championship. That means we've got quite a number of changes coming in to Worlds. Chronicler, what is the TLDR of what we can expect?
If you've been watching any Tracking the Pros, you already know, but it's Ghost Blade junglers that have risen incredibly. It's a combination of the ability haste that was added to Ghost Blade and a more convenient build path in combination with the clear buffs that Zed, Talon and Kiana got. So all 3 of those junglers have been wreaking absolute havoc in solo queue. And with the clear speed that they have, the expectation is that they'll have a similar impact in competitive. And then, of course, there is also a Mumu. Because he's very prevalent at the moment.
Is it about the combination then that those Ghost Blade junglers are very viable? So it seems to me that Amumu is kind of like a no-brainer setup for those, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at his kit, Again, like Chronicler said, if you've been watching Tracking the Pros, Amumu has risen as this kind of like A-tier support pick. So I am really curious because every single play-ins we see some of these picks come out. And then, you know, the Tryndamere we have to mention just because not only in the strong in the top lane, but some people are playing him mid. So, you know, you love a flex. I don't think every mid laner will play it. We might not even see it outside of maybe a few. I'm looking at Doinby, might pull it out because he would love to play some Tryndamere mid, I feel. But yeah, like these are the two, I think, when we started looking at solo queue, the two really kind of out there picks compared to what we've seen from the meta going through the entire year.
How about the quadruple flex possibilities of Jarvan the Fourth?
So this is something I was personally looking at because I love when you can just have an insane flex pick that you can flex across all roles. I do think some of it is a little overblown. I think we'll primarily see him in the jungle. But if you do have a team that with players that have kind of similar champion pools or able to swap that between roles, it could make some drafts really, really interesting. So I am very curious to see if we will see it being flexed as much as we have seen it from, you know, again, some of those Tracking the Pro solo queue streams.
Yeah, and you know, junglers who've been here for a while, they all love Jarvan.
They do.
So it's very much a comfort pick. We'll of course see how the meta evolves today. We're starting with the play-in stage, and we have 8 whole matches of international action. I don't think we've ever had that many on a day, Chronicler, but if you look at the schedule, there's something there for everybody today.
And that's the beauty of play-ins. As someone who used to be from a region that, you know, didn't always show up as much as I'd like them to, it's still incredible to have the opportunity to kind of support your teams. Obviously, you have the Hanwha Life versus LNGs, but games like Detonation Focus Me versus Cloud9 are incredibly important, and something like Unicorns of Loss against Galatasaray has such a big impact, especially because we are playing single round robin.
Absolutely, and the back half of the day is going to give us a lot more insights into what is probably going to be a closely contested group. Now, our first game of Worlds 2021 puts 2 former teammates against each other in our featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Chovy versus Tarzan.
Chovy and Tarzan, 2 players and former teammates from one of the most promising young rosters we have seen in recent years. They rose from Korean solo queue to world superstars in 2019 with Griffin. Together, Chovy and Tarzan were unstoppable, but today they face each other in the opening game of Worlds 2021 as enemies and key players for their teams. Chovy led Hanwha Life Esports through an incredible comeback in their regional gauntlet and was one of the most dominant laners in the LCK this year. But tonight, he faces his old brother-in-arms, who has learned some new tricks after going to the LPL. The legacy of Griffin continues as we kick off Worlds 2021 with a clash between these former teammates.
What a matchup to start Worlds off with, Chovy versus Tarzan. I think we're all pretty familiar with both of them, but Chronicler, seeing that they both hail originally from the LCK, what can you tell me about what these 2 players mean to their respective teams?
Well, the beauty of them is, and I think in case of Chovy it's a bit more prevalent, but how essential they are to the team performing. And I'd like to go in specifically for Hanwha Life, because their journey this year has been very, very rough, and even Chovy himself in the middle of summer didn't have the greatest of performances. But if there was something that kept this team even moderately afloat, it was always him. And we saw Deft and Vista come up later, but Chovy is Hanwha Life Esports. When he carries, when he is able to spread his influence on the rest of the map, there are very little mid laners that can stop him.
And Emily, how much is Tarzan, the central element of LNG, on the other side?
Very central element. I think you do see them working together a little bit more as a team than what I'd characterize Hanwha Life as, but he is the one that they build their compositions around a lot of the time. He is the one that ends up making the plays, or he's really relying on his laners to make sure that he can farm up and then actually become an incredible carry for this team as well. So I think he is just a massive focal point for LNG.
Oh, absolutely. If we zoom out a little bit to both of the stories of the 2 teams, Chovy is a veteran on the international stage, but Hanwha Life, this is the first time that they are at Worlds under this name, of course, previously Rox. And Chronicler, I think it's safe to say that they are an unexpected 4th seed coming out of the LCK. What can we expect?
Well, there was one man who believed, that was Atlas, and he was rewarded for his faith in the end. But it was a tumultuous journey. Hanwha Life was 8th
in the LCK in the summer split. And they had a really good spring, which was the only reason why they even got to the gauntlet in the first place. But the expectations for this team, at least from me and from a lot of people, was very low. We didn't see any of the trademark, Chovy flashiness. And then came the gauntlet, and they just stomped everyone and almost beat T1. Which I'm still not sure how that happened. I mean, it's Chovy, but
Yeah.
it's still insane.
And for as far as I've seen, it was also a bit of depth and a bit more focus on the bot lane in that regional gauntlet. I wonder what we're going to see today. Now, for LNG, it's similar. I think for LPL fans, it was not that expected that they made it. Knocking out like top dogs, like top Esports, and FPX, or beating them as well, it's crazy.
Yeah, I remember watching their initial series against Suning, and I was like, this team is not making it to Worlds, and I was dead wrong. I think the big thing about LNG is a harbinger of their playoffs and regional gauntlet performance was how they actually attacked the beginning of the regular season, because they did have a really good record. They figured out Diana jungler ahead of a lot of other LPL teams, again, around Tarzan. So I think this is a team that will go in with a very clear, defined idea of what they want to do in draft. Even if I personally disagree with it, or sometimes their pick order, like we saw them bring out the Vayne into Ziggs, right? We saw them play a lot around Zac as a pocket pick for Tarzan. So I do think they will take a look at this meta and try to figure out how they specifically want to play, and we'll see how it works.
It looks like when they're comfortable, their communication and synergy is on point, but sometimes it takes them a while to figure it out.
Yeah. Or they just pick something and it's just not the correct thing.
It's not the thing. So 1 minute to go until we kick it off to Iceland. Emily, I'm going to let you go first. LNG or Hanwha Life for this first game?
So I'm leaning towards LNG, and the reason is actually for what I said. I think they're a little bit more of a unified team than Hanwha Life, and I'm also, not so coincidentally, looking at the top lane, which we did not mention for Hanwha Life, but I think it is a point where LNG can attack. This is a very close match, though. Either of these teams could win.
Oh, it is so close, Chronicler. Are you going to go for Hanwha Life, despite the top lane? I'm not going to say issues. We'll see.
Of course, Sam. We're not going to pay attention to top lane. Top lane, who cares, right? It's just one man fighting another man. It's fine. We don't care about that. I think that if Hanwha Life can keep up the form that is shown in Gauntlet, if Devs and Vista can have as much pressure, and Chovy can play to his peak, there are very little teams that are able to stop them. And I think LNG is an incredible team. They worked better together, but individually, Hanwha Life got this.
Well, we'll see. We can't forget that these are the 4th seed from their regions. The eyes of the entire LCK and LPL are on them to carry the pride of the region. And now the stage is set. It is now or never, make or break for Hanwha Life and LNG as we dive into our first match of Worlds 2021.
Good luck. I'm a whole nother breed, triple A's, put them straight on their face on the street, elevate to another level and pedigree. I'm a classic man, yeah, the great one is me, slim and sway, black beetle. Please let it be, demonstrate like Martin Luther King with the keys. Lemonade, hot sauce, make a scene when I swing for the fences. Kill a man, who's on my hit list? Get a man, top of the roof gone. That's no killer man, zoom in the coupe this. Only the beginning and getting in. I don't run away, I don't hide when they see. Gotta say they're on, but I ride like a G. 5 on the black can side, I'm a king. Never run with a trend, make them all follow me. Slow down, nah, speed up, yes. We got now and we got next. You know how we ride, they'll never catch me alive. Got 180 on the dash, fire popping out the back, can't nobody go this fast, Lost a couple homies in the crash, so I did it for the animated spirit ever last, yeah. Look at who popping again, high speed, candy paint peeled off in the wind, got
会突出重围。
必ずグレープステージに行く。
Not leaving.
이런 상대요? 없는 것 같아요.
It all leads to this.
Vitality will take them
Une nouvelle ère approche.
Come one and all to the moment you have all been waiting for. It is the start of the League of Legends World Championship 2021. I am Oisin Penguin Malloy. I am joined fantastically by Rob Dagda Price, and we will be seeing you the first 4 games of today. And we got a banger to start ourselves off.
I have been so excited. The moment is finally here. And what a game to kick us off with as well. LNG versus Hot Wildlife, LCK versus LPL, an old school rivalry to get us going.
Not only that, we got Chovy versus Tarzan. This is going to be a huge matchup now between the old Griffin LCK boys as we wait to see how this one develops. Now, a lot to talk about. The Death tried to cover as much as they possibly could, but meta's changes. Teams are coming in now. There's a couple of changes for Peace. We'll get to them later, but this is going to be a wild ride as we jump straight into Champs Elite.
Yeah, and this is the part that I've been crazy excited about because there are so many changes that came in over the last few patches. We've seen like a Mumu support start to rise up. We've seen some answers if you looked at the LFL with like Silas support as a counter pick. You're looking at Gangplanks coming in. You're looking at so many changes like Aurelia popping up. I'm super excited now to see what we're going to get with Lee Sin taken off the board by LNG, Rise and Xin Zhao already gone. I like the Humble Life are targeting this early game from Tarzan. It's been where he's most comfortable for LNG.
And there's a Yuumi ban coming in now against Hanwha Life, so they're afraid of the carry potential, shall we say, that you get with the Yuumi. Chovy known for carrying a couple of people. Having Vista on that the Yuumi would have been a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and then we see the Lucian ban as well. We traditionally think of it in that mid lane and that top, but now we've got that flex into the AD carries role as well. Lucian Nami really rising up on this patch, so taking that one off the board. And now we'll have to see what LNG are going to round out this with as well.
Of course, now you got the pressure. This is where all eyes are on you right now. Hanwha Life, what is your priority? Where is your power going to be? And what do you think you can pick blind? It's the Aurelia, pure and simple.
Aurelia is obnoxious. Aurelia is crazy strong in the top lane. She wins out a ton of different matchups. She can also be flexed into that mid lane. So now we'll have to see what LNG are going to respond with. We've seen crazy things coming into the jungle. A lot of those assassins like the Kiana, the Talon, the Zed. Talia's also risen up, but we are going to get that Kiana straight off the board for Tarzan. And now pairing it already with this big team fight Wombo alongside the Misfortune, LNG are going to fight early and fight hard.
They're going to go absolutely ham. We're going to see a supreme display of talent coming out from Tarzan on that Kiana. And straight away, what is going on? Freljord, we got Swanee and Tryndamere. This is quick.
So you've already got 2 melee mids, melee champions, fantastic for the Sejuani. This Tryndamere mid has started to rise up now that people have started to cop on. Hey, we could use this 3 rejuvenation beads start, take a couple of pots, and it's nigh on impossible to push this man out of lane. But one of the counter picks that has started to creep up for the Tryndamere is actually a couple of players like Doombeat that are playing Jax Jax in the mid lane. So I'm curious to see now if this Jax is going to be going into the mid lane or if it's the ally special. He loves this pick in the top.
Absolutely, that's the thing. Yes, it's an ally special, but Icon plays everything. Yeah. Icon plays all styles of champions and has done so much in his very, very storied career in the LPL. So very, very good flex pick here for LNG.
So I think if I'm looking at Homo Life here, I'm going to start taking away engage supports. You've already got like some great team fight setup coming through from the Kiana and the Misfortune. Take away things like the Alistair, get these off the board. And Mumu still a very prime pick. That Curse the Sal bullet time now a thing in the bottom lane. So I think Homo Life should prioritize that area, get these taken away, and we'll have to see LNG looking towards the Ziggs, trying to get deft off of some of these more AP orientated picks in the bot lane because you're running that double AD laners.
Yeah, curse the sad bullet time. You know, it's the more things change, the more they say the same. You've always got the old school classics, and now we'll see where LNG want to go for it. It's not uncommon for them to leave the top lane as such, or one of the solo lanes for this, the counter pick on the last side of red pick. But looking now, we're seeing a lot of mid laners taken away, and I gotta say, for Hanwha Life, you're ecstatic right now because you get to pick between Aurelia and Tryndamere for Trophy, two champions that can just 100% carry your team all the way to the end of the game.
Yeah, at least looking at Chovy, summoner spells, I imagine that Tryndamere is mid, but certainly I want to see what their plan is here for the bottom side of the map, because you're not really looking at a true tank on LNG at least, but you're pretty heavily into that AD side of things, so I think they definitely need to try and bring out some sort of mage in that bottom side of the map for Def. We'll have to see what they decide to go with. Braum taking off the board here for LNG though. Like, you can still see very slow on these rotations, still trying to figure things out, but I think for LNG, things like the Alistair for Iwandi, he's loved this pick. It's been so good when he looks towards these roams in the early stages as well, and I think that could be a phenomenal pickup here if they don't want to go with the Amumu.
Yeah, and he's got Leona in there as well. There's, again, what you said, those very big, hard engaged supports, so we'll see if Hanwha Life have an answer to it, or if they're just willing to kind of go toe for toe, go for double engage in that bot side and kind of just see if they can get the better 2v2.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well for Hanwha Life is you're looking at some sort of like 1-3-1 split push, right? Aurelia, Tryndamere, they want to play it through side lanes. I'd love to see some sort of wave clear coming through for the mid lane. I don't want to see Deft go back to something like the Ezreal or something along these lines. I think you really need to figure out some way to, well, he might actually go back towards it, but something at least that can have that wave clear and keep your mid lane under control and let your side lanes play out through their strengths.
Well, we're going to see the last pick coming in now for Hanwha Life. See what they want to go for. Vista. Looks like they're going to go for double poke and lock in that Karma. So they're, again, looking to gain control on that bot side and move around the map. Like you said, get that 1-3-1 going.
Yeah, and the Karma kind of facilitates on both sides, right? She does help out with that push scenario, but also enabling these melee champions to close that distance. And when you're looking across at LNG, I mean, we already kind of highlighted, this is a big team fight composition. You have some threat on the side lanes with the Jacks, but realistically, a 1-4 is what LNG are going to be playing with. So eyeing up more engaged tools here for LNG, potential for Tarzan to go towards this Gragas in the jungle and make sure that they can find the team fights that they want.
We'll see what they want to go for. An LPL special is just to take that Gragas into the top side, just to mitigate the pressure you get with things like an Aurelia, a Jace, hell, even maybe even a Tryndamere. We'll see exactly where everything ends up finishing off there. But right now, honestly, with these comps locked and loaded, it's very obvious where Hanwha Life want to go for. Like you said, the 1-3-1, they've got the wave clear. It's going to be about LNG finding those opportunities to get those big team fights.
Yeah, and actually it looks like we're going to get that Gragas in towards the mid lane. So we were actually looking coming into today. We're like, all right, we got 21 unique champions for Chovy. We have 22 unique champions from Icon, both from the summer split. And now Icon's decided to add one more in for the Gragas as well. So certainly going to be trying to keep him safe against this Tryndamere. Just look to trade very quickly with that phase rush, back it off, and make sure that the Tryndamere can't look for these all-ins.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good, the disengage you get to try and stop the Tryndamere, but not only that, just in terms of laning phase, your sustain is just so good of just mitigating all that extra pressure. It means that you can survive, you can look to roam, and you can look to set yourself up for success and set the rest of your team up for success, because if there's something that LNG know how to do, is they know how to play mid-jungle.
Yeah, and this has kind of been their core strengths, especially when we look at how they played in the regular split. A little bit messy, but as we got in towards playoffs, certainly Tarzan stepping up massively, starting to interact a huge amount more with his lanes. And certainly when you're on this Kiana, he's kind of breathing a sigh of relief that he's up against the Sejuani, because Kiana goes incredibly low off of her first clears, is at the expense of maybe getting an invade that can take her down. But when you're against a Sejuani, don't have to worry as much about that. He can look for those level 6 and then try and find these big skirmishes up towards that top side alongside things like the Jacks.
Yeah, I've been told as well, we're going to have a slight remake of the Champ Select. Not enough tension in the air. We need to build it up just a little bit more. So we are going to have the exact same picks, the exact same bands. They're just running through it very, very quickly as we speak. So we got a little bit of time. We got to talk about this. We know a lot about LNG. We are very well versed with this team. And we'll go a little bit into them now, because LNG...
How biased of you. How dare you.
I know. It's almost like I cast this region or something. But looking at LNG, it was just such a strange team that you couldn't really tell who's going to show up, because in playoffs they popped up, but before that they kind of were very hot and cold. Bit of Katy Perry.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the biggest thing for this team in the regular split was like how individualistic this team was. Like you'd end up seeing people playing for their own wins, but not thinking kind of holistically about the map. Wouldn't see them kind of cross map a huge amount. You wouldn't get like Tarzan trying to hover for a lane to make sure that they can push in. But now we saw in playoffs, Tarzan's been much more of a facilitator in that style. We saw an Icon roaming a huge amount. Awandi still pairing up well with Tarzan. So I think that's the style that I want to see coming through from LNG today. But it's why they were kind of that surprise coming in, where they had that miracle run that we looked at in our playoffs. But it's also kind of a similar story across the board for Hama Life, right? Because you look at them finishing in 8th in LCK, people are like, all right, lads, like at least you get into the regionals, you know, you can try and make yourselves get through. But honestly, like they stepped up massively as well, right? Chovy, a massive factor in that, moving in towards roams towards the top side to try and help out Morgan. Def stepping up big in that carry role from the bottom lane as well. It brought on kind of a new identity for Hanwha.
Yeah, and more, you know, we talk obviously a lot about Chovy, everything there, but you can never count out the veterancy, if you will, of someone like Def. Def, who's been around for so long, his 6th World Championship. Like, this man has proven time and time again that he's not washed up, that he's not just someone you could just throw to the wayside. You have to pay respect, and that's why I feel like this game is not going to be as clear-cut, shall we say, as most people think it will be.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is if we see the LNG that we got in playoffs that are coming out aggressive in the early stages, right? I think when we look across Hanwha, a lot of people kind of look and go, right, this is an incredibly slow team. If they're able to just get to their 2 Adam spikes, especially with the composition with like Trindamirs, Aurelias that are playing off that like Gore Drinker spike, well then you're going to be in trouble here for LNG. So I certainly want to see if Hanwha can get themselves rolling in the early stages. Again, looking at Chovy to see how much pressure he can have on this mid lane Trindamir. I know, looking at Ashley Kang's interviews in the airport in Incheon, he was talking about, hey, I like this Trindamir pick. It's absolutely busted, and he's brought it out in game number 1.
We're going to see how busted it is.
Yes.
It could be like Echo from last year. It's like, it's busted, not quite. We'll see how it ends up going. That's why the play-ins are so incredibly important. Every single team is going to be watching this. Every single team is going to be taking notes and saying what works, what doesn't, because this is the best information, apart from the LFL finals that happened the other night, the only information we have for 11.19.
Yeah, and I mean, for teams like LNG as well, historically, they've been very good at figuring out metas early, right? When you look at their regular split, 7 out of all their 10 wins were in the first 3 weeks of the split, because they'd figured out, hey, you know, Diana's a pretty good jungler, pairs well with Yasuo, let's try and make these combos work. So I think for LNG, we'll have to see if they can find that magic again. But honestly, looking at like the draft, the Hanwha Life, these are the champions that I've been picking out as the OP champions on the patch, and I love what Hanwha have drafted here.
Yeah, I think Hanwha have gotten what everyone, I suppose, who's been looking at the solo queue streams as such has wanted. The tracking the pros, is the Trindamirs, the Aurelia, and we talk so heavily about the Aurelia because it can just pop off, and it's so disgusting when it gets ahead.
Now, my only caveat to this is, as people who've maybe watched the LCK playoffs, Morgan had an interesting time on the Aurelia.
He played
so
it.
I want to see how he's improved from there. And look, I know there's like Munchville sitting at home who's a big Morgan fan. I know there's a lot of guys who are like the old WE team from Friendship and everything else, and looking at Morgan to see how he can do. I want to see the improvements that he's made, right? Because Aurelia now very much a staple of the meta. I think she's probably the strongest champion that you're looking at in the top lane. It's obnoxious level like 1 to 5, 6, and she even scales almost as well as champions like Camille, so you got that crazy late game scaling. You've even got, like, if you're looking at Doomby, he's got his own weird builds with like Gore Drinker and Gargo Stoneplate and stuff. She's so flexible. So I think certainly having Morgan been able to play this champion, see if he can bring it up to scratch here, I'm excited to see what he can do.
I am very, very excited. We do, of course, still waiting for them to finish off the draft, but of course we can look at it here and see exactly how things are going. And the full engage you're going to be able to get. I like the Gragas last pick here. It is clearly something that the side of LNG recognize that, look, this is something we can use to disengage, get the Aurelia off us, and move it as a pseudo counter to those big, hard melee carries.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at kind of the one-punch combo that Hanwha have drafted here, right? Big engage coming through from the Sejuani, and then relying on kind of the Sejuani to start getting procs across the board to let the Aurelia, the Tryndamere land these stuns and set themselves up for success. So if you're not able to follow up on that, thanks to the Gragas, it can put a wrench in the work for Hanwha, which is why I think, honestly, for Hanwha, just try and play out through these strong laners in the early stages, use the Sejuani to find skirmishes towards Rift Herald in the early setups, and then you can look to just play 1-3-1, right? Then you're in a phenomenal spot. You can start to hover. It becomes very difficult for LNG to deal with because, yes, they've got some wave clear with the Misfortune, but the rest of the team, it's not great, especially if you've got to try and get your Gragas off in one lane. You've got to get your Jax out in another.
Yeah, and that's something we actually haven't really talked about that much. It's sadly not as flashy, if you will, as all the other picks. But the Sejuani, something that's, like you said, very good setup in those lanes with the passive you get from the Q. And it is something that can have a lot of success of just being a meat shield, being a protection and a setup for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and perfect, as you said, these double melee combos. Sejuani's at home here. It's so easy for a Tryndamere or Aurelia to proc or stun. And when you're looking towards these early skirmishes, right, who's your tank? You've got Icon, who's not exactly going to be going tank. I'm imagining it's going to be the Everfrost build, the Extendo Bop that we could like to bring in from the old MSI RNG days. But I think as well, you're looking at Kiana, very squishy. Rakan, not exactly the tankiest. So you're kind of relying on, hey, is Jax going to be able to make his move in here? Can he set ourselves up to have those engages? So it ends up being a little bit messy if you're looking at these early skirmishes, particularly at Rift Herald on the side of LNG.
And we'll have to wait and see, and we'll see how it all goes. But we shall wait no longer. Dagda, we are on to the Rift for the first game of the 2021 World Championships. Hanwha Life Esports versus LNG Esports. It's an old school LPL versus LCK. I am so excited. I don't know if you could tell.
I mean, I got the flight over with you, and I think I felt my seat shake the entire way over, just vibrating.
In the air, yeah. It wasn't turbulence or anything. It was just me. But now, we're in the game, we're talking about the early game, we're talking about how everything's going. We're actually seeing the 3 rejuve bead for Tryndamere now into the mid lane. Can you explain what the hell is going on?
Yeah, so a lot of people have copped on that this is absolutely busted. So essentially, you get so much health regen already coming through from the triple rejuve bead, and as well, Chovy is going to have access to the Q on the Tryndamere, which is going to heal himself up as well. And even with the grasp here, it makes it nigh impossible for you to actually get shoved out of lane. And now teams have kind of realized, hang on a second, when you give a Gore Drinker champion an invincibility for several seconds on an ultimate, it can be a little bit obnoxious. But we're already having Hanwha here just getting some vision and trying to be obnoxious, use that double poke that they have to push Tarzan away.
Yeah, they're recognizing that there is a big carry in Tarzan, and we got to talk about Tarzan versus Chovy. It is the 2 old school Griffin boys coming back and looking to try and find their other Griffin boy in Viper or later on in the tournament. So these guys are the catalyst to their team. These are the guys who make the plays and make the moves, and these are the guys we're going to have our magnifying glasses on.
Yeah, for anyone who's not aware, you had both these boys playing back on Griffin in 2019. We got Chovy left for DRX in 2020, where he stayed there before moving on to Hanwha Life in 2021. Whereas for Tarzan, he kind of dipped out coming into summer 2020, where he left Griffin, wasn't really sure where he's going, and then popped up again on LNG and has been kind of riding high and been such a core portion of LNG ever since then.
I'm curious now to see exactly where Chovy wants to take this one. He will always have the push against the Gragas. The Gragas not so great into those lanes. And like you said, the regeneration you get with the Tryndamere on his W, as well as just in general, the rejuves is just insane. So a lot of pushing, a lot of powerful lanes here in the bottom half of the map here for the side of Hanwha Life. But Ale is going to be able to get the push into Morgan. And like we said, Morgan on this Aurelia can pop off, but we have seen the opposite happen for the Jax.
Yeah, I think for Jax, you can get that push level 1. Having access to the Counter-Strike makes it very difficult for Morgan to stack up his Q and go for these aggressive trades with the auto attacks stacked up on the passive. So I like getting the shove here, but you can actually look at Tarzan. He's pathing back down towards this bottom side. You do not want to try and fight with Chovy having push. You'll have Morgan, who's going to be just able to push out that wave in top side as well. And the Sejuani, there's just too much pressure there, although Tarzan maybe looking for the early play.
Oh, I think he might have just been spotted out. Yeah, I think he just got spotted there on the side of the vision, so they knew exactly where he was. He's just going to take a scuttle as his prize, as we see now Willer going down towards that bot side and just kind of getting a nice trade, a shake of hands, if you will, on either scuttle on either side.
Yeah, I mean, Willer just pathing back down towards where he had push on that bottom side, so Jungler's both going to reset, and it's not going to be too much action again. When you're looking towards Tarzan, once that level 6, that's where you really start to take on much more pressure coming through from the Kiana. And with Willer as well, we said his home is going to be those Rift Heralds.
It really, really is. And we got to talk about Hanwha Life as well, because when they get a lead, they generally do well. The sad thing that comes up is when they don't get a lead, they tend to not really do a lot. They have got themselves an 8.3% win rate with a deficit at 20 minutes, so they are not good when they're put behind the pace of the game.
Yeah, and a large portion of that is coming through like lane phase for Chovy, right? Chovy's been an absolute monster when it comes towards TS scene, controlling his matchup. Same when you look towards Deft in the bottom lane. Those are the big places that we're looking towards goal difference from lane, but we'll have to see how they pick up the pace a little bit against LNG, because certainly... Oh, hang on.
We're going to see the counter-strike. Ally doesn't really have the mana or the health bar really to take that fight, so just Morgan being a nuisance. And honestly, Morgan's got the wave in a nice spot, so he might be able to kind of force a little bit of jungle attention early to the top side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Willer is going to make it up there again. I think you, as Homeworld Life, just hang on here, right? You can look towards the early Rift Herald play, look to try and take those early skirmishes, whereas when you look across at Tarzan, just trying to clear these camps off of respawn is going to be your best bet. But it is also Tarzan, who is definitely known as a bit more of an aggressive jungler, who already is trying to see if he can get on towards Deft in the bottom side.
Yeah, and of course they know that the Kiana is going to be looking for those moves, is going to be looking to try and get those little skirmishes going where they can just burst them out, because a Kiana who gets fed, a Kiana who gets ahead is a massive issue. But like you said earlier, they're very squishy. If you don't get ahead, if you don't get the items and the side of Hanwha Life can survive, that's when things get a little bit testy.
Yeah, especially if Hanwha can start to pick up some of these early towers. When you want to try and play this 1-3-1, you end up spread across the map very well. You can start to look to like hover and hard shift in towards some of these plays towards mid lane, make it really difficult for LNG to control the map. Although, here we go, Willer making his way up top side.
Yeah, he's up here. They're going to be able to jump on top of him. He has got himself the ward hop, but I think Ali's in a lot of trouble. Flash forward. Willer will not get the proc down, though, and they're not going to commit to the full dive, so a little bit of a miss execution there. And at the bot side, Deft, though, he's ignited. He has to flash himself away, but already Light and Wandi putting their foot down.
Yeah, I really thought on that topside play we'd actually get the flash from Morgan. One more auto would have been the stun, and they could have killed Ally underneath that tower, but Morgan not willing to invest it, and it means that you just about escape as Ally. And I think as well, as Ally now making his way back topside, he should be able to catch most of this wave. He's not going to be in too many issues.
Yeah, you see Icon pretty damn confident as the Gragas. He's going to have a lot of work to be able to kind of make this one for him. Tarzan was just hovering around, and Chovy knows not to mess with that jungler and gets himself out to safety. You're going to have Willer just hover around, and Tarzan says, I'm not done with you just yet. I'm going to keep chasing you all the way down because I am guaranteeing this little prize of the Scuttle Crab.
It was a nice attempt from Icon, though. If he'd actually managed to get Chovy underneath the tower, maybe when he was still level 5, you could have made that play work, get that quick kill, but fortunately not quite able to do so. You actually see Iwandi as well starting to rotate up, but this very much feels more like the LNG that we saw in the regular split, right? Iwandi not having a huge amount of roam potential, and I'm kind of seeing a bit of a slower paced game, which I think suits Hanwha.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. We talk about LNG. Again, LNG probably a team that not many people are very familiar with. They're not, apart from, I would say, Icon or Tarzan, not really household names in the LPL. And this is a team that you can just work an awful lot with. And we look at the story of how they actually got here and really see exactly what they went for. The first half, like you said, they went 7-1. They were huge in the first half of the split, but then it just all kind of fell down a bit.
Yeah, the second half of the split, they really couldn't get it together. We talked about those like individualistic playstyles were not really working together, but when we look towards Tarzan, you can see this is what started to change. Tarzan hovering for Ali, letting him get control of these topside waves, especially when he's on these more carry-orientated picks. That was the big tool that set up LNG for success, especially when we look towards playoffs.
Yeah, the big thing in playoffs, as we always look at it there, is that it was just them absolutely smashing the World's 2020 finalists. Okay, we'll take down the semi-finalists down in top esports. Okay, you know what? MSI 2021 winners, we will take them down too. They earned their spot to be here at Worlds, and they honestly look so good doing it.
Yeah, and it's part of the reason when we looked at like predictions coming through for LPL, me and Lyric held hands into last place because we were like, there's no way LNG beats City. There's no way they beat top esports. How the hell did they beat RNG? They really came out of the gate swinging, and it's great to see that LNG made that miracle run, managed to get all the way to Worlds. But I mean, again, we were talking about it's also a miracle run for Hanwha Life. They also ran the gauntlet to get in towards the regional finals. They managed to take down Nongshim to actually get across here. And that's exactly like that run is what set them up so well to come into the World Championship. And now we got to see if they can beat down LNG and continue that streak.
We're seeing now Rift Herald being started up by Willer in the picture-in-picture. We're waiting to see now Tarzan hovering around, maybe looking for something here. We'll find Vista. Does he invest into it though? Actually, they're looking for Deft because they know he has no flash available. He'll have an arcane shift, and that's about it. He will use it there. There's the supreme display of talent into the bullet time, but is it enough to be traded back? Iwandi will just survive. First blood goes to LNG.
Guardian OP in that play. Iwandi barely scraping out of that one, but really good call from Deft, just getting that ultimate off. Nearly got the turnaround, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. While this was all going on though, Hanwha did get that Rift Tower. This was the trade on the map state that LNG were looking for, and at least they're able to pick up a kill. Not getting any turret plates though, not going to mean that Light able to get too much off of the bot lane play.
Yeah, right now Hanwha Life getting the objective win, whereas LNG getting themselves the kill. Important that did go over to Tarzan, and Willer stealing away a couple of camps as well, just to be a little bit annoying in the end of that play. So now, Tarzan, where do you want to go with this? And actually, we're looking towards the top, so we haven't talked about it in a while. Morgan is having a little bit of a free time just farming up. 10 CS up into Ale. He knows he's going to have himself a nice little bit of an advantage, especially how much time Willer is investing to that top side.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious to see the kind of full roam up from Light and Iwandi as well. They were nearly expecting Hanwha to just toss that Rift Tower very quickly into the top side and wanted to be there for that play, but it does mean, when you look at the bot side, Deft getting that full wave, going to be able to push this in, and it unlocks Vista, who's starting to roam around the map, and now we get Hanwha going back towards these dragons.
I'm going to start it off. We have a quick look at the gold. It is only about a 200 gold lead into that top side, as we can see pretty much even Stevens across the board, and the only real difference being in the jungle position. Actually, I'll just say Deft does have himself about a 400 gold lead in that bot side as well, and that's two objectives now. Rift Herald into the dragon, going over to Hanwha Life, and they're picking up the speed a little bit. They're going through the motions. This is where they're very, very comfortable to kind of play this game.
And this is kind of why I was surprised to see the Kiana pick, especially for Tarzan, right? We've been talking about Tarzan liking these early aggressive plays. Like our picks, when you look towards playoffs, it's been like the Olafs, the Zacs, the Lee Sins, the players that can get out and get onto the map early, but the Kiana just doesn't have that. And you're seeing, look, Ale not able to play through the Jacks to get these big advantages topside. Iwandi not really pairing up with the LNG in the same way. And Hanwha have been playing their game, right? Slow and steady, beat them through lanes, look towards these objectives. And especially when you look towards Hanwha in the playoffs, they've been much more focused on these dragons, trying to get that crazy early soul at the 28-minute mark that has been so crucial to their success.
We got Gordringer now for Tarzan, as we do see the flawless duet land there onto Ale. Pretty damn safe, if I do say so myself. Got himself the plated steel caps to keep himself going onto this one here, as Icon just pushing in Chovy just a little bit. Willer will be spotted out. There's the Vanguard's edge, jumping in straight away. We will have the counter-strike to try and mitigate anything going. They will invest the Glacial Prison, but it will miss by the smallest of hairs.
Yeah, they just about able to get away, but that's two plays now to the top side, giving a ton of control over to this Aurelia.
TP.
Oh, hang on, yeah, looking at this bottom side.
Deft in a lot of trouble. He has flash and heal. He's going to get charmed up into the bullet time. Flashes away. There's Icon using the explosive cast into the belly bob. He's exhausted. Deft will fall. Vista sure to follow. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Light. 1-2 Uniflu. LNG 3-0 up.
And this is brilliant from LNG, getting some plays on the bottom side, but Hanwha Life are here to trade, looking to get this mid lane turret.
Yeah, we can see it now dropping down Shelly. She will get a bop off, so they will get themselves 3 plates. Nicely done there. Is actually Ale and Morgan going toe-to-toe. It's a 1v1 in the top side. We're going to see the stun come down. Ale forced to flash away. Cannot take on the Aurelia right now.
And we put the question mark out. Hey, Morgan, have you improved? What's this Aurelia going to look like? Well, it's pretty damn clean right now, beating out Ale, getting these big plays. And unfortunately, Tarzan misses that ultimate in the mid lane, so trade in towards mid. Victory for Hanwha. Trade on the top side. Victory for Hanwha. The only part that's really missing for Hanwha is this bot side, but you're looking to play that 1-3-1 still.
Let's take a look at the Axe replay right now, because this was just a well-coordinated dive that just said, look, you're overextended and we have a TP ward.
Yeah, Iwandi flashes that little bit too far forward, but you still have Icon here to save the day. Light flashing forward as well, manages to pick up the double kill, and especially when you're looking towards the ability to set up Light as this big carry on this Misfortune, look towards those team fights, having a bunch of kills on towards this MF may give a little bit of reproach to Hanwha.
Again, I gotta make reference. We are only about 13 minutes into the game, but it is a 1,000 gold lead right now for LNG, and this is where Hanwha Life, as we said, in those mid-games, 20 minutes, they tend to struggle. So I want to see a little bit more. I want to see how they are able to kind of transition themselves.
The big problem for me, though, is like when you look towards how do you force fights for LNG, right? You want objectives. Well, Rift Herald's already gone. You look towards Dragons, well, they've already started going the way of Hanwha, and Hanwha can start to trade the later Dragons for pressure on these side lanes. Take down the turrets. They've already weakened mid. Bot looking a little bit low as well. And you've got Morgan, who's kind of slapping LA around on the top side.
This is starting, it's very slow start to the game. It's only 3 kills. We're not used to this, obviously. We have a little bit more action generally from the LPL, but it's slow and steady. We're starting to see full items being picked up. The Mythics, we have, of course, got the Gore Drinker for the Aurelia. You got the Frostfire Gauntlet here for the Sejuani. Gore Drinker finished up for the Tryndamere as well. And on the other side, you've got the Gale Force for the Misfortune. You only have the Gore Drinker for the Kiana. So you are at a little bit of a power trough right now for LNG.
Yeah, and I think Hanwha have been doing a good job at the moment of kind of playing towards their strengths, right? They have been a slower paced team. With the champions that they have, they want to play through the laning phase, and even just pushing off the advantages that Chovy has in the mid lane. We've seen Willer working towards these objectives, and now you're kind of going, hang on a second, LNG, you need to start making these plays happen, because if you end up in a situation where Hanwha can have free roam on the map, you're not going to be looking so hot. And especially when Hanwha, they want to start looking towards Dragons, they want to start looking at this next Rift Herald, which is just going to be up in under a minute.
I'm a little scared. Chovy's not done a lot, but like that, Chovy knows how to do a lot, and that's why I'm a little scared. Later this game goes on, the more of a monster this guy becomes, and you even look at towards, you know, his regular split versus his, you know, his regional gauntlet as such. He really absolutely stepped up and was able to make so much happen for his team. And just looking at the difference between his first blood percentage, his damage per minute, his kill participation, it was huge. And as we're going to have to quickly come back out of this, we are going to see both junglers and Iwandi actually here. Miller doesn't fully commit to it, and they're going to force out the Sejuani. So LNG privy to the play, but now with the rest of the team coming up, Tarzan might be in a little bit of trouble. Ale going toe-to-toe with Morgan, flashes himself out, or excuse me, jumps himself out. And it's just a lot of posturing. I
don't like what LNG are doing, though. Your strongest point of the map is Light. The fact that Light is not rotated up to this means that Hanwha are playing off their strongest point of the map, which is top side. So you can see LNG, they've just got to give this. They don't have control of mid and top, and Hanwha get this again. So I'd rather see LNG looking for cross maps, seeing if they can make a play towards depth, or even look to take this bottom tower in response. But Hanwha will breathe a sigh of relief, knowing LNG were in the vicinity.
Yep, Hanwha will get themselves Shelly 2.0. Well, Dragon has been started by LNG, but we are seeing the Karma rush down there immediately. Deft is playing uber safe because he now realizes that they're no longer at the Rift Herald, so he is in a lot of trouble if he was to stay underneath his tower. So it eventually equals out, but it could have been a lot more. That was very close.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too close there for Tarzan, but he does manage to get it. Tower bot side still goes down for Light, though, and at least that's going to help out a little bit, but it will be responded from Hanwha, and Iwandi is topside to make sure that he can respond to the Herald play, try and stop them from getting 2 towers, but you definitely need Tarzan or Icon to start to move up here in case they look for the all-in.
Now, Plus Duet will just land as Iwandi just saying, hey, I'm here, don't think of anything funny, we know that you can go for it if I wasn't, so showing face to make sure his top laner was doing all right.
Yeah, Icon had started to move up topside with Tarzan, who was going to take over mid control. So Hanwha Life, respecting the fact that there was going to be more members of LNG in top lane, start to back away. But again, I like this from Hanwha, right? You trade that dragon, you get control on the top side, get control of Rift Herald, taking the turrets, and now you can start to have Morgan pushing that little bit deeper, Chovy pushing that little bit deeper, get vision control, and start to operate in the 1-3-1 where you're most comfortable.
It is still creeping forward, as we can now see the Misfortune has about 1,000 gold lead in that bot side, and it is only about 400 or 500 in the top lane, so you're still gaining more effective gold from LNG making these trades on the bot side, but the easy objective of the tower and the dragon is now gone. Like we said earlier, you need to start making plays, you need to start finding opportunities, because Hanwha are just very happy to sit here and just soak up the waves and experience.
Yeah, the only downside for Hanwha is that they couldn't really get any like deep vision in as well, so they weren't quite able to keep full control. You can see Morgan like investing a lot of time here to clear out the vision that LNG had placed onto the bottom lane. So unfortunately for Chovy, who's now operating on that top end, won't be able to push in too far. He's just going to dip out of vision, make sure that he's able to at least give a little bit of pressure towards Def so he can have control over that mid lane.
We're just sitting here and waiting for something to happen.
So this is what an LCK podcast
is. I was going to say, there we go how LCK feels. God damn. No wonder they get to talk about so many different things. But obviously, you know, we can talk about the importance of these teams, but we haven't really talked about the importance of this group. It is still a single round robin best of one. Excuse me, I can get my
What was that?
Wow, wobbin. A round robin best of one. So, yeah, you can do tongue twisters and I can't, and that's a weird flex that you always always pull up on me. But it is something that you get one shot at this. This is your tiebreaker. This is the opportunity now to make sure that you're going to be able to go top of your group, get that automatic qualification. If you lose this, you're already on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think also a lot of pride from both regions going to be relying on this as well, right? Like, first game of World Championship 2021, you want to get the W. You want to put it in your
win.
Sorry, I was going to say, yeah, so this is where you see the LPL in me. I see two teams anywhere near each other, and I'm like, they're going to fight.
They were
no.
near Raptors.
Yes.
Something's about to happen.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that like is really interesting when you look at like LCK versus LPL. It's LPL will oftentimes like fight for summoners, right? When you know like in 2 minutes time that a dragon's going to be up, they'll try and burn crucial summoners on, say, things like an Ezreal on Def, so you maybe can pick him off, or if you can burn on towards Morgan, you can try and pick him off as well. But we don't actually see that a huge amount from LCK. They are much more respectful and going, hang on, what are we actually fighting for here? Is it worth burning those summoner spells and losing that bit of gold?
Well, Chovy has got a fat Santa Man running after him. Iwandi was spotted out, so he's just going to spin his way to safety as the push comes in here from Icon. Minute and a half till Dragon, and Vista might be in a little bit of trouble. There are 3 men going in. They flash forward, but Vista will not be hit by the supreme display of talent. He gets out, but he burns a summoner.
It's just about out to escape, and you can see, right, trying to commit a lot there to get some of these crucial summoner spells. Tarzan has to burn his same, though. You should still have that ultimate backup for the Dragon fight if it happens, but if I'm Hanwha, right, look at where Chovy is. Push in that wave, keep yourself entirely safe, make sure that you can then have Morgan try and shove in bot side as well. Like, you do not need to fully commit towards this Dragon because you're under no real pressure. This late game Dragon scaling is only going to facilitate you in trying to play out through those side lanes.
Again, we're just slowly ticking up now. We're coming up 10 seconds before the 20-minute mark, and it is a gold lead for LNG. No, it's not a significant,
It literally hasn't
huge
changed.
one.
It's the exact same from earlier on.
It's 1,300, so it's slightly bigger. But
excuse
your pardon, no worries. That's why I'm here, to keep you sane, keep you set up. But again, this is again a very small goal lead, but it is still LNG getting the goal lead. They are now starting to pick up those first items. We see the Everfrost into the mid lane, Blade the Rune King for Ale into the top side. So he's looking to again push in, get those trades, and get kind of sustained back up before he looks for a fight again.
Yeah, I think though you can see, right, LNG, they're kind of going, there's a lot of control here for Hanwha on this Dragon. Don't know how much we want to try and commit to it. Already just trying to shift their vision control up towards Baron, so Tarzan just trying to see if he can poke, but I don't know if LNG are actually going to fully commit for this. They're now face checking in, kind of realizing, hang on a second, Def's the only real poke.
I've been here before. Icon this time round going to jump in now and see if he can catch out Morgan, who has got his flash available to him, but I think he's dead to rights. You can see Iwandi and the rest of LNG. Woo! Morgan almost getting the solo kill, but a supreme display of talent catches out Willer and Chovy. They are going to jump in now with the quickness and try and start this one off. Def untouched. Vista is now out and safe. He's going to be able to supply ordnance from the side, and Chovy with the undying rage, with the healing, with the damage. It's just doing so much to this backside. Tarzan has to try and find himself a way out, but I don't think he can. He's going to try and just do as much damage as possible, but it is Hanwha Life who get themselves the 3 kills.
And it looked good to begin with for LNG, but there you can see the power of this Tryndamere pick. Chovy running amok through LNG, and Hanwha now will turn towards Dragon. They'll get more kills on towards these solo laners for Hanwha, and can now look again to go back towards this 1-3-1 and start to find those early those better skirmishes for themselves. But we're going to see it here, right? You get the 1v1 between Ale and Morgan. Nice job from Ale to set this up. You got Icon is coming, so Morgan has to look for the all-in. But I want to cast your eyes towards the top half of this replay. You get the bullet time from Light, but look how few people actually get hit by it. Not quite getting into a position where he can actually like push on towards Chovy. Willer, Vista is totally out of the equation as well, and then poor positioning trying to follow up on the fight means you get that really good turnaround from Willer, setting up the fight. And look at Chovy, like absolutely running amok. This is it. You get all the healing, you get all the invincibility, and then you just go pop, I'm full health again.
It is so obnoxious, and this is why Chovy, you can see just how well he goes into the fight, comes out of the fight, recognizes his limits, and knows where he can and cannot go. Has the Essence Reaver now. If you're not familiar with the Tryndamere build, this is pretty damn common. Gets you cooldowns. You don't really care about the mana as such. You're just looking to try and keep yourself as topped up as possible.
Yeah, and we'll often see like Navori Quick Blades coming in as well after that, like basically going for all the cooldown that you can possibly have as soon as possible. So you can see there, looking at the gold difference as well, that's 1,500 there going over towards Chovy in that mid lane. He's going to be so strong, and again you can see him like operating on this top side. you can't really sit here as Icon. You're always in dive potential, and when you've got that invincibility from Chovy, he can just tower dive you.
And you can see that Tarzan didn't have his flash because he tried to use it on Vista earlier, and Chovy will find him, but I don't know if he wants to take this fight just yet. There is a few LNG members just hovering off to the side, and Chovy picks up some fruit and eats his vegetables, gets his 5 a day, and gets himself back up to literally full HP.
Yeah, I love the way Homa have been playing this, though, right? We talked about them being the very slow-paced team, but they're keeping control over the top side in the early stages, getting those early Rift Heralds, and now you can see LNG, even though they want to find these team fights, Homa staying very spread out, finding more skirmish-orientated engages, means that you're not getting that big wombo from LNG, and Homa are finding success. Now going back towards the 1-3-1, you're not really finding moments for LNG, especially when they're behind in tempo, to force these fights.
Yeah, and Willard just saying, look, I'm ahead of you. I have 3 levels above you. I have the rest of my team behind me. You need to get the hell out. This is no longer your jungle. So now LNG, they have to invest the vision. They have to invest the time, the buddy system to find the vision, find out where these wards are, and to get themselves back in control of their own jungle.
And it's so difficult when, like, Deft pushing in mid lane, he gets control, just linking up with Chovy's already pushed in top. They just disappear into the fog of war on the top side of the map, and you've got to then try and face check it as LNG. And here's again that problem that we brought up, right? Not really a big tank on LNG side. You don't even have something like a Zhonya's Hourglass for Icon, so trying to contest vision that Hanwha Life are establishing your top side is really difficult to do.
I mean, if you get the wombo combo as LNG, that's fantastic. You've gotten all of your damage off. If it misses, which you saw in the last team fight where the Misfortune ult just was a little bit too shy, you just don't have the sustain to stay in the fight. You need to back away. All of your damage is based off of that big combination, unless Hanwha Life makes some egregious errors in positioning.
And all it takes is Willer to show up anywhere, right? You get that big Sejuani ult, you can go top side, Chovy look for the dive, you can go in towards the mid lane as well. They just basically have a Morgan, like, absorb all the lanes that Ali's pushing in and going, cool, well, what are you going to do, LNG? You can't really play off of 3 lanes right now because you're behind, so if you ever get Ali who hard focuses on towards this bot lane push, you can get Morgan, run in towards the mid lane, they can look for an engage there, they can shift up towards the top side as well. There's so many opportunities for Hanwha to find moments on the map.
Yeah, and 25 minutes in, it is a 700 gold lead, a dragon in favor of Hanwha Life. It is so damn close, this particular game, and you can tell neither team wants to give that inch. If you give an inch, you could lose a mile. There's just so much on the line for both these sides. Neither really wants to be the reason they lost.
Oh, I was kind of thinking, you know, LCK, LPL, maybe we get LNG coming in super fast, super spicy, but definitely a LCK style game, which, I mean, Hanwha, they've been playing this all split. This hasn't been the LNG style, and they're struggling to keep up with the LCK team here.
They are struggling a little bit, and I like this from the side of Hanwha Life. They're saying, look, we have teleport advantages. We know what we can do. Light getting jumped on a little bit, uses the Gale Force to try and get himself out. They're going to try and jump on the Chovy and maybe burn him down, but he's still going. There's the Supreme display of talent to try and keep Light alive, but Chovy's in, Chovy's out, and Chovy gets himself the kill.
Welcome to my Trinity is just stupid. Like, the fact that Chovy's just the entire time running down Light there, able to escape. Now again, Light, pretty poor positioning there. Easily able for Chovy to just jump on him. You got Willer coming over the wall as well. But this is what we're talking about, right? Ale tries to push in top side, and instantly Hanwha are like, cool, we have the numbers advantage up on top side, let's start to push in aggressively, we're ahead, we can take these fights, and they do a phenomenal job of finding Light and executing them.
And they really do. Oh, flash in, Icon goes in, belly bop, extendo bop as they get him down. Deft gets himself killed, all out of one small misstep.
All right, there's the one per game for Deft. Deft does this basically all the time. Every time you hear Hanwha ahead, Deft will end up giving over one of these, but I don't think it's going to be too massive. Like, Dragon going across, yeah, it would be nice for Hanwha if you were out on the map to try and find, like, pressure elsewhere, but a second Dragon to LNG doesn't really change much with how much control Hanwha have on this map. Even you can see it here, right? They're still pushing out mid because you're committing members for LNG to the Dragon. They start to rotate again up, looking for vision control on this top side, playing towards Baron, playing towards Chovy's strength. You're still good as Hanwha here.
We'll say, though, that's how quick it can change. That's how the damage works. That's how quickly you will just get 100 to 0'd. And it was honestly just a trade of the AD carries some of their heals. It was Light losing his, didn't use his flash. Deft obviously getting caught and also using his. So we now see full items being picked up now. We have 3 for Deft. He's got himself that Frozen Heart, so a little bit of extra tankiness won't do him a lot against the Gragas, but will do a lot against the Jax and the Kiana, as well as the Misfortune. And again, more items. The Navori Quick Blades, which you mentioned for the
terrified of this
but the Rabadon's Death Cap for Icons, his one-shot potential is 100% real.
Yeah, but you're Gragas. And you're also like, you've got invincibility for Chovy, right? You've got the Morgan who's going to have that Sterix, the Gore Drinker, like Nyan and possibly just one-shot this. Same when you look at Willer, like maybe you can catch Deft in moments like that, but those are rare moments where you can actually catch Ezreal. So what, you're going to invest the Rabadon's deck cap to burst out Vista? I think Azania's Hourglass, looking to be that engaged tool, looking to try and play defense, would have been better for Icon in this situation.
And Icon investing the explosive cast there as Chovy does spin to get himself out. Was locked up just a little bit. Willer is going to find himself in a 1v1 versus Tarzan as they both try and gain control of the red side dragon. And we now see Ale and Morgan taking their 1v1s. This is not a 5v5 game. This is a 1v2 v 1v1. Because right now, this is just no one's grouping up. No one wants to go for a big team fight because they feel like they have strengths in those side lanes.
But Hanwha don't need to.
Oh, I want B. They're going to chase him down just a little bit, but with Icon there, he should be able to get himself battle danced out.
Yeah, but Hanwha don't need to force the issue, right? Like, they're actually doing the correct thing here, which is just getting deep vision control, allowing them to play off of both the two waves that are in mid and in that top side as well. So if you ever misstep of his LNG, like Iwandi nearly did, you can look for the picks. So LNG are trying desperately to contest this vision, not give Hanwha control of this top side, because then they can move between the two lanes so easily.
Oh, Willer's gotten caught out. They're going to try and charm him up. There is a TP coming in, but he is dead now. Here you are, Morgan. Can you get out? Ale jumps onto the backside to try and get some disruption there, but Chovy has arrived. Can he do anything in this fight? No, LNG are just too much of a unit. They're too clumped together. The explosive cast to disengage. Chovy still pushing it onto Tarzan as Iwandi is here. Has popped the ghost, will get himself out, but a pick nonetheless.
But there's the difference, right? Ale resets. Hanwha don't respect it. Still try to contest vision in the top side. Ale shows up and they pick off Willer. Now, you can still see with Hanwha having that huge advantage. LNG still struggling to force them out. So Hanwha still in pretty decent control of the map, but at least you're getting something back in LNG's favor.
That is 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
The gold lead means nothing right now. It's 200 or so in the phase. Not even, actually. Now let's just check it. It's just been updated. It's 2 dragons apiece. We are going to see the Baron being started up here. Tarzan doesn't quite know this is going down just yet. As he kind of moves over, is he being baited by a ward? He kind of is, I'm not going to lie. He knows that he has vision there, but they don't know that the Baron's going down.
Yeah, they just think Chovy's moving across here. He pops over the wall. Maybe this is the ward. There we go. It hops down. LNG are now aware this is happening.
They are aware it is. Willer is only just joining in now. 5,000 HP onto the Baron. You can see LNG have moved themselves up. They have priority in mid. Hanwha thinking about disengaging for this one. The Baron very, very low. They'll go in straight down onto Iwandi. There's the explosive cast, but Iwandi is dead. Extreme play of talent, though. Hits on the 4, and maybe LNG can turn this one around. Chovy's already used his Undying Rage and has to get himself out. It's a 1 for none. LNG do get themselves a hell of a lot, though.
The synergy just isn't there between LNG. We get the big supreme display of talent, but again, the Misfortune ultimate isn't over the top of it. Chovy again presses or survives all the burst, runs through onto the backline at LNG. They're running for the hills every time Tryndamere approaches them. Hanwha have again managed to get away from what is the bread and butter of LNG's composition.
You can see it there just in the way that the teams are playing. Neither is fully confident they can commit to the full 5v5, and they're kind of hemming and hawing and going in, and yes, maybe no. It just ends up being a big old scrap that's kind of fought on 2 different fronts, and Hanwha Life, because of the obnoxious champions they have, they're just able to get the benefit of it.
Yeah, and one of the big things is, like, when you look towards the engages coming through from the Rakan as well, right? We're going to see it here is that Rakan, very, very squishy. If this was an Alistar, cool, pop the ultimate, you're going to be able to get out, but Hanwha Life do a really good job of picking off Iwandi. Again, we get the Supreme Display talent, not really working in synergy with Light, and Chovy pops the ore just in time, manages to escape, and then Hanwha are like, cool, we've kind of looked to reset here, we got the pick, we're good to go again.
Oh, here we go. No teleport here for Morgan, but there is one for Ale as we now go towards the mid lane. Chovy has been spotted out, so the rest of LNG back themselves up. They're going to actually jump straight in on top of him and try and maybe burn him down just a little bit. Not quite able to get any CC down, so can't lock him up. 10 seconds till the dragon spawns. Hanwha Life first on the river.
Yeah, LNG were just seeing if they could maybe pop that ultimate before this objective starts, but again, Hanwha now with control of this. We just saw that LNG, if they cannot hit on towards Deft, on towards Vista with these ultimates, they cannot win these team fights.
Here we go. Willer goes in. We're going to see the Supreme Display his talents hit down to another 4 people as Ale jumps on the Chovy. He will have the counter-strike here onto Morgan, but he's not going to be able to get anything else done. There is the bullet time going down. Willer is dead. Vista has to flash away and get himself healed by his AD carry. Chovy, for the first time this game, looks like he might die, and that's going to be a shutdown going over to Light. Ale chasing down the old LPL top laner in Morgan. That's 3 kills. That's going to be Dragon. That's going to be Baron.
Yeah, you can see the pings going down on towards Baron. They're just going to have Icon solo this out. The rest of the team, but Deft. Deft.
Deft is here, and oh! Call an ambulance, but not for me. He gets himself between the turrets, and Ale gets himself out. That's another kill for LNG. They have the run of the map.
Yeah, great bait, mate. 8 out of 8 as they move over towards the Baron. And I mean, it's only Deft here. This would be a miracle steal if he can get that ultimate, but Tarzan is on the bottom side. He's going to pop that early. Look to poke off LNG.
He's looking to poke him off. This isn't Ezreal. He's got himself 4 items, or 3.5 as he comes into this one, but he's 5v1. Deft, it's all on you, buddy. They're going to try and go for him. They're going to slow him down. He's going to flash away to try and keep himself alive, but the explosive cat is too good. Deft, however, is a slippery Ezreal, gets himself out. Baron still goes in favor of LNG.
All right, Deft, I respect it. Playing on a knife's edge there, but just about able to escape. LNG, though, will manage to get the Baron. Has slowed down the pace of LNG, though, and allowing Hanwha to get back out onto the map. They can now start to look to shove out waves and mitigate the damage that this Red Bull Baron power play can have.
And now you can talk about the replay, because I'm
But look, I think this is really cool, right? You end up getting the damage on towards Chovy, but watch Deft and Vista, right? They're completely zoned out from this fight. Icon does a great job of engaging onto them, so a large portion of your damage is just lacking here. Chovy is doing a great job of tanking up and causing disruption in LNG's backline, but because you don't have Deft working his way through the LNG's life bars this entire time, LNG are still healthy and able to find the victory in the fight.
This is now looking at Ale, 403 on this Jax. 5 items if you include his boots. He is just so obnoxious to deal with. And is the Red Bull Baron power play now for LNG as they push into that mid lane. Still waiting to get themselves more than one turret. Still a lot of standing gold available, but they have the options. They have the damage.
Yeah, and this was kind of the benefit of Deft being able to slow them, right? Look at the wave top. That's got to be pushed out before you can really deal with anything. Same when you look at the bot lane. Chovy managed to push that out. So the only place that LNG can really aggress on is mid lane.
Oh, Morgan. Ale gonna jump in, but he's 3v1 right now. Will have a ward and a hop and keep himself alive. Willer now, sadly for the Sejuani, is just a stun bot. It is an engage tool to try and soak up as much damage as possible, because the Sejuani is just not going to be able to do any meaningful damage, as finally that tier 1 in mid lane does fall. As LNG keep pushing forward, keep looking to try and find someone just overstepping.
Yeah, and this was the downside that we talked about, right? Deft not really having great wave clear, not going to get it off of your 2 melee solo laners, so Hanwha going to struggle when LNG group up with this Baron, but unfortunately, not able to get any more for LNG's side, so Hanwha again defending. If you only lose a mid lane turret off of the Baron play, like, that's pretty good.
I mean, it's just so we're at the state of the game now where supports are picking up second items. You know, they are picking up more specifically for the Karma. For Vista, he's being able to pick up a little bit of AP, a little bit of extra wave clear, getting levels in as well. So this is where the game starts to become a little bit harder for LNG, where they need to find a full 5-man ace before they can actually get anything significant.
I also think we're starting to see a lot of the crucial items come through on LNG's side, right? At least the stopwatch for Icon, we already talked about the importance of having that when it comes towards team fights. Being able to play aggressive, deny Chovy access while keeping yourself safe is going to be super crucial. Tarzan as well having the Black Cleaver, as Iwandi taking a bit of a step too far forward.
Oh, Chovy will get jumped on though, so it's kind of a swap between Ale and Iwandi. Chovy will just get himself over the wall, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Ale, and Ale is unafraid. He is running into 5 members, knowing that he can just hop back out. This Jax is starting to really be a thorn in the side of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, the Random's Omen going to do a lot of work here against people like Tryndamere, right, who rely on all that crit damage coming through off the passive, off his items. So the fact that you've got this Random's Omen reducing that going to be super nice. Also just keeping people at within arm's reach of Ale is going to be super important. So LNG starting to get a little bit more control over the map right now. We'll have to see if they'll be able to keep this pressure up using Ale now that he's scaled into the late game on these side lanes and find advantages there.
I'm curious as well, we actually see Icon going with the Hex Tech Putrefier as his 3rd item. So not going for the full Morellos, looking to kind of be a bit more overall for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got like a Divine Sunder, 2 Gore Drinkers, everything else is coming through, I think you're going to get your value out of that.
Karma. You got a lot of grievous wounds to kind of bring into this one. We started with Rejuve Beeves, we end with grievous wounds, but now 50 seconds of this Dragon Spawns. This will be Ocean Soul, and this is actually pretty significant now for LNG. That extra sustain to keep them in those fights could be huge.
Yeah, and look at the vision for Chovy. Thank you very much, observers, because when you look, right, this is where you can start to pick off people.
Yeah, they're going to look to see. Iwandi is pretty safe. Willer going to have to use his Arctic Assault over the wall to keep himself away. Tarzan, though, gets caught out here. Will take about half his health away. There's going to be the Glacial Prison coming in as they try and start this fight. Just before the dragon spawns, Chovy goes into the side. The Supreme Display of Talent tops him down. And will he be able to keep himself alive just before it goes off? Yes, he will. He will get out. The heal, the flash. But here's Ale. He's just unafraid, unfurred, and undeterred to jump 100% into 3. Now, however, he's going to get one mark. Oh, Chovy can't die. He will keep himself alive. Flash forward. Light with the Gale Force gets him down. And finally, LNG, after what feels like an age, will find themselves the fight. They'll get the Ocean Soul, and they might look just a barrel mid.
And it looks like Tarzan might be able to find Def, but Def going to be able to Arcane Shift away again. LNG finding these great fights. And now, as you said, Dragon available for them. That mistake where Def got caught out earlier, now coming back to bite him, as it will be Ocean Soul going to cross. Light needs to be careful.
There's a lot of damage on this Def, but Icon just staying out of vision. He has flash, and he has got himself the... Ooh, he nearly had the ult, but getting themselves the tower. They'll back away. They picked up the Dragon. That's Ocean Soul as well. But please explain to me this team fight, because it went on for an age.
Yeah, I mean, what ended up happening was Chovy going that little bit too far forward, which you'll see at the beginning. But then it turns into who survives longer, Ale or Morgan in the backline. Because you get that engage onto Iwandi. Light, again, that ultimate not really doing too much, but Chovy's just out of the equation at this stage, right? He's trying his damnedest, but there's great kite back from LNG, a ton of CC to deal with, and Homo Light just can't catch up to play. Now watch, you got Morgan trying to deal with his fight on the top side. You got Ale, who's hop skipping and jumping his way around the Homo Life backline, and unfortunately, Ale just that bit bigger than Morgan right now, and is able to finish off these fights.
Yeah, it felt like both top liners just shook hands and said, right, you take those 3, I'll take these 3, and we'll see who's better at this point. But now with the Ocean Soul, we do have themselves a significant gold lead, 7,500, and now Tarzan, he doesn't feel afraid of this Chovy right now because he's sitting on 3.5 items and he has a stopwatch.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of where Ale gets very comfortable, right? You full build, Guardian's Angel, like he can go ham in these team fights as well, and LNG just feel confident to start at the Baron. Homo won't even be here.
They gotta go with the teleport, they gotta bait this one out, they're gonna jump on the Chovy and get the damage down, but the Baron has been taken, that is secured. They're gonna jump straight in onto the single target of that Sejuani, who went a little bit too close to the LPL 4th seed, and now Ale just pushing forward, knowing that he might be able to find someone, has the counter-strike, will catch out Morgan, but a good flawless duet keeps him alive, barely, flashes away, they're gonna go in and keep him going, he's flashing, he's going forward, but when knocked back, he's gonna be left all to his lonesome to try and defend against the rest of LNG. Now Tarzan feeling good, Supreme Display of Talent lands onto 2, and Def is dead. Vista will keep himself alive, and Chovy and Vista against the world.
Hawa tried so damn hard, but LNG, they've got the Baron, they've got the Ocean Soul, and they're looking to take the base.
Game 1 of the 2021 World Championships, LPL versus the LCK. The Nexus will fall in favor of LPL, and they will strike first in this absolutely historic bout between these two regions.
LPL managed to come out on top, and you can see Icon on your screen. It's been a long time coming for him to get to the world stage, and he's going to be very happy that he's managed to pick up a victory from the get-go.
Not only that, Tarzan coming in against his former teammate, against someone who has had so much energy, so much hype around him, and being able to prove his team was better than his.
Yeah, and I mean, a big victory for the LPL. Unfortunately for the LCK fans, that's a heartbreaking loss, right? It really started to look like you'd got the ticked boxes. You had control in those early stages. You were starting to scale to those 2 items where both your Irelia and the Trinity were going to be crazy strong, but unfortunately, not able to find success at these objectives means that LNG were able to come back into it. They find the fights that they need. Ale pops the hell off, and LNG take the victory.
And it did feel like we talked about how Hanwha Life enjoy those slower paced games, but it felt like it could have just pushed the gas a little bit better. They had those early games, they had an advantage with the Sejuani just being stronger than the Kiana, and they just felt like they just didn't push it that much.
Yeah, I think it was that one mistake that we saw coming in through the top side of the map, where Ale had just managed to move away, and then they catch out Chovy, and it's all done and dusted.
Yeah, it is. When we return, though, the experts will tell you all about LNG's win before Laura is joined by Tarzan. Stay tuned.
break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. After one hell of a game to kick off 2021 Worlds, LNG securing a super impressive win versus Hanwha Life Esports. There is so much to unpack, so let's dive straight into the first pick and ban we saw here at Worlds. Emily, what did you make of the respective plans? I feel like it's so contentious.
Well, we saw the Tryndamere, so let's shout out that. The big thing with this draft, when I'm looking at it, is I think it shows both teams' philosophies towards the game, right? And specifically, I do want to talk about mid-jungle because I feel like we're going to focus on mid-jungle with these two teams because they play it almost like diametrically opposed to each other, right? You have Icon bringing out the Gragas, which I did not even know was apparently mid-flex, so I should have boned up on that apparently before getting on desk. But then you have Tarzan on Kiana, who's probably going to be a pretty high priority jungler, carry jungler. And then on the opposite side, you have the Tryndamere, the carry Tryndamere mid with the Sejuani for setup. And so I thought that was really interesting. And then overall, these two drafts definitely leaned in towards, I think, each team's philosophy to the game.
In addition to that, as a Hanwha Life fan, the things that you like, even though you're a bit surprised, was how much attention Morgan got. And like that Aurelia first pick, initially you might think it goes to Chovy. But then I think the Sejuani, like a 3v3 topside, is incredibly strong. The downside of that is I think the Jax pick from LNG was so incredibly smart against so many like heavy auto attackers and a full AD team. And you saw this happen as well. The itemization that came out from Ale specifically, he was just unkillable later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the value in that Jax picks as the game went on later was insane. But I do want to take a look at a couple of important moments in the early game. LNG, they got the first blood, and then later on they reacted to a great Herald focus by Hanwha Life by going towards bot.
Yeah, so I think I'm glad Chronicler called it out and we were chatting through the game where we were like, wow, like HLE is actually going topside. They're paying a lot more attention to topside. This was a response in the bot lane to try to kill off bot, and we did see Tarzan leaning towards bot a few times trying to make plays. Didn't end up happening, and I just thought this was a good cross-map play, and then HLE actually responded really well too. So it's also, it was cool to see both of these teams going back and forth, and I think they responded to what each other was doing very well.
Absolutely. Chronicler, we saw there was a big focus on objectives from the side of Hanwha Life, and you said that you were pleasantly surprised about this approach coming out of HLE.
They were much more coordinated in the first half of the game. I think in the second half, we saw a lot of the elements that characterized Hanwha in the regular split in a fairly negative way. But getting continuous cross-map plays and then getting skirmishes like this is when Hanwha has looked the best. And it's not something that we've really seen them do throughout the summer split. In Gauntlet, the individual outplays and like the team fights like you see here, still very clean, still very exciting, but giving that much attention to topside and it barely just not working out because of how cleanly Ale was able to absorb the pressure, as well as some miscommunication / misexecution on topside, also showed that Hanwha Life, while I like this new approach, might have to grow into it a little bit.
Yeah, and I think you, from that team fight as well, you did see the limitations of LNG's comp and what is risky about it to pick, right? Because if they mess up that wombo combo, if someone is a little off, then Chovy just comes in and tears through. And it was a great time. It was before LNG were able to itemize against this AD comp. So I also thought you saw, you know, the weaknesses of LNG's draft there.
We did see in that replay why it was the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of Chovy versus Tarzan, but it was Ale in that late game, and we already touched on the fact that Jax was such an important pick as the game went on. And Emily, I'd like you to look at the next replay, which is the Baron fight by LNG, through the lens of what this Jax can offer.
Oh yeah, so I mean, you're gonna look at this team fight, and what ends up happening is that HLE gets split enough that because Icon goes and zones off the bot lane, which is a lot of their sustained damage, Iwandi is actually able to re-engage later, and Ala is just going to absolutely end up running through the rest of this fight. And, you know, earlier it was really tricky for him because he couldn't match the trend in sides, right? But once those items came through for this team, he just, you know, he was just going to run rampant as long as they were able to zone off the key pieces, as long as they were able to deal with the Tryndamere passive, zoning off the bot lane from that fight. And then, yeah, Ala just runs amok.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also so iconic, no pun intended, but for LPL teams specifically, because they know even if they're in a slight deficit, they will always try and take that skill matchup, right? They will try and get the engage off because that gives them a chance to win the game. And that's what we saw. We're going to take a look at the POV cam from Ale on that Jackson, that final fight. And with that, I'd like to relate to Chronicler in terms of things we didn't talk about for HLE in terms of concerns for the top side. We saw a game here where there's an Irelia pick in the hands of Morgan. We see the jungler going up there, which usually never happens in the LCK. What do you make of that when we look at kind of the outcome of the game?
It's like I said, I think if those two ganks work out, one I think was just really well played by Ale, the other one we saw a flash just from Willa, not from Morgan. If they both flash, they probably get the kill, and that might have turned the game into onto a different path. But because that didn't really work out, we did see a lot of the trademark like Hanwha Life problems that they've run into in that fight where they're just around Dragon, where they're just kind of too slow, right? They're not really a unit, and this is something that Emily also talked about a lot. Like, when it comes to late game scenarios, Hanwha Life isn't always the team that you need him to be. And I thought that LNG made amazing use of that and really exploited that in the later fights.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic by LNG. And for Hanwha Life, the good thing is that's probably the hardest team they're going to face in play-ins, but I don't want to jinx anything or undercut the other teams in this group. But for more on LNG's win, here's Laura with Icon.
Icon, thank you very much for joining me. Icon, congrats on winning the first game. You last picked Gragas, so it was a counter pick for Tryndamere. Can you let me know more about the matchup and why it's a good champion in this stance?
Oh, he understands very well. 首先恭喜你们赢下第一场的比赛。那你们最后是唯选了酒桶这支角色，你可以跟我们讲一下这支角色为什么会选出来，然后打蛮王有什么样的优势吗？
就是酒桶的 E 在那个后面，就是跟蛮王的 E 的 CT 差不多，然后打团的时候一直站在那个我们的 C 位旁边去保护他就可以了。
It's because Gragas's E has the same cooldown later stages as the Tryndamere E, and in teamfights, all I have to do is stand next to my carry and protect them.
That makes sense, and I think it's a champion we'll see more in the World Championship. Now, I know this is your very first World Championship. Congrats on making it to this stage. What does it mean to you to play the first World Championship for you this year?
我知道这是你第一次来参加了世界赛，那想请问一下，第一次来到世界赛对你的意义是什么？
就是对我打了这么久职业的一个交代吧。
I think it is an answer to my career. I've been playing for such a long time, and finally I have something to answer for it.
And is there anything you want to prove or any goals throughout the World Championship here, and any players you want to meet in particular?
这次世界赛的话，你自己有没有什么想要去证明的事情？你自己有没有什么目标，或者是你有没有什么想要特别遇到的一个选手？
就唯一比较想遇到的就是 Faker 吧，就因为都是从很早就开始打职业的吧，其他的应该都差不多吧。
The only player I really want to face is Faker because we've both been playing for so long. As for the rest, I think it's about the same.
Of course. Hopefully you can meet him later on. Well, that's all for this interview. Thank you very much for the interview. And thank you so much, Clement, for the translation. And that's all for us on this side of Europe. But we'll be back for more League of Legends action with the Red Canids versus Infinity Esports after the break. Don't miss it.
This should be interesting.
Oh my gosh.
2015 or something. Like my goal was to get there on the group stage of Worlds or MSI. So I have been like really close, like 3 or 4 times, and I never get to play a group stage. So I think that's our main goal. And personally, it's like it always was my dream to be there, to play all those big names. Before this year, I was thinking about like, should I keep playing, should I retire? But I went all in on this year. I really wanted to go to Worlds, to go to MSI again before retiring. So it feels really good to represent your region, and at the same time you're playing against those players that you used to look up, you know?
Make or break. Make it yours.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die. An eye for an eye. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. They say that revenge is sweet, and I'm pretty hungry. Been waiting to set me free. I cannot resist this perfect little kill. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, by that time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. You might have beaten up so much more than you thought you could chew. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, one and all, to the World Championships 2021. We are coming in today for our second match of the day. Still sticking with Group A, we got CB Lol's Red Candidates versus LLA's Infinity Esports. I'm still Penguin, he is still Dagda. We got ourselves a little bit of a Copa America coming on right now.
I know, I'm excited to see how this one's going to go, because I honestly think like Infinity Esports, over the time that we've seen them since MSI, massively stepped up. I think Red Canids as well, with the addition of Grevtar, have been looking pretty nutty. So I'm very excited to see how these two teams are going to face off against each other.
We can start off as well. You mentioned Grevtar, and why this guy is so important. He didn't play the entire regular split. He came in for specifically playoffs and just seemed to fit.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Mr. Lyric, our kind of connection with the CB Hall, because I was chatting to him a little bit, and he was telling me, look, this was a team that when you look at the 1v1 potential, just the pound per pound skill on this team, they were able to beat a lot of people in CB Law, and that's what they relied on, a lot of their early lane strength and being able to work through that. But with the addition of Grevtar, he brought a lot more patience to the team, started to bring a bit of shot calling, and it's why he was brought up from that academy team to join Red Canids. And now their mid game, especially when we look at them in playoffs, looking a lot stronger. It's why they could run that 5th place into a 1st place position.
Yeah, on the other side of that, we mentioned the Infinity Esports, different from where they were at MSI, seem to have filled up a couple of those mistakes. And honestly, I feel like they are stronger now coming into this World Championship.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Bugax has been the big standout increase for me, looking a lot safer when it comes towards his lane phase, less greedy when it looks towards his summoner spells. Like, he's happy to kind of burn a flash and play kind of that hedge roll in the top lane, so then the rest of his team can succeed. Also, I love Cody. This guy is so damn good. Even last time at MSI, I was looking at this guy going, hang on a second, like, his positioning is clean, his control on team fights is clean. Cody has been such a standout performer for Infinity Esports.
And not only that, I looked talked to, even just from the finals, if you will, he was just constantly contesting. Guys say, where are you going? What's happening? Where are we going? You're not going anywhere without me, buddy. And you always have to keep your tabs on him because it can lead to so much bigger issues for you later on. And for Infinity, that's where I feel like they're going to have to make a big, step towards this. It's going to be a very interesting matchup between Covey and Grevtar because these two guys are very pivotal to the success of these two teams.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that is going to be to these early skirmishes as well. Both these teams love to fight, especially when you look at like Infinity Esports. They love to kind of rely on team fight support, things like the Rift Herald, to actually get these early leads, set themselves up for success. They actually have the highest Herald percent in their league, which is very different to the strengths that they had coming into MSI. They were a heavy Dragon focused team, so we're seeing that evolution already in Infinity Esports, where they had the highest soul percent in spring, but now shifting that towards that heavy Rift Herald focus.
Now, we've obviously had our first game of the day. We have a little bit of a taste for the meta. Do we see very much the same with these guys? Do we see maybe a little bit of difference? Where do you want to see these guys prioritize?
There was a couple of picks that I was expecting to see a little bit more of a little bit more of. We've had it one game.
Yeah, we've had our game. Calm down.
Amumu was the big standout one for me. I think Amumu's been obnoxious. I think he's been crazy strong. So I was expecting to see a little bit more for that. I think as well, when you look towards Guigo in that top lane, he's been a massive Gwen player. I think Gwen, very strong. And this was one of the regions as well, looking at the CB law, that we're still playing Gwen when no one else really was. They didn't really care about the nerfs. They still thought she was crazy strong. So I think we'll see a lot of Gwen coming into this game alongside the more aggressive junglers that we've been seeing already, like the Xin Zhao as well, going through for ages, because that's been one of his big standout picks throughout the CB law this split.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with the Gwen, like you mentioned, it opens up more avenues. It opens up, stacking AD into the mid jungle. It gives you those options, and it means that you got to do your homework into draft, because you could be caught out, with your hands in the cookie jar.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you're going up specifically against Grevtar as well, this guy, I'm not going to say he's like very Doom BX, but certainly when you look towards his champion pool, right, we're looking at very low economy champions. So what you'll see is him moving around on things like the Twisted Fate. He's even got 2 Kled games in there that he likes to pick up as well. So certainly going to be looking towards much more hey, I'm going to facilitate my lanes rather than getting a big lane advantage for himself. So if you're not kind of prepared for Grevtar on these more roam-oriented carries, you can get caught with your pants down.
And this is the thing as well, like we talk about the CB law. CB law, massive history in international events. Of course, the Kaboom Esports taking down Alliance. I cannot remember the year of which that happened, but this is the kind of team, this is the region that we always look to kind of say, what do you got in store? What do you have in the bank? What do you got to be, to show us in this stage? And they are always someone that can come out and just really take it to a team and give us all a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and I think as well, coming into this, we're going to get like the kick up back into kind of our gear coming through from the LPL. Like one of the big things that I enjoy, like especially when you look across at the CB Law representatives, a lot of the times they love to take these fights. They find big objectives, kind of more like looking towards skirmishes. And I think as well, when we look towards Infinity Esports, if you dangle a fight in front of these guys, they're more than happy to try and take that. So I think we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more aggression in these early stages than we got in the last game. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see picks that try and facilitate that, right? We are talking about like potentials for like Lee Sin as well to come out in the jungles. I think that's going to be another big pick. I think we're going to see that drift away from what we got in game number 1.
Yeah, I think that both sides recognizing that both these teams will want to go for the jugular, if you will, at every and any moment. So those early game champions, those big skirmish heavy champions that we know and love, will find themselves an awful lot higher priority as we wait to kind of see where this one goes. And looking at Infinity Esports, obviously we've talked a lot about CB Law and stuff, but for Infinity Esports, like we said, they were of course in the MSI as well. They've moved forward, and honestly they've just been the best team coming out from Latin America.
Yeah, well, they did have that big convincing lead in the regular split, but definitely fell off as we got towards phase 2 of their split, and they nearly lost the finals after going to game 5 against Estral. So it was not the kind of the easy swing through that a lot of people expected after looking at Infinity Esports at the start of phase 1. But now here they look good, they look confident, and especially as we talked about with them kind of leveling up and changing their style from MSI to now, I'm excited to see how they can do, because personally, like, my thoughts on kind of where the meta lies is using a lot of the support, working with your mid jungle, and looking towards these Rift Herald to start to balloon that early gold lead. And I think that's what Infinity Esports have encapsulated really well towards the end of the split, utilizing that style in their favor.
I do have a slight announcement. We have got a issue on stage. The league officials are investigating as of right now. We will update you when we get any more information, so we do apologize for the delay, but plenty to talk about. We are seeing these teams for the first time, and again, I suppose we can look at the group as a whole as more of a kind of holistic thing. You actually have high hopes for Red Canids coming into this group, despite being in Group A.
Yeah, I know there's some people that disagree with me. I think definitely when I look towards their mid-game, I do agree that there has been kind of question marks, right? I think Grevtar is helping to smooth that over a little bit, but certainly I think their early game, I just love. And like as an LPL guy, where you can balloon these early game leads monumentally, I feel like Red Canids can do that, especially if we start to look towards these 5-man plays down towards the bottom lane that Red Canids like.
And already we're seeing those early aggressive players getting knocked out of these bans. You got Lee Sin, which you mentioned, Cody's LeBlanc taken away as well. Now the Draven from T-Town, he's not going to get anything.
Yeah, they're just trying to get away from these aggressive plays in the bot lane. Like T-Town has played a lot of Ezreal, his most played. They're pretty fine to just go, right, T-Town, you go, look to scale. We'll actually unlock Jojo from the bottom lane and look to work with Aegis. The only big issue I have with Red Canids is when Grevtar needs to go in these roams, he doesn't get a huge amount of support coming through from Red Canids. So I think things like the Rise, these picks that Grevtar can kind of be self-sufficient on, Twisted Fate, another one, are going to be the picks that Red Canids will start to look towards for Grevtar.
And honestly, we didn't really get a chance to talk about T-Town, but the guy has been around for, honestly, feels like an absolute age. He's just been around forever. He was with Kaboom, that played in 2018 MSI, and of course in Worlds, but straight away, Infinity Esports laying down the gauntlet saying, we want the Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian's been doing some yoga in the little few weeks that we had off, because he's the most flexible champion we have right now. Top, mid, AD carry, totally fine. You compare him with engaged supports if you want to, like Leona, because he's just obnoxious in how strong he is in the lane. And as well, then you compare him with things like the Electrocute Nami that we might get to see here from Infinity Esports. It's been kind of a little bit of a fun time for me when I've been playing it in the bot lane, so we'll have to see how we go. But Red Cannon's going to respond with the Misfortune the upside, another lane bully, and Aegis potentially looking towards an AP jungler here to open up things like the Tryndamere mid, the Yone mid, and it will still be the AP jungler. It's just going to be that Lillian.
Yeah, big AoE sleep available to you there with the Lilting Lullaby. And of course, if you can get ahead, just getting those camps off of spawn is so quick. You can counter drunk her so effectively.
Yeah, also got changed a little bit as well, where she gets a lot of healing and not going to be moving around as fast, so a little bit easier to lock down, especially as we get Solid Snake going back towards the Jarvan. I love Solid Snake on these early game picks. He's so good with it. And there is the Nami to go with this Lucian. You have a crazy strong bot lane now that you will have to deal with as Red Canids.
Yeah, not only is he very flexible, but also he got some little bit of buffs there as well. He's able to get, when he's buffed up by a champion, he gets empowered auto attacks. He's able to just trade so much more effectively. Someone like Nami, who's all about the healings and the buffs, she's going to be perfect in that bot side.
Yeah, we'll go into that a little bit more because there's even more stupid stuff with this pick. But on the opposite side, we want to see a bit of engage locked in alongside this Misfortune. There is the Leona. So still a lot to be kind of up in the air for, especially mid lane for me. But also we're talking about Guigo, big carry picks like this Gwen that he's been enjoying, the Camille. So it's a curious question here from Infinity Esports. Do you look to ban topside, or are you going to try and put a nail in Grevtar, make sure he's stuck in that mid lane?
I have a dark theory, a dark technology. I think that could be a Lilia top. It could be a Lilia top. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it could be. It has been making the rounds right now, and so we'll see exactly where that wants to go. Another very flexible champion that can go between a couple of different lanes there for the side of Red Canids. And like you said, we're seeing some of those big kind of skirmishing champions getting taken away now by both sides. The Aurelia band away, the Gnar, and the Gangplank.
Yeah, I do like that you're kind of like putting a lot of attention towards Guigo though for Infinity Esports. He has been a massive carry for Red Canids. His damage percent is sky high. He's basically sharing the top spots with the rest of the team, and I think when you're looking towards him, getting him off picks that can do well is going to be good, but the Camille going to be locked in here for Guigo. And honestly, with the Aurelia taken off the board, there's not too much that can really go toe-to-toe with it in these early stages and stop this Camille from scaling and working so well in team fights with things like the Misfortune, even the Lily as well.
Another big team fight ultimate. You can find someone, isolate them away, and just try and just all in with that Leona if you are given it now. So Infinity Esports got a couple of seconds left to see what they want to lock in. They are going to go with the Kennen this time around. So again, looking to try and just trade team fight power for team fight power.
Yeah, and I like this idea, right? Like the whole idea here for Red Canids is let's lock people down with Leona, with Camille, big AoE, big team fight. Right, Kennen can try and look to disrupt that. I'm curious to see what they lock in here for Cody though, because that's the big question mark for me coming in here is like how much do you want to, or how aggressive do you want to go? LeBlanc taken off the board from, has gone towards picks like the Zoes, a lot in towards maybe like the Rise, but the Sylas has been left open, and that's going to be the first pick here for Cody.
Plenty of options to take away. Bullet Time, Lilting Lullaby, the Solar Flare. You got a lot of good options here for the side of Infinity to be able to steal those ultimates.
Yeah, it also denies things that we were talking about, like the TF, right? You don't want to pick the Twisted Fate now in towards the Silas. Things like the Rise, though, could go well for Grevtar. He's only played it once this split, but certainly can work pretty well. But he has played the Silas, the Kled twice into the Silas. Will run this TP Ignite, and it looks like we might be getting it one more time with the Lilia locked in, but no, last second change in towards the set.
We're going to get the set in again. Does give a very similar feel to the Kled. You're going in, you're trying to be disruptive, you're going with your ultimate to try and just get on top of people and cause havoc.
But it's again these low economy champions for Grevtar. He wants to try and roam, wants to try and make impacts on side lanes, and will happily just fall behind. So this fits into his wheelhouse so incredibly well, playing towards Guigo, setting himself up for success, and I think that's where Red Cannons will be putting a lot of their attention in these early stages.
Well, compositions are locked and loaded, and looking at these two teams, Infinity, they got themselves a wombo combo. They got the little, Pikachu on the top side with that Cataclysm. They're going to be able to lock people up if summoners are down. But for Red Cannons, if they can get ahead, if they get on top of those key carries, they're just going to be blowing them up.
Yeah, there's going to be a huge amount of back and forth here in the team fights. Like, as you said, you've got kind of the big wombo that I see is more so coming through on the CB Law side of things, where they want to jump in with the Misfortune, rock you down, get all that working for you. But when you do look at Infinity Esports, I think it's going to be more kind of trying to contain a lot of what you're going to be seeing coming through for Red Cannons, right? You've got the Jarvan to try and lock down Set, stop him from getting access to the fight. Same when you look towards the Lilia. You've got the Electric Mouse, the Danger Mouse, to make sure you can keep everyone else at bay. Buy space for this Lucian, because Lucian, a very short range carry that is prone to a lot of the CC setup that you're seeing coming through from Red Cannon's side.
And that's the big thing as well with the Lucian. He is short range. If he gets jumped upon, he will find himself in a very, very difficult position. But I've seen a lot of Lucians in my time, and we know how well they can position. You, of course, can go towards that Gale Force if you are fearing for your life that much. So we'll wait and see how this one all fans out. And we're getting everything across the pick spectrum that we expected in these first two games, because they are different at the same time, just so expected.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to see that we're getting kind of the taste for both these teams, right? We're seeing Red Cannons kind of play towards, hey, Teton trying to be more of a team fight oriented carry, Guigo on something that can provide pressure in a split push, but also having massive pressure in these team fights. And then you look across at Bugax, like, he's worked wonders on picks like the Kenna before. Style stake on this early aggressive jungle. I like what we're seeing on both sides here. It feels very kind of at home for both these teams.
We are here into game two, and now we see a little bit of a late invade coming in here from the Candids as they try and just get a little bit of early vision.
So I wanted to go into this a little bit more on the bot side of the map when I saw what the rune choice was going to be, because the reason that White Lotus and Ackerman have gone for the Lucian Nami is because, as you said, you get the Vigilance stacks, which is the passive off of Lucian, which has been added, where you can play very aggressive when you've been healed or where you've been set up with any sort of buff. Lucian then can play this lane incredibly aggressive, having the Nami E, her W, and get a ton of early magic damage off from his passive. What we've seen traditionally, though, in at least solo queue more so for the Nami, is taking electrocutes. We're not going to get that here, which just kind of adds into the lane bully pressure, but having that Guardian, at least when you're against a pretty aggressive lane in Titan and Jojo with the Misfortune Leona, does make sense, and just trying to keep yourself at arm's length and make sure you can bully your way through with the press the attack and all the extra magic damage you receive from the Nami in your passive.
Yeah, and for Titan going with that exhaust alongside the Ignite, two very aggressive summoner spell choices going into it. Whereas I look at White Lotus and Ackerman, they've gone with the heal and the cleanse. They know they just have to survive, get to those skirmishes. We have seen now in the mid lane, Cody hitting the level 2 for Grevtar, and he's going to be able to get the push in nice and early.
And this is kind of surprising. Like, Cody's actually been doing pretty good for himself when we look towards his general laning phase, right? He doesn't tend to get a huge amount of pressure, like one of the lowest jungle proximities coming through from the Latin American League, but he still comes out with about 300 gold lead for himself. So the fact he's been set behind early by Grevtar, who is the one that sometimes fall behind, is a good shout.
Grevtar going to get the early vision down. We're going to see now move on to this top side. Guigo going to try and get the trade back, but Sweeping Leg will get himself healed up just a little bit, and Bugak's going to have to play a little bit more defensively in case there's a jungler just hovering off.
Yeah, it does mean that Bugax won't really be able to shove in this wave. Now, with the fourth wave arriving, maybe he can look to actually collapse this and kind of get a nice cheater recall for himself, but certainly needs to play it safe for the moment as Cody gets a nice trade back. But you can see Aegis on this top side can't look to disrupt that top lane.
Oh, Grevthar has to flash away. Knew if he had gotten hit by those extra empowered auto attacks, he was almost certainly dead. And Bookaxe, he's not having a good time right now. Guigo is really putting in the plate, and the wave's in a terrible spot.
Yeah, and when you're that low, you've still got the E for Guigo to try and close the gap. You've got to back off. So Bookaxe never should be really in range for the engage coming through from Guigo, but keeps getting caught out by it.
Definitely not looking great for the top side for Bookaxe, but it is, of course, moved around all of the lanes. You can see pressure in the mid lane, pressure in the bots, so Red Cannon's looking like they're going to maybe use this priority they've just garnered themselves and recognize that all of top side has been taken away, so they know there is no Jarvan, but he may be there in the future.
I was surprised that Guigo didn't let the wave continue to push into him, though, and try and look for a play as... Yeah, oh, nice. Fair
Nicely done, Cody.
That's unfortunate now for Aegis. Got to see if he could. Well, it's already gone bot side as well. So, I mean, that should have been a big win for Aegis, and not able to find anything, especially as we said, like Guigo not letting that wave shove in. Aegis can't try and make a play on top, deny Bookaxe more farm. So, it means Bookaxe kind of gets away with the mistakes that he made in this early stage.
A little bit of a respite, shall we say, a reprieve coming into this top side, as the Camille will be able to keep putting on the damage. And of course, Bookaxe's job is not to win this lane. Bookaxe's job is to be that flanking cannon, is to go in with that danger mouse slicing Maelstrom and try and just get in on top of those carries. But it is feel pretty good if you can keep even.
You really need to kind of punish this Camille level 1 to 5, because if you end up falling behind, right? Camille gets level 6, you end up with the jungler up there, you kill the mouse very, very quickly. It's not a fun time, as Solid Snake going to see if he can get that early pressure on towards the map. Grevthar's wave not in the best of spots as it's pushing in against Cody.
It will crash into the wave though, so Solid Snake not realizing he was in fact Solid Snake and didn't get spotted, so he was there keeping himself alive and keeping himself in the vicinity in case something went down.
Yeah, but you can see if you look at your mini-map there, you've actually got the roam already coming up from the Leona. This is something that we see fairly often coming through from Jojo, just trying to play towards mid lane, make sure Grevthar can make these early aggressive plays so we can shove in and get those opportunities to roams. This is how we actually see not very much jungle proximity mid, but a lot of support proximity mid.
White Lotus taking an unfavorable trade with the Make It Rain and the double up, cracking him right across the face. So going to take another one to the back as the Guardian coming in clutch here to keep him nice and healthy. But again, we knew this was going to happen. They're going to be able to push in. Jojo and Titan just have a stronger, 1 to 5.
Yeah, it's the Make It Rain that makes it a little bit more difficult, but I'd love to see some pressure coming down here from Solid Snake. I think especially as you start to look towards the damage that can come out from White Lotus, you burn some flashes on towards Titan, you can very quickly start to make these plays bot side, like burn a flash, come back 2 minutes later, look towards another play, especially as you start to hit 6 on things like Solid Snake.
And again, we're seeing a lot of time being given over by Solid Snake to this mid lane, and it kind of lends itself to how we talked about this. As I might have to stop myself as Bookaxe. I should be fine. There will be a Hextech Ultimatum available, but we're looking at Cody and Grevthar. They are two very different tools for their team.
Yeah, and you can see it there, right? You're not going to have Grevthar come out massively far ahead, but when he's in lane, but he wants to try and look for these roams, link up with Aegis, and make plays towards the top side. And whereas we look at Cody, though, he's been very much a case of, I will get my own lead, lads. You go deal with elsewhere in the map, and I'll come and join you after. But you can see he managed to get that decent goal difference, but not as high of that jungle proximity.
Guigo is going to be spotting Solid Snake and realizes he's about half HP, so doesn't really want to fight that one right now. He doesn't know exactly where the mid laner of Cody is, so just backing himself up. Aegis will pick up the scuttle and will roam down. There's a little bit of an overextension. TP is available for Guigo as they're going to try and go into this. There is no ult for Aegis, so no great CC if Jojo doesn't land that Zenith Blade.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to, even if you get on towards White Lotus, right? Still has that cleanse. It was wishful thinking, but definitely gives a little bit of control towards Titan and Jojo to stop this inevitable crash, keeping White Lotus and Ackerman in lane. So it looks like Solid Snake will use that time to start up Dragon instead.
Yeah, really trying to sneak this one away. There is Scuttle Vision here for Aegis, and should be hitting level 6 as soon as he kills off this blue buff, but it might be a little bit too little too late unless he roams down. Doesn't look like he's going to be. So yeah, free Dragon going over to Infinity. And look, Dagda, you told me this was going to be more.
I tried, all right, I tried.
That this was going to have fighting, there was going to be skirmishes, but no, as I say that, I'm going to have to catch myself. I knew I could cast or curse it. We do see Summoner burned in the bot side. No real health bars for the Red Candid's bot side, but here comes Aegis with that lilting lullaby. They don't have a cleanse anymore, so if they land one ability, they should be able to get him, but not quite able to land the seed, and they're going to have to back themselves up.
Nice sidestep coming through from White Lotus on the rolling seed, so unfortunately not quite able to connect, which means they will back away. But again, like as you were saying, right, you've got a Jarvan here for Infinity You want to try and make these early plays with them because eventually you'll just kind of get outscaled. Now with the level 6 hit, I know he's going to be able to make more plays, but I wanted to see some of their spells burned before this stage so that then you can try and follow up with the Cataclysm. Make sure that they're not able to escape away from that ultimate, but we're just not quite getting it.
Oh, could have fit a bust through it as he gets himself the abscond abduct and gets himself out. A little bit of a trade damage, but honestly, I agree what you're saying, but this is kind of akin to what we've recognized in Infinity. This is how they've been pushing forward with their new game plan and pushing towards those dragon controls.
Well, it's actually been the Rift Herald control. They've been looking for those early skirmishes, trying to see if they could set it up. And this is where I'm kind of looking now to see if we can have like, okay, now Rift Herald's up, 8.5 minutes. Infinity, this is where you look for skirmishes, and we can already see the map plays and play, right? You're starting to move up your bot lane towards that. You've got the push in for Guigo on top side though, which means Red Cannons have full control over River.
Oh, we are going to see a hell of a lot of people here, as we can see now Flashback trying to get the showstopper to start it all, but it's all about the movement as he gets in, gets the haymaker. Greptar will fall down. There's Fuzz Blood, and we get a tidal wave right across JoJo and Aegis. Cataclysm down. 3 more kills going on. That's a fantastic sleep, but you have no extra damage now with the TP coming in. This fight can really begin. There's the tactical sweep. You don't get a lot, but you get one back, but it's still Infinity with the advantage.
Yeah, it's kind of the participation medal there for Guigo. Infinity Esports get that great skirmish that we were talking about, right? Cody setting that up beautifully, the flash behind, and now Infinity Esports have control of the map. They reset with all that extra gold they picked up and can now look to move towards that Rift Herald again. We'll get it here, right? Cody steals away the set ult, flash behind, and then it gets a little bit funky with the stun on stun.
It's like, you then me.
Yeah, but it still means Greptar falls. You've got the overcommit here from Red Cannons as well, because look at where Misfortune is. Teton hasn't made his way towards mid. Late play coming through from Guigo on the ultimate as well, and it's all said and done.
That felt bad. Teton not quite cancelling his own ultimate there for a second, so not quite happening for him.
I think he was going, okay, as long as I can try and keep these here still stunned up with the sleep, maybe I buy enough time for Guigo to get in, but then he tossed down the make it rain straight after, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there, but
they gave us a fight, and that's all I wanted.
Exactly.
I knew I could jinx it as soon as I started talking about how there was no fighting, but with 3 kills now going over, you're looking at about a 1,500 gold lead, and that means the Rift Heralds, which you were just talking about, are going to be in play now for the side of Infinity.
And look at all those juicy flashes that have been burned, Penguin. You're looking at a Jarvan who's got Cataclysm up soon. I'm like, all right, I can go bot lane, I'll take a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of mid, maybe a little bit of top. He's got so much to work with, and this is where I want to see Solid Snake now making those plays happen. We'll just finish off the Rift Herald. I can see already if he wants to try and put this in towards Illusion the bot lane, because although you get Kennen, who's in a relatively good spot when you come towards team fights, a lot of your damage is going to be coming from White Lotus on this Lucian.
And 2 kills onto him right now. He's going to be very far accelerated, going to be able to pick up his first item, going to be able to get towards that mythic and just again become a monster in this backside. But we'll have a look at the Hex Flash here. JoJo not quite going to go for it, but
also we will see a different build coming through from your Lucian traditionally, much more on towards the crit damage, where you're looking at the Gale Force or Kraken Slayer Infinity Edge.
Oh, Showstopper goes in as Cody gonna find himself with the Stolen Lily ultimate as get the Lilting Lullaby down, but Greptar, Solid Snake not going to be quite able to land that one there for him, and he's got to be careful. There is still another Lilting Lullaby from the original owner, as we now see the culling coming out just to try and get these health bars nice and low, but there is going to be the ultimate, but they trade it all back. It's fights on every side, and the TP coming in. That's going to be Solid Snake falling down, but we go back down to bot side, and White Lotus has picked up a kill. It's action all the time, and back into the mid lane, and Bogax has found one.
We're all over the map right now. You wanted a bit of action. This is where we're getting it. Infinity Esports managing to fight back against what could have been a miserable play coming through for them in the mid lane, but at least White Lotus and Ackerman abusing the early lead that they picked up in this bottom lane. 3 kills now for the Lucian. He'll finish off his mythic. There's the Gale Force and be right on his way towards that Infinity.
And again, you're just trading the sides of the map. You get pushing bot, but because you TP down, Bogax had the TP advantage. Now you're going to give up a bit of wave top side, so you are just trying to see what advantages you can get. I like this from the side of Infinity Esports. They're going to try and delay the backs. Yes, he will be able to get it. Now it's a little bit of a full-on skirmish. Guigo does not quite have himself the mana to go for this one, and Cody felt a little bit brave.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got that quick reset. You're still waiting on it to come through from Guigo. Little mana. You're going to be fine to try and make that, and delaying that back means he can push out this wave. Maybe we can get a little bit of a turret plate damage for himself. Whereas when we're looking across a Solid Snake, we need to keep his eyes on this jungler. Has that Rift Herald opportunity again to just add more gold into the Lucian in the bot side, if that's what Infinity Esports want to do.
We are seeing first items being picked up now. You've got the Hextech Proto Belt, or the Rocket Belt, excuse me, going on for the Cannons, who are able to push that distance in. Gore Drinker, Gale Force, which you obviously mentioned about the Lucian, but also on the other side of that, you've got the Youmuu's Ghostblade right now for the Titan, so he's going to just try and burn these health bars as quick as he can.
And that's an item that we're going to get used to seeing a lot, really strong at the moment. But Infinity Esports going to pop down this Rift Guard in the mid lane as well, and we're looking at Red trying to see if they can make a play on towards Bogas in the bottom lane to try and respond.
Yeah, they're going to look for it there. He's not going to be caught out, though. Jojo and Titan just get a little bit of themselves, show themselves on the bot side, as we do have ourselves a pause, the first pause of the World Championship. Sorry, everything's really hype for me, I guess.
Just first everything, yeah.
I'm glad that
first
I'm
paper
here.
cuss of the World Championship. First time I stubbed my toe in the dressing room.
First time I smudged my glasses. We did it. But now, like, you know, we're obviously coming into a very important time in this particular game. It is the second Dragon. We are seeing both teams looking like they want to fight it, but important to know, there's still about 30 seconds or so on things like the Cataclysm, the Lilting Lullaby, the Slicey Maelstrom, I believe, just came off of cooldown, so you are waiting a little bit longer before you feel fully confident going for a 5v5.
Yeah, and again, I think the game plan for Infinity Esports is definitely underway, right? We talk about the ability for them to try and contain a lot of what Red Canada are trying to do. Well, when you've got the opportunity for this Lucian to be 3 kills up, Gale Force already completed, you want those ultimates just like, right, we buy time, and now we've got this powerhouse Lucian enabled by the Nami, and we can set up a lot of these plays at these early fights, snowball through this AD carry. Whereas on the opposite side, you're looking at Red Cannons and kind of going, well, I mean, yeah, we can try and get Lilia into the mix, but it's really difficult against what's available. Misfortune has the Youmuu's Ghostblade, but hasn't really gotten up and rolling yet, so you're still kind of a step behind here as Red Cannons.
And I think the big thing when we look at these two compositions as well is also ease of execution. You know, it's a lot easier to land your Cataclysm, which is point and click, than it is to land, say, a Zenith Blade or even go in with a hook shot. Just in general, that's just the execution is. So you are going to find yourself with Infinity are going to be able to get onto the carries a little bit easier. It's going to be how Red Cannons respond to that.
Yeah, I think it's all about the other point and click for Guigo on the Camille. If he can lock down that Lucian, you get the Bulletstorm, yeah, whatever, coming across the top, you end up in a situation where
you're going to be locked in.
Yeah, that's where I got, a little bit messed up. But I think then you'll be a lot easier then for Red Cannons to find these team fights. And sure, then again, as we said, like one of the big carries here. Now, you still have to be careful because you have a lot of follow-up that can come through from the Kennen. We've already kind of hinted at that. Cody, pretty massive as well, coming through onto the Silas. We already see him trading pretty well against Guigo in that top lane. So you still need to kind of play it safe here as Infinity Esports and make sure you're not getting these core carries picked off as these fights open up.
Yeah,
also, sorry, by the way,
go for it.
If you ever have a bit of a downtime, just keep your eyes on Teton. I love this guy coming in on face cameras. He is the most like animated person I think I've ever seen on any of these cameras.
Honestly, I think all of them are. I think you see that a lot with the Brazilian and Latin American players as well. They're just very emotionally charged with everything they do, and it's honestly fantastic to see. You can see the passion in them, and the fans reciprocate that as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially when you look at like Guigo, right? Aegis, even the sub-mid laner Avenger, they have spent their entire professional careers on Red Cannons. Like, these are guys that are committed to this team. They are committed to making sure that they succeed, even when they like dropped out of CBLOL, then they come back in at the end of 2020. Like, this was a team that had its ups and downs. So I think when you even look at like Twitter, there's like #RedWin plastered all over my Twitter right now. So definitely a passionate fan base, but also like fans being rewarded for believing in this team for so long, where they had to go through the trenches to get to where they are.
Yeah, well, we have been given an update. Tournament officials are investigating a potential bug reported by Red Jojo. So we have got a bug potentially in the game. We will obviously keep you guys updated as long as we have any information. So hopefully it's not too serious. Hopefully we can just, maybe, keep it going for that. But obviously we have a lot of time on our hands. And we talked about the Red Candidates. And like we said, there's a lot of hype and definitely fan support for them. But again, Infinity Esports, these guys and these, this particular organization has been around an awful long time.
Yeah, I mean, do you look towards like you've got so much time here for both these rosters to try and like get into them, the regions that they want to, trying to perform. At least for Infinity Esports, they've kind of become the staple team when you look towards LLA, where they've had the success they had back in MSI. Now they're coming up again. The difference is obviously R7 was the LLA representative back in 2020, but this is their third international appearance after the 2018 Worlds.
Yeah, and we are back into game. Obviously the bug was not leading to anything game-breaking. Tournament officials have deemed it to be good enough to keep going. We'll see now if anything does pop up again. But 2 Dragons now in the back pocket for Infinity Esports. Now we're seeing that Woody's being traded, though, for the pressure in the bot for pressure in the top.
Yeah, and again, like, this is kind of the game plan here coming through for Red Cannons. They've been relying pretty heavily on Guigo to be one of their big carries, and we're kind of seeing it once again here that he's getting a ton of resources just dedicated to himself as Cody looks for a decent trade, but not winning this one.
I was going to say, I don't think he wins this one, but the sustain is crazy from Cody. He just gains 400 health out of nowhere. But this is now a 2v1. This is no longer a fair fight, but the thought of a Hex deck ultimating and landing them underneath the tower is enough to dissuade the dive.
Yeah, I mean, but with Jojo coming up, you still got to back away here as Cody, so you will get this top lane turret now coming through, and especially when Rift Herald went to Infinity Esports, the fact that Red Cannons could be the ones to crack open the first turret, get control of the map, is going to be a big win for this team. And remember what we talked about with Red Cannons. Early game team love to win out through their lanes, and it's Guigo that's managed to come out on top.
And they will lose out on top side for Infinity. They will gain a little bit of pressure now into the bot and mid, so they're just kind of trading those sides of the map again. But again, we're starting to see Infinity. They're still the ones. They are the ones with the extra kills. They are the ones with the dragons. But it's still an incredibly even gold state right now. It's only about 400 or 500 in favor of Infinity.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that is going to be on the bottom side of the map, right? White Lotus needs to be the one to step up. 3 kills on this Lucian. We've been talking about him, and at least when you look towards like the damage percent that White Lotus has done, he has the lowest damage per minute among any of the LLA bot laners. He tends to get very little attention, so the fact now he's in the carry seat kind of makes me feel like we're going back towards spring, right? Where we saw Infinity Esports playing down towards White Lotus. This is more like what we saw back at MSI rather than what I was expecting to see at Worlds 2021.
Again, there's no real reason for Infinity to fight right now. They're happy to pick up these items. They're happy to get themselves into a state where they know if they can get the right ultimates, they will have a fantastic 5v5. And for Red Cannons, they feel like they're just building up right now, getting those first, key ultimates available so they can go for that big 5v5 skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, the skirmish is going to be great. You can look to try and play through side lanes a little bit with Guigo, but my biggest problem for them here is just going to be the early dragons. And the fact that you've already got 2 as Infinity, they're starting to work towards a 3rd now. They have map control thanks to Lucian having push in mid. Makes it very easy for them to just dip their toes into river and get control like we're seeing right now. And when you feel the need as Red Cannons to try and fight some of these objectives, that's where you can start to see White Lotus pop off.
Yeah, we're seeing Guigo again, just like you said earlier, this Camille starting to get a little bit scary, trying to outscale this Kennen, and you have to have White Lotus or even Solid Snake, excuse me, hovering down towards this spot, so you have to cover for your top laner, because if Bugax just gets killed over and over and over again, you just don't really have a top laner.
Yeah, I think he's feeling the hurt coming from Guigo. Guigo's been an insanely strong top laner in the CB law. Like, when you look at his stats, 3rd in CSD at 15, 3rd in gold difference at 15.
Titan. No! I thought it wasn't going to be enough, but there's the Gale Force. They even have the cleanse just for good measure, and that's going to be a nice little kill into the mid lane, into the back pocket of White Lotus.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see a little bit more Lucian Nami. Seems like it's pretty all right, pretty okay.
Sorry. Looks cool.
And I think as well, but to be fair, Red Cannons haven't really been given it a huge amount of respect, right? You see Titan trying to walk up there, trying to play off of having teammates there, but White Lotus more than happy to just take that quick trade. It will be answered by Red Cannons on the bottom side as they look to get control, but certainly nice job from Infinity.
Yeah, very, very nice job here as we can see Ackerman just taking away that little bit of vision in the river. So again, it just kind of delays Red Cannons a little bit. It means that Guigo can't take that full tower. It means he has to back away because they just don't have the numbers on the map.
Yeah, the issue though is having lost that mid lane turret now for Red Cannons, you can start to look for more aggressive plays, right? Push in mid with like White Lotus, look to get control over these side lanes and in the jungles, and then start to dip into Fog of War, look to play off of those side towers. It becomes really difficult for Red Cannons to try and protect themselves on side lanes when Solid Snake can show up at any point in time.
Well, Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. It is a Cloud Soul coming onto the rifts as Infinity would like. Don't think they have any real reason to kind of, push themselves in a bad position for it, but they would definitely like to get themselves onto Soul Point, especially this early on. As we have a quick look at the gold, and they are looking at a couple of resets they would like to get in, specifically in that top half of the map. Bugax and Solid Snake sticking on about 1,000 gold each.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem here is that you've got 30 seconds left. At least you got the TP on Bugax to try and get back, but you had Guigo go for that faster reset. He's happy to stay out on the map for the moment, and now they can start to move in towards River for Red Cannon. The question, though, is if Infinity Esports are willing to give this, it is just a first Cloud Dragon for Red Cannons, and look to make a play elsewhere.
It looks like Red Cannons don't want nothing to do with it right now. They have committed 3 members of their team up towards that top side to just try and maybe catch someone out on a poor rotation. Now they're looking for a reset. There is a TP there for Grevthar, so him and Guigo can join the fight at a moment's notice, but they get vision in the bot side, but I feel like it's still going to be Infinity with the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Red at least have control of River. You're getting the Grevthar having just picked up his Gore Drinker, which is going to be pretty crucial for him when he gets towards these team fights. So at least Red have managed to delay it enough before they start this up in case a fight does kick off. Because as we said, Infinity Esports, they're ahead. They have this massive Lucian. Why not try and use him?
Yeah, absolutely. He's still waiting to finish off his Essence Reaver, but right now, White Lotus is definitely feeling pretty strong. They are looking to maybe just trade this one, saying, look, we don't care about the dragon. Or maybe we do. They're not sure, Dagda. They're not quite sure. We're in, we're out.
Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, it's just, they're not quite sure. But I think they know that this will be a free objective. They can go for it, and they can get the push in bot side as well.
Yeah, that was the big thing, was like, hey, now we've got shove in mid with White Lotus, like we talked about. Now we can start to rotate bot. We've got push for Bugax in the bottom lane, so they can get Dragon. They can go bot lane turret at the same time. And look at where Cody is, right? He's just rotated up to top to collect that big wave. So you're not actually losing too much on the map for going for this. As White Lotus, though, might lose his life.
They're going to go for it, but a nice little tidal wave. But a great solar flare catches out Ackerman. And that was a 2-man commitment, but we even got the TPs coming in. They're going to put down the Hexag ultimatum, and Cody is dead. And the blink of an eye, 2 quick kills, and Red Candidates have themselves everything.
And in Infinity Esports, they just commit too much. This is something that we saw a lot from them in the regular season, was they just get dangled a fight in front of them. They'd overcommit to it and end up losing it. Now, it pays off sometimes, but this time it comes back to bite them, and Red Canids now have control of the map.
Have control of the map. They got control of this top side as well. They're going to be able to take down this turret, with Shelly getting herself a bop on the head to that one there. Not much Bugax can really do about it. As I say that, though, everyone from the side of Infinity Esports is coming out, so not going to overcommit. They're not going to do the same mistake that Infinity just did.
Yeah, they really just want to try and get back onto the map as fast as possible, right? You're going to want to try and get Guigo down into this bottom lane, keep him as your split pusher, make sure that you can get control of mid lane, especially with the mid lane turret down. But this was just a really good engage coming through from Aegis, and instant follow-up from the support. Brilliant engage coming through from Jojo that sets up Teton for success, and then just the overcommits completely from Infinity.
Oh, we got to go back into this one here as Ackerman gets caught out, brought into the showstopper, and that happened on the other side of the map. Misfortune picked up a kill onto the Lucian. They're just falling like flies. What happened to this great early game, Dagda? What's going on?
Red Cannons happen, and they're just eating up Infinity everywhere they go, and now it's Red Cannons who are moving over towards the Baron. Infinity maybe trying to see if they can contest, but Solid Snake spot on a wall.
They're going to go straight back into it. The Solar Flare will not land. Cody did steal away the showstopper, so this is going to be a little bit difficult now for the side of Red Cannons. They've already used a lot of ultimates and a lot of summoners. They're trying to keep this Baron procced, but it's a bit dangerous. Solid Snake is off to the back of the pits. They know where roughly he is, but not exactly. They don't have great vision. Baron down to 7,000 HP. Bugax still flash, still got Proto Belt, and still got the ultimate. He's going to have to slicing himself out and get himself back to safety. Red Cannon's not willing to burger flip it.
Yeah, Infinity, they had the respawns. White Lotus and Ackerman coming out from base, and unfortunately, Red, they just don't commit hard enough. They're not sure where Infinity is. Bugax thought about it for a second there into Grevthar, but now you have to reset as Red, and you're giving up all this beautiful control you just got in this Baron area.
Yeah, really was. We have a look now at the replay, and it's just kind of Ackerman just going, where's your buddy? You need a buddy system.
Especially as Nami, like face checking the dark as a Nami is, you're just gonna end up with sushi. So gone is the Nami. White Lotus here as well, trying to push up mid, not having that control on the side, and great plays coming through from Red, just managing to capitalize on 2 oversteps from Infinity.
This game, again, back to an even Steven state. The only real advantage you have for Infinity is those dragons stacking. There's a little over 2 minutes until that soul spawns, and the ultimates would be pretty good for the likes of the Cataclysm, of course the Slicing Maelstrom, and even the Silas as well, regardless of whatever he picks. So a lot of good options there available to him. For Red Candidates, they feel like they're the ones that are being a bit more proactive. They feel like they're the ones that are looking to catch them out.
Yeah, and I like what we're seeing here as well, right? You're getting the reset coming through from Grevthar. He's going to link up with those members mid. They get full push. This will give them the opportunity to get vision in towards the top side jungle, making sure they're getting that nice deep vision for the Baron, making sure that when they get another opportunity like they just had, they can go for those plays in towards the Baron area. And just leave Guigo to do his thing, right? Titanic Hydra picked up. This Camille's totally fine to just sit there on their own and just take over that side lane.
Well, minute 30 until the dragon spawns. We are seeing a few items being picked up. I noticed that Bugax has got his Zonya's Hourglass. Very important to note that one there. And on the other side as well, you've got Aegis with his. So big teamfight extending tools available now to both sides, as both those 2 champions want to be in the face of everyone else.
So Red Now trying to see if they can, as you say, get control over River. You've got at least Bugax who's pushing out bot, but will separate him.
Cody's going to get Hextech ultimatum, but they're going to commit the TP straight away. And they're going to turn this one around straight away onto the Camille. But it is Cody who falls first. There we go. Bugax trying to use a slicing maelstrom. You have to get the Haymaker off. He will eventually get it. Age is almost going down. Solid Snake in the backside. And Teton goes forward, finds himself the kill. They will find out Solid Snake. He's not quite able to get the Cataclysm down. And they will get themselves 3 more kills. They don't need the Dragon. They can turn for Baron.
So well played by Red, just keeping themselves at arm's length, finding those engages again. It feels like Infinity, they're just off kilter, too late coming in on the backside of that fight. And now Red can move over towards this Baron. Guigo already resetting as well to make sure he gets full use out of the big purple worm.
You got to get himself back out onto the map as quick as he can. It is a slow enough Baron. You have got a Misfortune, so not quite going to be the quickest of objectives taken down, but will go down nonetheless. And that will be a massive move now as we have a look now at the replay.
Yeah, you're going to see here just keeping control of River. Cody takes that step too far, and this is the combo that we're talking about, right? We go locking key members up, keeping them in place. They pick off Cody, and yes, Solid Snake is doing work in the back line, but the front side of this fight is just far too strong for Red, pushing people off. And now you can see in the bottom side, they want to make sure that they can pick up this next Dragon as well.
Oh, that hook shot stunned the Solid Snake, just making sure he couldn't jump onto Aegis. And you feel like if he gets that Cataclysm, he gets the point, and there is the animations you were talking about.
I love this, man. I love Teton so much. Every time I was watching him on the screen, it was just like going absolutely berserk.
We have a look at the damage graph there, and you can see the set. Grevtar doesn't need a lot of resources, but is doing significant damage coming into these fights.
Yeah, I mean, doing massive work, especially when you're able to hit onto multiple people with that Haymaker like we saw in that last fight. That's what's making the difference. And obviously you got the Gore Drinker as well to make sure you're staying nice and topped up underneath that shield. So just nice play coming through. And now we got that Red Bull Baron power play about to start up, and you kind of got control of everywhere right now for Red.
And all of a sudden, it's a 3,500 gold lead. You've stopped the Dragon stacking. That's not going to be for another 4.5 minutes. You are waiting now for Infinity for a couple of key items. But looking on the other side, you got 3 on the Misfortune. Misfortune's just absolutely ridiculous amount of pure damage coming out onto those squishies, like the Nami, like the Lucian. And it's just going to be so much harder to walk up and get those fights.
Yeah, and you can see as well, like the thing that we hit on earlier on, the Youmuu's Ghost Blade doing work, because you get so much opportunity to reposition with the speed up. Just crazy powerful item right now after the changes that we saw in the patch as well. Cheaper, 15 ability, haste, only losing 5 AD for that. That's a trade deal I'll take any day of the week. And now Red are taking everything on this map as well, and Infinity are kind of being left done raw by a lot of these trade deals.
Yeah, they're not really getting the best of it. They're a little bit of a lone shark right now is Red Candidates. We can see White Lotus going forward, seeing if he can maybe get something going from him. Guigo is here. He's going to jump straight in on top of Cody. There's a showstopper to try and get the bullet time going. He will get the damage, and there's a fantastic solar flare that cannot continue onto it, but it's still Red Candidates pushing forward, pushing strong.
And again, Bugax just late to the fight. Infinity Esports already gone by the time this Kennen shows up, so you've now got the waves pushing in. Guigo goes to situate himself down back around bot side, and now Red can continue the onslaught of the base.
They got the wave in bot side as well, so they can go for either side. As we can see, thank you observers for showing us, there's just 2 being stretched too thin, and now Guigo trying to see if he can jump onto Bugax. They're going to land the Zenith Blade. They're going to pop out the Slicing Maelstrom in defense just to try and keep himself alive. Cody has got the showstopper, and these health bars are starting to get a little bit low. They'll take the inhibitor to back themselves out.
And Red, they've kind of taken what they wanted, right? They got the inhib, you get a bit of pressure down onto that bottom side, they'll reset with a 4,000 gold buff off of that Red Bull Baron power play, and now as they come back out, you've got 2.5 minutes until the next Dragon. They can continue to shove out, make sure they keep control of it, and make it impossible for Infinity to even try and contest that soul. But we'll look at it here again, like Grevtar, just great positioning, spot Solid Snake is like, cool, I can just ram this Jarvan straight in on top of Infinity, and there's so much follow-up damage over the top of this with that wombo combo that we discussed.
It's just too easy right now for the side of Red Candid. They have themselves so many ways of just getting on top of you, and if you're just that little bit far extended, it is punished. It is very punishing. So Infinity, they've got to find themselves a moment of just respite, calm themselves down, recenter themselves, and know that they still have this Lucian who is huge. They just need to try and find an opportunity for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the only way that you can really do that would have been, you know, a couple of towers ago, right? Try and sack one, see if you can make a play off towards a side lane, like catch Grevtar as he moves in, try and catch Guigo before he can escape, but unfortunately, the timing's kind of gone because the towers you're sacking are inhibitor turrets, are your inhibitors, and with Red already having one, you really don't want to lose 2-3 more.
6,500 gold lead as we come up a minute and a half until this Dragon Soul does take another effect, but Infinity very unlikely that they'll be able to move outside of their base. They are waiting for some pretty big items to come in, and honestly, I know we hyped up Cody, but 0-4 on the Silas, it just really hasn't happened for him.
Yeah, I mean, it started off relatively okay, right? Well, back and forth, I'll say, actually, because he lost one level 3, but I think the big thing is you're kind of leaving yourself open to a lot of these counter picks, and that's what Set does well. Silas's early stages aren't the best, so yeah, Grevtar gets control. He's able to have a bit more impact at these team fights, and unfortunately, Infinity Esports just haven't found fights that do well for them. Instead, it's been, oh, Cody TPing late, Bugax TPing late, whereas Red are grouped up and ready to go.
We finally got the third item here for White Lotus. Important to note, in case there is a fight coming up in this near future, Titan has got himself the stopwatch, so is going to be able to keep himself alive that little bit longer if he finds himself overextended. So Infinity running out of options right now. It's going to take a lot for them to be able to, again, find these opportunities, because the Guigo is huge. 3 items, has the Sterix gauge now. It's just so damn tanky that it's just impossible to burst down. You've got the Zhonya's onto the Lilia. You've got Set, who in general is just an annoyance kind of to try and deal with. Who do you, unless you get onto Misfortune, who are you going to kill?
Nobody. Yeah.
Thank
it's
you.
just, yeah.
Thank you.
Gotcha,
I just need to confirm.
No worries, I got you. Yeah. But that's the thing, right? It's like, unfortunately, you don't win in either of the solo lanes right now. Guigo shows up, Cody runs away. Grevtar can go and push a side lane. You're not going to burst him out right now. So Red pushing sides, they push in mid stronger as well, because Teton is now ahead of White Lotus. So you just fall back. Red will take this, and then they can start to just shove in mid and continue this pressure through the 3 lanes and just wait for Infinity Esports to crash. Wait for this Baron that's now in 25 seconds, and look at all that vision control. There is not a single ward anywhere up here that is a blue ward.
Yeah, it's a little bit desperate right now for Infinity. They are boxed into their base. There is nowhere safe for them outside of the walls. And even then, there could be a sneaky teleport, ward. They don't know just yet. They have to keep sweeping it. They have to keep checking it to make sure that they do not get caught out. So they're going to try and venture out as a group, as a conglomerate, because there's safety in numbers.
I don't know if there is, though. That's the problem. Like, there's safety in numbers as long as you're ahead. But this stage, I'm like, oh, maybe it's a little bit risky. Maybe you kind of set yourself up for that big wombo from Red. But Red looking for that quick reset. We're going to see, though, a third item's kind of completed across the board here. You got Aegis, even who has kind of gone more of a bruiser route here now that he has the Zhonya's Hourglass completed, the Demonic Embrace. Pretty standard, but it just means that it's harder to take down this Lilia. And again, we're just going to see them float over towards this Rift Herald, and with the double percentage health damage coming through from Lilia, Guigo being as big as he is, they will tear through this bar.
And the Demonic Embrace is just so massive as they have no vision, and they can't move forward on it. Now they've used a trinket, so Jojo will be seen to about half HP, and they'll back themselves away. Guigo going in now to Solid Snake, who immediately flashes away. Do they commit? They do not. They got the flash. They know that Solid Snake has to commit, and once he's in, he's in.
And that's the thing. Now, again, they're just slowly but surely whittling off with these summoner spells. They can just go back and commit. There's no real pressure on the map for them right now. And it looks like they might even try to aggress a little bit further forward, playing towards the dark, and see if they can catch out Infinity. But, I mean, at least the blue ward for the moment, making Infinity Esports think they're safe.
That's the last blue trinket available, and now Baron going down to about half its HP. You can see now Red Cannon, so they don't want it. They don't want to try and get the Baron. They want to go for the fight straight away. Solid Snake in a little bit of trouble. He's the one who has to face check as we go in. We're going to see a Hextech ultimate coming out. There's the bullet time. They're not quite getting it on top of people that they want, but there is the death of the jungler now as they try and go in for the showstopper. Cody not quite able to get the abscond of Duck. These health bars are too low. It's a double kill for Grevtar. It's a double kill for Titan, and that's going to be the game.
I mean, secure, contain, protect. The package was delivered successfully as they just keep Teton safe. Bugax never gets the opportunity to try and use this big ultimate, and now Red will look to close out the second game of the World Championship.
They will look to try and push this one in. They got all the ways they could possibly want. They're even going to TP in. It's Ackerman versus the world. This is reminding me of a bit of Attack on Titan. Ackerman versus the Titans, but the Titans come out on top in this particular instance. It will be advantage in the Copa America to the Brazilian side.
And so well played by Red Cannons. We talk, hey, you know, early stages, they like to try and play through this top side game. We go ahead, play through those strong lanes. But the big thing that was missing from the regular split was going to be that mid-game shot calling. They step up here, play well through the objectives, finding opportunities to trade. And now it's Red Cannons with one on the board.
Big win. You want to start off with a win. That momentum can be huge, and you're just going to get better, or at least you hope that you're just going to get better because you're feeling more comfortable on stage, you're feeling more comfortable with the meta, and like we said, you start off on the right foot.
Yeah, I mean, gorgeous, gorgeous play. And I'm excited to see what Red Canids can continue to do now, right? As Todd nearly falls off the stage, but just, you've already got one on the board. You're looking good, a bit of a confidence boost as well. Now, we still got to look at, okay, Grevtar, level 1 going a little bit astray, the bot lane not looking so hot against this Lucian Nami, but certainly like things that you can pick up as you start to get used to the meta, start to figure out how you want to play your style, and I think it's a good start for Red Canids.
Really, really red start. It's a red start. They were on red side and now the red Canids, excuse me, but it is going to be a great start for them. CBLOL going to be happy with that. Of course, we want to see if they're able to put that, but check out Peace's pick as the song represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. The LCO champions selected Believer by Imagine Dragons, and versus LNG, they will look to make everyone believe in another LCO miracle.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Well, Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk app, as I have a bit of an echo, just signaling that to production. But Red Canids, they just secured their first win at Worlds 2021, and I'm joined by Emily Rand for a closer look at what is a phenomenal start for the CBLOL, and I feel like the CBLOL is always a bring it on the international stage.
Well, and it typically starts with a win, right?
Yeah.
Like there is a win that happens, and then for whatever reason, adjustments don't happen after that to, improve as much as other teams, or other teams adapt and adjust to the meta differently than they do. So we'll see how Red are able to
evolve.
Yeah, exactly, and build upon what they did in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout, because CBLOL teams always come in very proactively, but then maybe not evolve as much. So let's focus on the things that they can take from this game that worked out perfectly. I want to call out our Oppo player of the game, Greftar. If you don't know, Greftar was actually sharing the mid lane position with Avenger. He comes from Academy and is pretty new to all of this, and especially to Worlds.
Yeah, and I think the big thing when we talk about him and what he does for this team, he's not this kind of player who is just going to be like absolutely dumpstering lane, right? He's not going to be super lane dominant. They even showed his laning stats, and I know both Penguin and Dogda touched upon this, but what he is going to do is, in a team fight like this, he will be able to set up these engages for his team, and in a team composition where all you need is that amazing set engage for everyone to follow up, if everything's working, it looks really good. And he does have, I think when I watched him in CBLOL playoffs, he does have a really strong initiation sense for that. So if we're talking about how we build on that, we saw, we're seeing a highlight reel here of some of his really better engages. We saw a few engages where his engages were good, and then the team necessarily wasn't exactly there at the timing. So if we're looking at how do we improve on what they already did well in this game, it's that. It's getting those timings down even better, especially if they're going to continue to run compositions like this. They're generally easier to execute, especially if everyone's on the same page.
Definitely so. And for Greftar, I believe in talking to the experts, they also said he has a wealth of champions he can bring to adjust to what the team needs. And that is, of course, a plus when you're in such a tournament with so many back-to-back games.
Yeah, and I believe this was his first set. For his first professional set
we
game.
haven't
So
found it yet.
and he has already played a wealth of picks, like you said. Some of them work, some of them don't. We saw the Kled flash, so CBLOL fans might have been happy about that because we saw that in playoffs. I'm really, really curious to see how he and the team evolve from this one.
But a great start out of the CBLOL on the Red Canids. And when we come back, we'll take a closer look at Peace's first game at Worlds 2021 as they take on LNG.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we are gearing up for LNG. Second time we'll see the fourth seed out of the LPL versus Peace. Of course, at MSI just a couple of months ago, the LCO made history, the first ever group stage berth at an international event with Pentanet. But now we have Peace, who beat Pentanet, ran the lower bracket over in the LCO, and made it to Worlds. Chronicler, how would you describe this team?
They had a really interesting journey, because I think after MSI, a lot of people became big fans of Pentanet because there was such a iconic team that had a big impact. But Peace did so incredibly well after a rough summer split where they were kind of held back by a lot of roster issues. But once they actually settled on this roster, they just demolished everyone. Finals including, right? Like that 3-0 that they found over Pentanet, coming in as, honestly, not massive underdogs, but underdogs nonetheless, and just showing very well-measured aggression, stable gameplay, not really reliant on cheese or over-aggression, playing really well in the bot lane, and looking really good as we get into the match that they're going to take on against LNG.
Yeah, great fundamentals, early aggression, great objective control, and overall, you mentioned the issues they had in terms of the roster. That is, of course, unfortunate. We need to also call out Babip and Tally, who've been at international events before and are really legend in their regions. But because of the issues they had in terms of fielding their full roster, Vizicachi is now playing top lane. How does that change the dynamic of this team?
So when I look at, like, Babip and Tally are obviously going to be focusing on them as a mid-jungle duo. Vizicachi is an incredibly smart top laner, and he has, I mean, people know him for some, let's just say, highly specific pocket picks and a very specific play style. So what I'm very curious about if we're going into this matchup is, are they going to focus a little bit more on the top side matchup and take a look at that against LNG, or are they going to continue what they kind of did well to get here and focus on bot lane?
It'll be such a big question because, as said, they are up against LNG, and LNG was all about Ale in the later games on Jax versus Hanwha Life Esports in the opening game of Worlds. It was crazy, and I think when we look beside what a great performance he had on Jax, it also to me signaled that LNG have options when it comes to countering a composition with things you may not expect, or different ways to counter what the enemy brings to the table.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing that we can piggyback and we talked about in pre-show, right, as to how they got here. They do tend to find, and again, maybe it's Gragas, they tend to find something that they like overly focus on, or that's going to be the key for them going up against opponents. So I'm really curious about that. Again, if you're looking at mid-jungle, you're looking at Icon doing a little bit more of a supportive role, or kind of just soaking up enough pressure so that Tarzan can pop off. And I don't even think Tarzan probably had the game he wanted to on Kiana in this game whatsoever. So I'm also looking to see what he pulls out against Babip in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Babip also has he can do kind of everything, and he's always very, very serviceable and more, but he can also do what is needed for the team, and that includes aggressive jungle picks. Chronicler, after that first game where LNG beat your HLE, what are you expecting from them, and how has your opinion maybe improved on them for this game and the rest of play-ins?
I was expecting LNG to look really good, so I'm not shocked, even though, of course, I will always favor Hanwha. They lost in the way that we expected. The one thing that I think LNG did show some weakness in, and so did Hanwha Life, but that might be a possible opening for Peace, was the bot lane. I think that Light, despite getting a little bit of early attention, didn't have the cleanest game, and with how well Violet has played and how well he's utilized resources on Peace, that might be a possible opening.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, especially since we did see Light in a few team fights kind of fumble in a composition where you're really relying on that Misfortune ult to be a huge part of it. We saw it in the previous game as well with Red. Like, you really, really need to hit that, and you need to have good coordination. I do think, though, that the coordination piece will come in handy for LNG here, especially if Peace are still dealing with, figuring out where Chachi fits in their lineup is all.
Oh, no, absolutely. I think it was incredible that the LCO, after, of course, we all know what happened at the beginning of this year, made it to the MSI group stage. And I think that the fans are excited to see Peace. But we'll have to see if LNG can go 2-0. So let's leave it to our casters.
Jackson, I don't know. I don't want to say that the LCK boys are a little salty, but we're undefeated. LPL 100% win rate, undefeated at Worlds.
Kick the man while he's down. Just kick him while he's down.
I got to get my digs in now because later in the tournament it's not going to be fun for me.
Yeah, fair.
Welcome one and all back to the caster desk. We are going to be bringing you LNG versus Peace. First time we're seeing Peace today, of course. And honestly, they as I said on the desk, they have opportunities here, but there is definitely going to be you got to step up to this.
Yeah, one of the big things that we've seen from Peace is kind of the aggressive early game, right? And if they can try and set themselves up for success there, as the desk rightly pointed out, LNG playing a much slower paced game. So if you can try and take this aggressive route, maybe you can wrestle control and look to snowball like we've seen from Peace. Because I was talking to Rusty back over in the LCO, and I was saying, hey, look, what's been the kind of the big change that we've seen coming through from Peace? And it has been them finding success in this mid game. They were always incredibly strong in the early game, but when you look back towards Split 1 back in spring, it was them losing out to Pentanet because they wouldn't get control in the mid game. Then when you come in towards summer into Split 2, they've now kind of got control over their mid game, and they were able to beat out Pentanet and take this first spot coming into the World Championship.
And of course, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. The desk mentioned as well, Visit Chachi. It's just an unknown. We do not know. There is not enough information on this man. We can take solo queue, but let's be real, that's not exactly a representation of anyone's particular build or their creed. And this guy could be a fantastic wow factor for this team and for the entire OCE region.
Yeah, and I think as well, kind of getting a bit more safety, I think, in their team fights. When I was looking, sometimes their team fights looked absolutely spectacular. It was like picture perfect, beautiful. Other times it was kind of a bit chaotic.
So
Front
much.
lines over here, back lines going, lads, can we please get some help? So I think definitely having Visit Chachi, the experience that he brings, as the desk pointed out as well, that he likes these more kind of tank-oriented picks like the pocket pick. You're also looking at picks like Maokai and these kind of things that he's famous for. I think it's going to give a bit more security to the back line in team fights and give Violet more of an opportunity to pop off in this bottom lane.
You can see it right there, coach going over to Visit Chachi saying, look, don't pick Poppy yet. We keep it, we'll leave it, we'll keep it as a pocket pick later on. Because the big thing, I think, coming into this tournament, and specifically with play-ins, is that you don't have to be first, you just don't have to be last. And that's the big thing, to have your season extended and get into those best of fives.
That's a loser mentality. How dare you? This is where you need to win.
There's
You
always
win
a
every
chance.
game, every time, no matter what.
No, but that is the big thing. There is we obviously talk about skill discrepancies, but you pick up that surprise win, you get that one little edge over someone. This is a round robin best of one. I've done it again. But, you have to just take as many chances as you can, and these best of ones are the best opportunity.
Yeah, and I think this way there's always the chance to have that major upset come through, and that's what I'm talking about. Peace, specifically in their early game, I want to see if they can get this ball rolling, because we saw LNG, if they're going to take Tarzan on towards champions that kind of work after 6, like the Kiana, open up this early game to have a ton of fun down in the bottom side of the map. And we've seen traditionally as well that Peace have been more focused on the dragons, looking to get themselves set up for that, look to go towards Soul Point. So if you're trying to play off of, hey, Tarzan's on a later scaling jungler, we can now try and try to punish Light, who looked a bit shaky. Let's see if we can do it.
And I think if you look at these two teams, how they got here is incredibly similar as well. Yes, obviously Peace had to win the LCO, but they both ran the gauntlet. They started from the bottom of the ladder. They ran as many games as they physically could, and that's how they ended up earning their spot on this World Championship stage. This is why they are here representing their regions, and the likes of Pentanet, which we obviously mentioned on the desk, aren't.
Yeah, and again, when I was talking to Rusty, he was like, hey, look, they looked kind of rough coming in towards playoffs. In that first best of 5s, obviously there was a lot of the chopping and changing and moving and grooving when you got towards their roster, but they managed to get it in and working towards playoffs, and then they looked spectacular, honestly looking like favourites the entire way through playoffs. So don't be fooled by the 5th place finish. This is a very strong team from the PCS and a ton of experience, some of the best talent the PCS has produced in the likes of Bapip and Tali.
You mean the LCO?
LCO, sorry.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said PCS.
PCS,
I think you read PCE.
Yes, I did, yeah.
It's all good, it's all good. There's a lot of teams. We got to look over a lot of different ground. But we are into picks and bans. The Nidalee, the Twisted Fate, the Jace, the Aurelia, and the Lucian. So again, these big solo lane power picks being taken off the board.
Yeah, and I think a lot of pocket picks going off the board for Peace as well, right? The Nidalee has been a favourite of Baba. He undefeated on it, looks phenomenal on it in playoffs, so taking that away. And when you look across at Tarzan, I think a few people have been watching the solo Q streams will recognize he's pretty strong on the Lee Sin, so getting that away alongside power picks. But LeBlanc instantly locked in for Icon. This has been a strong pick for him back home, and now we get to see it on the international stage as well.
It's almost like he's iconic on it as we look towards now the side of Peace as they move on to... If only there was a camera to show your distaste to my pun. But we are going to see them lock in the Misfortune. And now, last time we saw it, it did exceptionally well. Obviously, that damage is absolutely insane with that double up, and of course with the lethality build you end up going. But I want to see now, with the Amumu finally left open, do they end up moving towards that as quickly as we might see?
I mean, nobody's really gone towards it, and it looks like actually what Tali's going to do is go, hey, look, I don't really want to fight against this LeBlanc. I'm just going to take this big old AP bruiser and look to try and play off through sidelines, set up for the Misfortune in that similar fashion. Now, the big thing that you need, obviously, is the engage tool. So things like an Alistair, things like that really start to rise up in priority for Peace in the support role to allow you to set up for this big 1-2 combo. And I think that's what we're starting to see more and more, at least at this stage over our last 3 games, is a lot of times those wombo combo team fights are working out brilliantly for their respective teams.
Aphelios locked and loaded for the first time here at the 2021 Worlds, and that is a pick that can 1v9 if everything else in the game goes wrong.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see the Thresh locked in with it as well, give a bit more control over towards that bottom half of the map, trying to give a Lantern to safety as well from the, the Galio trying to sweep his way in as well. But Tarzan has his eyes on this Kiana from the last game as well, and I mean, it's a very strong jungler at the moment, and one that can take over in team fights.
Does obviously put a lot of pressure now on the side of Peace. They got to figure out where do you want to choose your last pick right now, because if you don't pick a jungler, you're going to have a lot of things, a lot of options banned away from you. But if you do not pick up the support, your Misfortune could be left in a bad state as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they decide to go towards, because in my mind, right, if I'm on LNG side, I'm like, we would like Thresh, we would like Braum. They're the 2 picks that we see most often with the Aphelios. But if you're on Peace's side, hey, look, maybe you decide to try and take one of them away, and then you go towards it. But we will finally get the Sad Mummy onto the screen. It will be the Curse of the Sad Bullet time down to that bottom side.
I thought they'd never pick a Mumu. It's just been so long, and I've been so excited to see this one now, and it's all about that wombo combo. Peace have put out very clearly saying Galio ult, Amumu ult, Misfortune ult, once combined together, you're dead.
Yeah, and the reason that we're seeing the Amumu rise up is because they did change him. His Q now can hold on to a second stack of it, and you can toss it out once every 3 seconds. So very quick at going in. Spider-Man is way in, Spider-Man is way out, or just follow up on any sort of engages. So crazy strong pick, and why we're seeing Peace start to go, right, let's get rid of the supports. Let's make this Aphelios uncomfortable and make sure that we can actually set up off that strong bot lane. Rakan taken off the board to try and disrupt the bullet time. Maybe they look towards something like a Leona as well, because Leona great at stopping Misfortune in a lot of situations. Or they can also go towards the Braum. Safety, both for the Aphelios and in blocking up that big bullet time.
Well, they do get rid of the Thresh, so LNG kind of been put into one. I will say the Braum is still very much on the board. Has, of course, got the stand behind me, and of course the Poppy. I just saw that. Poppy and Kennen being banned away. Vizicachi getting some respect to his name.
Yeah, and well deserved, right? This guy has been, well, disappeared for a little bit, but certainly like Splice 2018, gone to Worlds several times. Like, this is a very strong top laner that Peace have managed to pick up. So let's see what he decides to go with. I feel though here you just go towards your jungle pick, hide what you want to go towards for Chachi, and it is going to be the Zed. So Zed insanely fast clear at the moment, because we got the change where his passive, when you drop a minion below 60% health in the jungle, will take that extra damage. So his clear is insane right now.
Not only that, but you get this clear in, he's obviously going to be going into the jungle. Can still technically flex, but we do expect it to be in the jungle. But not only that, you now have a point and click, get me on top of this carry, get me to kill this Aphelios, and can get in, get out, if played correctly, so damn effectively, as LNG now start to lock in the last bit of their composition. Oh my lord, the Fiora locked and loaded here for Ale.
I love this. So LNG have just gone, right, you know what, Ale, we love these 1-4s. We're just going to continue to have you on these strong side split pushers, and when you're looking towards things like Camille, you really don't want to be playing against this Fiora. So it looks like Vizicachi going to go back towards kind of your more basic stuff, keep yourself safe, keep yourself on that weak side top laner, and go back towards the gangplank.
And there's more AoE, more ultimates available here from the side of Peace. They got themselves a Venn diagram of doom, but you got to be inside the Venn diagram to be able to get the most out of it. So compositions locked and loaded. I feel like Peace, we know what they're going to be going for, but I am keeping dead eyes on that Zed.
Yeah, I mean, for Peace, team fights, right? You're going to be able to take over. Big AoE, as you already mentioned. I think for LNG, it's much more interesting, though, right? Because you can try and play it through side lanes with both the LeBlanc, if you can get up and rolling, the Fiora as well, try and take over there. Just disappear into Fog of War, look for picks, look to try and play around Ale once more. And this is very different from what we saw on LNG in the past, right? We'd see a little bit of attention towards Ale. He would try to play these carries, but it was much more team fight focused. When you have this Fiora, yes, you can play team fights, but you certainly want to be in a side lane much more.
Absolutely, and that's where we, Fiora, name a better duo, Chinese Tops and Fiora. It's kind of a history at Worlds, shall we say, and it looks like Ale is the next to step up to that plate as we get the coaches giving themselves their good, decent bows and get a bit of respect, but for LNG, this is an opportunity for them to just cement themselves as the first seed in Group A.
And I mean, for LNG, you kind of come into this and you're like, right, we are the one of the favorites coming in alongside Hanwha in this group. I mean, solidifying a second win is going to be crucial, but for Peace, there's always that moment where when there's less pressure on you, that's when you can play at your best, right? Because you don't have to worry about, oh, well, we dropped a game to LNG, that's fine. So maybe Peace want to come into this and try some funky stuff. You've got a crazy strong early game coming through off of your bot side of the map, with Tali being able to roam Babip on this Zed as well, especially when he hits level 6, can be so potent. So you do have to keep your eye on Peace and if they can make these plays from the mid to the bot side.
We are on to the Rev. LNG on the blue, Peace on the red. The LCO, the OS representatives coming in for the first time in the World's 2021 Championship. LNG looking to solidify themselves atop the side of Group A, and this is going to be a curious matchup. I think everyone's eyes are going to be on see how Peace come in and how they're able to establish themselves in this group.
Yeah, and I think as well, like for the LCO fans, they're going to be looking to go, right, like Babip, this was one of the guys that we expected to kind of move on. Like, he was one of the most likely to succeed from the LCO, thought they'd be a shoo-in for the LCS team, and unfortunately just it wasn't quite able to make it, but came back and was like, right, I have my pick of the litter here. Who do I want to try and play with? And he specifically chose Peace because he wanted to play with Tali, who used to play on Golden Guardians Academy. Both these guys have been to Worlds before. Now you're adding Visit Chachi into the mix as well, a third experienced player on that world stage. Like, and you've got Violet, who honestly is, I asked Hysterics. Hysterics was like, yeah, Violet is like the mini Uzi of LCO. He was so hyped for Violet.
And you know what? Oh, I'm going to stop myself as we see a portal combat in this bush. It is Iwandi, though, who's taking a bad trade, and this is the double bandage shots we talked about. Iwandi forced to flash away, but now you can see Light with the red gun trying to go in, has himself a little bit more damage, not quite able to get it, and already we're seeing some fighting.
Yeah, the big thing, though, for Aladoric is that now that he's actually traded a lot of his health bar, he doesn't really have the engage with Violet. He's looking for it.
Right. Oh, Violet not quite able to get it, but this is the power of the misfortune. And now, with all this action in this bot side, it's exactly what the Death said. It's exactly what Chronicle and Emily said. They wanted to see some action in this bot side to try and get something going for them.
And look at the two jungle pathings, right? You've already got Babip, who is going to be able to make his way down towards this bottom side and try and look for a gank there. And his clears incredibly fast. 315, he'll be able to make his way in towards River, pick up Scuttle. And if you have this heavy trading, it favors Peace, because you look at where this Kiana is, Tarzan's nowhere to be found.
No, he is not, and we have gotten a lot of thoughts on the meta from you, Dagda. And you know what? I want to hear from the rest of the world. I want to see from the Verizon 5G all chat, what do you guys think of the meta? Who do you think is going to win? Because right now, it's just looking like pure chaos, and I love it. No, you're not allowed to talk anymore.
I wasn't sure, to be honest. I was kind of like, oh,
I am not until I want at whoever on Twitter to tell me my analysis from now
Perfect,
on.
gotcha. I mean, it's where the best analysis comes from. A second to Reddit. But topside.
Absolutely, topside. Vizichachi now getting his first little taste of the LNG top duo with the jungle. First blood going over to Ale.
And it's nice to see Tarzan at least having a little bit more control in this game. Like, you have the Kiana where we were looking going, okay, cool. Yeah, in the game number 1, didn't have the biggest impact. We kind of set behind. Now, though, instantly moves up top level 3, gets that pick, gets control after skipping. You can see both the Herald, the Scuttle, no, next one, Wolves and also Grump getting up towards the top side. Yeah, it's been a bit much. But the Kiana now in that top side, picking it up and having a bit more impact. Kills early on assassins are crazy good, especially when you're playing against another assassin, because oftentimes it does come down to that one-shot potential. Babip still has the advantage at the moment. Tarzan will have to be safe, but it will help out a little bit.
Lordic coming in towards this mid lane does have 2 in the chamber to be able to kind of get himself on top. They will get the taunt down and actually a little bit damage. The ignite is actually not available. It's actually just a little bit of grievous wounds, and Tali will just about survive. Icon almost getting the solo kill.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Icon was actually just going to pop the pot there, see if we can get the corrupting pot damage to maybe tick down Tali, but Icon controlling this mid wave really well. And again, this gives Icon now the opportunity to push in, look for roams early, and when Ale's already been set up for success, maybe he helps out Light and Iwandi, or just continues to double down on this Fiora, who is a win condition in and of herself.
Definitely seeing Peace on the back foot. They've got themselves a little bit to deal with, but with Bapip now roaming up towards this top side. No level 6 yet, so no death mark just available. So bursting down Ale is going to be a little bit difficult. Just going to opt in now to try and get a thing. And you can see there, he's level 4, and he's got himself a, pretty decent setup now to kind of give himself opportunities and moments where he can just roam into a lane and see if he can catch someone off guard.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though, right? Because you've already got a push in top lane right now for Visit Chachi, so he's more kind of just sitting there saying, hey, look, maybe I can sit with Ale. Bot lane playing relatively safe as well, but you can see, like, right, you get the Tarzan on this bottom side. Light instantly starts to push this in. Going to be looking for getting a bit of control in this bot lane. So LNG playing around their wave states well and making sure that there isn't a huge amount of opportunity for Bapip to make these plays.
See where it ends up kind of going. Icon getting himself about a 10 to 15 CS lead into that mid lane. Of course, kind of to be expected. Galio, as you said, just waiting to just soak up that pressure and move when he hits that level 6.
Yeah, and I'm curious how he'll work with Babip, right? Because you can look to try and invade into the jungle, look to pick off the cannon. You have the advantage in the 1v1 for Babip, but I think that's why it'll be interesting to see if these assassins stay in meta, because I'm curious, if you don't get a couple of kills, you don't get the ball rolling, how useful are you going to be? Is Babip staying a long time around this bottom side? But Light and Iwandi are well aware that there's some trickery going on.
And no flash onto Iwandi either, so they do need to be a little bit more wary of a very fast Zed clear coming down towards their lane as he just goes back, picks up some more camps. We do have level 6s now available to the middle laners. Junglers should not be far behind, neither should the top laners. Is now Tarzan. He's going for a long walk. He's got himself an opportunity, but this time around, Visit Chachi says, I got a ward.
Yeah, unfortunately, Icon isn't able to get control of the mid lane, so this wave will crash before you have mid lane pressure. And even Babip, because he spent so much time down on this bot side, is actually rotating up towards top. So definitely don't want to overextend here as LNG and find yourself caught out, but maybe Tarzan has a different idea.
He's not level 6 just yet, and you will have the grand challenge coming down. They have no idea that Tarzan is here, but there's a hell of a lot of minions coming in, so they're going to try and take him down. He flashes away. Nicely done there by him to try and keep himself alive. Tarzan tanking up just the perfect amount, and that is another quick kill into the top lane.
And LNG just read the play well. If you actually look in the mid lane, Tali and Babip had actually roamed down towards the bottom side, looking at trying to pick up this dragon, so it gave that moment for LNG to find more kills on towards Ale. And sorry, before you visit Chachi, welcome back to the main stage, and you're getting beaten across.
Yeah, this is quite the debut. Visit Chachi had to TP back into this top side because he was going to lose far too much. Ale unafraid, knowing that he's doing so damn much. We can have a look now at the live view. Look at the goal difference already. It's just Ale all the way to the bank.
Yeah, and like, yes, Gangplank can kind of work off of some lower economy because of his passive, but this is ridiculous. This Gangplank so far behind, and again, we were saying, hey, look, Ale, this Fiora's come into meta for a reason. She's insanely strong in side lanes, can have some impacts in team fights as well, and when you're this far ahead with both turret plates taken on top side as well, this Fiora is going to be massive in this mid game.
And we're going to see Tarzan get spotted out on a ward and just use Iwandi, who has now hit his level 6 as well. Oh, sorry, excuse me, he's still on level 5, so still waiting for these solar flares. We can see there Tali just getting pushed back by Icon, but now when you're getting a couple of levels into the Winds of War, you should be able to take down these minion waves, but not without a little bit of punishment from Icon.
Yeah, at least Tali now more situated in the mid lane, so might be able to help out himself, or help out Visit Chachi if we see more plays top side, because honestly I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan like clear bot side, go back up top, look to try and dive again, especially 8 minutes now on the board. You got Rift Herald, you can try and take up that top side as well. LNG will be definitely looking to snowball the advantage they have on Ale.
Well, we see already both supports just roaming in saying, all right, calm down. Nothing needs to go down right now, as we can see Bapip now starting up the Rift Herald. So going to get that one sneakily started up. But there are a lot of people on this top side. The one big thing, though, is Light has not roamed and Violet has.
Yeah, I think Light now should be able to push in. Chances are, like you usually see around this, you have red-white on your guns, so can try and take the Terror. But Bapip kind of secretly taking that meant that he was in a pretty good spot. But Light taking this incredibly so, not trying to push the wave and answer for the turret plates on bot side, which honestly I think is a bit of a mistake from LNG.
little bit of a misstep there. LNG, they take a slower tempo game. We saw it against Hongwo Life earlier today, and they're not really that worried about it. They're grand just picking up a couple of extra bits of CS for Light, and Ale knows that he's totally fine in this top side. And this wave's actually in a pretty terrible state. If Ale wanted to freeze it, he could, but he's not going to. He's going to push it immediately.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on where Iwanzi is, because look at where he's roaming right now. He's going to be moving straight up towards this top side, right as we get this full push coming in into the mid lane as well. You're also going to have Icon, who's also pushed in that mid wave. This is going to be dive number 3 for Mr. Chachi, and I am so sorry, buddy. This is not looking good for you.
He has to give up all of this wave. He's going to use the Cannon Barrage. That's a global team fight tool they've had to use just to try and soak up this wave. He will not lose the tower just yet. Ale will tank a turret shot or two and get himself out. They didn't even need Iwandi towards that top side. I think they recognize he's got a Cannon Barrage. We just burn that. We try again in a minute or so.
Yeah, the second Chachi stopped showing in the wave, they're like, right, he's reset. We're just going to try and push in instead. And you're still denying a lot of that CS to Chachi anyway. So the big win. Now, again, they don't have access to Rift Herald, but I mean, they can still look to try and answer for the plays on top side. Babip, spotted on a great ward by Alwandi, means that they will be aware of where the Peace jungler is.
We are seeing level 6 is being picked up now. You do not have access to the Cannon Barrage, but Deathmark, the hero's entrance, and of course the Curse of the Sad Bullet time. They landed, they're going to go in, and the AoE is good! Violet will pick himself up the kill and the first blood for the OCE region.
Nicely done by Aladoric, managing to just pick off Tarzan and knowing, hey, look, the jungler's just going to stay exactly where he is on LNG's side. They throw everything in the kitchen sink and pick off Tarzan. Gets a bit of control back, gets a bit of respite in this mid lane, but now you got to return back to the bot side to make sure that this Aphelios isn't just farming himself up towards that Immortal Shield bow.
You don't want the 200 years too early. You know, it could be a little quick. You'd be surprised how quick 200 years happens in this game, but Aphelios is just pushing in this one here, has got the red and green, so should be able to harass and just sustain pretty nicely with the Severum and the Calibrum. So let's have a look at the replay here. And again, this is just a great opportunistic kill for the side of Peace.
Yeah, and for LNG, you knew that Babip was here, right? So that's why we saw Tarzan hovering around in the jungle here, just trying to play out of vision, but not expecting Peace to full commit with Babip there, and sorry, with Aladoric and Babip, so they managed to catch him off. So really nice play from Peace and finding these moments to claw windows back into this game.
Well, tower going down at 11 minutes. That is just so tough right now for Vizicachi. He has to play just keep away, turtling in and out of safety right now to try and get something back into this, because Ale's already got a gore drinker.
Yeah, and the problem was that, like, the one moment you had from Tally to try and help him out, right? Tally had actually pat down with Babip bot side to pick up that dragon. So now it's just a 1v1 is scaled out of control, and Ale is the one that's taking the driver's seat there. So now for LNG, you got a ton of pressure. They're going to move Ale back up towards mid, but you can start to get a ton of wards in onto this top side, look to start creating more pressure, and especially, like, next Rift Herald that's going to come up, well, that's going to be a bit of a pressure point that LNG can look to exploit.
Yeah, that is a 2,000 gold lead, almost the entirety of the gold lead, to be perfectly honest, on that top side. And now you do still have opportunities here for Peace. It is not dead and buried, but that Fiora is going to be a constant sticking point, which means that you need to be proactive. You need to be the ones looking for the plays, and you need to try and get use out of your massive wombo combo. Moonlight Vigil goes down. It's just going to be a little bit of harass so that the side of LNG and Light can keep pushing in. And, ooh, Aladoric actually all right to try and take this trade. He is 4v2 right now. Babip is there. Iwandi not quite sure if he wants to go in or out, but now Icon's there. Oh, great flash there to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and you can see, look, LNG, they're trying to use this pressure point in LA topside, right? He's rotating down to cover mid, so if Tally moves to try and make the play on bot side, LNG are still going to have pressure in that mid lane. They're even stealing away camps here as LA, so Rift Herald gone down in response, but it's never going to get a charge here.
I mean, there's no way you can actually go for this one right now. They haven't got a flash on the Amumu, so there's no real kind of flash bandits touch engage, so sadly, Shelly, you will not be bonking her head. It's her favorite thing in the world. She doesn't get to do it, and that's just a bit of a, you know what, LNG, that's just not, that's rude. It's very rude, let people be happy.
Yeah, one job, she loves it, and you just deny it from her.
Just deny it at all times. But now Tarzan going to keep Babip away, and this is where Tarzan is just very, very good at just knowing the limits of his champion, and with Aladoric having to come down here now, they're just trying to defend their own base.
Yeah, Aladoric gets the engage on Iwandi, though.
Oh, okay, he's used the bullet time as well. Or not the bullet time, excuse me, the Cannon Barrage alongside the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and they try to go in now with the heroic entrance, try and keep Aladoric alive, but he's dead. Ale with his third kill. Now they can keep pushing forward. Tarzan flashes away, and we can see maybe if Tally goes down. There's a bullet time, but it's a double kill. Ale flashing forward, not quite able to get it, and he will fall down to the turret. He got a little greedy, and he got punished, but even then, we're still continuing on. LNG want these kills. I don't think they're going to get them.
No, they'll end up backing away. Peace will run for the hills. Chachi clearing out that bot wave. Will manage to keep himself safe since he's got that wave clear. But LNG getting aggressive. 4 kills now for Ale. This Fiora is monstrous.
Absolutely ridiculous. And you're not even getting anything. You're losing in the top wave, you're losing the mid. But let's have a look at this, because Alador just goes in, he invests everything on Taiwandi.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate, right? The second he goes in, you get the TP coming through from Ale. He'd already pushed in fully that top side, so you get everyone LNG collapsing. And fortunate for Aladoric, Ale got given that CC thanks to Tali. Good jump in from Ale to deny the escape from Tali as well. And from that piece, they're just running from the hills. It's just, as he said, like overextension from Aladoric, and LNG capitalize.
It's kind of crazy to think if he gets that kill onto the Z, onto Bapip, that Fiora probably survives, gets the triumph, gets himself back out and able to sustain. So very close fight. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of LNG. They've got themselves now a 4,000 gold lead, and it's just becoming harder and harder for them. But I will say, Peace have shown that they can survive in this early stages, so they need to try and get those combinations going. I feel like if you're just a little bit disciplined on your, Curse of the Sad Mummy, you can find a better opportunity.
And that's basically what they have to do here, right? Chachi, unfortunately, this is ballooned completely out of control. As you can see, 3,000 gold in this matchup. So you basically need to go, right, we need to find a moment where Chachi can push out a wave, and let's just all in collapse on mid. Let's try and find this moment where Alador can set up with Violet and get this combo that we're working off of. Otherwise, it's going to be this slow bleed that we're seeing, right? Ale disappearing into the fog of war, taking away all your camps, constantly hovering mid to make sure that Peace are always under threat. And, well, Chachi, if he ever steps up, will find himself at the end of the point of that sword.
He's almost full item behind at this stage. So we can now see the first death mark, and boop! That's not what's going to happen to the Z. That's supposed to happen to the target.
But, I mean, look at the ward control, right? Like, you're not even spotting where LNG are right now. They've got deep wards on top side. You've got full control bot side for Ale as he's just cleared out all the wards with the sweeper he has. Peace have no idea where LNG are, and LNG are being able to play at 1-3-1 and having Tarzan use the terrain scaling that Kiana offers to catch out Peace.
Yeah, you can see the gold difference over time going ever so quickly in the favor of LNG. And now we can see Tali just cannot do anything in this top side. He's going to have so many issues coming into this one. And the Galio isn't built to try and 1v1 it, but I don't want to hear about what you talk about. I want to hear about what everyone else is talking about as we have a look at the hashtag Verizon 5G all chat from Tom Sonic. He says, what do you mean meta? There is no meta. See, this is the analysis I want.
Meta is a state of mind.
Yeah, it's all an illusion. Yeah. What is time? Let's not get into that. Let's jump back into the game, because it's about time for a dragon fight to happen.
Yeah, I mean, have you got a piece? Like 6k go behind. You haven't really got vision control of the area. You can see Aladoric might even be cut out.
He's going to go, ooh, okay, they get the solar flare out of it. Iwandi going a little deep here, and they're actually going to be able to get the stopwatch out of him. This is just all delaying, and ooh, Tarzan's a big boy, and that's going to be a lot of damage. Bapik goes in, but immediately has to try and get himself back out. Tarzan trying to see if he can find a little bit more kills. There's going to be the bullet time to try and dissuade anyone from that little corridor, but the end of it all, LNG are not deterred, LNG are not afraid, and LNG are still pushing forward. Peace trying to keep themselves in some way, shape, or form alive.
Oh, Violet.
Oh, Violet. Roses are red, violets are blue. Violet gonna have to back away from this turret right now, or he's dead to you. And that's gonna be Icon still going for it. He's catching him in the shop! Didn't look at his sides, and that's another quick kill. Turret goes down, and Icon, he's just playing with his food right now. He knows he can go in, out, left, right. He's got light coming onto this. They flash in on top of him. He gets himself onto the double up. He eventually falls down. Good barrel coming out from Peace, but it's a consolation prize.
Yeah, because you've got Fiora pushing bot side for Ale. You've got Tarzan who's taking the dragon at the same point in time as well. LNG are just playing out the map beautifully, and here comes the dive.
Ale was not a part of the last fight, has the grand challenge, and even with the flash over the wall, nothing you can do.
God, this is statements from LNG and certainly from Ale. Like 2 games in a row now, he has set himself up as the big carry. Jax game number 1, Fiora now game number 2. We haven't even seen his Camille, which he's famous for in the LPL as most played champion of all time. It looks like LNG have kind of taken on a new lease of life with Ale stepping up massively at the World Championship.
Well, Icon going to find Tali, who did decide to go in for the trade. Got about half the health bar off of Icon. There was a couple of minions there as well. As we see now, they're looking to try and maybe work something out for them. This is where you got to try and be Peace. You got to find these opportunities. You got to try and look for these those opportune moments to look for something. But LeBlanc's just not the target.
Yeah, I mean, far too slippery, and especially when you don't even know where the rest of LNG are, right? You've still got TP for Ale. They're starting to rotate up towards topside. And I mean, this is where it becomes so difficult for Peace to contest any of these waves, right? You've got full control on this topside for LNG. Might even find the Samumu, but not quite able to get to him in time. You've got full control on bot side as well when you look at vision control. So if Chachi ever shows in this wave, Ale just moves into this topside and dives on towards the Galio.
Light's just unperturbed. Yeah, exactly what you're talking about. They're just going to try and barrel up towards this top side as a 5-man unit. You got the gangplank there. Bapip's nowhere near this. This is a 5v4 at best for the side of Peace, and they just got to back themselves away. They're trying to get Violet back into it, but he has to both the Youmu's in his base just to make sure he doesn't get 100 to 0'd.
This is kind of violent against violent. It's not a safe space for anywhere in time for this AD carry to be. I mean, between Tarzan, Ale, Icon, like, where do you try and step? Every bush, every wall is a death sentence.
No, he was banned.
True. Sorry.
That's just like, I'm clearly just like in my head, I was like, don't do it. And I didn't realize I hadn't said anything. And I was just like, uh-oh. But anyway, coming back into this, of course, LNG, they're just playing it perfectly out. They know they're stronger. They know they have the perfect items. You're looking at Luden's Tempest. You've got the Immortal Shield Bow now for the Ophelio, so he's very happy to be on his own just to survive. You have, of course, the Ravenous Hydra and the Gore Drinker, like you mentioned, for Ale. You're just so far behind, and with red, white, let's fight. You can't even walk into this Ophelios.
And I mean, it's fighting PvE, right? Vizichachi stayed on that bot side wave, so LNG knew with the numbers advantage they have, they can commit towards top, they can commit towards mid. Chachi now coming out, so LNG will look to back off as Ale gets control on bot. So LNG just playing out the map state really well and not giving Peace the opportunity to come back into this. That gold lead that was 4,000, 5,000, now 9,000 gold for LNG, and we haven't even hit Baron potential yet.
Haven't even gotten close to it just yet. It's only just spawned, and this game is looking pretty dire right now. It's not over, but my God, it's going to take several miracles coming out from Peace to really bring this one back. They have the tools, but whether or not LNG give them the opportunity to use them is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, you can even look at the builds from LNG and just know they're smelling blood in the water, right? You get the Cosmic Drive coming through from the LeBlanc, definitely something that spikes super hard off of 2 items. You get that early little bit of ability power, so definitely looking to try and end now. You look at the Collector as well, picked up by Light. Understanding, look, there's not a hope in hell this game's going past the 26, 27-minute mark.
It's a 5-level difference between Aladoric and this Fiora. So here we go, we're going in. Supreme is playing Talent, their Solar Flare completely whiffs, and that's going to be the Bullet Tide coming in. So they actually trade back to Kiana. Iwani in a lot of trouble as well, and that's 2 quick kills, but Icon trying to get Tultman back. They go back in with Bapip. He dies as Light flashes away. These are the small mistakes that we talk about and why the Wombo combo needs to be respected.
Yeah, they try to dive too deep, don't get onto the key carries, and it is an opportunity for Peace to get something, but now, again, caught between a rock and a hard place. Chachi, where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go? I think he thought Icon was going to go back to the double, back to the distortion, but not quite able to make it happen now. Even though Peace find themselves a win, even though they get the kills, they can't defend, and Ale going forward needs to be a little bit careful though. Violet's got a lot of damage, but there's so much more on this Ophelios, and Icon is there to make sure his top laner is safe.
Yeah, Icon is just playing off of the health bars of his teammates here. I mean, you have Ale jump underneath the tower, so Icon can get that big chunk on Chachi. Now, they back away, but you're very quickly dwindling in the number of towers that you have less here as Peace. All 3 tier 2s are now gone, and we get a replay here. You try to get Tarzan on towards Violet, but he only really catches Aladoric, which doesn't really do anything, and it just sets up for a really strong Curse to Saw bullet time. And you can see why this combo, we were talking about how potent it could be, but it's just too little too late.
It is too little too late, and that was with 2 ultimates missing, the Moonlight Vigil and the Solar Flare. The Moon and the Sun were not involved in that team fight, but it didn't matter because LNG are just so far ahead. It is a little bit of respite for Peace. It is a little bit of a moment where they can maybe get a bit of gold back into them. You now have 2 items onto the Misfortune, so she is still in line with the Ophelios, but again, you're gonna need a mistake. You're gonna need a little bit of a miracle if you want to try and extend this game.
You're gonna need several mistakes. It's not just one. It's like, okay, Ale has completely crashed and burned in a side lane. We get the shutdown onto the gangplank. Suddenly, Chachi has a whole heap of gold and maybe he can blow someone up, but that's so far from where we are right now.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna be much further as well as Aladoric just getting caught up. CC locks. Where is he supposed to go? Thankfully, it was on the Amumu, although those CCUs, because he's just able to tank himself up and get himself out alive. And now Icon going forward onto Tally. These health bars are low, but I will admit LNG are kind of scuffing the execution a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's playing with their food a little bit here. Like, everything has been super clean. They have full control. And they're just like, look, we are very much aware of how far ahead we are. So let's just try and force the issue, close this out. But now, it is giving opportunities for Peace to look for the comeback. But LNG said they had enough of this. They're turning towards the Baron.
Not a very fast Baron right now. The guns are pretty... not great. They're pretty meh is probably the better way to put it, but with all this vision, you can start it and then move straight back out to try and maybe catch somebody out. Fiora pushing in that mid lane, so you have not got the pressure of your team. He's already gone back and trying to TP in with the LeBlanc. Now it's going to be a full 5v5. There's going to be the taunt going down onto Icon as he gets not quite deleted, but it's the gangplank down. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4, and right into the middle. Your dessert, LNG. Bon appetit. That's going to be the clean ace, and LNG can barrel it up mid.
I mean, they've got the wave, they've got everything. Who needs a Baron when you can take the entire clean ace? And LNG, 24 minutes, will crack up in the base of Peace.
And LNG will put themselves onto 2-0. They will cement themselves atop the table, and they will keep themselves very, very happy as they come out on top in the first day of LPL, excuse me, Worlds 2021.
Bias confirmed. Bias confirmed.
We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
I mean,
it was a great game.
It was a great game. Phenomenal game from LNG. Sad for the LCO representatives, though. Peace, unfortunately, just couldn't find the way into the game. We got Ale playing very well on this top side of the Fiora. Full control coming up with Tarzan having that early gank. And from that, they just kept the pressure on Vizicachi. And unfortunately for him, even the gangplank, without much attention topside, you're never going to be able to survive everything that LNG were throwing towards that top lane.
Yeah, honestly, I think LNG were just too strong. And Peace, they had moments. There was definitely opportunities. The pieces were there, but LNG just never let them play with their toys. It was just kind of like, no, they stay in the box and you don't get to do it. And they get to play with it once and it's like, never again.
I mean, the biggest problem was that, like, the moments where we could potentially see Peace find these big team fights, LNG just never gave them. As he said, like, playing through Ale, right? And we thought, okay, you've got a big enough lead on Ale. Maybe they look to try and find some sort of skirmish at Rift Tower at 8 minutes, but instead they just gave over that Rift Tower to Babip. They're like, cool, as long as we don't play into this big wombo combo, we don't have to worry about it then. And they were just able to play it through the side lanes.
All right, let's take another look at the Axe replay. LNG's game-ending fight, and they TP the LeBlanc in. They just catch them on all sides.
Yeah, this was beautiful. I mean, Ale's already cut off Vizicachi. You've now got Icon who's coming in onto the backside of the fight as well. And look at the damage that comes through between the assassination potential of Tarzan, Icon, also Ale diving into the mix. And I just feel sorry for Tali, who was like, I'm regretting my decisions.
You know what it's like? It's like when you kick open the door, it's like, surprise! Like, where is everyone? I'm in the wrong house. This isn't the surprise party we set up. But honestly, expected result, to be perfectly honest. I think Peace coming in were definitely a bit more of an unknown. LNG coming out with the win, though, was very much expected, and they did what they needed to do.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate for Peace. I wanted to see a little bit more from them. I was hoping they'd find the fights, but LNG just ran away with it.
Yeah, well, during the Spotify song break, you can listen to Burn It All Down, the 2021 World's Anthem, on the official League of Legends playlist on Spotify. After that, we'll be back to break down LNG's 2-0 starts. Do not go anywhere.
They say where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to World Championship 2021. I'm joined by Tarzan after LNG is 2-0 now in the playing stage. 안녕하세요. Thank you very much for joining me. I want to talk about your journey in the LPL because in a recent interview with Ashley Kang, you mentioned that in the beginning you were struggling a bit with communication. So how much did it improve since then? And how confident do you feel with the team right now?
네, 우선은 승리 정말 축하드리고 지금 2승 0패이신데 우선 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고 지금 중국에서 이적하신 후에 여정이 좀 궁금해서 질문드리고 싶습니다. 이전에 애슐리 강님의 인터뷰에서 사실은 처음에 갔을 때 초반에 소통이 잘 안 돼서 어려웠던 점이 있다고 말씀하셨는데 지금은 어느 정도로 나아졌는지 어느 정도로 자신 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 게임 속에서는 되게 편하게 소통할 수 있는 것 같고 이제 일상생활 속에서는 조금 이제 듣는 거는 이제 어느 정도 느낌으로 받을 수 있는데 아직 말하는 건 조금 어색한 것 같아요.
So in game, I'm pretty sure I can comfortably communicate with my teammates, but in real life, I'm pretty getting the sense of Chinese in real life, listening, but speaking, I think I'm a little bit still awkward in a bit.
Oh, well, I hope you can get there in time and get the level you want in Chinese. Now, focusing a bit more about World Championship and talking about the game you had against Hanwha Life Esports, I know you were looking forward to facing up against Chovy again. So how was it to go against him earlier today? And how much do you think he changed as a player since the Griffin days?
네, 그러면 오늘 앞서 있었던 하나전에 대해서도 여쭤보고 싶은데 하나생명의 초비 선수를 만나는 게 더 많이 기대가 됐을 거라고 생각이 드는데 실제로 맞상대해 보니까 어땠고 그리핀 때와 비교했을 때는 어떤 식으로 변한 것 같나요?
일단은 그냥 적 상대한다는 생각으로 초비도 상대했고 그냥 그리핀 때보다 좀 원래는 제가 더 키가 컸었는데 갑자기 급성장한 것 같아요, 초비가.
Well, in fact, when I was playing the game, I just wanted to think him as one of the opponents. And compared to his Griffin days, well, I was taller than him, but now I think he's got the wild growth and he's much taller.
Oh, that's interesting. But talking about the LCK, because you mentioned them as opponents, what do you think of the region, the LCK itself since you left? And yeah, how does it compare to the LPL now that you joined the team, LNG?
그러면 또 이제 LCK에 대한 의견을 또 여쭤보고 싶은데 LCK에서 이적하신 후로 어떤 식으로 변했는지 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금하고 LPL에 비교했을 때는 또 어떤 성향이 있는 것 같나요?
그냥 LCK에 있을 때보다 LPL로 오고 나서 조금 더 그냥 분위기 환전? 좀 환경도 바뀌어가지고 좀 적응하면서 다시 처음부터 한다는 생각으로 열심히 노력했던 것 같아요.
그러면 LCK 지역 자체에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 변했다고 생각하세요?
LCK에 비해?
LCK 그냥 지역 자체가 어떻게 이적하시고 난 뒤에 어떤 식으로 좀 변한 것 같은지.
그냥 똑같은 것 같아요. 생활하는 거는 LCK나 LPL이나 언어만 다르지 나머지는 다 똑같은 것 같아요.
I think LCK and LPL are actually pretty similar, you know, their routine and lifestyle very similar. It's just the difference of the language. And so I just focused myself. I just wanted to get some kind of momentum shift as I was heading into China. And I tried my best to, you know, always work hard, just keep on grinding and stuff like that.
Right, well, this hard work shows so far, Tarzan. 감사합니다 for the interview. And Jason, thank you so much for the translation. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Laure. Fantastic interview, and Jason, of course, for the interpretation as well. And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. LNG so far 2-0 on day one. They have now taken control of the top spot in Group A. So I think it's time to kind of look at what we take from what we had as pre-tournament expectations from LNG and what they have shown so far. A TLDR for the viewers who maybe missed the pre-show. They made an incredible run throughout the regional finals to make it here. Emily, let's take stock of what we've seen. I've personally been very surprised by what Ale has showed on day one.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because the way that they've played around Ale is actually still very LNG in the fact that, you know, just in the last game, we saw him blind pick Fiora. He had actually one of the lower counter pick rates of a lot of top laners throughout the playoffs and then also through regional finals, which I think is interesting and also just kind of reflects some of the things I pointed out about LNG. Sometimes they really like to stick to exactly what they want to do, and maybe pick order doesn't matter as much to them. But in terms of how they've been playing around him, especially in this game, Tarzan facilitated him so well, and as soon as he had that lead, he just absolutely ran with it. And this is what you can expect from him, especially in matchups where he's really comfortable in the 1v1. If he does get any sort of help, he will be able to snowball that in his favor.
And the expectation is that with the champion pool he usually boasts in terms of Viego, Camille, Jax, Fiora, even the Kennen, it's 5-0 and not actually as much as a popular pick in the LPL. We're going to see a lot of this top laner, and I think when you think of LNG, you think about jungle mid synergy, right? So it's nice to see that they've showed us, you know what, no, we'll go to that top lane just as much. But talk to me about Tarzan. 2 games on Qiyana, huge expectations. Where do you land after these first 2 games?
I think he's a lot happier after this Qiyana game. I think in the first game, HLE did do a pretty good job of like stymieing what he wanted to do. They were a little bit slower to some of the plays when he was trying to, for example, go bot and help facilitate bot. There are a few timing issues there. But I think with this game, obviously, they were able to execute super, super well on their top side plays. They did a really good job of tracking the Zed, which is super important, so he doesn't end up snowballing. And even in those situations, I mean, Tarzan had such control of this map that he was ahead even with the ganks. And if you're thinking about like efficiency and how much time, like the biggest thing for a jungler for me is how efficient they are and what did they do with their time in the early game, right? And he was incredibly efficient in this game in terms of snowballing his top laner, in terms of still being ahead in CS at certain points when he maybe wouldn't have if he'd been contested a little bit more. So, I mean, he can do it all. And the thing I really liked about this game is that it showed communication with his lanes. But obviously he can also take a more like hard carry role as well. So you can see him flex onto different jungle picks and see that from him as well.
I think it also shows in kind of, if we look at the year for Tarzan, it was first where it was more like kind of the jungle carry. Then he relayed that into, he needed a bit of adjustment time, but then into, okay, I'll play for my laners. But now we're back in meta where he can go on the Qiyana, right? And he can do basically all the things that are needed for the team. I don't want to disrespect Peace at all, but this did look like a more comfortable game for LNG. And I think we can take the most stock out of the opening game they placed versus Hanwha Life, because we're not just looking at LNG in the context of the play-ins. Of course, they have to make it past it. But I think when you're looking at an LPL seed, you're always looking at what is the potential to go far in a tournament. When it comes to that, where do you land so far with a 2-game sample size?
I mean, I said the LNG are still about where I'd put them, which is I do think the 3 other LPL teams, the cool thing about LPL teams typically when they go to Worlds is that they have very distinctly different playstyles from each other. I think you can say that for the 3 top teams. And then with LNG, their strengths and weaknesses are still radically different, but I do think they're behind on certain things. Like we still kind of saw it in the Hanwha game where Hanwha was able to punish some of the things, like especially with timing and some of that communication that Tarzan touched upon. I know he did another broadcast interview where he said, I believe it was with the Chinese broadcast, where he was like, you know, that wasn't the game that we really did want to have. And there's still a lot of work for improvement. So I'll be curious to see how their jungle to lane communication, if it does continue to improve throughout this tournament, because I think that'll be really important, especially since he's a type of player who can be so flexible in how he plays that jungle.
No, absolutely. And I'm just really excited to see the growth of this team, because I think they've grown so tremendously throughout just the sheer amount of games they played in the championship, in the playoffs rather, as well as in the regional finals. So the potential is definitely there. We'll see what happens. And we have one more Group A matchup in store today as Hanwha Life and Infinity return to the stage in our next game. Don't miss it.
Make or break. Make it yours.
gives you wings.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, one and all. Did you miss us? We are back for the fourth game of the day. I am Penguin, he is Dagda, and we're going to be bringing you our last game of the day, but we're quickly coming up to the halfway point of day one.
I know, it's been absolutely nuts.
Where did the time go?
It's been very quick games and very exciting games as well, so I'm excited to see now if Hanwha Life can kind of live up to that as they go up against Infinity Esports, the LLA representative.
Yeah, both teams coming off of a loss of their first win, or first game, excuse me. They're looking for their first win, and we got to say that yes, Hanwha Life are in fact favored in this, but you can never count out the play-ins teams. We've seen it time and time again. They have a little spice.
Yeah, especially when you're looking towards like Infinity Esports as well, like a team that is very aggressive in the early stages. And I mean, Hanwha can struggle when they fall behind. So if Infinity Esports can make those early plays stick, maybe they can make it work. But unfortunately, they couldn't find that success against Red Cannons. And now Hanwha Life, they're going up against one of the play-ins favorites here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to make it upset, if Hanwha Life can get their play-ins tournament back on track. We are jumping straight into picks and bans. Cody should not get into LeBlanc pretty much the entirety of the play-in stage. He's going to be banned against them constantly, as we do see the Aurelia banned away from Morgan and Chobi, and of course the Lucian, which we saw in game one.
Yeah, Lucian incredibly strong for White Lotus, and we're starting to see that adaptation, right? It was the LeBlanc, Zoe, Xin Zhao banned away the last time. It's LeBlanc, now the Lucian. We'll see if Zoe or the Xin Zhao get banned away. One of the big things for the Zoe ban kind of indicates that you want to play Ryze. Cody loves playing this Zoe into the Ryze, trying to keep him lane, have decent wave clear against it. So maybe Hanwha want to try and go that and look for the rise for Chovy. But I mean, you're already looking at Infinity banning away Aurelia and Tryndamere, two of the big picks that we saw Hanwha get success in the early stages in their game against LNG.
Yeah, and Infinity are going to have to find out something new for the jungle as well. Solid Snake's Jarvan gets banned away, and now Infinity have themselves one last ban before we go into the first power picks of this draft. And honestly, they could keep going into Chovy, but the man has a champion ocean. He can play pretty much anything. If we include today's first game, he has 22 unique champions between Nazar, Summer, and now.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how much Chovy has played. We're going to get the Camille ban, though, away from Morgan. This has been kind of the one or two big picks that we saw Hanwha Live 10 towards, was like the Camille Renekton for Morgan, with Renekton taken off the board. Camille's gone now as well. So it will be the Lee Sin locked in here, more than likely going towards Willer in the jungle, but we still could see that flexibility in towards the lanes.
Yep, absolutely could be flexed into either top or mid if they see the matchup fitting for it. And now Infinity, you've got an opportunity here to see what you want to go for. Still plenty on the board, still plenty of options to go for, but it's about what you want to prioritize.
Yeah, and that's where my kind of curiosity comes in here, right? Because we obviously got the big power picks in the jungle, like the Kiana has seen a lot of play. We got a little bit of the Zed, but there's still a huge amount of those picks that you can go towards. But I mean, pretty bog standard here, at least from what we're starting to see, is that Misfortune coming in on the red side, and it's going to be paired once more with this Amumu.
Yeah, you got the Curse of the Sad Bullet Time potentially coming out again and again. We saw it from Peace in the last game. It is incredibly powerful when you find those opportunities. But I gotta say, if two people are going to be able to get out of those, it's got to be the Ezreal and the Lee Sin. They are so good at just jumping themselves away from danger.
Yeah, and gives you the opportunity to try and play away from that with this Ezreal pick, right? Deft can stay in the bot lane, Vista look for the roams, try and unlock Chovy, try and see if they can make some plays happen in those early stages. Otherwise, Infinity can try and play through this strong bot side. So I think definitely trying to play away from the bottom lane will be the game plan here for Hanwha. As Infinity, they've just locked in the Xin Zhao, strong early game jungler once more for Solid Snake, and this is where Infinity find comfort, right? Solid Snake trying to interact with the lanes early and set themselves up for success. Another strong jungler as well for those team fights. So maybe we just all in with like Bugax taking something like the Nara in the top lane and look to just take, hey, we can have decent push top, but also be a menace in team fights.
Yeah, I think the big thing I want to see from Solid Snake this time is to have the rest of his team with him. The last time around we saw him against the Red Canids is that it was just Solid Snake kind of on his own on the backside. He was like, I got in, where's everybody else? So what can the side of Infinity add into this composition to really help out their jungler? But the Orianna locked away, the Gnar being taken off by Hanwha Life as well. So definitely focusing a little bit more on those subtle lanes from both sides.
Yeah, and I'm convinced here that Infinity are going to try and keep the counter pick for Cody in this mid lane. One of the big things that we've seen from Infinity is not giving a huge amount of resources to Cody. He's been very self-sufficient, but you're up against Chovy. Chovy is so damn good in lane, and he's going to need some help if he's going to try and have any sort of impact on the map. So looks like you will see them try and keep that counter pick for Cody, try and help him out a little bit in that regard, but at least see what Chovy's going to have in store before they lock anything in.
And they are just hovering right now, see exactly where they want to go with this last pick. They got a couple more seconds to go, but it looks like it is going to be the top side that they lock in before anything. But no, they're going to go straight for the Zoe, like you mentioned, something that Cody's very comfortable in.
Yeah, one of his most played. He loves this pick. Crazy strong, and just an easy one, right? You're like, right, it's not going to fall into too many issues in this mid lane, just decent clear, keep it nice and simple, and then look to have that big impact when you're able to play off the terrain around these objectives. And looks like we're just going to match push with push, so Chovy might go back towards the Azir here. He's played this a lot in the LCK, and if that's the case, I mean, Azir mid, Ezreal bot, we're looking at a little bit of a slow, I'm going to say, early game.
A slower tempo in the early game coming out from Hanwha. But again, we talked about it last time in the game against LNG as well, is that this is their comfort zone. This is what they enjoy doing. This is how they find themselves getting those wins that they need. It's all about the slow choke out, suffocate your opponents and make sure that you're the ones coming out with the advantages.
And honestly, maybe Morgan goes back to, well, we'll go back towards Renekton. So as you highlighted, right? One of the two big picks that we've seen Morgan go towards in LCK, especially in playoffs, was the Camille and was the Renekton. Now, Renekton falling out of favor with all the changes to his stun, right? Not giving as much time, making it a lot more difficult for a jungler to try and play around the Renekton, and also just the way his combo functions a little bit easier to deal with if you're the opposition. So we'll have to see how Morgan will be able to perform on this Renekton, but very, very standard Hanwha Life draft here.
Yeah, honestly, I've never seen it so LCK, but locked and loaded is the Graves. That could be a Graves top or an Aziz out top, either one.
We've actually seen the Graves a lot more in the top lane. It started mid, and then people are like, let's just just go for a top side. And when you are able to go towards the Yomus, the Eclipse, you become obnoxious to deal with in that top side. Really difficult for the Renekton to actually deal with as well, because you can take like phase rush, you can start to move around in that top lane matchup. It's very difficult to keep up as a Renekton, and just hard to get the push. It's just constant shove, start to chip away at the turret, and Bugax will have to see how he does, bringing out this Graves on the top side.
Yeah, first time we're seeing it on the world stage in 2021, and this is going to be a big test right now for Infinity. I also feel like, Hanwha Life, you can't just sit on your laurels. If that Graves gets ahead, if that Zoe's able to find those trouble bubbles and get those picks off, this could become a bit of a shaky game for you.
Yeah, but once more, it is about like, hey, heavy burst. If you don't get these big Amumu ults off on key targets, the game plan kind of goes out the window. You've got a lot to fight back with as Hanwha Life. So definitely Infinity Esports going to be looking to try and get control of this game early and see if they can find these fights at like the Rift Heralds, early Dragons. Do anything you can to force Hanwha Life into fights early.
But of course, the longer this game goes on, the more we tend to lean towards the LCK 4th seed, and the Azir, the Ezreal, hell, even the Lee Sin to an extent, just being able to set up so nicely is going to be such a pain for Infinity to try and deal with if they let it to just slide off to into the distance.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things here. I feel like there's going to be a hell of a lot of attention on top side, right? You've got the Lee Sin Renekton set up. Let's see if we can try and play through that. But on the opposite side, you want to try and keep this Graves safe. So certainly for Infinity Esports, solid sake, I want to see some time up here, getting Bugax into a decent spot, and then you can always look to use White Lotus and Ackerman, who should just be able to pick up their own advantages through the strength of this bot lane at those team fights.
We are on to the Rift, 4th game of the day here in Group A. So we start to see who is going to be establishing themselves towards the top and who's starting to sweat near the bottom, because these games will start to rack up very, very quickly. You only get 4. It's not exactly an easy win. You have to pick up wins when you can.
And this for Hanwha would definitely be one of the games that they would want to pick up right after dropping to LNG in what was a very, very close game. They're probably going to be coming out a little bit angry. So we'll have to see what they're able to do. Chovy, though, taking very aggressive rune choice coming in towards the mid lane, going towards that summon Airy. Definitely going to be looking to try and have control of this mid lane and see if he can be that factor that he was in those regional finals. Move around the map, have some sort of plays on this Azir.
See if he's able to make it happen. Of course, the Surima Shuffle, if you will, or Shuffle even, if you will, and the Emperor's Divide, very powerful tools just setting up the rest of your team. You can push them all into a Morgan, Renekton. You will be feeling very, very happy with yourself as Bugax trying to be a bug to the side of Hanwha Life as he's not quite able to get himself up the ramp. Morgan playing fairly decent bodyguard, and they're going to be able to back themselves away. So both junglers going to start on the top side and most likely pathing towards the bottom.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because I feel like for Solid Snake, you want to try and play down, obviously, around White Lotus and Ackerman in these early stages. You should have Cody with push in the mid lane as well. But for Willer, I actually assumed he would start bot and start to path up top side towards Morgan. But in fact, going to actually follow the pathing of Solid Snake down, and we'll have to see if he can actually contest one of these scuttles.
See if he wants to go for it. Hanwha Life. And a decent early game in terms of objectives against LNG. We're able to pick up the first Dragon, first Rift Herald as well. So they know how to move around the map pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. I'll be curious to see now exactly where these two junglers end up being. But for Infinity, they need to try and, as I say, put a stop to the gears in motion.
Yeah, well, Bugax, at least from the get-go, is doing a really good job here, right? You spotted, hey, we had a ward on the red buff. No Lee Sin for Hanwha Life. Cool. Bugax is going to crash second wave, get a little bit of chip damage, try and deny Morgan some of the CS. Then with the bounce back, shove in again on the 4th wave, make sure that he's continuously keeping up the pressure here and preventing Morgan from trading aggressively. Now, Solid Snake, though, showing in mid against Chovy.
Yep, showing in mid. You see Chovy putting down the Sand Soldier so he can just shift himself all the way back. Looks like it's going to be a quick move here from Solid Snake, just saying, look, I'm here. You can't get anything off of Cody underneath the tower. But Morgan, I feel like he can go for this trade. It's a bit dangerous to go for that one. The Graves, once he gets a little bit of distance between you, will just keep peppering you down.
Yeah, and one of the things that we saw a lot was like Renekton kind of going, right, hey, I can just trade effectively. I'm always going to have control on this top side. But as we started to see the shift in the meta and things like this, Graves top have come out, you're not kind of kingpin anymore in that top lane for Renekton. So Morgan will have to make sure that he's trying to keep even here against Bugax and not over-aggressing and having Bugax win out in these trades.
See Def recognizing he's no real danger with his jungler off to the side as Bugax Again, just going to try and trade this one out. Will not get the end of the line, second proc, but both these top laners down to about 200 HP, and it's getting a little dicey.
Yeah, at least for Morgan, he's got the heal, right? You can, there you go, use the Cold Week. You end up getting a good amount of health back, but not the same for Bugax. He's got the free footwork, so he'll have to reset and come back, which gives Morgan a little bit of a shove out. So nice trading by Morgan, which actually gives a little bit of attention here for Willer, who can maybe get this top scuttle.
CR seeing the TP going in, like you said, Bugax having to use that one there. Morgan getting some late vision down before he does get his reset in. Should be fine to the TP to the lane if he's feeling like he's under any pressure, but again, good little movements here. And actually, Lee Sin just moving up towards that top scuttle just now, so eventually we'll get the equal trade as we see the TP being burnt by Morgan, and that's going to be enough to kind of just secure the top side of the map here for Hanwha.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the game plan is here, because you have Willer topside. I was looking at Chovy getting the reset. He has the TP advantage, right? Cody hasn't got access to that teleport now, so always an option for Hanwha to try and use the push that Chovy has made, try and make a play top towards Morgan, but looks like with Solid Snake having reset and coming back onto the map himself, Hanwha don't want to go over aggressive on this top lane just yet.
This they're going to see two lads recalling. Going to let one of them go as he stops the recall of Ackerman on this Amumu, and again just trying to be in nooses, try and keep them along in this lane, because Def went tier on the Ezreal, so it's actually a lot better for him to stay as long as possible with as little items as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doing a really phenomenal job here as Hanwha. Again, like Morgan, before he reset, got that ward up at the Krugs for Solid Snake, so spotted out where the jungler is, so you can always see Hanwha playing off of like the information that they have available. Def shoves in bot with Vista the second they get vision top. Cool, we know we're safe, let's move off of that. But the big thing that I want to see here is like, how is Willer gonna like desync himself from Solid Snake? Because right now they're just like holding hands the whole way through the jungle, skipping along beside each other. That's not what you want. As this Lee Sin, you want to find that opportunity where Solid Snake is bot, and then you can try and make this big play top. It's how they're actually moving Vista up right now, as they might try to make something happen.
Oh, be careful, Cody. You are level 6 right now, but Willer is just hovering to the side. Will be able to stop this recall as well, unless he's in shot. He's going to be able to get himself out, no problem at all. And even with a jungler around, I don't feel like Infinity want to take that 2v2.
Yeah, but they don't have vision of where Hanwha life are. Now they will with Willer showing, but you can see Bugax, he hits it back all the way off that turret because he was worried about that dive on the top side with the wave crashing. So Morgan doing a really good job of punishing this now, as Bugax will get some of the wave, but level advantage and a plate already going to Morgan.
Solid Snake sneaking his way now into this bot side. Will be spotted immediately though by that ward. As soon as he walks up to it, it's pretty much confirmed. Unless he's actually snuck around the corner, so they didn't actually see him. Interesting. I thought that would have had enough vision, but no, they do not know. And Solid Snake is there, but they're going to have a pretty decent guess now with the bot lane gone missing.
Yeah, especially with White Lotus. Might have just pipped onto that ward. So you can see here Hanwha well aware of this. Now, I don't think you need to over-aggress towards this. Just give it, like, it's one dragon, but Willer wants to see if he can steal it.
Chovy hasn't got the push right now, so it's going to be a 4v3. So Cody putting himself in a position. White Lotus not quite got the bullet time just yet. They're going to jump straight in onto Willer. TP going to be committed. That's Chovy getting himself on the other side of this fight. Def going aggressive as they look to try and secure this dragon. Solid Snake flashing away, but he falls to the ignite. First blood going up to Hanwha. They trade 1-for-1. Flash. Ackerman in a little bit of trouble. They don't land the paddle star, and Cody not going to be able to trade it back. 2 kills for a dragon. Definitely feeling like it's more Hanwha life favored.
Yeah, the TPs from Chovy to the bot side meant that you could actually group up as Hanwha and look for these plays, and nicely done. Picking off Solid Snake, not able to find any opening here as Infinity without that level 6 available, so Hanwha punishing.
Hanwha punishing. Cody in a lot of trouble right now. He is losing a lot of his health bar, not even hitting anything. The fancy feat of Chovy just knowing exactly where he needs to stand, and that's just a great trade there for the Hanwha life mid laner as Bugax. He's just getting punished right now. He's just getting pushed back. He cannot take this 1v1.
Yeah, but you can see, right, why Chovy is so difficult to play against in this mid lane. He's at 10 CS lead at 15 as Def takes a good chunk of his health bar. In more than half his games. Like a 10 CS lead at 15 is absolutely insane. He's the highest average CS across the board. If you look at any point in the game, and averages like 450 goal difference of 15 just himself. It's insane what he can do.
And look at Solid Snake in this replay as well. He just takes so much damage. Him and Ackerman, the 2 people who died, were half health before it began.
Yeah, and you can see Def trying his best here, right? He's right up in the face of Infinity, getting so much damage out. And it's just unfortunate. They stick around that bit too long. They tried to commit to the play, but Cody not really getting much damage off. Same when you look towards White Lotus. The level 6 from Infinity is where they really come online, but trying to fight level 4 on your Amumu, not going to have the same impact.
need that bullet time. You need that Curse of the Sad Money. You need that lockdown available to you so you can get the poke down with Cody, so you can just move, affirm yourself as the AD carry, and White Lotus get himself into a much better position. So now, yes, you get the dragon, but you do lose a gold lead, about 2,500, just a little bit under, as you see Bugax just getting punished every single time. Morgan get a slice and dice into him. He takes about half his health bar.
Yeah, and this is just Morgan being able to play off the advantages that we talked about earlier for Hanwha, right? Getting that vision control, playing in the dark, making sure that Bugax couldn't be safe underneath this tower. And Hanwha, even though you don't get the actual commitment topside, just them hovering was enough for Morgan to get this lead. And now Hanwha, again, like a 2,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark, and we're not seeing much from Infinity. They want to try and look for these fights at the Rift Herald, but still level 5 at White Lotus, still level 5 on Ackerman, which is why Willer has been able to take that objective without Infinity being able to put up a response.
Again, solo lanes going very well for Hanwha Life. They got themselves a 10 CS lead pretty much across the board in terms of those lanes. Chovy trading very effectively into Cody, and this slow type of game is totally fine for the side of Hanwha Life. We talked about it. The longer the game goes on, the more items you get onto this Ezreal and Azir, the harder it becomes to set up your wombo for Infinity. Infinity need to be the ones making the aggressive moves. They need to be the ones looking for some kind of an advantage, because they're just going to slowly lose the game then.
Yeah, and their biggest hope for that is the dragons, right? You've already got one. Whatever about the fight going a bit skew-ways, at least you've got one dragon. So if you can start to power through these, like pick up the next one in 2 minutes, you can very quickly get a soul onto the map where Hanwha need to fight you. And if you set up correctly, as we talked about, so much burst damage on Infinity could find pretty much anyone on Hanwha Life's health bar gone completely askew. So maybe Infinity can start to play through that, but Willer, again, good job getting vision and just keeping pressure on Solid Snake.
So it's like not quite able to keep his own jungle safe, and we will see about a 3 camp lead going now in favor of Willer, as Chovy for Hanwha Life could push in. And again, a 500 gold lead here for Chovy. You're looking at the junglers, but 700. You're looking at top laners, but 400. 500 in the bot side. It's not massively significant, but it's enough to just make you question. They're going to get the mythics first. They're going to get their self set up and get more wards on the map. It's those little small moments that just make Hanwha Life so scary for a team like Infinity, where they are fine to just keep those small advantages and make them into bigger ones later.
Yeah, it's also just the efficiency we've seen from Willer, right? He's been able to continuously farm, have some pressure, but he's never had to fully commit to a play apart from like fighting at that dragon, right? So he's just been farming the whole time, where Solid Snake's been hovering, trying to support his team. It means that he is behind when it comes to CS. Willer, again, you can see forcing him back, and if Solid Snake's not able to have impact in these lanes, it becomes really difficult for Infinity to find these advantages. Even now, you can see pushing mid for Chovy, fantastic. They hover down towards bot side. Infinity have to dip away from this turret.
Well, this is gonna back away from the trouble bubble, knows that he does not have to get caught in that, and otherwise it could lead to Infinity getting something, as Hanwha Life do get the Gore Drinker finished up onto Willer, and that's going to be a big power point right now. You want that Gore Drinker for your Xin Zhao to be able to trade effectively, because we see how powerful it is, how much health you can get back off of it when you're in those big 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, I think right now, though, Hanwha are going to full commit to this bot side. Rift Herald about to time out, Chovy having shoved in mid, and I love that they're doing this. This is going to basically net them the spot lane turret with no sort of response from Infinity, and this is what we haven't seen a huge amount from Hanwha, is basically like using this Renekton in the top side to just be its own thing, cause a bunch of ruckus. They've oftentimes tried to play towards Morgan and get a bunch of farm, bunch of resources put into this Renekton. Instead, they're just like, cool, Renekton's winning anyway, let's just invest in depth on the bottom side and make sure we're winning across the board.
Bugax is so low right now. You might pop the dominance. Yep, there it is. Can he get himself behind the turret, though? Morgan in a little bit of trouble. Will get the Q off. Flashes away. Still dies. It's a 1-for-1 on the top side. That is a gift to the gods from Infinity.
All right, we just cut it, right? We just cut it off right there.
Don't talk about
Morgan,
it.
Look, you got the solo kill. That's what matters. Good job. Denies a bunch of that wave as well. So, again, Morgan full control on this bot side. Unfortunate. Just a bit of a late flash, but still, Hanwha winning top, winning bot. Chovy's got full push mid and the 14 CS lead. It's just up gold across the board for Hanwha.
Hanwha just slowly but surely, now 4,000 gold lead, pushing themselves forward. But I feel like Infinity are saying, look, we can force around this dragon. This is where we're going to be strongest. Get those big AoE team fights. And now knowing that there's no flash or ultimate onto Morgan, they've got a little bit of help with it.
It's gonna suck that Infinity don't have any mythics completed, though. You just got Bugax 1 completed, but like no Eclipse coming through for White Lotus, Solid Snake not having his his own Gore Drinker, whereas you look across at Hanwha, everyone's got their Mythic finished, and that's why you try to move in here as Infinity, you're like, we just don't have the item spikes that we need right now to contest this.
Yeah, as well, you have Morgan just hovering towards that bot side before returning to top, so recognizing, look, I can hover, I can be around just in case. No one's going to be able to stop me, and just means there's a free dragon going over to Hanwha, so they get themselves a second Drake of the game. They still have themselves a 4,000 gold lead, and now we want to see what can the side of Hanwha do with these small advantages. As you said, the Mythics finished up just gives them such a massive power spike that Infinity can't walk into them until they finish them.
And Infinity haven't done anything with the time that was dedicated to Hanwha towards the dragon, right? We don't have vision control going into topside. Can't really dive Morgan, he's a bloody Renekton. That's not gonna go well. So instead, you get Hanwha get to have their play on the bot side. Now they've looked to reset. They're gonna be here in time for the Rift Herald, and Infinity just aren't really getting their chance to play a turn in this game.
Losing out every single time. It's like an Uno, skip a turn, skip a turn, skip a turn. You're not quite getting the reactionary play you want. Feels very unfun. As we see now, the rest of Infinity are in towards this mid lane. There is a Rift Herald just spawned, so that could be the next objective they look to go for. They have got the Eclipse and finally the Gore Drinker finished up for White Lotus and Solid Snake, respectfully. We are going to see the TP coming in towards that top side to try and keep that pressure, and Infinity move towards Shelly.
Yeah, so they do manage to get the quicker reset, moving in mids and now getting control, but look at where Chovy is, right? They don't actually know where he is, so you can always just gift this Rift Herald across. You don't have to commit as Hanwha and always have Chovy try and take a bot lane turret, but it looks like they are going to move in and look to try and pressure onto this mid lane, which means Infinity once more have got to come back and fight mid.
Cody doesn't have a lot of mana either, down to about 25%, so the poke that's just not landing is being wasted and those resources are going away. As we can see now, Willer forced to safeguard away from the rest of his team. We will see the kick being actually mitigated there by the portal jump as they go in. Ackerman catches out Deft, but goes with him and therefore can't get anything else out of him. So everyone just backing away, almost finding engages Infinity. I feel like they know they're on a timer. They're looking for something.
Yeah, Bugak still has push in topside, which is why they're maybe looking for Ackerman.
Oh, they're going to look for Ackerman in the mid lane, but there's the bullet time coming out to stop Chovy for going in for the Shifting Sands and the Emperor's Divide. A lot of things being burnt right now. Flashes, dashes, everything whatsoever. There's the ultimate. Has been tanked up by White Lotus, so won't do the full damage. There's going to be the Crescent Guard coming out for Solid Snake as he's going to try and jump in, but now Drowsy going down onto Willer. Can they commit any more to this fight? I don't think they can, but here comes Bugax right off the side with a TP in the middle of it. Bugax versus the world. He's looking for Death, who will get over the wall. They flash in on the Death. Death will fall. That's going to be the first kill of this fight. Now Cody can jump in. It's the Amumu for the Ezreal right now. Willer so close to death. Finally will fall down as Morgan finds himself a little bit all alone. Chovy tries to get him away, but he just cannot. And in a strange turn of events, Infinity find the fight, they find the damage, and they find the kills.
It may not have been clean, but it was effective coming through from Infinity. They managed to pick off so many different members of Hanwha. You even got Bugax, who now able to get a couple of kills for himself. Will get this Rift Herald as well, and you can take over in these lanes.
It is a huge shift in momentum as we have a look at the Axe replay. This was so scrappy and everyone had used everything.
Yeah, you see the Amumu's already looking to back. Ackerman's like, I don't want any more of this, but getting that much damage onto Willer, and look at Bugax here. Perfect positioning, manages to get a ton of damage on towards Deft, who's out of mana himself, so he's forced to flash away into the waiting hands of Solid Snake. It's Infinity perfectly setting up all the moving parts to entrap Hanwha, and yeah, I mean, Chovy's there, right, but
he wasn't able to get in.
Yeah, there was just nothing that he could do, so Infinity, phenomenal job to find the fight that they needed.
And they're able to take down Morgan as well when he's by himself, when he's just a lone crocodile. Look at the damage, Cody, my son. That was incredibly well played.
That's why we see a band against him, right? He is a phenomenal Zoe player, and we're seeing it in these team fights. But this is what we talked about for Infinity, right? Like, so many of their advantages come from early skirmishes. They're not about trying to, like, hey, let's move Cody topside to Bugax. Let's try and play with, like, Ackerman moving around the map. It's about fighting, and this is the fighting that Infinity have now found.
Well, Willer is hovering towards this bot side to make sure that Cody and Solid Snake don't get anything too crazy in their ideas. Cody did pick up 2 kills in that last fight, finished up the Luden's Tempest. They are still behind in gold. Infinity are still playing catch-up, but it's the moments like this that maybe you're going to set up for success. The curse of the stab, bullet time, Death almost go down. Ackerman not quite in there, though. Almost falls to the turret. There's going to be the ultimate coming in. Ackerman
Oh, just about stays alive, and that's going to be enough to keep him going. Deft needs to Arcane Shift away as Cody picking up these cleanses, keeping himself irrelevant in these fights.
The thing is though, Infinity, commit to bot side with the Rift Herald, don't get Terror. Commit to mid, don't get the play, and Chovy's pushing in top side. He's poking out Bugax with the range discrepancy, and it'll actually be Hanwha who end up with a Terror when all is said and done. So despite the proactive plays from Infinity, it's Hanwha who are winning on map stays.
It's the execution, it's being able to convert those plays into those kills, into those turrets, into those objectives. Doesn't quite hit the mark here for Infinity, and they are committing quite a lot, and you can see the ideas are there, but like you said, the execution itself just needs to be tightened up just a tad.
And it's unfortunate, right? Because we kind of got hyped for Infinity. We saw that team fire. We thought maybe, just maybe they can. But Hanwha, again, taking the step back. They are so good at slowing down the pace of the game. Making sure that they're the ones that now can... Okay, Chovy's got top side. We're in position with Willer to stop any potential plays for Infinity. So you consistently have Hanwha in positions to trade up. And now, with the commitment to the top side with Bugax and with Ackerman, Willer's just free to take the Dragon for himself.
Yeah, takes himself the Dragon. This should be the turret going over, though, in favor of Infinity Esports. That will be a nice little bit of gold, so you're trading power now for power later. That's just generally how you want to go for this. And finally, we are seeing them look to trade up if they can, as we look to see maybe they can get a blue buff out of it as well. The Dragon taking a little bit longer, I imagine, than most anticipated, but Solosek just realizing there that the Chovy's not alone.
Yeah, this might be a bit greedy, though, because when you look at where like Bugax is right now, he kind of needs to reset, so you can have Cody gress onto this bottom lane. It means that if I'm Hanwha, I'm kind of looking at this mid lane going, hey, look, are we capable of making a play? Morgan rotating over. Not going to be looking for the dive, though, as Chovy is just going to collect that top wave, and Hanwha take it a little bit slower, although I say that, Willer and Morgan moving into position.
They know exactly where everyone is. They're putting pings down. They're trying to see if they can get this one. Morgan looking for the flank. Cody off to the side. Does he know that everyone's there? I don't think he does. He's going to burst in and get bursted out. Actually lands the sleep onto the one person who could stun him up. Very lucky there. Infinity get away with just a little bit of a smack on the wrist.
Yeah, not going to be able to burn any summoner spells, and Infinity now get the resets that they need to hold on to this mid lane turret, but Hanwha are not letting up.
They are not, but Hanwha gotta respect. That is still a 2.5 item Zoe with the distance on the paddle star. You get so much. Ackerman goes in. He stops Chovy, and Chovy has been taken out. He gets his Emperor Divide out, but when you're locked in place, there's nothing you can do. Willer forced to flash away, and Hanwha Life are heading for the hills.
And they knew that Ackerman was there. He was spotted on wards coming in, but still, he manages to get the great setup and at least get one pick in favor of Hanwha, ease some of that pressure, and the gold lead that was ballooning Penguin is slowly starting to turn around.
It's whittling down. It was 4K, then one fight it was 3K. Now in an extra fight it's 2K. This is where the game starts to get a little bit shaky for Hanwha Life, and this is exactly what we talk about for them. They take things slow, but if you're too slow, you're just going to get caught out.
And this is exactly what we saw in Game 4 and Game 5 of the LLA Grand Finals. Infinity fall behind, but these team fights, these moments to make the picks happen was what drew them back from the brink. And now against Hanwha, Infinity are looking to repeat history and see if they can take down one of the play-in favorites.
And of course, we're always going to get excited for underdog stories. We're Irish. We are consistently underdog stories, but it is still in Hanwha Life's hands. They still have a gold lead, they still have the dragon lead, and they still have plenty of tools in them, but it is these executions, these missteps, these small little moments of getting caught out that you're kind of questioning, like, are they able to do it? Can they do it? They need to show us they can.
And this is why I want to see Hanwha take it slow. You don't need to force the pace. Let Azir scale. Let Deft come into the picture as well. But as I say, that looks like they're trying once more, but Infinity collapsing.
Infinity are around. They will lose tier 1 in mid. So get a triple bubble landing on the Chovy. In any other situation, that would have been very detrimental to his health, but Chovy was surrounded by loved ones and was able to keep himself alive.
It's Hanwha doing a nice job of, like, again, pushing it sideways and then starting to rotate in, but this is the repeat here, right? Ackerman, they see him, right? But they're just like, okay, well, we're totally fine. Chovy steps up that bit too far, and this is the power of this new Mumu, right? You get one lockdown, the CC comes through, and then you always have that second bandit toss if you need it as well. White Lotus doing so much damage over the back of it as well, and a really solid pick from Infinity.
You see the perfect flash there from Willer. If he does not flash that, he ends up getting caught out again. You can see Bugax getting a little bit of extra time now into this side lane, having a little bit of a better time now, has the Collector alongside the Immortal Shield Bow, so trading more effectively into these side lanes, and this Renekton is slowly starting to become a little less relevant as we get into these later team fights.
Yeah, the big thing that you want to try and play here is Hanwha is like, okay, let's get a little bit more scaling on Chovy. We can play these late game team fights where we've got a little bit of range and try and like stop Ackerman from getting in, because if Ackerman can set up for these big team fights, it's very hard for Hanwha to reset, especially if like someone like Chovy or Deft end up got caught up in that kind of CC chain that we're seeing coming through from Infinity.
A minute or just over it on for the next Drake to spawn. And we'll put Hanwha live onto it. As we can see now, Solid Snake, a little bit of trouble there. Going to get himself the Blast Cone out, and Ackerman able to get him to safety. But with everyone committing to that try and get that pick, it means that tier 1 in mid definitely going to fall. Infinity trading up. This is looking like Hanwha, I won't say desperate just yet, but definitely looking a little bit more opportunistic when they didn't really need to.
Yeah, and you can make this like quick reset now as Infinity that you're seeing from Ackerman, come back out, get mid push, collapse onto the bot lane with Bugax, get him control over the spot lane as well. So, I mean, for Infinity, you've got a very distinct game plan as to how you can play it, but you look at Hanwha also looking for these quick resets, seeing if they can come out and contest that mid wave and stop Infinity from trying to find pressure onto the bottom side of the map.
I can see now with Hanwha Life, they have the Chovy mid lane up on the top side. He is very, very close to getting himself his Rabadon's death cap. There is a TP coming in, though. It's going to be Cody just covering up that mid lane, but they are waiting to see if they can just catch somebody out. There's an exhaust going down onto Vista. Maybe they're looking for a little bit of a take. White Lotus takes a little bit of a hit, and the TP's going to be committed. That's going to be Chovy coming in. White Lotus has to get himself out. There's the Solar Flare. Vista is still very tanky. Vista is still very healthy. They land on the death as Solid Snake tries to take him down, but Cody is there, and Hanwha Life punish the overextension. They punish the mistake in Infinity. You got to get out. You got to try and survive. You cannot lose anymore, or they will take everything.
And that is a potential third dragon as well for Hanwha alongside this tower. Bugax trying to clear out the wave, which he will just manage to do, but you can just back up. Actually, they don't even, they're just willing to tank this.
Yeah, they're willing to tank it up. Might be a little bit risky now that the tower's at full power, but they'll back away, they get a dragon, and that was why Hanwha Life, you cannot just assume you're going to be able to take them down, because you're just investing so much onto such a tanky Leona. Didn't even have to use Flash.
Yeah, I mean, trying to pick off the Leona is never going to be a good shout, and I mean, Hanwha, rightfully so, punish. Big thing as well, Infinity not quite getting all their eggs in the one basket, we'll say. We're a bit of a messy fight, so Hanwha get the picks, they get themselves back control of the map, and they will get themselves a third dragon. And now, especially when you're looking at a Rabadon's death cap will complete soon for the Azir, that's going to be a major issue. But watch here, right? So we get the potential pick onto Vista, but I want to keep your eyes on White Lotus's ult here, because unfortunately he positioned so far back because of Deft, he actually doesn't get the best of bullet times. Deft doing a really good job of zoning out this misfortune, so bullet times hitting onto no one. Willer's able to come in, Morgan's able to come in. It's just not enough damage left from the kind of the big wombo we were talking about for Infinity.
Yeah, it's just a bit reaching there from Infinity. You didn't have to try and force that play. You didn't have to try and make it work for you. You had options, and even this Bugax into Morgan, he's winning the side lane, as we can now see him invest into this jungler to try to catch him out, and Solid Snake is dead. That's just an easy, quick kill, and Hanwha Life starting to pick up the pace.
And I mean, Baron's on the cards as well now, right? 26 minutes into the game, you've got a 3k goal lead at Azir with a Rabadon's death cap. That will not stand for very long, as Bugax is still trying to deal with this bot lane turret.
You gotta be a little bit careful though. Willer will have to be the sole tank of this. As you can see now, Vista off to the side. They will have the True Shot Barrage land on the 3 people, so help pepper them down. This Baron is not exactly quick. Deft and Vista are the ones keeping him away, and oh my lord, Deft! That is just so disgusting, being able to go that far aggressive, and no, he's gonna be able to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Deft's feeling himself right now. Divine Thunder, the Muramana completed. He is going to be pumping out damage, and unfortunately Cody wasn't really expecting it. Now you get the pick, you get the Baron. Deft should be fine here.
He has the flash. There is a little bit of a slow there, trying to jump on top of him, but there's the Immortal Shield Bow popped, and Deft says, cool, I know I have my team lift me. I know that Morgan's on the bot side, so I gotta move forward. And with this Baron power play from Red Bull, it's going to be absolutely huge for Hanwha to really solidify themselves forward.
Yeah, Big Brother Morgan was in the wings, so Deft feeling a little bit more confident there to arcane shift forward. But honestly, you can see, right, Frozen Heart does so much in this style of composition, because Bugax can't really get through you. White Lotus, Solid Snake gonna have a really rough time as well, so you're pretty much free to play more aggressive. And unfortunately, Infinity, we started to get the ball rolling, but Hanwha have done an exceptional job of shutting that down, finding these picks and plays, and now they're firmly in control with that Red Bull Baron power play.
exactly. You can never count these guys out. Of course, 4th seed from the LCK. The LCK, the most successful region at the World Championships. Never to be underestimated. Be it 1st or 4th, you have to give them respect. And Infinity, sadly, just overreaching. Maybe saw an opportunity that wasn't there, and really getting hard punished right now, as we can see, just pushing forward with the Red Bull Baron power play and getting themselves more and more of these standing turrets.
Yeah, Infinity trying to play off 3 waves here. Cody was up in that top side, so Hallmark just like, cool, we have numbers advantage, but we can hard force this with the Baron, and now they're going to start sieging with double cannons here with the Baron buff.
Morgan going to move up towards that mid lane as well, just to try and buff them up, make sure they can keep the pressure on, spread Infinity Esports thin. Infinity are going to look for a pick. It's not really the one they wanted, so they're not going to fully commit to it. They're going to try and maybe get a little bit of poke, but nothing else. Bugax is pushing back Morgan, but that turret is falling, and then the 4v4, Infinity can't hold, and Bugax trying to go for the 1v1 against Rected, but you're against minions right now. He's going to get blocked, and he's not going to be able to do it at all. He's going to have to back himself away because the rest of Hanwha is up. It's coming up from his base.
But look at the health bars on Infinity. They're actually being cut off from their own base as Hanwha now get bot. They're going to get mid, and it's falling apart for Infinity.
It is, and Morgan's going to find Bugax. He's not going to be able to get himself back to base to try and defend, and now they're going to try and trade each other's lives. They won't be able to get it, but Hanwha Life, they smell blood. They know there's an incredibly low member of Infinity somewhere. They have got the true shot barrage, but they're not going to commit it. He will leave with his life with the bases in shambles.
I mean, Hanwha know what the next prize is, right? 1.5 minutes until the Dragon. They're going to reset, push in waves, just double down on the vision control that they've already established, that you can see Infinity trying to clear out now, and then either you fight Ocean Soul as Infinity, or you just end up losing it with double minion waves, and also Hanwha just being able to, double super minion waves, and Hanwha being able to commit to the top side. The last nail in the coffin starting to fall slowly for Infinity here.
It's a little bit of a hard spot to be in to try and fight out of. You need to try and find depth. You need to try and find Chovy. They are your 2 only options for the next team fight. You need to blow them up, and then you have a chance. Then you're given an opportunity to maybe get some more time for your inhibitors. Maybe look to try and push out these side waves, but I don't think Hanwha's going to let you have it. They're just too good at these, these positions to close out.
And I mean, you've kind of lost the moment. Unless you can have Bugax massive ultimate alongside like Ackerman and White Lotus to like annihilate both Chovy and Deft, you're just kind of out of time.
Yeah, they're going to get tier 2 in the top side, so 5 members of Infinity, but you got Chovy and Morgan in the top side. You got the rest of Hanwha hovering in the red side jungle, so you know you are safe to go for this. Deft will get drowsy. Morgan's a little bit isolated away from his team, and they will try and commit onto it. This should be the last fight coming in, so we do get the stuns down. It's double cleanse used as Deft gets himself out. He had himself a QSS, and he had himself a cleanse, so he keeps himself alive. The base is well and truly drawn, hung and quartered as they now look to try and find the last fight. Infinity throwing everything at the wall. They just got this completely separated. They just can't finish off the health bars. They're just so close, but yet so far. White Lotus trying his very best, but it is in fact Bugax who gets himself a double kill, but Def knows the rest of the team are low. He knows they're going for it. There's the stun, there's the kills. Is it a triple? It's not quite able to happen. Def keeps himself alive. And while all this is happening, Chovy's ended the game.
Chovy's just chilling. He's like, yeah, guys, just keep him busy. I've got this. Gotta finish off this. I mean, Bugax finally will fall to Morgan's hands, as the base will do likewise to Chovy.
It was a valiant last effort from Infinity, but Hanwha Life will get themselves onto the win sheet. They will find themselves a win against the LLA #1 team, as there's the ace coming in. Sniped off to the side. Chovy ends the game. Hanwha Life on the board.
And a confident win coming through from Hanwha Life. What a strong performance coming through in those early stages. We got to see some, picks coming back from Infinity, but certainly you can see Hanwha put their foot down like, we're having none of this. Straight back to basic, lads. Let's close this one.
Yeah, and again, I think Infinity can take a lot of pride in that performance. They definitely showed off the power and the potency of that, Curse of the Sad Bullet time, having those big AoEs, but it just wasn't enough. They fell too far behind. They weren't able to keeping tempo almost with Hanwha, and then once they actually went for that last fight, they still got 2 kills, which was great, but you're too far behind.
Yeah, I think the big one here was just how well Hanwha were able to play the map, right? They just showed that, hey, look, Infinity, they've overcommitted on one side of the map, we'll go and take others elsewhere. Even when you got moments where maybe you had that overcommitment coming through from Hanwha, Infinity just didn't know what to do at that time, so certainly Hanwha showing that, honestly, they're just a better team when it comes towards maps, and then also having that late game scaling was just kind of the cherry on top.
Yeah, it was the pretty much the cherry on top, like you said, the insurance, if you will, to say, look, we have an Ezreal, we have an Azir, we know that if this goes to 30, 35 minutes, we are just going to be stronger unless you can get that kind of setup for you. But again and again, we do see the LCK coming back. You know, it was a tough loss. It was very, very close in the first one. They were able to get themselves on the board. And honestly, I think this is a good start here for Chovy and for Hanwha Life as a whole.
Yeah, and I think kind of both games that we've seen now from Hanwha, they've been very good at getting their own kind of playstyle, right? Play this nice, slow, well, I don't want to say casual, but very slow-paced game where they're like, cool, we can start to play at the map. It's something that we saw a lot from them regionals, and it looked brilliant.
It really, really did. And every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Infinity Esports got a great setup in the team fight around the Rift Herald.
And this was just such a gorgeous play coming through where, honestly, it got a little bit of a question mark on Hanwha where they like thought, okay, we've kind of got this, but Willer overextending there. Solid Snake goes in and Infinity just kind of go, right, we can actually do this. Bugax is in a great spot. So they come down, and this was the moment where we start to see some of the turnaround plays for Infinity. But unfortunately, later on in the game, it just wasn't enough. But at least we still get to see that Infinity, the LLA, has that fight in them, even if they fall behind.
The potential is there, and I gotta shout out Cody on this one right now. Was just constantly pushing forward and forward, and didn't miss a beat. Got chucked over the wall by the Emperor's Divine, and was like, cool, where's the next one? Straight off the bat, going into something as soon as he possibly could. And I guess that's going to be, you know, see how they can bump back from this. It's obviously, you know, day one, they still have time, but, you know, time is a little bit running out. But we'll see how they're able to cope for it.
Yeah, I think for LLA, a little bit unfortunate, 0-2. I think we got to see some of what they wanted to bring to the table, those big fights, those skirmishes as well, looking good. But unfortunately, up against Hanwha, the LCK rep too strong.
Yeah, they are a little bit too strong. But coming up next, we are looking forward to Unicorns of Love versus the LJL's Detonation Focus Me, two mainstays on the international stage. And as we go to break, let's take a look at the beautiful scenes from our host country, Iceland.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, it was summer. I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, it was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we offer you a lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I am here with Emily and Chronicler as it is time to jump into Group B and face, or see rather, our first matchup, Unicorns of Love versus Detonation Focus Me. This is a matchup we, in fact, have never seen before. Despite both teams being mainstays on the international stage, both of them actually tie for the most appearances at Worlds for emerging regions, being 3 for UL and Detonation Focus Me. And I want to start with the story of the Unicorns of Love, because I think we all walked away being quite disappointed about their performance and their exit from MSI. Last year, though, they made it to groups at the World Championship. How do we feel about the Unicorns of Love after their summer?
I mean, I think the big thing to point out for their summer is if you didn't follow them in their region, you look at it and you're like, oh, you all made it again. Like, they must have just breezed through. And they actually lost to Crow Crowd in the top half of their bracket. And then when they faced them again in the grand finals, they actually went to all 5 games. So they did have a little bit more difficulty, I think, getting here, especially when it came time to playoff qualification. It's a lot of the same names that you're very familiar with. Obviously, we're going to talk about No Man's a bit later on, but new bot laner, which has kind of been the thing that has always changed for you all every time they've come. You know, it was Gadget with all the weird picks, and then it was Lodic, and then now it's Argonaut.
They had a stint with Frappy as well, but now Argonaut. To me, when I look at the story of Unicorns and DFM, they are kind of opposed in that, for me, the Unicorns of Love have not been able to, this year at least, deliver on what we expect from them in terms of upsetting and making it to the further stages. And I feel on the other side, Chronicler, Detonation Focus Me out of the LJL. They have made so many fans this year alone by, you know, taking down C9 at MSI. And now that they have their full team lineup, expectations couldn't be higher. Oh, I can't seem to hear you. So hopefully we can communicate that to Moritz. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Very sorry. I personally expect DFM to wield that as a double-edged sword. On one hand, I think for a lot of teams with less experience, that could be a problem going into what is, I think, one of the most exciting Plains matches that we have, because both of these teams have such a long history, but have never actually faced one another. But especially after MSI showed that these players individually can really match what we've seen, even from teams that a lot of people would perceive as stronger in the form of C9, I think the expectations and the sky is basically the limit for DFM.
In the pre-show, you guys put it very, very beautifully. This is the best that Japan has to offer. For people that are not in the loop, they of course played with their coach Kazu at MSI, but now that there's residency for Steel, they were able to add Gang, their support, who has really been turning heads, I think, with this play so far.
Yeah, and then I do want to call out both of the Japanese players on the lineup, because I do think that Unicorn and Ebi, I lean towards Ebi. I know most people lean towards Unicorn, but these are the two when you're talking about like who is the strongest player that Japan has ever produced. It's these two. So this is really like, I know a lot of the casters have been saying this is like LJL Exodia. Like this is the team that they've been waiting for, which is why we've been talking about them so much, because there are actually a lot of legitimate expectations on this team, I think, especially based on some of their best of one performances at the midseason invitational.
Oh, absolutely. You touched on it already, but let's look at the mid lane a little bit more in depth. Nomans, who once again, every time we have Unicorns of Love at an international tournament, we have to say, Nomans crushed the region. It happened again. And he's up versus Arya, who is definitely the mid lane prodigy in the LJL, a successor to Seros. And what many people say is maybe, I talked to some of the LJL experts, Nymera said he could very well be the best mid in this group. Emily, what do you think about that?
That's an interesting take. But I do think, like, so in the No Man's Arya matchup, I think you're looking at Arya, and I think he's evolved a lot as a player. But you're looking at him to be, in my opinion, a little bit more of a standard stable mid laner, where in terms of what No Man's brings to this team, it's a little bit more like how we talked about Chovy, right? In terms of he is able to spread his influence, especially on certain champions, like off the top of my head, the Rise, where he is able to help the team that way, in addition to, you know, making noise in lane. Whereas Arya, I see as more of like, he is such a, if he can be a strong like laner and focal point, it allows the rest of the team to do basically whatever they want.
Chronicler, what's your view on the mid lane matchup?
Something that, as pointed out already by Emily, like the similarities to what Chovy means for Hanwha also means that there's going to be a lot more pressure on Nomans, because he is the focal point of the team, right? His damage share is absurd, higher than it should be, which is both really good sign for him as a player individually, but also means that whereas Arya, I don't think has to stomp this matchup. If he can go even or can exert a little bit of pressure, he's going to feel great because he's backed up by so many strong players. On Unicorns, there's a lot more pressure to actually proactively try to get Nomans ahead, and I think that that is always a tough ask.
That's a great point. We also checked in with the fans in the MasterCard fan prediction on Twitter at MasterCard Nexus, and they predicted DFM to win with 65.2%. How about the experts? Emily?
This group is so close, but I also did pick DFM right off the bat. I'm really curious to see how this team performs on stage. I do think they could have the edge over Unicorns, despite the fact that I do think one of the strengths of Unicorns is that when they're on and they're communicating together, they make plays together super well around the map, right? So breaking that is going to be what DFM is going to have to do, and I do think they can do it, especially if Evie is performing really, really well on top lane.
Chronicler?
I'm going to go with DFM as well, and it ties into what I mentioned earlier. I think that a team, as we saw last series with Hanwha, like yes, they won, but it wasn't that clean. If you're very reliant on individual players, and there's a team that is a little bit more well-rounded, that has more ins or more outs rather, to try and find angles to victory, I think that's generally safer bet. In this case, that is definitely DFM.
A lot of trust in DFM. I think with the super team, our expectations are so high, so we'll see what materializes. And if your predictions come through after the break, as Unicorns of Love and DFM hit the rift for our next game.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2021. You might notice that the voices have changed slightly here on the caster desk. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Golborg for the final 4 games of the day. And what are 4 games we have? We're going to start off Group B here, Golborg.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think Group A, a lot of people took a look at it. They saw Hanwha Live, they saw LNG, and they're like, this has to be the strongest group. But I also think in terms of strength of these regions coming in now to Group B instead, I think they're very on the same level. I think a lot of these games are going to be incredibly competitive.
And you have to remember, with it being single round robin, best of 1, first team also qualifies for groups. If you get first in play-ins in your group, you are automatically into the main group stage. But after that, second seed still has to play a best of 5. Third and fourth have to play at least 2 best of 5s to make it in. So really, you want that top spot. And with how close Group B is, I actually think there's a few names in the hat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think like the desk already talked about it. We have them coming in now. DFM, Unicorns of Love, teams we've come to know on the international stage at this time around as well. But obviously also the others beyond gaming coming in later today. In general, Group B is just looking really scary, and I want to take it back to what you just said as well, because in Group A, Hanwha Live, LNG, if you're not first in Group B, you're going to have to play one of these teams when you finally meet the other time around. So that is why it's so pivotal, not only for making it to groups, but also just in general your own chances to make every game count.
You have to make every single game count, as you say, Golborg. We're going to have a look at exactly how things have wrapped up for the day in Group A. LNG up towards the top. Of course, Hanwha Life losing to them in Game 1. Red Canids, though, with a big win over Infinity as well, really trying to avoid that bottom place in the group.
Definitely, because as you said yourself, it's easy to come around and actually qualify for these knockout stage instead, but being that last place, definitely not what you're looking for. But I think Group A looking pretty much how most teams expected going into this one, except, of course, Hanwha Live losing that game.
I think some people would have expected that. I went in thinking that LNG were going to take a win off Hanwha Live. I'll be honest, I think LPL consistently over the last few years has just been a little bit more powerful when you go down to that 4th seed position. But of course, that's enough about Group A for now, because we have Group B just around the corner. DFM versus Unicorns of Love to kick us off. 2 teams we have seen on the world stage many times before.
Definitely, and I think there's also some key players on this roster as well. If we start with Unicorns of Love, of course, keeping their top side of the map with Nomans once again, with an Anasik coming in, and then Boss obviously up towards the top side. These are just players that we keep seeing again and again and again for this region, and there's a reason for it, because these are some of the best coming in from the CIS.
It does feel like Unicorns of Love come into every international tournament and they're like, okay, we can plug and play an AD carry. Who are we going to have? Originally it was Gadget, then it was Lodic for MSI, and now they put in Argonaut there in his first ever international competition, alongside that storied roster. Boss, Ananasik, Nomans, Santas, all of these guys that have played together for so long and who have represented the CIS region really well across the last few years. You have to remember, it was only Worlds 2020 when the CIS region made their first group stage, and it was Unicorns of Love who were able to do that.
Exactly. I think a lot of people...
the Unicorns of Love made their first group stage.
Exactly.
Elvis Knox existed.
Well, I think a lot of people in general remember back to last year and they're like, oh, Supermassive, they were the one that beat out Mad Lions. And then they kind of just forget that Unicorns of Love did super amazing against Supermassive afterwards and made it to the group stage. So obviously, when you hear this team name, there is some expectations following it.
That definitely is. On the other side of the rift, though, Detonation Focus Me. Another storied roster, 3rd year in succession that they're representing the LJL, and now they have really combined the sum of their parts. We've seen them with subs over the last MSI, and now they don't have to have any subs, Golborg.
That's the thing. We've heard the unofficial LDL casters talk about it. We heard Emily just mention it on the desk as well. The Exodia of Japan has finally been assembled here with some of the best, if not the best, in every specific role now collected. No subs this time around. You don't have to play with the coach. You can just come in here and show what you're made of. And I think DFM, a lot of people, they talk about this top side of the map. They talk about Epi, they talk about Steel, they talk about Aria, and these are definitely going to be vocal points to have a look at later into the game.
especially with how they'll match up into the Unicorns of Love. Of course, when we talk about that Exodia, it's Gang being put back into the support role. He gained his residency and is now able to play with the team once again. And I'll admit, Gang is a personal favorite of mine. I love the way he plays support. He's so good at being impactful all over the map. Things like his Alistar, his Nautilus can really turn a game. And with Rakan really high up in the meta and with Amumu really high up in the meta, I'm looking forward to seeing just how well these engaged supports can play.
Yeah, but there's also the other side of the coin over on Unicorns of Love as well, that with their support player Santa's coming in, because it's going to be really pivotal for these teams to actually open up the map. This is a game where I think top side of the map in general and less about bot side is going to matter. So being that team with the bot lane priority, not so you can push towers, but so you can let your support roam free in the world and actually help him make a difference elsewhere in the map, is going to be super pivotal for it.
And that's why we see so many Ezreals, so many Varuses, you know, these AD carries that can just farm safely from long range. We'll see if they are picked again in this game. Now, tournament officials are currently working on a resolve to an on-stage player account issue, which is why we are waiting just a little bit to get on into this game. Of course, when that gets sorted out, we'll inform you as soon as possible. But while we have a bit of time, Goldberg, I know it's your first ever Worlds. You're here for play-ins. It's your first ever cast. Give me some prep. First ever Worlds cast. So it's the first cast you're doing at Worlds. I could have presented that better. Anyway, give me your key takeaways for both these teams. What are we expecting to see in this game?
First off, you sure it's not your first time?
I mean, you never know, really.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, second off, I think, once again, mid lane, the desk already talked a bit about it. No Man's coming in with Arya. No Man's is one of these mid laners to me that, you know, he's really interesting because throughout the entire year, almost, watching mid laners, the name of the game has been, let me get priority. Not so I can use it in the mid lane, but so I can roam around elsewhere on the map and make a difference. But what No Man's does instead is not only does he have his old little key picks like the Kassadin as well, but when he gets priority, he keeps it in the mid lane. He tries to strangle out the opponent to the point where they just can't play the game, and because the enemy mid laner can't play the game either, so can't the side lane because of the threat of him suddenly moving when he feels like it. But I also think there is the other side of the coin to this, which of course is Arya, which of course is Steel, that has been doing such a good job at pathing around either mid lane up towards top side so they can create these either 4-minute dives or 8-minute up with the Herald placed that we've seen so many times. So mid lane matchup going into this one, super important.
Our eyes will definitely be on the mid lane, and as you said, alongside that, you have to look to the jungle. Ananasik, we get to say it once. Do you want to do the thing about the name?
It happens every Worlds. Yeah. So okay, guys, did you know that Ananasik's name means little pineapple? Wow.
Guys, okay, so that's the only one you will hear from Goldberg and me throughout this entire tournament, is that is his name. I believe we're going to hand it back across towards the analyst desk as we get ready to get on into this game. Shox, Emily, and Chronicler, take it away.
Thank you very much. Did you know that ananas is actually the Dutch word for pineapple? So it resembles a non-Czech or a lot. So I'm just
Ananas is it in
ananas
French
in
too,
French
yeah.
too. So we're gonna look into that etymology later. But we do have a little bit of time. Unfortunately, tournament officials are working to resolve an on-stage player account issue. Not what you want. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that when you're at the World Championship. It does give us a little bit more time to dive into this matchup, but since we don't really have a lot of tape to watch, I suggest we also look further into kind of what this Group B looks like. We didn't get that much time at the beginning of the day, and I think we have a bigger opportunity here. And to paraphrase what I heard in the pre-show, Emily, it was, this has the potential of being an extremely close group. In general, what makes you say that?
So in the other group, we have, you know, HLE and Hanwha Life kind of at the top, and then a pack of 3. This group, especially in a single game best of 1 format, I feel like any team can take any game off of like any team in this group. It's actually pretty nuts how close this group is. So it's really going to come down to draft and execution for these teams. I have been really impressed looking at Beyond Gaming's run here. I think their understanding of how they want to play, not only with their players, but certain picks and certain matchups and their timing around them, I think is really good. I think Husha has actually performed incredibly well. And then obviously everyone's gonna know Doggo. Everyone's gonna know that they kind of want to go towards this weird like 1-3-1 plus 5v5 team fighting style that they don't always execute as well as they could. but the understanding and the foundation is there. So I've actually been really impressed with them specifically. But all of the teams in this group are really, really interesting and very closely matched, in my opinion.
For the people who may not know, Beyond Gaming is, of course, the second seed coming out of the PCS. And the reason I think why a lot of people think highly of them is because we have another Worlds team that they were up against and actually beat in the playoffs in PSG Talon. That's why I think a lot of people are excited to see what Beyond could bring, Chronicler. Do you share Emily's excitement into the possibility of Beyond in this group?
Most certainly, because on paper, if you look at the strength of the PCS region right now, like on paper, they should be stronger than C9, right? And that's something that feels kind of weird. And I don't know whether that's actually going to be factually true with how both good and bad, inconsistent C9 has been. When they look good, they look great. But there's also been some subpar games. And a Beyond Gaming that can match a PSG that has been able to play a very aggressive kind of skill check based style at an international tournament, beat them, and then in the final actually bring them to 5 games, like that would terrify me to play N2, because you already know that PSG is a team good enough to get far on the world stage. They made semis at MSI and they looked very convincingly throughout. And then having to go up against a team like that, as you pointed out already, Emily, in a single Robin best of 1, where there's no second week where you can recover, right? Like every single match is so important. That would terrify me.
Emily, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree, and I think I'm glad you brought up C9 too, because I do want to talk about them. I feel like people are down on them because maybe they still remember the DFM, which we're gonna get the rematch later on today. But like watching them go through playoffs, the thing is that you look at this unit of 5, and you're like, this can be a phenomenal team based on the talent that's here. Like on paper, this team is incredibly good. Fudge has improved exponentially as an individual player from where he started in the LCS lock-in tournament to now. And I think it's really all about these like very specific like miscommunication timings, or like a certain player will want to play the game one way and then the rest of the team will want to play the game another way. And it's not about there's a right and wrong there. It's that they need to all agree and all execute on the play in the same way.
I think often for Cloud9 not getting to the group stage of MSI, that was a disappointment no matter how you toss and turn it. But I think people tend to forget that this is an evolution of a team. And they hadn't played that long in that configuration when MSI arrived, right? So I'm excited to see what they will have learned now getting to the World Championship at the end of the day. I do believe that the casters are ready, so we're going to get back into UL DFM.
Jocks, and thank you guys for giving us a little bit of a breather. 4 games in a row is a long way to go, and I'm sure that my voice thanks you for taking those couple of minutes away from us. Now, Gorborg, let's focus back into this game. DFM versus the Unicorns of Love, 2 teams that will be vying for first place, but probably at the end challenging for second in this group.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is the underdog story. When the Desk and Day started all the way back today, some people were talking, I'm saying Chronicler here, we're talking about how Detonation Focus Me was his dark horse to come up and upset some. Now, I'm not too sure just yet if that's what we're looking at. I'm way more buying into the narrative you just presented me with, that they might be second place. But, you know, it starts one place, and this championship, like, it's a very bloody good way to start.
One of these teams will be hoping it starts with success. Rise banned away from Aria immediately. There's the Camille taken away by DFM as well. No real surprises. I am wondering if we'll see one of these teams' pocket picks. Kassadin, a very big pick for No Man's. Alongside that, Steel loves his Shaco.
I mean, yeah, it's not that big just yet. It's very situational at times into specific matchups, but honestly, Matic, you're completely right. It is the Kassadin coming out here. Now, going off the bans, we're already seeing on Unicorns of Love, Arias Rise was a pivotal champion in their regular season, getting that mid lane priority, moving it up to top side. Rise was one of these champions we saw it quite often with, and then obviously Steel and its Sin Sao also been removed away. And then a Mumu keeps showing off today, getting banned here as well.
Doesn't really surprise me that Unicorns of Love want to get rid of the Amumu with Gang and the amount he can roam and the ability he has on engaged supports. Removing that from the pool, removing that option of, you know, the Curse of the Sad bullet time, or even just the Curse of the Sad Mummy combined with any follow-up AoE makes a lot of sense.
Because that's another thing as well, because there's the priority champions we've already seen today, like the Lucian, like the Aurelia now getting moved away, but Lee Sin has also had 100% presence going into this one, being banned and only let through in the game we saw before with the Lee Sin coming through. So this priority from Unicorns of Love is going to be interesting to see where they put it.
It is Ananasik's most played across summer as well, and immediately it locked in. He played 5 games of it. He won 4 of those 5s. Of course, a lot of these teams won a lot of their games in their home regions. That's kind of why they're here in play-ins, but still a very comfortable champion for the Unicorns of Love jungler.
But that's the interesting thing about play-ins, because all these teams are good in their own right from their own region, but now they get to put their pride on the line when they finally clash against each other.
They definitely do. These two teams never clashed before, although they are 2 of our most storied play-ins teams here at Worlds 2021. Unicorns of Love in their 3rd successive World Championships, DFM in their 7th ever international tournament. And now we see, once again, red side Misfortune. We've seen it every game.
Definitely. Misfortune, one of these champions with the patches coming in with the reword of the Yumu's item change, so it's cheaper now, builds out of Caulfield's Warhammer instead, easier to go off these long swords instead of the big axes. And then LeBlanc coming in for Aria. This is a statement pick as well when you go into other mid laners. We've already seen Icon with it today.
We have, but Aria has played it 4 times in summer, and he has not died.
Wow.
He has not died on this pick in 4 games. They won every single one of them. Aria with an incredibly comfortable pick here in the mid lane, and Ryze was his most played champion above that. Of course, that's already banned away.
Yeah, not so much go into that one, so it's going to be interesting to see what approach Unicorns of Love is going to have to this one. Do you want to go for a roaming style where you say, I don't care about this, LeBlanc, we'll try and do something else on the side lanes instead? Or are you putting all the eggs into the basket that is No Man's, giving a comfort champion into LeBlanc instead, and then just play for him? You already have Lee Sin, which is a great skirmishing champion in the early game, so I think from Unicorns of Love, you can be set up quite nicely, but they avoid it, and they much rather secure the Rakan, which is a contested pick between these 2 supports as well.
Yeah, Santos has 6 games on Rakan, Galio, and Nautilus, so very used to playing the poultry man in the bottom lane. Into that, it looks like Gang is going to look towards his Leona. That's his most played across the course of summer, and I do love that AoE combination. Curse of the Sad Solar Flare from the DFM bottom lane.
There's no curse in either of these champions' name. You can't just put curse in there.
I guess it's Solar Time? Bullet Flare.
Stop,
Bullet Flare. You know you like it.
We'll see later, but it's also just a good pick into the Rakan as well. Rakan, one of these champions that's super immobile. That's why you often see it picked into the Thresh or into Braum, because they have a hard time dealing with this mobility. So now when you have the Leona coming into it, if you shot him down with the CC chain and you blow him up immediately, which will, with the LeBlanc, you will have the chance to do so. That's what you're looking to do in the mid game at least.
Moving into the next stage of pick ban here, junglers and top laners. Jungler for DFM alongside their top laner, Unicorns of Love. I'm wondering if this Lucian is going to get flexed towards the mid lane. It is a possibility for No Man's. He is the only person on this team that has played it in summer, but of course Lucian kind of rose into priority more after the end of summer season. Gwen banned, Set banned, 2 top laners are removed. That's the Silas taken away as well.
Yeah, so you can definitely see that top lane right now is the focus of the game. Right now, Detonation Focus Me, you have the luxury of knowing that it's a Lee Sin, so you're just going to 4th pick your jungler, and then you're going to get Epi, that counter pick. So Unicorns of Love's thought process right now should just be, what champion don't we want to play against? Because we will have to blind pick our top laner, so right now you're thinking of a specific top laner and trying to take away some of those counters. So definitely champions with dash is something that they take into consideration, because Poppy has been removed that can obviously stop that.
Yeah, I mean, into at least Sin, Rakan, and Illusion, it kind of makes sense that you don't want to be playing against a Poppy. DFM here, perhaps looking towards their jungle. Talon is something that we've heard rumor of from solo queue, but have yet to see picked here at Worlds 2021, and there we are. Okay, DFM with the burstiest of burst comps I have ever seen. Like, how much damage does this composition have?
To be fair, there are quite squishy members of Unicorns of Love right now. You don't have that tank. If at best, Lee Sin, obviously, a bruiser. So that CC chain we talk about, if you hit it with Leona and the rest of the members just pile down, you got 2 assassins already. It should be fairly easy finding out what you want to do. Now, blind pick for Unicorns of Love, it is going to be Boss with that Jace. Could obviously still be flexed into the mid lane, but I am expecting to see it up top side.
It would make a lot of sense. The Unicorns perhaps looking towards a tank or pseudo-tank in the mid lane. Lissandra, of course, with her Frozen Tomb, can mitigate a lot of damage that comes out from the opposition. Shields from Orianna can do the same, but not really to the same degree. The shield, of course, has a travel time because the ball has to get to your teammate, and you might just die before you even get there against a LeBlanc, a Talon, and an MF.
Definitely, and you know what? I think it's a very historic roster. You kind of already see here, we already talked about the top side of Unicorns of Love, and you get historic picks as well. Orianna obviously always sees plays at the World Championship. Same can almost be said from the Lee Sin, and Jace, obviously, ever since we found that top lane dominance with the Asian teams coming in, have seen their priority up here. The last pick for Detonation focused me into that one. It is going to be this Gnar, which honestly has been a great pick for Ebi in the past as well, to the point where they would just blind pick this champion as a first or second rotation just because they know how reliable Ebi is. But with these compositions, I'm kind of imagining them trying to play for this Talon instead. We know how fast that Talon clear can be, having full cleared their camps at 3:15 almost, to the point where you can really just start parkouring around the map and trying to find whichever lane you really want to play for. There is a few. You have the Leona, you have the LeBlanc, and there of course is the Mecha now when you hit level 6 on Ebi.
Where will Steel decide to spend his time in the early game? So often a key focus for Detonation Focus Me, so often a key player in their leads, in how they get ahead in the early game. Him alongside Arya is a jungle mid duo to be feared. However, on the other side of the map, you've got Nomans. You have a Nanasik. Like, these guys, they have the experience, they have the pedigree of being on the world stage, and they team up so well together. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this mid-jungle clash in the early game.
Definitely, because I also look at Ananasik, and he's a jungler where he's got a lot of jungle proximity. He's not really playing for himself. He's very selfish, actually, and one of his biggest strengths is finding these picks towards Nomans, but having that Orianna into the blank in the mid lane, there's not a lot of pick potential before you really hit that level 6, so that early game setup, I'm going to be curious about Unicorns of Love, of where they want to find it pre-level 6, if they want to find it even at all.
Because that is how Unicorns of Love traditionally played. In the summer season, they were all about getting Nomans ahead, getting him towards a position where he could just dominate his lane and then output the DPS in later game fights, but it does feel a little bit more tricky to do that when he's on something like the Orianna.
Now, I do want to see if Detonation Focus Me does have some level 1 plays, because in their regionals, or just in terms of playoffs as well, they always had something to pull out in the early game, starting Bobble on Zoe, starting E on Silas to get the stun. So it wouldn't even surprise me if we tried and see them go for something here before laning phase really starts.
It looks like they were perhaps expecting Unicorns of Love to step into this tri-bush. You can see Ebi just waiting there, the rest of the team across the wall. But for the moment, no one will face off. There was a ward placed around the red buff by DFM, meaning that they would spot out if an Anasik decided to go for an invade.
And with lanes just going back to normal, from the side of Unicorns of Love, there's not really much early intel being gathered here. We usually would see them try to get either a deep ward down in the bottom lane to see when they finally hit that lane, or try to get some intel on the enemy jungler. I think that's really pivotal when you play against the Talon as well. But they've not gone for anything. They're probably waiting with their trinkets here for this stage of the game, where when Talon is finally going to be around, you can try and spot him at the Raptors. You can try and get that deep ward towards the river if you get the priority instead.
And keeping eyes on Steel will be a key factor for Unicorns in this early game. They really need to keep him under wraps, make sure that he can't get snowballing on this Talon, because we've seen, whether in solo queue or while watching Tracking the Flows, just how much damage a Talon can do as he gets towards that level 6. That Shadow Assault can do so much work. For the moment, though, every matchup as expected. Orianna into LeBlanc in the mid lane here. Both mid lanes just trying to trade with each other, while Utapon on this MF that has been prioritized very heavily on the first day of Worlds, trying to trade into Argonaut. And the thing is with Lucian, we were seeing a lot of Lucian Nami, and that was kind of the discussion. You expected Lucian Nami to be a huge pick, but you can see perhaps it doesn't work quite as well when you're eating double ups in your face. Rakan does a lot of what Nami does and actually is stronger outside of lane than Nami is.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, even playing with this lane, you don't mind being shoved in the bot side. You take a look at the summoner spells. Argonaut has been forced to take this cleanse because you are against the Leona, and that gives you the leverage to just take heal on the Misfortune. So if a fight were to break out, if we see it down in this bottom lane, having that heal is actually going to benefit you. And that may be why, as Lucian, that you don't want to take these early trades that you'd usually see a Lucian go for.
Yeah, the dash-in double auto attack with the Light Slinger alongside the Nami can do a lot of work, but Rakan not the strongest laner in that respect. Both junglers on the top side of the map right now, as Steel is going to get his red buff and Anasik takes away his blue. Actually skipped the Wolves, so would have had a slightly quicker timer to get up towards the top lane if he wanted, but has decided against it for the moment.
Yeah, but you also see the full clear coming in from the Talon now. It's 3-10. He's already on his croc, should be finished in a bit.
Gang going in the bottom lane, Argonaut able to walk away for the moment. No summoners burnt on either side, but you can see Argonaut taking quite a battering. Has already worked his way through 2 of his health potions, does have a total biscuit and an extra pot in his pocket though.
But this can be a bit unfortunate for Steel because Noman's have the priority in mid lane right now. Super easy for Anasik to take the scuttle up towards top. But Unicorns of Love bot lane, they also have the priority. And because of this, there's not really much you can do as Detonation Focus Me to stop these early scuttles from coming through. But there's no ward up here, and Jace is quite far up the lane.
Boss pushed up quite a bit here. Ebby going in as well, is about to turn Mega. Will have the flash wallop in just a second. Parkour across the wall, flash in. They're looking for Boss. He still has the flash to try and get away, but the wallop will connect. Stunned up, and DFM get first blood.
Super nice stun by DFM. I love the patience that came in from Ebby as well. He was waiting with that stun until the flash came in from Boss, and when he finally come out, he was already caught in his trap guard, and he just got the knockdown.
And then you can see Ebby and Steel will push out this wave, meaning that Boss has to TP back in. Otherwise, he would be losing too many minions to this tower. Ebby might even stay around. Instead, decides against it. He'll go back and spend that assist gold. Meanwhile, though, Anasik with a good invade, knowing that the enemy jungler is on the top side of the map, can push himself in.
Yeah, but there's not really much of a dive threat coming into this one. It is still Leona. Heal is up and available. He can shadow them if he wants to, but there is also ward stopping that. But it gave him a bit of a jungle advantage in the sense that he got both scuttles, he got the Grom, so when you get out on the reset, you do have a window to try and actually be proactive with your levels as soon as you does hit that level 6, because that's going to be something to play for if you have the advantage against Steel.
Of course, Anasik will be trying to shut down any more of those ganks from Steel. Steel, so consistently a carry for DFM in the LJL. High kills and assists at the 15-minute mark. Lots of kill participation as well. He's very much involved in everything his team does.
Yeah, if you've watched any of the LJL games, you would know that this man is so pivotal at getting his lanes ahead. The fact that he skip camps if there's a winning matchup, he knows he can abuse, and that's also the reason why his kill participation is as high as it is, because he loves to play for the lane once they have a lead.
It definitely does. 600 gold lead now for Detonation Focus Me. 300 of that sitting in the jungle. A couple of hundred for Arya in the mid lane as well, but it looks like No Man's is actually catching a wave, so should be able to equalize that just a little bit.
Yeah, but you can already see Unicorns of Love now, they're showing their strength. They have that bot lane priority. They can move Santos out on the map, and that is pivotal here because Boss is caught in a position where his lane is not really in a favorable state for him. If he's pushed up here and Steel is around, he can just get dope. Wow, that damage, and now the rest of Unicorns of Love, they're here as well.
Steel's going to be just around the corner as Ebby is forced back. Remember, no flash on that Gnar, and Anasik looking for it. Sonic Wave hits Steel. Good little bit of bodyguarding there from the Talon.
But this is still great. You're forcing out a big wave from Ebby. He does have that teleport. Can threaten a little return kill here, though, and Anasik low after this little exchange. But the thing is, remember, Santa's still around in the river, and it's this pressure you get from the support play of Unicorns of Loves that allows them to play like this.
Ebby does TP back in towards that top lane, but only able to catch around half of that minion wave underneath the tower, so he's about 10 CS down. And as you said, it's Santa's roaming around that is allowing Unicorns of Love so much freedom. And of course, Argonaut has to play a little bit of a backseat role here in the bottom side of the map. He's 15 CS down right now. You can see he's only got a pickaxe to the serrated dirk already complete on Utapon. And Gang is spending just that little bit more time around Utapon to make sure that he can gain control of that matchup.
The good thing for Argonaut here, though, was that his lane was pushed in towards the enemy tower, so the enemy minions started stacking up, which resulted in a slow push. But now, with the priority on Detonation Focus Me, Gang is out on the map, but Nomads does have flash, and I think this is going to be a hard gank to pull off.
Yeah, the wave really not in the right spot for this sort of gank. It's actually continuing to push towards the Unicorns of Love tower. Aria will get it to crash in, perhaps just shadowing him. There's the chain, still going in. Flash, Zenith Blade, they're looking for it. Nomad's underneath the tower, is dead before he can even shockwave.
He found it and didn't even have to burn a flash from the side of Aria. Down in the bot lane, they tried to go for play with a stack minion wave towards Unicorns of Love instead, but we're not even done.
Oh, the ward jump into the kick there onto Ebby. Will gnaw them into the wall, but he doesn't have a flash. He doesn't really have a hope of getting away from this one. Boss switches forms, Ebby tries to jump, and Boss with the hyper here should just do enough damage. One more auto would be enough. The Sonic Wave shot, there's the auto, as Boss will take it.
And movement speed almost came through with the hyper. Steel is trying to counter jungle because he saw the enemy jungle up here, so he will get some extra gold and experience from himself, stealing away that red buff. And I wonder if they can threaten a bot lane dive here. No, they can't, because Noman's, he is around the area as well. And it looks like we're just going back to normal jungle clear with Steel resetting and Anasig on the other side of the map, getting the Rift Herald.
You can see both the junglers just so active in the early game. It's what the teams relied on them to do in the regular season and in the summer, and they continue to do it here on the world stage. Slight gold lead for DFM, but that plate in the top lane really evens it out. This Rift Herald as well, we talk about how good it is to use these to get early plates, sometimes even to take towers. We'll see if Unicorns of Love can use it effectively, because really, usually you see a Dragon trade for that. They got that for free.
And that's like the important part as well going into this one, because now you can build up the strategy we've already seen from Unicorns of Love. If you can push in the bot side once again, get Santos out of the map, get the mid lane priority with Nomads, and then you move your pieces up to the top side. You already take a look at the plates. There's only 3 left on Ebby's tower. So if you can deter win conditions that we've seen, at least historically in the split from Detonation Focus Meet, which was the top side, then you're already on the good track to make it into the mid game, because early game from both teams here, they are quite pivotal in them getting their wins.
Yeah, both these teams really not put behind too much in their regular seasons either. And we'll see how well Unicorns of Love are able to use this Rift Herald to their advantage. Noman's has been under a little bit of pain in the mid lane, only about 4 CS down, so not a monumental difference, but usually he is the guy that's ahead on this team. It looks like Steel was able to sneak in here, has the Shadow Assault. Aria jumping forward. The trespass over the wall. Noman's able to dodge to the side of the chains. And Anasik coming in as well, but Steel should just be able to walk away from this one. Has to flash the shockwave.
Yeah, they're definitely respecting each other here as well, but you can see the supports moving up at the same time. Actually, Yudapon moving as well. And now level 6 has been hit by both these bot laners. This is where the, what did you call the combo?
Oh, what, the solar time? No, solar, the bullet flare.
Yeah,
bullet flare, there
okay,
we go.
finally what that does get online, but now with Ananasig up towards the top side, does have the Rift Herald, and they can threaten a tower here, but they don't feel too sure about where the enemy jungler is right now. Remember, there's not a lot of wards in DFM's jungle.
Looks like they're going to get another wave shoved in here. With the cannon wave coming in, you can see Ebby has to respect. Noman's also working his way up from the mid lane. Not something we saw him do too much in the CIS. Usually he was the one that everyone was focusing on. Everyone was getting into his lane to get him ahead. Here, he's the one sacrificing a little bit of his laning phase to make sure that his top lane Jace has the advantage.
Yeah, and it's also super easy for them because they're not being punished right now. They can go on to this tier 2 turret. Across map is not coming through either, because in the minimap they had a lot of good vision towards the bottom lane as well at the same time, which meant that Unicorns of Love bottom lane, they knew exactly when they needed to back off, when they can move forward. Now they saw Steel clear out the ward. Now they're backing off, but it's already too late. They already got 2 top lane towers.
Huge gold swing there for the Unicorns of Love at the 11-minute mark. They are 1,200 gold ahead. Second plate didn't even fall in the bottom lane. Of course, we do still have 3 minutes to smash those plates. But for the moment, Unicorns of Love very much in advantage in this game. You can see first items complete, Gore Drinker and Eclipse for the Unicorns.
And I wonder what they want to use this extra top lane priority that they have gained for themselves. If I saw correctly, seems like Ebby is sat a little bit of a freeze up in the top lane. And right now, Boz, having this extra time to move around, he's going to see if he can make a difference elsewhere on the map. Now, moving around with his jungler, clearing vision. If you can clear a clear path down towards the bottom lane, well, then you can keep yourself engaged with your lead here, trying to punish your opponent as much as you can. And it looks like they're trying to threaten the mid lane at the moment.
Aria jumps across the wall, and Anasik is just around the corner, but Aria, of course, with the distortion, can just jump back very easily on that LeBlanc. As you say, Boss doesn't really have much to do on the map apart from trying to team up with Ananasik and apply that pressure. They will do it in the mid lane. Steel is waiting in the wings, but that's one plate down. Of course, the hyper charge from the Jace can get those auto attacks off very quickly. So 2 tower plates in the mid lane fallen. Unicorns of Love able to continue to extend this gold lead, about 1,300 gold ahead right now.
Yeah, and this is where you take a look at the top side. You can see the waves have finally started to get pushed in. So Boss, he's like, okay, great, I finally have something to do in lane again, and he's going to move up there.
All right, goes in, there's the chains, lands onto Santa, second chains comes out, that's 2 of them. Steel looking for it as well, the shockwave used, solar flare doesn't really get the stun, just a little bit of a slow from that. So in the end, Unicorns of Love are able to retreat.
Yeah, but Unicorns of Love, I mean, a lot of people came in favoring DFM to this game. And I think Unicorns of Love, they're kind of throwing away these expectations, at least for the early game here. They're the one who's proactive. They're the one who's super stable around these objectives, as we already saw. They got the Rift Herald. We see Santos move out and about on the map all the time. And it's what's getting them these leads. So now, as Boss, you can push in the top side again. You can force Airby to slow push back into you. And then you start moving the pieces around once again to take care of the mid lane, to take care of the bot lane instead with a man advantage.
So the question then for DFM becomes, how do you reduce the bleeding? How do you stop this early Jace pressure from really taking over the game? Because we've already seen 5 plates and a tier 2 in the top lane, 2 plates in the mid lane, and pressure on that bottom side of the map. Deep vision now there for the Unicorns of Love. You can see Ebby is freezing, trying to get as much golden experience back for himself, but now the rest of DFM have to respect they're a man down on the rest of the map.
Yeah, luckily for them, there is still a TP, and while the wave is really close to your base, it's super easy to reset and pick it up if you had set up a freeze. But to answer your question, a lot of pressure is on Steel because it's quite easy to predict what Unicorns of Love wants to do. If your top lane has been pushed in, then you know Boss is going to move up to the top side again. He's going to try and push it in, and that's where you want to catch him off guard. So you want to have this line of vision with pink wards. You can already see in the inventory of DFM, loads of pink wards have already been picked up, and where these pink wards are placed is going to be pivotal for Steel's pathing in terms of actually finding leverage back into the game.
And what I love as well is the timings on things. You can see there's 2 minutes left on the Ocean Drake. The Rift Herald hasn't spawned yet either. So Ebby actually has a lot of time where the rest of his team doesn't have to push forward. Gang here taking a little bit of a bad route. Bullet time coming out as well. But Gang, that was just poor pathing from the support for DFM.
Oh, and it does more as well, because now Ebby used his teleport. Now he can't just freeze without having any care of where Boss is. And all of a sudden, Unicorns of Love, once again, they find a proactive play and they are rewarded for it. So with Rift Herald now being up and available, well, they should just be able to pick this one up for free without having to worry about a cross map, because Jace can just clear up these waves down in the bottom lane. I say that, he's almost there.
Down to about half HP, should be able to walk away. The Eclipse helping him out with that little bit of a shield. Santa's going to get chased down here as well. Gore Drinker used by Steel for the slow, but of course Rakan, very mobile, very slippery, very difficult to keep hold of. 15 minutes into the game, it's a 2,000 gold lead for the Unicorns of Love, and you have to expect that will continue to extend, because you now have a Rift Herald. Mid lane tower was chunked out a little bit. This Herald can break that tier 1, and then you open up the map even more for yourself.
Yeah, you also got good ways to extend your lead with Drake coming up in 40 seconds. You can either try and force your advantage around this with the second Rift Herald you have just picked up. You can try and cross map instead, which is also an option. So when Detonation Focus Me starts up this Drake, you just try to put your resources in mid lane instead to just try and clear out this turret, which is already half HP, so it should be quite easy.
And Anasik is going to be just around here. My expectation is, though, you'll wait 20 seconds, 30 seconds here, set up the vision down towards the bottom side. Really, you want to clear out these wards that are just by the red pit. You can see a great control ward actually there from DFM. Arya has a TP. LeBlanc TP flanks are not the most powerful, but if you can get into a pocket of vision, you can burst someone pretty quickly.
And speaking of these pockets of vision, you can already see it here with these red wards, despite Unicorns of Love being the team that's leading the charge. They don't have all that much vision, as you already talked about, Medic, and because of this, they can move around with their slippery assassins here, loads of mobility on pretty much Talon. And LeBlanc coming into this one, but how they find that pick, that's going to be the interesting part.
Gang going in, Santa's locked up, and there's the chains, and there's the kill. Gang will take out his fellow supporters. Ebby looks to get in as well. Has Flash, has the Nava, decides to back away. 1 kill enough for DFM for now.
Had to be a bit careful there. Steel was threatening jumping over the wall, but being level 11, Steel wasn't going to fancy his chances. And now going back onto the Drake, they should still be able to take this.
Gang going in, and Alisic's going to dodge away with the safeguard. Arya jumping across the wall as well. There's a shockwave lands onto Ebby and Gang, but Gang has to stop watching the bullet time coming out as well. Arya's going to try and put the damage down. Argonaut with a culling of his own will force them away. Dragon secured for DFM though.
Yeah, but that should always go to the side of DFM. But I like the way that each ultimate, which is kind of from out there, Ebby, or Arya rather,
will be okay. 200 HP remaining. Mid lane tier 1, the target here for the Unicorns, and they should be able to secure it with the Rift Herald charging in. There it goes. They might try and protect this Herald to get another charge in, but instead decide they do not want any more action right now, and they will back away. Gold lead now shrunk to only 1,000.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit too difficult. Also, in terms of Unicorns of Love jungle, they have the entire top side that they have to clear. Then you can go for the reset. There's also a minion wave being pushed in on top lane that Nomads now have to pick up instead. So tempo with the reset here could favor Detonation Focus Me in a bit, where they'll be able to try and threaten some of these outer turrets if they'd like to do that. But make no mistake, despite that little engage there, Detonation Focus Me, they'll have to find more of that. And it came from Gang, who found the pick onto Santos, the Leona Rakan matchup that we already highlighted.
Arya looking for Nomads here. Nomads does still have the flash. The chains connect. Nomads should have just flashed that. That was greedy from the Unicorns of Love mid laner, and DFM very willing to pounce. Continue to find these picks. 3 kills now on Steel. He's 3-0-0 on this Talon.
Yeah, so, yeah, super easy, but that's the tempo we also talked about. DFM got to be out on the map earlier. They had that pink ward, which allowed Arya to find the pig on Nomads. Now, Nomads will be respawning in a bit, and it doesn't seem like they're going to get any more major objectives out of it. We are still in this phase where we're kind of just waiting for Baron to be on the map to start threatening this objective instead.
So let's talk a little bit about how the game will develop from here then, because as you say, we have this lull state, you know, 1.5 minutes on the Baron, 3 minutes on the Dragon. DFM obviously will want to play around that at some point, but how do we feel these team compositions are going to interact when it gets towards the more 5v5 portion of the game?
Well, it's definitely going to be around setup around these objectives, just because you have that Rakan on one side, you have the Leona on the other, and specifically with Detonation Focus Me, if they're allowed to do this every time, just threatening on the side lane without a response here, that's going to be really dangerous from Unicorns of Love, but they're trying to cross-map it instead. So while you can see DFM are putting their resources up towards the top side of the map, on the other half of the map, that's where you see Unicorns of Love trying to threaten their own lead with the Jace.
And Ebby continues to be on the weak side of the map here for DFM. Really hasn't had a hope in hell of surviving a lot of this game, or at least getting an advantage. Nomads here caught with the Zenith Blade once again. He does still have the flash, but the stun lands from the Solar Flare, and Nomads flashes and still dies. Second time in a row we've seen Nomads caught out.
Yeah, so that was the unfortunate flash instead. Even if you did flash and got over, Talon would be able to parkour over the wall at the same time. So really nicely done by DFM, and I think the vision just lagged a bit for Unicorns of Love there. Now, they are trying to attack Ebby down towards the bot here instead, but it just doesn't seem like they fancy their chances. Ebby almost getting Mecha Gnar as well, and it just doesn't seem like a play you want to commit for.
It's a lot harder to kill a Gnar about to go Mega than it is to kill an Oriano, and Ebby obviously perhaps showing a little bit of his experience with this team as well. In his 4th World Championship, he knows how to play weak side. You heard Emily saying she thinks he's actually the best Japanese native player ever to have come out of the LJL, and he continues to show us even in this game where he was put behind early on. He picked a good time to freeze in the top lane. Yes, he did burn his TP, but that really wasn't his fault. He wasn't the one getting caught out.
I feel like we can play Gang on that one, but
yeah.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
And then here, he's willing just to step back. He knows he's on the weak side of the map. He knows he's not going to get support, so he's just like, okay, I'll take a step back from my tower.
And also now, just taking a stock at the map stage, you know, all the vision control right now about the Baron, not even just around the Baron, but just in the map in general, it just seems to favor DFM a bit.
Oh, we are going in, and Anasik chunk down to about half HP. There's the bullet time coming out as well. Still stepping forward. Shadow Assault has been popped, and Anasik dodges away with the safeguard. Really nice bit of interplay there between the support and the jungle of the Unicorns of Love. Grand entrance to get out by Santos, and then the safeguard over the wall.
Yeah, really nice job by Gang as well, just coming in, not overcommitting, but just forcing the cleanse of Argonaut as well, which will leave him a priority target into the next game. Once again, if you have this line of vision that we already see on the map where Talon can come from behind, where the LeBlanc comes from behind, that's where you start seeing issues. But I also like the response we see from Unicorns of Love, knowing that DFM has to reset, clear out the waves, they immediately attack the camps instead. And this is how you keep a gold lead going. You want to take away the enemy jungle camps because they actually give a good amount of experience and gold.
And alongside that, you get deep vision into this jungle when the dragon's about to come up in 20 seconds time. DFM might decide to just forego that Drake. They say, we don't need a third, it's only a mountain. You're nowhere near Seoul anyway, we can get mid-tier 1 from this. They don't really have the wave to push for anything further, but they will get at least the mid-prio and that first tower.
Yeah, and you can see DFM here, they're deciding to play 2 lanes instead of 3 just because Drake is respawning. Let's put 4 members while the enemy is in our jungle to try and clear the turret. Now you can push out the mid wave, which gives you more pressure moving into this one. This is actually looking pretty good for DFM if they want to contest.
Unicorns of Love do have the vision advantage, but that ward in the pit is going to spot them out. Steel jumps in a little bit late. Ebby on the flank, but doesn't have the Mega Gnar stacked up. DFM might decide they don't want this fight because Ebby's only halfway towards raging out. He will continue to aggro the Grump. It will reset. He continues to build that bar up. Arya on a ward. Gang going forward. There's the Zenith Blade. Ebby still a long way away from the Mega Gnar. The quickness coming out from Santos as well. The Cullen following up. Solar Flare hits onto the backline and the bullet time's going to rip through them. A great kick by Ananasik, but he's caught out with the chains. Down towards the bottom side of the fight, you can see Santos is running away. Ananasik able to escape from Arya for the moment with the safeguard. Now we move down towards the bottom lane. Still going in with the rake. Gang on the chase as well. No flash, but does have the Zenith Blade. Santos dives in with the Grand Entrance. Battle dances his way out. Steel exhausted. Shockwave goes wide. Gore Drinker for the slow, but they just can't get in range. And the double up will not bounce.
They're just too fast, and minion waves, they don't have the bot lane minion wave. Mid lane is still lacking a push, and therefore they can't even threaten any towers, so they get 1 kill, but they still lose to Drake, and Unicorns of Love gets out after that one.
That they do. Gold lead overall has swung in favor of DFM for the first time in a while, about 1,000 in their advantage right there. But you really feel that fight from DFM, it felt a little tentative.
It's also Unicorns of Love moving into this one. As we take a look here in the Axe replay, they can see Santos, he's actually the one stepping up to try and look for it. And I think they're being a bit too greedy with this one. They already got the Drake. The Insect is nice, but there's really no follow-up into it. And it's just super easy for Detonation Focus Me to still navigate this fight. The objective, or rather ground you get to actually just completely ignore with the Talon, lets you chase as well afterwards.
And nicely done by Ananasik to make sure that that bullet time didn't continue, although I believe it was near the end of its ticking anyway. Unicorns of Love now will move to the top side of the map. Steel down towards the bottom means that Arya is a little bit on his lonesome up here, but LeBlanc, one of the most difficult champions to lock down with that double distortion from her ultimate, of course. So Unicorns will have to settle themselves for just a little bit of jungle CS. We are getting towards more of those team fights, more of those big 5v5s, and I think across the course of watching these two teams in their home regions, both of them could be a little bit messy when it gets towards those coordinated team fights.
Yeah, like what Steel is doing here, he's shadowing. Oh, that jump was a bit too far.
Boss does have flash, and with the Yumus, we'll just be able to walk his way.
I like the idea, though. He was around shadowing AB down towards the bot side because there wasn't really anything to threat. Normally with your jungler, you don't want to have them down in the bot side when Baron is respawning. That doesn't matter when there's a Talon in the game, though, as he can just skip up there immediately after.
Nomad's chasing in here onto Arya. Chains go wide. Shockwave short there as well from Nomad's. Hasn't always found the mark with those this game. Has been a little bit caught out by DFM. You can see Unicorns of Love, after having a sizable lead, has now started to switch in the opposite direction. Yudapon on his way here. Again, good dodge there by Ananasik away from the chains. Steel's going to continue to parkour his way, do a backflip. He's on the chase. Another one's going to come out across this wall, and Steel is going to be on the flank. He's all on his lonesome, but here comes the TP from Evie. DFM want this fight, and they want it now. They're looking for Nomads. The kick away from Ananasik, but Nomads is still chased down. DFM continue to advance. Evie not getting the Mega Gnar yet. Bullet time coming out. Boss just missed with the shock blast, but he's going to get chased down with the Zenith Blade. And there's the Solar Flare, and here's the follow-up. Argonaut tries to flash away, but you can't flash away from Arya. DFM with 3 quick kills.
They get completely wiped out of that one, and Steel with the parkour, with the ping ward to get his top laner into the fray as well. Super clean fight, and they are rewarded with the Baron here instead. Enemy jungler is still alive though, but no flash on the Lee Sin, and contesting this one could be suicide.
And Ananasik and Santos looking for it. As you say, Lee Sin alive, 6,000 HP left on the Baron, and Anasik's going to try and safeguard in here, but I don't even know if he can get close enough in time. 3,000 HP on the Baron, and the Unicorns of Love will have to give this one up. Arya acting well as a bodyguard here, keeping Ananasik at arm's length, keeping Santos at arm's length as well, and that is the Baron over to DFM. Let's see what they do with this Red Bull Baron power play.
I mean, they have third Drake coming up in just 1 minute as well, so there's loads of things on the map that you can secure coming into this one. And as we are diving into the replay, I like that it's all of a sudden Detonation Focus Me being proactive, punishing Unicorns of Love being up here. They're not respecting the mobility you get of this talent. So once he dives in behind him, gets that ward to be able to TP in, who beautifully dodges the grand entrance there as well. The fight is already over. Gang joins from a field you wouldn't even expect the flank to come in from after the fight is done. And it's just super clean job by DFM.
Really good picks there from DFM. The whole team invested into it, running for those kills. You can see what it means to their coaching staff as well. Unicorns of Love.
You can see what it means to that coaching staff.
I mean, it's so important because these teams are fighting for either first or second, really, in this group. If you get second place or if you get first place, you avoid playing LNG or Hanwha Life, probably. Obviously, we don't know the result of that group yet, but the expectation is it will be either LNG or Hanwha Life first, and then either Hanwha Life or LNG second. And if you can get to second place, at least in this group, you have a much easier road to make it to group stage.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now, with this Red Bull Baron power play, they're pushing in the bottom side with a stacked minion wave. They have Ahri in the mid lane, and instead of trying to broadening the map too much, they're just combining their strength right now in members and shoving down 2 lanes instead of all 3. And I like this because it's way easier just clearing these towers. Why make it harder for yourself when you're already in a position to just take down your opponent way easier?
Yeah, and you really want to sync these waves up as well, which is something DFM aren't doing well here. Double cannon minions in the bottom lane. Arya a little bit away from the wave in the mid lane. As Unicorns of Love 5 members strong, grouped up down towards this bottom side. Arya continues to push in mid. The cannon minions will go down towards the bottom. Arya does have a wave here on that mid lane. Inhibitor Tower didn't take too much damage though. Misfortune, not the longest range AD carry, of course, does have some long range abilities, but her auto attack range pretty close and tight to her opponents. So very difficult for her to step up and really auto down that tower.
Yeah, and look what they're doing right now because they need to sync the waves again. So they're not actually attacking the minion wave. They need Arya to clear it faster. So both mid lane and bot lane minion wave collapse it at the same time. And Unicorns of Love, they'll have issue having way too many resources down in one lane.
Solarflare going in, and Anasik jumps onto Udapon on the backline. He's going to pop the stopwatch sensor going in with quickness as well. Shadow Assault has been popped, and already Udapon is down, and Anasik will fall as well. And Epi goes in with an R, but the flash is away from Unicorns of Love. Arya has rejoined the fray. Nomad's able to escape. Santa's going back in. Gang dives forward with the Zenith Blade. Santa's ticking, just about survives. And DFM dived in, but Unicorns of Love were able to push them back.
Just too over-aggressive. You're the new 5 members down the area.
With that chain hits, that is a very dead boss.
But they're still not scared. You can tell they're making mistakes, but they're not scared to make them. They are threatening the pressure that they have right now. But once again, Detonation Focus Me. I think they just got a bit too aggressive down in this bottom side. You had Arya in the mid lane who was shoving it in, and you could have been way more patient with this one. Unicorns of Love, though, quickly punishing that mistake. But they're going to need more mistakes to punish.
It's the second time we've seen Ananasik finding this
Super
hit onto Udapon. You can see Santa's very willing to follow up. Doesn't really matter if you land the grand entrance, just want to make sure that quickness comes out. Shockwave was a tiny bit early, but still enough damage to kill off Udapon, and then the flash is away from Evie.
And that's also huge because that was a lot of summoner spells you just blew for the next foreseeable fight. Yes, of course, summoner spells are still lacking as well from Detonation Focus Me, but if you're the one who's being proactive, you don't have to flash away. It's your opponents who are going to be scared instead. So now with both resets coming through, it's only 2 minutes left onto the real big objectives. We're having Ocean Soul on the map, and Baron is also going to be at the table at almost identical times.
It's the Mountain Soul, of course, here with the Mountains are coming up next, but as you say, Baron and that Soul will be up at the same time. I will say, rewatching that fight down towards the bottom lane, can you remember DFM's game versus Dalmon Kia at MSI?
I mean, it's
where
slightly.
They tried to take a fight around the bot lane inhibitor, and then they lost the fight and lost the game from there. I'm sure there's a few DFM fans out there who are having a few flashbacks to that moment with how that play went down.
Don't take it away from them just yet, okay? No? The PTSD doesn't need to kick in just yet. If it does happen, though, okay, fair, I feel bad. But right now, they are still the team with the lead.
They definitely should win this game from this sort of position, right? They have the advantage, they're in a good spot, they have all of their items built up, and they've shown us consistently that they can find picks and they can find these fights. It's just you have that little nagging doubt when Unicorns of Love start to find some of these key picks. When Ananasik continues to find these kicks in fights, Unicorns are not down and out. They are very willing to take a fight.
That's how they need to do it as well. They need to be able to create their own vision pockets because they still have the Rakan, which is, you know, one of the most slippery supports to have in the game with the movement speed that comes in from your Altar Smell. Super easy to find these flanks, and that's what you're looking for as well. You can't rely on Anasik every time. You need more members to show up as well. So Santos, I'm looking at you to try and help this Lee Sin find a pivotal target, because if you get multiple members in a knockoff, you have the Orianna Shockwave to follow up. Rapidance Death Cap almost available for Nomanz as well. But my big threat on DFM right now is Arya with his items. He got the Magic Pen, you got the Ludens, and you got the Rapidance. If you get caught off guard by this guy, you're dead.
5,000, well, 4,800 gold, the lead right now for DFM. Unicorns of Love fighting back in this matchup, but still very much against the ropes. DFM are looking for their first win here at Worlds 2021. Would be the, if they make it through to group stage, it will be the first time the LJL has ever made it to the main stage. Unicorns of Love did it last year, of course, and struggled in their group, but still for a region like CIS or like the LJL, even making it to groups is a huge accomplishment. That's what they look to do. We are setting up around this dragon. Battle lines drawn. Unicorns of Love will enter from the mid lane. DFM entering from the top side near their blue buff. Still going in. Santa's going to dodge away. There's the culling onto Gang, and that's half of Leona's health. Arya dives into the back line, and look at the burst. Argonaut, less than 300 HP. He's going to eat the Honeyfoot to try and heal himself up. Nomanz has the TP, and Unicorns of Love will try and delay this, but Arya continues dodging in, dodging out. Still unkilled in this game. Still unkilled on the block in summer. DFM waiting on this dragon, not really aggroing it, maybe waiting for Evie to build up that Mega Gnar. Arya goes in onto Nomanz again, and Nomanz shields himself a little bit too late. The dragon resets.
Evie almost Mega Gnar as well. It's halfway there. She can tell they are looking as well.
And Anasik goes in, but the dragon secure. That's the Mounted Soul going over to DFM. Still looking for the back line. The bullet time rips them to shreds. And the Unicorns go extinct like the mythical beast they are. Santa's forced away. Nomanz trying to dodge away to the side as well, but he still has the shockwave here, just in case he needs to fight this one out. Santa's and Nomanz trying to do what they can. Udapon with the slow steal, still chasing. DFM really want these kills so that they can get the Baron flash away from Steel. Arya going in, lands onto Santos, that's one. Nomanz should be able to walk this one out, but the TP comes in and Evie's on the chase. Arya will take it. DFM clean up the fight.
Yeah, but it was very messy. While this happened, Ananasik, he was able to get the mid lane priority, so they don't have to worry about getting pushed in at their inhibitors already. Bot lane is shoving in, but now your entire team is up towards the top side. You can threaten the Baron now, and it should go over to DFM. Unicorns of Love here with Anasik. Trying to be stealthy here. I don't think there's much he can do in this position. Gang coming around as well. He should be done.
Yeah, it's the solo player. Udapon's going to chase him down. Kick away, and Anasik will get to the blast cone and manages to survive for the time being. But the Baron is still being focused down by DFM. Really, they're just trying to keep this jungler away from the Baron for as long as possible. They will kill him. Splits up the death timers as well, meaning that DFM with Baron will have a man advantage for the next 41 seconds.
They can even get a bigger man advantage if they look for this one.
Oh, Argonaut! What? Oh, Arya, undefeated on LeBlanc in the LJL and currently looking to be undefeated so far at Worlds 2021.
And what was the stat? You told me about his LeBlanc at the start of this game, Medic.
Unkilled on LeBlanc in summer, and he continues to be so far this game. Gang flashes in, DFM looking to end this right here, right now. There goes the kill onto Nomanz. Boss trying to join the fray. Evie will die. Gang going in once again with the Zenith Blade. Boss pops the stopwatch, but there's a double to steal. 6-0-4. Add one more to the score for DFM. The inhibitor's now their target, and they have no time on Ananasik, but they do still have at least 15 seconds on Argonaut. Ananasik alone defended his base right now.
Yeah, but your wave clear sucks as Lee Sin. It's also bearing up minions. There's not much you can do about this situation. I think DFM, they're going to try and take it now.
They were chasing Ananasik off at the Nexus will go down as DFM secure their first win at Worlds 2021.
It could be cleaner. It still could. Early game was very much in the favor of Unicorns of Love that came out of the gate with guns blazing. But once we hit that mid game, once we started to punish the side lane mistakes we saw from Unicorns of Love, that's where DFM found their way back into this game. And they found it around Steel and Arya. It's the players we've been highlighting as well on this roster that did a phenomenal job finding the comeback in this game.
and on the back of the first talent we've seen here at Worlds as well. Incredible stuff from Steel. We expected him to be a key carry for DFM, but really showed up in that game and got his lanes ahead and got his team ahead and got them to their first win of a potential 4 here in the group stage. Unicorns of Love, of course, on the other hand, will be a bit disappointed in the way the game went. No Man's, I think, especially had a few moments in a side lane where he was just a bit overextended, where he just got caught out, and it didn't really work out for them.
I think it's also the fact that we saw him on the Orianna. We didn't really get to see him push at advantages because it's super hard for you to come in and punish this LeBlanc. So while you did have a nice, team fight setting, if you finally set it up, it just felt like that setup exactly. They never found the right position for it, and when they finally started looking for the fights, it just weren't in a favorable position.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love struggling there. We'll soon hear more about DFM's win from Steel, the first jungler to pick Talon in World's history. Don't you go anywhere.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. The Steel interview took some time setting up, so we'll get to that later. Instead, though, we are getting our first look at Galatasaray and Beyond Gaming. And for our football fans, the TCL champion should be a very familiar name, but the red and yellow are no slouches on the Rift as well. When it comes to Galatasaray, this is their first TCL title, but I said already they are one of the big three in terms of football sports teams in Turkey, chronicler. And the TCL always has, I think, a lot of hype around them coming to Worlds. What can you tell us about Galatasaray?
I think Galatasaray is another team in a very stacked group that has a real shot at upsetting some of the teams, like especially after we saw DFM win just now. And unlike last year, where I felt like we saw some of the players have a little bit of difficulty as they got further into the tournament, I think that Zergsting in particular is something that I'm always going to be super excited about, especially against Beyond, who, as mentioned previously, I think are going to be really, really good.
I know Emily shares that excitement. Can you give us a bit of background to Zergsting and why Turkish fans are so excited?
So this is a player that Turkish fans have been waiting for a really, really long time to show up on the international stage. He's been voted in, I believe, for All-Stars before, however, has not made it until this World Championship. I actually rate him very highly in terms of his engages, and then also some of his roam timings are actually really, really good. I think he's kind of a underspoken key to what a lot of Galatasaray like to do. I know a lot of people are going to talk about like Mojito, who's like the big carry jungler coming in. They're going to talk about Bolulu, who, you know, really stepped up in their playoff run to help him out in the way they work together. But Zergsting is kind of like the key to this like mid-jungle support trio. These are the players I'm going to be watching, but especially Zergsting for his engage timing. He's really good at starting these team fights, and then also some of his roam timers are really good as well.
And I think in the current meta, that's just incredibly important. And at a tournament like the World Championship, I think often we see from emerging regions or the non-favorites that sometimes they lack the engage and the necessary points, or they don't pull the trigger when needed. And that's why the value of a support who is willing to do that goes up so tremendously. I think especially when we look in the context of Galatasaray's first game versus Beyond Gaming. There are probably going to be some fights. Now, Beyond is coming from the PCS. They have 2 seeds, and they are the number 2 from the region. They did fight PSG Talon twice in playoffs. They beat them once, ended up falling to them 2 5-game series, Emily. But it just gives you kind of a taste of how strong this team could be.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for Beyond Gaming, if you're looking at Galatasaray specifically into this team, is it's actually not the best matchup for them, because one thing that Beyond is really good at is understanding how much they need to mitigate early if they are going for these like scaling compositions or some of these 1-3-1 setups that they like to do. They have a really strong understanding, in my opinion, of their matchups and how to play around them that I don't think Galatasaray have just been pushed as much in their region. So this is actually a really interesting matchup for me, especially in the early game, because I want to see how the Turkish team is going to deal with that, because mitigating any sort of like early game pressure, as we saw in their win against PSG Talon, I think is something that Beyond Gaming are actually quite good at.
I think that's a good point in terms of getting pushed for Galatasaray. They were 15-3 in the TCL. They had only dropped 1 game in the playoffs as well. So, you know, sometimes when that happens in regions, you do get a little scared, don't you, Chronicler, for, okay, now they're going up against a kind of whole new level of opponents.
It's something that plagues even the best of teams, right? We saw this happen with Dunwood at MSI, where even though they completely stomped the LCK, when it came to actually building up enough resistance, couldn't really get there. And of course, there were other circumstances there. But as you pointed out, in a scenario where a team isn't really getting pressured, it's really easy to build a lot of bad habits. You know, you don't get punished as much. You can get away with a lot more sloppiness as you move around the map. And then when you go up against a team that is used to playing against higher level competition, that can really come back to bite you.
For sure. We do see a lot of new faces, I think, in terms of the PCS, spiritual successor, of course, to the LMS. We see new faces coming up, and it's a new generation. And going off the back of the success of PSG Talent so far, a lot of people are super excited for Beyond, especially, I think, for Doggo, because we did get to see him at MSI when he stepped in for PSG, and that's helped people getting more excited about this roster.
Yeah, like Doggo's performance at MSI individually was just so impressive. He did end up fitting into that style that PSG like to play, which is a lot more lane, like super lane, push heavy focus. He ended up fitting into that, but where I really think he shines on Beyond Gaming is in these 5v5 fights. And then additionally, this past summer especially, I talked about how they like to play around their lanes, especially in mid-game setups. And in their mid-game setups, their 1-3-1, it's not always executed absolutely perfectly, but how they're trying it out, I think he fights really well in the smaller skirmishes additionally. So his spacing is just sometimes, like, you look at it and it's incredibly good. Like, if you're an AD carry player, maybe you want to look at some of his spacing in team fights, because he's just so individually gifted. So I'm really happy that he's here with his team and is able to showcase, you know, he has stronger communication with this unit. He's here with his team and their play style, and so I'm really excited.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a tall order, I think, for Galatasaray in this first game. I talked to the region expert, Tom Baliki, and he said, well, where previously maybe it was a bit of the Holy Phoenix show, this is completely different for Galatasaray. It really is a well-oiled machine where the things thrive because of the team play of the team Chronicler. And I think generally that is usually a better approach going into international competitions where you may have to adjust your styles.
Yeah, even with a region that has has produced as much individual talent over the years as the TCL, right? Like if you look at both the LCS and the LEC, we saw this issue, or we saw Unicorns of Love run into this issue earlier, right? Like Hanwha Live almost ran into it in their game against Infinity, where the more tools you have available, especially in play-ins where it's such a volatile meta, there is still a lot of things being figured out. It is really nice to have a team that, while individually they might not be on the same level as your opponents, just playing cohesively, and it doesn't have to be the best plan. Just have a plan and execute it as 5 will get you very far.
I'll leave you with this nugget before we go to break. Doggo played Draven in game 14 in the PCS, and he had an 18 KDA, and it proceeded to be banned for the final 4 games. So we'll see what happens, and as we welcome some brand new faces to the world stage, we'll see if Galatasaray can keep Doggo on a leash. Be right back.
Make or break. Make it yours.
So glad
No, we're never gonna fade away.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2021. I'm still Medic, he's still Goldborg, and we're here for the 6th game of the day. Usually this would be the last game of the day, but here at Play-ins for 2021 we have 2 extra games, I guess.
We don't stop.
Yep, just keep going. 8 games.
Make it 16.
All my voice, I'm not sure I can cope with 16 games a day.
Pathetic.
Second game for us today is Galatasaray versus Beyond Gaming, our TCL #1 seed versus our PCS #2 seed, of course, because PSG went all the way into groups.
Yeah, and you mentioned PSG with Beyond Gaming here. I feel like we have to mention that this was a team that took PSG to Game 5 2 times. The level of play between these two teams are quite similar in terms of level. Obviously, PSG is still a little level above here, but Beyond Gaming coming into this play-in series, or rather stage in general, really something we have to look out for because they are looking scary.
I mean, Beyond beat PSG the first time the two teams met, and then of course lost in the finals. Galatasaray beat NASA Esports, in their finals 3-0. It was pretty one-sided for them, and they come out of the TCL as well and away the best team in Turkey.
And you know, it's not just the team, it's the individuals as well that's really driving this forward. Having players like Crazy and Balulu just always have priority towards the top and the mid of the map here just really enables your jungler Mojito, who's not really a jungler that plays for the lanes. He's way more about just, playing for himself, get that jungle difference really happen between you and the opponent, and that's kind of how they play. They don't make too many team plays, but they beat you on an individual level to the point where you can't play the game, and that has sort of been the style of Galatasaray.
Yeah, a bunch of very strong mechanical players who will get those laning advantages, who will win out in teamfights just because they are mechanically better than you. But on the other side of the rift, Beyond Gaming, a very coordinated team. I've heard a lot of good things about this team. Watching them, they seem like they know exactly how to play each portion of the game. And of course, having the challenge of someone like PSG in your region really helps evolve you as a team.
But it's going to be interesting with Beyond as well, because they are coming in with a substitute from what we've seen in playoffs. Instead of Liang that they usually played in, they have brought in PK. Yeah. And a guy that plays a lot of tanks from what we've seen. He still had 5 games as far as I remember going into the regular season.
Yeah, 5 games during the regular season. Liang was their most played top laner. He was the guy, but he was playing things like Gwen. He was very aggressive in the top lane. Liang, watching his game, seems to be a little bit more passive and tank orientated in his play. So I wonder if that's a playstyle thing for Beyond, or whether or not Liang maybe just needed an extra day.
But do you know what that potentially does tie into?
What?
Well, it ties into that you have Doggo on the Beyond Gaming roster. Obviously, we got to see what he could do at MSI, where they challenged a lot of the good teams up there with PSG talent. He's now back on Beyond Gaming, which is where he belonged. And now you can finally have a stylistic as a team where perhaps you have a weak side top laner, where you have your jungler and mid laner that gets the priority to play for this bot lane. And even without resources for his team, this guy is an absolutely excellent AD carry in the laning phase. Almost always have better laning stats than his opponent with his CS, with the experience, with the gold. Just a phenomenal AD carry, and it does tie into when you finally reach that mid to late game. One of the champions that he stood out to me at least has been the Aphelios, where with a lot of Aphelios, it's kind of just like, oh, he just blew out in a team fight. But depending on what guns he has with the Graviton, with the CC, he's so adaptable at setting up his team. So if he needs to be the one fighting the engage, he'll do it on a champion like this. If he needs to be the carry, he'll do it on a champion like this as well, and that's why he's such a scary player.
Yeah, undefeated on Aphelios across the course of summer, 9-0 on that pick. An incredible player. Obviously at MSI we saw him playing for PSG, and he had a whale of a time. We seem to be really enjoying himself. Now we get to see him back on his home team and alongside Kino, his support. Now, just waiting a couple of moments before we get on into the draft, and I want to talk a little bit about how drafts have been going today, because we have seen, a few unique picks, the Tryndamere, the Zed, the Talon. Only one of those so far has actually worked out. It's only been the Talon who's been able to pick up a win in their games.
Yeah, and I mean, we've also seen some Kiana as well coming into it. It's been super clean with some of these new champions. That's what play-ins are for as well, especially leading up to Worlds with the groups, because they are tying into what the meta will be defined as, a lot of people had the discussion, will this just be like Echo last year, for example, where it's like this champion beyond in solo queue, when you finally got to the group stages, didn't really matter all too much, but I gotta say, with some of the champions we've seen so far, we can see why they are as prioritized as they have been. With Tryndamere, with the God Drink, we saw Chovy on it earlier, despite a loss, still extremely dangerous. Steel now on the Tryndamere, and Tarzan earlier, 2 games on Kiana as well.
Yeah, those AD junglers really seem to have fallen in a good spot in the meta. Amumu, of course, in the support role has risen up as well. We're seeing a lot of that support being played. The 2 Qs helping out a huge amount. Now, before we get on into the game, let's talk a little bit about how these 2 teams will match up into each other. Goldberg. Let's discuss it, because when I watched Galatasaray, I was really focused on not only the fact that they do manage to, you know, win out mechanically in lane, and, you know, Mojito's off farming for half the game, but their team fights actually seem really good. And it wasn't that they were always on exactly the same page in team fights, but it was that they were able to mechanically outplay their opponents in a lot of sort of 2v2s up to 5v5 scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying as well, but it's kind of like it took some time for them to get to that stage as well. To me, they at times feel a bit too reserved because they are 5 individual good players. They don't always utilize that as a team. I feel like there are times where they could go a bit more proactive into it, but let's see what happens going into this one. That obviously has been a while since we saw Galatasaray towards playoffs, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against Beyond Gaming, who's not one that relies heavily on individuals, but their team play.
Yeah, already Galatasaray going to take away the Irelia and Draven here from Doggo. Lee Sin banned away from Mojito. No real surprises. If you know Doggo at all, you know that he does love a little bit of Draven. And alongside that, Lucian removed by Beyond.
Still, some champions we've seen shine through today. Misfortune has been seen in all our games so far, really. Not to the point where people feel like it's a ban-worthy pick, but definitely flavor of the day of play-ins coming into this one. Tryndamere is also a champion that is up and available, and I wonder if it's one of these champions that these 2 teams have set their sight on. It's really hard to predict, but apparently Galatasaray, they've done their homework on Doggo. This is 2 of his best champions being removed here just because of how scary he is on them.
Yeah, no real surprise is there that Doggo is the focus. So often the way that Beyond play is to funnel resources into Doggo to get him ahead and to allow him to carry when it comes to later game team fights. Beyond here have a couple of bans. Well, their final ban is going to be the Amumu away from Zergstin. Really looking forward to seeing how effective Zergstin can be on the world's stage. And Misfortune first picked here. Usually we've seen it on the red side. In fact, every game so far, I believe we've seen it on the red side. And we will jump out of the lobby quickly and get on in as soon as we can.
Klein couldn't handle it. First pick, Misfortune. That was too much.
Is this season 2 again? All the way back.
But no, I think it's very interesting. We had a brief chat about it before we finally got into Champs. So like, this matter what teams prioritize, and Misfortune really, ever since these small buffs just came to Yumu's, with lethality all of a sudden being something you could go for again, just has seen a lot of play. I don't think we've seen it to the extent of why it's so OP just yet, because I know a lot of teams prioritize the champions because as soon as you get to that first item in the mid game, your bullet time will just shred. But we haven't really seen that full extent of the perfect placed bullet time. It's still been very chaotic fights coming into it, and I think a lot of these fights we've seen so far have relied on some assassins or some of the engages to come through from the supports before this bullet time really matches up with it.
Yeah, that sort of perfect wombo combo is always a pipe dream when it comes to this sort of stage of play, because people are so good at avoiding getting caught out in that sort of situation. We are going to get back on into draft as soon as possible. Picks and bans will be the same up until that point, and we will see where the draft goes from there. Of course, both these teams do have some of those pocket picks that we've been talking about a little bit. Volibear across towards the side of Beyond. Husha loves that, 3-0 on that in the regular season.
And it's also just because of the style that Husha does have with these champions. He is one of those junglers that doesn't mind skipping his own cams, trying to get a lane ahead. It's the style, and you know, that's why Volibear has been such a key pick for this player as well in the past, just because it's super easy to go for dives. It's super easy to just run in and stun them, so make it simple. And once again, the PCS in general, a very early kill heavy region. So having these early skirmishes, especially specifically in the jungle as well, does help you going into a draft like this. So it's going to be interesting to see what they are picking up. But so far, all we know is that Misfortune first pick.
Yep, that's all we know for now. We'll get there in just a second. It is interesting to see that sort of clash of styles, though, because PCS is incredibly bloodthirsty. PCS loves high kills, lots of action in the early game. I think they're the highest combined kill a minute region of any region attending Worlds. TCL not so much, Galatasaray especially not so much, much slower, like to wait out the game towards those team fights and then play those well. And I'm wondering if Galatasaray will be able to inhibit Beyond from having that strong early game that they're so well known for in their region.
Well, you definitely have some teamfight aspect already with the Misfortune bullet time to come through already, and we have seen rather some good trading patterns to come out from this champion as well against the Lucian earlier today. So it's going to be interesting to see what response will be from the side of Beyond Gaming. It seems like they are prioritizing early AD carry rotations for themselves, and it is going to be the Ezreal champion we've already seen twice or 3 times already, if I don't remember too wrong. And then these early skirmishing junglers we already talked about, they are coming through from Husha now with the Sinsal being locked in.
Yeah, it's his most played across the course of summer. 10 games on it. Collectively, he won 7 of those. And of course, with PSG in your region, you're going to have slightly skewed win-loss ratio on some of these champs. Beyond actually played 12 games against PSG across the course of their summer. So not too surprising that you have lost some of those. There's Balulu's rise. We've seen it before at international competition. One of his most comfortable picks, his ability to get out and around on the map, is so impactful.
Yeah, and then you have Mojito now going on to the Kiana, so the third time we finally get to see this champion. But Balulu and Rice, that is so pivotal as well from Galatasaray, because if you're not able to shut this man down, the priority that he is gaining in the mid lane is what they're playing off as well. It's the fact that he can move, it's the fact that he can play for the jungler, and having this ability is super pivotal. But obviously, there is ways to challenge this. I'm not going to talk about hovers until this is locked in, and that's the reason why, because that is not a Yone, that is Orianna to come through instead.
It's got hard baited by Mawan. Can't believe you do this to me, man. Hadn't played Yone at all, so I guess it's not too surprising that he didn't want to bring it out.
He did get some buffs going into this patch, obviously.
He definitely did, and we've all seen tracking the pros where Yones have been tearing up the rift. Orianna will be locked in, though. Works well, of course, with the Xin. You jump in, Crescent Guard if you want, and then you can use that Shockwave alongside it. Works incredibly well. Moving into the second phase, looks like supports are going to be banned out. I like the Leona ban. That long-range engage potential just stops Doggo from ever being in a position where he can really be caught out.
It's also taken away some comfort from Zergsting. It's also taken away what you match up so nicely with the Misfortune. You already took away the Amumu, now you take away the Leona, so there's no real CC change to come through immediately after as well. But there obviously is still a lot of supports that can do the same. You have the Nautilus as well if you want to lock someone down that can be removed, or else you could just start to prioritize the enemy top laner instead if you feel like that you want to have the support counter pick for your bot lane for Doggo, because as we already talked about, PK has been subbed in here instead, so he can go for a weak side tank instead, and therefore you can just get rid of the Jace and blind pick for yourself.
It is interesting that Beyond decided to sub in PK for this game. It might just be a holistic team composition thing, but Crazy has consistently been a guy you can catch out on the side of Galatasaray, and I would have looked to Liang as the guy to do that. Like, his laning phase is strong, he's a very well coordinated with Husha, whereas PK tends towards the more tank-orientated play.
Yeah, and if you don't know who Crazy is a Korean top laner, has played in the LCK for the likes of BBQ as well in the past, so obviously a laner with some experience, one of his first internationals though, so obviously there is the takeaway you can take away from that if you want to, but going to Beyond Gaming's fourth pick, it is going to be this Braum coming in, and I think it's a really valid pick into Misfortune. You can nullify this bullet time by just tanking it up with your shield all by yourself.
Galatasaray now need to find a support and a top laner to answer this Beyond composition. Top lane's pick saved for Beyond, so they have counter pick up in that lane. And Galatasaray have a few different options. Bard for Zergsting. Okay, baby. Yes. Oh, man. Zergsting's Bard is something I have watched for a very long time, and I've been saddened every time I see that he doesn't make it to the world stage, because it is so good, it is so well known, it's one of his signature picks. I'm just, 100% win rate on it across the course of summer. I'm looking forward to this.
And this just screams bot lane priority as well, because now you have double ranged, enemies got Braum, you can try and set up the stun, you can poke them out of the lane immediately in the early game, where you just get the priority to work around your jungler if that's what you want to do. So already expecting Zergsting to get that bot lane priority and move out on the map.
Currently with the cannon locked in for Crazy in the top lane, it looks like it's going to be a Gnar here for PK. He has been to Worlds before, was on GRX a couple of years ago, but instead it's Jarvan in the top lane. PK will be bringing the standard of Demacia up into that lane.
And this is interesting because we theorized that PK would bring in a tank instead where you would play towards the bottom side, but when you look at Beyond Gaming's composition right now, all it really screams is that we're going to leave bot lane alone. They're going to chill a bit. We'll move up towards the top side and we'll punish the cannon, because that's why Jarvan is picked into cannon so frequently. No dashes on this champion. You have to move your speed, but if you do not have flash and you're caught in that cataclysm, you can Maelstrom all you want, but it's still super easy to pick up a squishy cannon.
Crazy. I did say that he could be the focus. He's often caught out in the top lane, often overextends in the early game. It looks like Beyond Gaming have agreed with my assessment. And as we get on into the game, they'll be looking to catch out Crazy. Galatasaray, as you say, have that bot lane prio, but I do wonder how much we're going to see Mojito do on this Qiyana in the early game, because Qiyana is a champion that can go for those early ganks, but is also very happy just scaling up, getting, you know, level 6, level 11, getting that supreme display of talent, and then dominating team fights by just pushing people against the wall.
It's going to be interesting, because it also begs the question that, are we actually deciding to now be more team-oriented with our plays? Because if you have that bot lane priority, if you have Zergsting moving on around the map, able to get mid lane priority, you're able to put dives up towards the top side. You're able to go counter jungle together as a unit. And obviously, when you have a champion like Qiyana, skirmishing in the enemy jungle is your absolute best territory for a fight. So what I would love to see from Galatasaray is that when they get the priority, they try to invade camp respawn timers. They try to invade on blue buffs or red buffs when they finally have that level 6 to really benefit their composition with what they have here.
Let's get on to the Rift for the 6th game of the day. Galatasaray, the Turkish #1 seed, against Beyond Gaming, the 2nd seed, coming out from the PCS. Doggo, always a key focus for Beyond, is playing his Ezreal. He didn't win on this at all in summer. He was 2-0 on the pick. And so, sorry, 0-2.
I was going to say, that kind of contradicts each other.
0-2 on the pick, but we'll see if he's been practicing it in the couple of patches we've had since the end of the PCS playoffs.
And you were talking about earlier, about Crazy, about this forward percentage. I think it's something that has been a curse and blessing from Galatasaray. It's the fact that he gets a lot of individual gold leads by himself, or by having this forward percentage, by pushing his enemy in. But it's also the curse that comes in when he's finally punished about this mistake. So I wonder now, Crazy, if he's going to be able to make that adaptation where it has been a weakness in the past, and it is going to be a weakness when you are against the Jarvan and Sensao. You heavily need to respect this, and if he doesn't, it might bite you in the back. But going up from where the junglers are starting, it's actually Husher that's starting up towards top side that can move down towards the bottom side, and it's Mojito who's moving up towards the top side.
As in keeping with Beyond's general playstyle, is focusing on getting Doggo ahead. But as you said, PK could look for some damage on Crazy early. You can set that cannon behind, and really the slicing Maelstrom becomes nothing but a static shock as the game goes on. But for the moment, actually, Zergsting and Alive forced back here. Of course, Doggo and Kino were in the lane first because they didn't have to go help their jungler, so able to get the prio, get Doggo up towards that level 2, and then he has a little bit more safety in the lane, the ability to arcane shift away from that Bard stun.
And this is necessarily not a bad place to have your lane either, because you do have this double range. Whenever Kino steps up, that's where you can poke him down and have the safety off your tower. You also don't need to have bot lane priority right now, just due to the fact that your top lane, or your jungler rather, is up in the top lane. So no real reason just yet. It's something we can look back on later when the enemy blue buff finally starts to respawn, or we want some jungle skirmishes going into it.
Mojito's actually skipped his entire top side apart from the Gromp. He hasn't gone blue, hasn't gone wolves, hasn't taken his Krugs. He's only taken 3 camps so far. Level 3 though, and he's looking for a dive onto PK now. Flag and drag will be available. Question is, does PK expend anything trying to farm? There's the Q. Dragon Strike has been used, so there's no flag drag combo. Crazy could look for the stun underneath the tower. Here's Mojito catching the wave. TP coming in as well from Galatasaray. Counter TP immediately burnt. They might continue to look for this. There's the root, and already PK has to try and flash away, but he's stunned up, locked down, and Galatasaray with a perfect execution of that dive. Now Mawam is in for a world of hurt underneath this tower. Crazy will die, but it's a double for the cannon.
But what a nice setup as well from Galatasaray. This is something that we didn't really see all too much in TCL. I'm actually really happy with what I just saw here. Mojito, as you talked about, skip camps, move up towards the top side, have Balulu crash it as well. He does lose some minion waves here, and actually Mawam is losing this minion wave as well. So all in all, super nice job from Galatasaray here in the early game that actually gets 2 kills on towards the cannon, still has that TP. So he's going to be put in a really good spot if he wants to join the team later when he does get that slicing maelstrom.
Yeah, we talked about how it can feel when Kennon's behind, when Kennon's ahead, because of players like this, he can do so much work in a team fight.
It's also super good timing. Balulu had just recalled, so he's coming back to this dive with full HP, full mana. Mawam hasn't backed yet, so he's actually coming into a deficit with this one, at least in terms of resources as a mid laner. And the tower juggling we get here as well is super nice to see. Balulu is going to tank it up once again. Crazy, unfortunately, is going to get it afterwards, so he's not able to get out. But all in all, this is a big minion wave that you're losing. You're losing waves in the mid lane as well. Galatasaray putting the pace on this game very early, which is something I would have expected Beyond Gaming to do.
Galatasaray, though, so good when they do manage to get ahead. That's an 800 gold lead for Crazy in the top lane. Husha on his way up here, but Crazy just able to use the lightning rush to get himself out of any sort of danger, and you can see that gold lead is going to be monumental for Galatasaray. About 700, 800 gold across the board. Mid lane, there's an advantage for Balulu. Crazy has that 600 gold lead in the top lane as well. It becomes very difficult for Beyond to find those early plays because not only did they lose the kills, they also lost Flash on their mid laner, Flash on their top laner. Time for Husha to try and get some of these camps as well.
And this is something you can try and continue to expand on. You can see Balulu all the time just does a really good job at shoving in the wave, move into Fog of War, he recalls, enemy doesn't know where he is, you have to respect that, but all in all, he's actually just resetting for some extra items to get back into the lane, and you can see the difference in items here as well. You just have that extra AP from the Dark Seal, that little advantage into Mawam here, and as soon as you get that Realm Warp from the Rise, that's where I really want to see Galatasaray be proactive. And on Beyond Gaming, you want to keep that vision around the mid lane. You can already see the pink ward towards the bottom half of the map there. You want to know every time Balulu is moving, because if you don't, he's going to catch you by surprise on a dive.
See Husha trying to find Balulu in the mid lane. Realm Warp is available for the Swedish player as Galatasaray once again look up towards the top lane. Mojito was spotted on a ward. Balulu has a blast cone if he wants it. Husha coming in as well, but Husha is going to face check straight into the Rise. Oh, a nice win becomes lightning there. Spots out Balulu waiting in the bush. And Mojito and Balulu will have to team up. Balulu on the wrong side of this. Oriana could come across, but Mawam not yet level 6.
But we talk about playing the map as well, and you can see the supports. They were already moving for this one as well. They were anticipating a fight was going to break out. As soon as a fight doesn't, they're moving their way back towards the bottom lane once again. Actually, Xerxstein being a bit better, or faster rather, at getting down to this bot lane, so they should be getting some priority onto this one. But that's not necessarily a bad movement at all from Galatasaray. This is just what we need to see continuously from them again. And actually this time around, they themselves got some good vision up towards the top side. Now when supports are finally down towards the bottom side again, you just move up again, you keep this pressure going, and now you're recalling in the Fog of War, which just allows you to create pressure from the enemy laners that they have to respect.
You see Husha knows everyone's going up towards the top side, immediately decides to go for this dragon. Beyond actually traditionally more of a herald team. They want to keep the gold ticking over in the early game, and they do still get, 60% of all drakes in their game, but this isn't usually their focus when it comes to early objectives.
No, it's really not, and it's the same for Galatasaray towards the Rift Herald themselves. Like, it's one of the slowest Rift Heralds there is, but this could be the game where that changes.
Definitely could. I mean, Beyond know that they have to play on the bottom side of the map more than usual because of how Balulu's been pathing. Doggo able to walk away here. Balulu has to flash with Kino and Husha on their way. Balulu had to respect the shockwave.
Yeah, it's really nice job with the tempo coming into that one, and now with Husha finally pathing up towards the top side, it will be buying BK some extra breathing room because you will have your jungle on the right side of the map, at least to stay alive. And I wonder now if that means that Galatasaray finally want to invest their resources down to the bottom lane instead, because Blue Buff, it is respawning in 1 minute. We already talked about the supreme display of talent on Dikiana has just been achieved. So if you want to evade with bot lane priority, if that's something you want to fight for, now is the time to do it.
We'll see what Mojito decides to do. Usually relatively inactive in the early game here, out to a quick 2 assists towards that top side of the map. Of course, Doggo on this Ezreal will be very hard to lock down if you do look towards that bottom side of the map. Galatasaray will know that, will want to try and burn his Arcane Shift or his Flash early on. For the moment, haven't been able to get either of those abilities out.
It's the one thing to look forward to, at least if you're a Beyond Gaming fan towards the mid game, is Doggo, because he outranges basically every one of them. Obviously, there is the bullet time, but you have the Arcane Shift to dodge out on that. So if you can put yourself in a position where the enemy can't get to you, well, realistically speaking, Doggo is the only one that's going to stay out of this range. Obviously, you can argue for the Orianna as well, but easier for the Ezreal with the Arcane Shifts and the Mystic Shots, of course.
Yeah, and if there's any player on Beyond that you want to be in a good position to stay safe and put damage down in a team fight, it's probably Doggo. You can see high damage a minute, leading in his lane in terms of CS, high gold at 15-minute mark as well. He's just so good at finding these advantages, finding these leads. His team does put a lot of time into getting him ahead. He actually has like 31% CS between the 15 and the 30-minute mark, but because of that investment, he is able to carry late-game team fights very often.
He definitely is, but it's also done on other champions. It's not from Ezreal that he gained these stats, and you can already see it now. Actually, just even with the live, obviously these stats are from 15 minutes, but we have to take it back to Galatasaray because Baluli on the rise, we talked about it in Champs League. If you can't shut down the priority that he brings to you, they're going to be able to do so much in the early game. And historically speaking of the split, Galatasaray always had a really bad first 10 minutes of the game. This time around, they don't. They're looking stellar.
Perhaps able to stop any possibility of Beyond focusing the top lane with a top lane play of their own, and now stalling the game a little bit, getting farm, getting to these first completed items. Mythics on their way across the board, and PK has to be careful. There's the Root Supreme Slayer talent into the Slicing Maelstrom, and PK doesn't have a moment to react. TP's coming in from Mauan, but you can see Balulu TPing in himself. Realm Warp's going to chase them down. Mauan does have the Shockwave, flashes away, pulls Balulu back, but where's the rest of the team? Husha is on his way. Rift Herald going down in the top lane as well as Husha comes in. Crescent Guard available. That Rift Herald should charge in and just take down this tower. Flash forward from Husha. Will take one. He's looking for two as Balulu is able to walk away, and the Rift Herald charges into the turret.
Yeah, they get the kill and they do get the Rift Herald into the turret, so still all in all very much worth it from the side of Galatasaray. Zergsting up here as well with the bard as well should it be necessary, so you need to be careful. If you overstay, you're welcome here, but I think the play is going to be over from this one, and the resets will have to come through soon as well. There is 1 minute and 20 seconds on towards the Baron. Crazy, he held on to the TP, so now you have a top lane on Galatasaray that you can push out super far, and then you still have the TP flank with Crazy that he can join a fight with.
With Alive picking up the Kraken Slayer there as well. We are starting to see those first mythics. Gore Drinker for Mojito. Crazy expect to go towards the Hextech Rocket Belt on this cannon. 3-1 now, and there's the Rocket Belt complete.
But you also take a look around the vision right now. You can see the pink towards the bottom lane. The deep red wards right now towards this Drake is still in favor of Beyond, but if you want to fight this, you don't have the mythic items. Right now, there's no Gordon going your own jungler. They're looking for Balulu though, no flash.
Balulu doesn't have flash, as you say. Temper Fate coming out as well. There's a Shockwave. Balulu trying to walk away, but double flash follow. A single flash follow there from PK. Crazy did TP, but he didn't have the Slicing Maelstrom, nor had a flash, so decided just to back away underneath the tower.
And that is super nice from Beyond here. That's how you kind of cheat this little disadvantage you were at. But still need to be careful if you get caught off guard by an individual member going into this one. It seems like they don't want to set up the Drake. And Balulu, he is back on the map in just 2 seconds. So it should still be Galatasaray that can start moving out of the map now. And just a delayed Drake rather than a Drake going over to Beyond Gaming.
The good thing for Beyond, though, is, of course, they got the TP out of Crazy there, so he's not going to be able to TP down to a Dragon if it happens. PK still has his. Doggo also has a TP on this Ezreal, something we don't see too commonly these days. Usually, Ezreals go for, a heal or a cleanse in that bottom lane, but here, knowing that he's relatively safe in the lane, he can just take that teleport to get around the map and get even more gold in his pockets.
The thing is, this time around, though, Crazy did expend his TP. So what Crazy has to do now, if he wants to join the fight, push in the top side, move down towards the Drake instead, and then let PK join the fight with his TP instead. You just mentioned Doggo TP. Well, there you go. Here he is, just coming back with his Divine Sunderer.
First item already complete on that Ezreal. A 2,500 gold lead, though, for Galatasaray. They do have the setup around this Dragon, but it looks like they will retreat from it for the moment. Husha stepping into this bottom side river, trying to get himself some vision, teaming up with Mauan and Kino here just around the corner. Now, there is a TP ward behind Beyond, but no TPs for them to expend to actually utilize that extra bit of vision, an extra possibility of a flank position.
But you always have that realm warp. You can always just put the cannon into that one, put him behind the enemy team, and then let him get into the fight. And you can see they've actually grouped up here, so no TPs are going to have to be expended. And Galatasaray, they're trying to clear out the bottom side vision. They're trying to make sure that there's a fog of war where Crazy can join a fight for, but he doesn't have flash, so it's going to be hard for him to get inside towards the back line of Beyond.
Yeah, no flash on Mojito, no flash on Crazy does make this a little bit more tricky. We'll see if Zergsting can put a good-tempered fate down. Mojito in a flank position here, but is on a ward. Beyond actually look like they still might want to take this fight. They've already taken the dragon. They don't really have to take anything more. They will start to retreat towards where their own blue buff would lie. Galatasaray with the pressure in the mid lane, with the priority in that lane. Beyond having to take the long way round, but no plate will fall. True Shot Barrage comes out, clips the back of Zergsting, and they will just walk away. So Dragon taken there for Beyond. Galatasaray unable to find an avenue to approach.
Yeah, so this kill-heavy region we talked about, Medic, not really something we get to see right now, and I think a lot of that is once again the reason for Galatasaray just choking out their opponents with the priority that they get, and then they let Mojito run around into jungle, trying to get a jungle lead for himself. You can already see it on the Kiana, just taking away all of Hush's camp while they have the priority. They gained the mid lane priority by pushing it in, but Lulu has it towards the top side, so realistically speaking, there's not really a response you can get from Beyond.
For the moment, though, Beyond just seem to be happy putting up some defensive walls and just catching waves as they are pushed in towards them. They're not really losing too much. You know, a camp here or there isn't the biggest cut, the biggest wound that you have to stem the bleeding from. Instead, they are willing to give up, you know, a red buff as long as they're not losing towers, as long as they're not losing too much CS on the rest of the map, and as long as they can get Doggo some of this farm so he can get towards, you know, second, third item on the Ezreal.
Yeah, definitely. That's what they're playing for. But, you know, one camp here and there, it's becoming more than that, really, here at this point. It's a level advantage now on Mojito. Once he reaches level 11 on the Kiana, that's where it starts getting really dangerous.
I think Crazy was just looking for the slicing maelstrom there. Does have the flash to get away. Mauan's on the chase. True Shot Barrage won't catch him out, and with the Hextech Rocket there, who will be able to get away. TP there from Mauan, perhaps a little bit too eager to try and get down towards the bottom lane. Crazy didn't really have any backup, and was just going for a bit of a chunking maelstrom more than anything else.
Yeah, and you know, it's not really the Beyond I'm used to seeing here as well. This is usually a team that's more well composed, has a lot of good comeback mechanics. In some of their victory against PSG, they won them while still being at a deficit as well. They're usually a team that does really well at playing two side lanes or playing towards the setup with their CC. Right now, we're just not seeing that. Right now, the only leverage you're really waiting for is that scaling towards the late game. It's waiting for Orianna to get those items. It's waiting for Doggo to be in a comfortable position. And I don't know if we can actually see the gold, but I'm pretty sure Doggo has been sitting on this Divine Sunder and tier for a very long time, so he must be hoarding a lot of gold right now before he wants to back for these items.
I expect we'll see him go back and get that next item soon. Of course, things like the Manamune, the Seroda's Grudge, very strong on the Ezreal. There we are. Parts of it, Caulfields and a longsword picked up for Doggo. And I do want to talk a little bit about how Galatasaray tend to play it from this position, because when they get towards the mid-game, like through towards, you know, 15, 20 minutes with a lead, they are very good at closing it out. In leads, they have only lost one game across the course of summer. If they had a lead at 10, they were 12 wins, 1 loss, 15, 17 wins, 1 loss, lead at 20, 19 wins, 1 loss. Right now, we're sitting at that with lead at 15 mark, but if we get up to 20, it becomes even more favorable for Galatasaray.
Statistically speaking, yes, but this is where I think the stylistics of the two teams starts becoming interesting as well, because what we've seen from Beyond in the past is that they do have comeback mechanics, and what we've seen from Galatasaray is that they're very slow at closing out these games. So despite having such a good record with a gold lead, the average game time for them in wins is 33 minutes, and that's quite slow for this meta that has been very proactive. Remember, this is back from patch 11, 15, 16 as well, with the explosive junglers as well. So it's going to be curious to see how well they can solidify this lead and keep it while still, you know, being a bit slow as we've seen them in the past, or see if they're actually going to amp up the pace a bit.
As you see, Beyond able to stall this out pretty well. Mauan took the bot lane tier 1, now looking for the top lane tier 1. Gold still about 2,000 in advantage for Galatasaray. They definitely still have the lead in this game right now, but you have to expect they will want to look for a fight. And the issue for Galatasaray, and the issue a lot of teams face at this point, is they've invested a lot into getting their cannon ahead, into getting this team fight threat ahead. However, because of that, they gave up early dragons. And so
Exactly. Yes,
Take it away.
thank you,
I'm
man.
not going to take your point. Go on.
No,
Do it.
I was like, yes, he's right. That he's spitting facts, and you are, because I was just about to mention it. Yes, there's a Drake coming up in just a second, and yes, you could threaten a team fight around it. But that's beyond gaming. Why should you care? It's just as you said, right? They already have these two potential, so is ages away. And realistically speaking, it's going to come down to a Baron instead then.
It's definitely what we expected. We are 1.5 minutes before that Baron does spawn. I don't think either team will really want to take it immediately, but actually it looks like Beyond may be looking to set up for the Soul themselves. Perhaps think they're in a strong position. Double Gore Drinker, Ludens, and Divine Sunder are complete. Mojito's on a ward here. Will Beyond look for the chase? One of their issues, of course, is the speed at which Galatasaray can collapse. Manamune now complete on Doggo, but the Realm Warp from Balulu can get to any fight in any position relatively quickly. It's not entirely global, but if you get about a quarter of the way up the river, you'll be able to get towards mid lane. Beyond going to start up the Dragon here. Mojito still on a ward. Because he has the Rift held, he can't actually sweep right now. Now he's going to step forward, but he's still on a ward. The Dragon's almost gone. Mojito going in. There's the Temper Fate onto the Dragon. Oh! Supreme display of talent onto the backline. And here comes Crazy. Blue team steals the Cloud Drake as the fight really begins. Galatasaray take it. They take the fight. They clean it up. Husha forced down towards the bottom side of it. Mojito will chase him down. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of Galatasaray, and they took the Dragon.
And that is the team fighting we talk about with Galatasaray as well. The fact that Mojito, despite being on Vision, is able to find that supreme display of talent with the slicing Maelstrom to follow up. We still see some light on Doggo, but in the end, Galatasaray solidified that fight with stealing the Drake by cleaning up the fight, and now Rift Herald, as you mentioned earlier, pushing in the mid lane.
Charging forward with that Rift Herald, won't be able to take down the tier 1, but a 3,000 gold lead now for Galatasaray, and you can see just how strong they can be in some of these team fights. It is where their bread and butter comes from, mechanically outplaying their opponents in team fights. You saw there, Mojito was on Vision the entire time he walked around in this Axe Effect replay.
Yeah, but a Surge thing as well, you know, so crucial to get away this Drake, where it's super easy from there, Mojito, to steal up the Drake afterwards. And you know what? We were questioning even starting this. We were saying this is fine, but beyond, because they don't have to start up this Drake. They don't have to play into the lead that Galatasaray is having right now. But you know what? They decided to do it anyway.
And they paid for their hubris, thinking that they could take the fight. Doggo did survive, but just didn't have the time to put the damage down because, of course, you have Supreme Display of Talent, you have the Slicing Maelstrom. All your thoughts are on escaping rather than putting the DPS down in a fight.
And all in all my question marks as well about Galatasaray kind of just vanished there as well, because they had the better setup. Bot lane was pushed out by Relulu. Mojito, despite being spotted on Vision, came from a flank where the others weren't. And it's the fact that they closed around Beyond Gaming and were able to take them on from multiple fronts with their AoE ultimates. If you're not able to stop this as Beyond, if you're not able to front to back with the Orianna and Ezreal, you're just going to get collapsed on, as we just saw.
You can see Mojito continuing to try and find pockets of vision where he can catch people out. For the moment, no one really working on this side of the map. Maybe he's just going to look towards catching out Mao, and Shockwave comes out. Balulu will have the Rune Prison available. Spellfox doing a little bit of work there onto Mao, who continues to dance in and out of this bush. Husha on his way. Mojito now on the wrong side of the rift, but with no Shockwave available for Mao, should be pretty easy for Mojito to escape.
And all in all, we are just at a moment here where you're kind of just looking once again to steal away the camps when they respawn, to try and fight around that rather than just having to start up the Baron. Because right now on the side of Galatasaray, you don't have a tank. You don't have someone that can just start it up and then bait your opponents to come into it. So if you get an extended fight around Baron, it may well go wrong from you. And that's why it's so slow. That's why this setup needs to be right. But TP coming in now from the side of Orianna.
PK going in for the fight. Crazy there with the Slicing Maelstrom as well. But the Cataclysm will lock Crazy in spot. This is what they wanted to do in the early game, but they just can't get the damage down. Balulu once again comes to save his teammate. Temper Fate goes wide, but the rest of Galatasaray are here. Mojito takes one. Mao, you pop the stopwatch, but you're going to get popped immediately afterwards. Crazy gets his 5th kill of the game, and the chase is on. Realm War behind them. Husha diving in, looking for a live. Balulu going in on towards the backline, trying to catch out Doggo. Mojito there with the stopwatch. You can see Balulu just surviving, but Doggo takes the double. And perhaps a little bit too greedy there from Galatasaray.
Yeah, going forward right into Doggo. The one member who's performing on Beyond, and they might not be done yet. Crazy's still very low, doesn't have that Slicing Maelstrom. So let's see, there he goes. But it looks like they're just going to be able to get away from this one with the Bard Portal as well. Doggo not able to fully utilize his pressure on the Ezreal just yet. They're respecting it on Galatasaray. But once again, you have to keep the threat of Doggo in the back of your mind every time, because we see it in these fights. He still does so much damage, and he's able to excel his pressure in it.
You have to be aware of where Doggo is at every single moment. Crazy caught out a little bit at the start, but he manages to survive for a long, long time.
This is usually one of the things that Beyond does so well when they are behind, is the fact that they collapse on one member with two of their solo laners. But they just don't have the pressure to actually nuke him down immediately. They didn't even have the shockwave, so while the channel does come out with, well, the little siesta hat there for yourself, not much really came out of it, and it's the over chase from Galatasaray that really becomes their undoing. As soon as they dive into Doggo, they just don't have what it takes to take him down, while Kino is by his side on the Braum.
And you can see how Beyond can win out in some of these fights. The question is, will Galatasaray give them another opportunity like that? Because that was the Turkish #1 seed just going a little bit too deep. They didn't have to do that. They could have just waited at the back line and be like, okay, Doggo, you can walk away. We've got you. But now he has Frozen Heart finished. He's got the Manamune fully stacked up. He's got Divine Sundra. He's 3-0 on this Ezreal. And it becomes a lot trickier to lock down as the game goes on.
Obviously, having that Frozen Heart does give you a bit of extra AD with the Manamune as well, but there's still the AP threats you need to be worried of. Crazy diving into the backline, Balulu obviously on the rise. You need to have perfect positioning to make sure you won't get caught off by these types of damage.
Well, Galatasaray going to give up their mid-tier 1. Mojito waiting in the wings once again. I've been wondering if we've been watching Solid Snake this game as he continues to look for these flanks, continues to hide in the darkness. It's Galatasaray, not Infinity Esports, playing against Beyond. 2,000 gold is still for Galatasaray as we set up around this dragon.
Yeah, but this setup right now still requires Beyond to start up the Drake first, and they're starting it out without checking that back first. They may, they have the pink ward behind them now, but Mojito, he can wait around for the perfect moment. Just doesn't seem like it's coming.
Xerxing still has a Tempered Fate. Are they going to use it? They use it a little bit too late, but they still get Mauan. Doggo's going to jump away. Mojito trying to get in, but Pika's going to lock him up, and Beyond look like they just want to back away from this fight. It was a perfect position, but Galatasaray just couldn't get close enough.
Yeah, that was the perfect chokehold from the side of Mojito if he could get in there with the Kiana, but obviously he didn't have the means to close that ground. So now Beyond Gaming on Soul Point. It is still Cloud Soul, so it's not the most valuable one you could get in terms of trying to come back, but obviously you take whatever extra resource you can get in the game.
I don't mind a cloud. Ezreal jumps in. Mojito could just look for the supreme display of balance as he tries to catch out the Ezreal, but he just doesn't have the damage. The Frozen Heart working overtime, but Crazy flashes in. And in the end, it is Xerxing who takes the kill. All of Beyond tried to dive in and save their AD carry. And Crazy may have gone a little bit too deep here for Galatasaray as the chase is on. Cataclysm coming out as well. No shockwave available, but the bullet time will rip them to pieces. Mojito takes a great bit of positioning there from the Galatasaray jungler.
And with this, they should be able to try and threaten the Baron while the jungler is still alive from Beyond with Hujia here. They have 4 members, but Lulu still loads of mana on the rise, and he can take down this Baron really fast. So let's see what Beyond Gaming, do they want to threat a possible contest, or are they just forfeiting this one?
Waiting perhaps for the shockwave to be back up. It is now for Mauan.
They're going to be too slow.
Hujia going in, you say they'll be too slow. I agree. Passage will be used. It's a magical journey for Galatasaray here to Worlds, and a magical journey as they take the Baron, and we'll see what they can do with this Red Bull Baron power play.
Resets will start to come out now, and speaking of resets, let's have a replay coming in here. It's just super... Shut up. It's just super nice from Mojito with the flank that he finds himself in. And you know what? It's almost deja vu. Last time there was a Drake objective, Mojito went into the enemy red buff as well. It's kind of just like their bread and butter by finding these flanks with their priority, rather. And you gotta give credit once again to the team fight potential we see of Galatasaray, because once the Jarvan locks too far forward, we see the Misfortune just making sure that he's locked in with them and not the opposite way around.
That's what Galatasaray do so well. Their team fights are incredibly strong. With the Baron now, they can continue to push in, but you can see in the TCL, they had an almost 2 KD in team fights. That means for every time they died, they got 2 kills, which is really, really impressive. Like, I can't stress, most teams, about 1.4, 1.3. A 1.89 is incredibly impressive, and they continue to show us here how they can play these team fights to near perfection.
But now we also come to the point where we saw some of the weaknesses of Galatasaray, and that was closing out the game once they have these leads. So while the record, as you avoid display, still is very impressive, they have seen to be very slow about it, even sometimes having to find that second Baron to really solidify the lead. And once again, Soul Point, not one of their win conditions. The Elder Drake, it's going to be some time before that's part of it as well. So with this Baron buff, what are they deciding to do? How do they open up the map? Right now you can see on the posturing that they've been gone in for 1-3-1 positioning, but they're very slow about it. They haven't really threatened these tier 2 turrets yet.
And trying to get those side lanes pushed in, as you say. Both Balulu and Crazy are kind of aligned in their positioning in the lane. Balulu's actually going to back, does have TP if he wants to rejoin any fight that might happen. But as you say, Galatasaray really not pushing the tempo too much. Baron will expire in about 50 seconds time, and all in all, they've gained an extra 300 gold or so on top of the amount that you get for taking the Baron.
Yeah, so not too much just yet, but they did just push out the top side. Now they're having Balulu in the mid lane, and they're going to play 2 lanes instead of 1, which should make it easier to collapse. But Kino on the Braum does an exceptional job at mitigating the damage that will come through on that tower.
And one more wave, really, you have to think, will push in here. 30 seconds left before that Baron times out. 2,000 gold taking it from it completely. Balulu pushing in the mid. Bot wave continues to be pressured, but Mojito has decided instead it's time to take away some of these jungle camps. And with their final wave arriving in the mid lane, you have to think that Galatasaray won't take any more towers, at least from this Baron.
And there we have it once again. They're doing such a good job at getting to this point, Galatasaray. But they're always so slow about it when they finally have it. So couldn't even threaten the tier 2 turrets there. They tried to set it up with the top lane push in to then play the 2 lanes. It's just too late. But on the other half, though, you do have 20 seconds onto the Cloud Drake to respawn, and we have seen Beyond Gaming so far. It seems like they just want to contest every Drake, even though they don't have to. You can still wait for the level 16 on the Orianna. You can still wait for the Death Cap or Seraph's Embrace to come through as well from the Orianna, so you have the time on your side. There's no need to stress it. The only objective you need to be careful of as Beyond right now, it is that Baron that's spawning in 2 minutes.
It looks like Beyond have decided third time is not the charm for them. They will give up this Cloud Dragon. They're not going to allow Mojito to get that flank off once again. And for the moment, they will just continue to let this game delay. There's the Seraphs that you were talking about, upgraded already to the Archangels for Marwan. And across the board, 3 items finished on Doggo as well. He's building up towards that 4th. Cyrilda's probably on its way. It'll be a lot of work, a lot of damage from that Ezreal if he can get it off in these team fights.
But here they do it again. It's kind of the Beyond Gaming special with having 2 solo laners in the same lane. They're trying to bait their opponent in by only showing one guy, and specifically Jarvan in this case, who's 1 in 5, to try and ego your opponent to just say, oh, I could just solo kill him. And then the Orianna is going to be waiting in the fray, in the fog of war. But they're not biting. They're taking it very slow and methodical. So this time around, the late game stylistic of Galatasaray, with them being very careful, it's actually paying its dividends against the comebacks mechanics we usually see in Beyond.
Would be a big win here for Galatasaray. Lots of people saying Beyond were one of the top teams in this group. We're expected to get one of those top couple of spots, and if Galatasaray can take this early win, remember, only 4 games for these teams in this round robin. You play each team once. Getting those early wins means that you perhaps will avoid LNG and Hanwha Life coming into the knockout stage. They're in prime position to do it. With the Baron up in a minute's time, Galatasaray continue just to advance their ward line. You can see there's a couple of deep wards from the side of Beyond, but look at where Zergsting is right now. Look at where he's putting this vision. Beyond are pegged back into their base.
Also, with the Summoner spell still being up and available from the side of Galatasaray, you don't really mind the TP flank from a Jarvan to come in. He's only level 14. He's not really tanky. He doesn't even have his 2nd item yet in a 32-minute game, by the way. So he's super weak. So that threat of a flank, it isn't really there. And the flanking Orianna, well, let's not talk about it. It might as well be suicide if he decides to do that.
Definitely not the deadliest, but we'll see if Beyond are able to find any way back into this game, because right now Galatasaray 6,000, well, 5,500 gold ahead. Alive has finished 3 items. Balulu's in a very strong spot on this rise as well. Perhaps Beyond could go aggressive. Mojito forced back just a tad, but Beyond really not able to find too much. They're setting up around this Baron because they know they want a little bit of deep vision before it spawns at least, so they could look for one of those flank positions. Right now, they're hoping that someone from Galatasaray oversteps, but Galatasaray have no reason to go into this quadrant of the map. They know that the Baron isn't being done. Crazy's chunked out a ton there by Doggo.
And that was just a little taste of what Doggo might do to you in these team fights. Luckily, from the side of Galatasaray, there's no blue buffs, so Doggo won't be able to just fire Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. But he does have a ton of mana on him. And I wonder, with the resets coming through, are they just going to thread it? Yes, they are. It might come down to this Baron started up by Beyond themselves.
But Crazy has such a good TP ward here as he's going to come in. Beyond may want to turn this before Crazy can join the fight. Kino stepping forward, who should there as well. There's the Cataclysm onto Alive. But Melissa goes in with a supreme display of talent. Triple stopwatch popped. Who's going in? Crazy on the backline. That slicing Maelstrom was so beautiful. Sublime team fight from Galatasaray. A clean ace from the TCL.
Despite Zergsting ulting away the targets that was about to be supreme display of talent, Crazy still finds a crazy position to come in with the slicing Maelstrom. And that is just the strength that we have been talking about in Galatasaray. It may be slow, but it's finding these leads in the individuals and then find that final fight towards the late game where you just outplay your opponents with your lead. This is the style of Galatasaray, and they make it work with what I'm quite comfortable to say is an upset against Beyond here.
That was a beautiful final team fight from Galatasaray. The TCL #1 seed will take their first game here at Worlds and perhaps are starting a bit of redemption after Istanbul Wildcats had a disappointing performance at MSI. Beating out the PCS #2 seed is a strong start for Galatasaray.
Especially because a lot of analysts and people in general coming into this one set Beyond Gaming, you know, went toe-to-toe with PSG in the PZS, or PCS rather. So them coming in with a statement game like this and just cleaning away their opposition, that puts them in a really good spot towards that redemption from MSI that you were slightly talking about.
It definitely does. Beyond on the other side, PK got focused in the early game. Galatasaray with some great tower dives really put him behind, but we'll see if they can bounce back later on. Now at MSI, we saw some back and forth matches between Cloud9 and Dead Nation Focus Me, and today we get the rematch in Group B. As we go into a break, let's take a look back in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
I can TP though, maybe I can TP. Zoe's there, Zoe's there. I think me. Kill jungle. Okay. We're 2v2 bots there. Yeah, look jungle. Pushes the base, I think. I'll die. Nice. I got this guy. No, I can't chase. Maybe we can die. Maybe we can just flash.
Yeah. Pushing the wave.
Yeah, I'm gonna
maybe TP, okay?
Okay, it's bad. No, he has TP. Do not die. Yeah, back up.
It's good though.
I'm ready to kill this inter.
He's gonna run like this.
He's there. I'll just TP there.
It's probably just dead here.
Is that percent? Give me the kill. I got him.
I want the kill. I want the kill.
No, man!
I'm wanting him, no?
Yeah.
Coming,
yes. Coming. Or not? He's not doing it. We should chase. Yes. Chase. They have no turret, brother. Turrets are not here. I black shell for you, Luca. I'm coming in. I use it. And you use it? I'm my ult attack.
I'm so bored.
Careful
set all, I guess.
We have KSS. I hit. I can hook. We can end bots. Nice, guys. Nice. That's right! Oh, guys, I don't steer, but she's OPS every game. Crazy.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Make or break. Make it yours.
I'm joined by Still. Thank you so much for joining me. You had an amazing game, but I'm wondering though, isn't Talon a bit strong, and how impactful was the champion during this game?
네, 우선은 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 여쭤보고 싶은 게 지금 탈론 좀 너무 세지 않는지, 그리고 이번 경기에서 탈론이 어느 정도 영향력을 펼친 것 같나요?
제가 생각하기로도 그냥 탈론이 세다기보다는 선열 포식차를 가는 챔피언들이 전체적으로 너무 세다고 생각하기 때문에 약간 오버밸런스인 느낌이 있고, 그리고 실제로 탈론은 거기서 좀 좋은 거기서도 좋은 축에 속하는 것 같아요.
It's not just talent to be specific. It's actually about the champions that build Gore Drinker, and among them, I think Talon is indeed very strong.
Yeah, I do want to ask about the mobility in the jungle right now, because it's a big discussion on social media when you see picks like Zed, like Talon. Do you think we're going to see a rise of this kind of champions, and why?
그러면 지금 좀 기동력 높은 정글 챔피언에 대해서도 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 요새 탈론이라든지 제드 같은 정글 픽이 소셜 미디어에서도 굉장히 활발하게 토론되고 있는데 앞으로도 이런 픽이 계속해서 나오면서 급부상할 것 같은지 궁금합니다.
근데 이제 탈론이랑 제드 물론 기동력도 좋고 세긴 하지만 솔직히 손을 좀 많이 타야 돼서 저도 아직 약간 자신은 없었지만 꺼낸 느낌이라서 자신 있는 선수들이 아니면 조금 꺼내기가 어렵지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I do think Talon and Zed are very strong picks right now, but those two champions also requires a very high proficiency, and I was myself at the same time. To be honest, I wasn't feeling 100% confident about playing this champion, but I tried it. So I think it all depends on the pilot, to be honest.
I see. Well, thank you for these insights. Now, a bit more about the team. You're one of the teams coming back after participating in MSI. How much do you think you're going to benefit from this previous international experience?
네, 그러면 지난번 MSI에 이어서 이번 월즈에서 활약하고 계신데 이전에 이런 경험들이 얼마나 도움이 또 되는지 궁금합니다.
이제 MSI 때도 이제 담원도 잡을 뻔했었고 C9이랑도 좋은 경기를 했고 실제로 이겼기 때문에 더 자신감을 가지고 이제 경기에 임했던 것 같고, 이제 다들 그때는 MSI 때는 조금 긴장하는 것들도 많았는데 다 이제 긴장이 조금 풀린 느낌이 아닌가라는 생각이 듭니다.
So in MSI we almost beat Tamongia, and also we actually had a really good game against C9 and we claimed the victory. So I think we were very confident, and I think we were a little bit too nervous during the MSI, but I think right now we are almost fully warmed up and adjusted.
Oh, that's very nice to hear. And interesting that you mentioned Cloud9, because as you said, you beat them the last time. How do you think it's going to go later today against them?
C9에 대해서 언급하셨는데 사실 오늘 이제 조금 있다가 C9들도 상대하실 예정이잖아요. 어떻게 예상하시나요?
어떻게 보면 계속 몇 년간 세계 대회 나올 때마다 싸우고 있는데 그냥 평소대로 그냥 저희가 하던 플레이 해서 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I think it's been multiple times since we played against them in international tournaments, so just like usual, I just want to focus on our own performance and our own play and claim the victory.
All right, well, let's see how this one goes. 감사합니다 for the interview. Good luck for the next game. And Jisun, as always, thank you for the translation.
Thank you very much.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk for an amazing game. DFM versus Cloud9, and after a win earlier today, LJL's Detonation Focus Me are looking to go 2-0 on the opening day of Worlds, but Cloud9 is standing in their way. As said by Steele in the interview previously, they do find themselves in matches against each other very often. Last time around, though, it was Detonation Focus Me that was able to beat out Cloud9. Emily, can you kind of track back to how DFM was able to beat C9, and if you think that they can replicate that today?
So I think it's going to be a little bit interesting in terms of replication, because the way I would say that they beat C9 is C9 had this very clear-cut idea of what they wanted to do on the top side, and not only were they able to, were DFM able to recognize that, but then we have, obviously everyone is going to remember this play in the topside river at Scuttle Crab, which launched, 1,000 memes. But I think the big thing around this was how Detonation Focus Me played around Ebby, played around the top side with Steel, and this really upset what had got C9 here, which was a lot of really good communication or improved communication between Fudge and Blabber, where Fudge would freeze the wave and kind of force his opponent to push it in, crash into turret to reset. Blabber would come up and gank, and then they would snowball it from there, right? And they had this very clear-cut idea of how to do that. That's how they beat TL in spring. And I think Detonation Focus Me really responded well after that Scuttle Crab play to continue to play to topside around Ebby with Steel. I think it's going to be a little bit different this time around because of a few things I mentioned about C9 before, where they've evolved a bit as a team, but they also sometimes have different ideas of how they want to play, or it seems like, as an outsider, they have different ideas of how they want to play the game, and things just don't sync up. So one player will get a really good timing, and they'll execute on it, but the rest of the team isn't there. Or Blabber's not communicating with lanes, or lanes aren't communicating with Blabber. And it's like really specific. It comes down to me to like really specific to timings to try to capitalize on mistakes that their opponents are making. And if they have shored that up in scrims, I think they will look significantly better.
That is the big question here today. Now, of course, for Cloud9, when we zoom out, they've always been at Worlds, but not in 2020. So this is their great return. They're also the team out of the major regions that has gone through play-ins the most out of everyone, Chronicler. And I think when you look at kind of the aftermath of MSI, then how they really improved in every position throughout the summer split in the LCS until they ended up losing to 100 Thieves, you got to be hopeful of what Cloud9 can prove in this first game, but in Worlds in general.
Yeah, I think Emily also kind of hinted towards it. Even though I think we can collectively agree that C9 had a subpar, like below expectation split at MSI, I also feel like they were one of those situations where a team is better than the score actually would suggest. And of course, doesn't get you a lot by the end of the day. But I never felt like they were as weak as the scores would suggest, and the overall performance by the end of it really gave off as an impression. I think Fudge in particular, you already talked about it a little bit, Emily, but I have been incredibly impressed with the exponential, as you put it so nicely, improvement that the player has shown. And for a team that, based on the game today earlier, doesn't necessarily rely on Abby, but still has a lot of stock in him doing well, I think that is something that if you are C9, you're going to be looking at trying to play through that as much as possible.
Oh, absolutely. For Fudge, was of course voted most improved player in the LCS, so that definitely shines through. And if we dive deeper into that top lane matchup you mentioned when we were talking about it, Evie doesn't actually have the biggest champion pool, but he knows how to play the champions to a T. That does spell out to me that there could be an opportunity starting in picks and bans for Cloud9 to really capitalize on how Fudge has improved and how he can hold his own in that top lane.
Yeah, here I'm really looking at the top lane matchup, and then I'm also actually really looking at the jungle matchup, right? Because we did see, as Steele talked about, the Talon jungle from him. I'm really curious to see what we're going to get from Blabber and how he's going to play around that, because typically when we were in a much more like heavy, fast, clear, super carry meta, that was something that Blabber was quite comfortable with. Ghostplay junglers are slightly different, but it's adjacent enough that if his lane communication, again, has improved, he could end up coming out and looking really good. So it's going to depend on a lot of team communication things, I think. But I'm really curious to see what he plays, and then I'm really curious to see what they do with Ebby, because as much as I've talked about how much I love Ebby, I actually don't think he had the strongest performance going into, like throughout their playoffs run, especially in their semifinals competition. So I'm super excited for the top lane matchup, and I'm super excited for the jungle matchup.
Gut check, C9 or DFM?
I actually went with C9.
All right, there we go. The first look at Cloud9, the LCS representative, versus Detonation Focus Me, a growing rivalry on the international stage. And tonight they face off once again in Group B.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm still Medic. This is still Goldborg, and here we are for Detonation Focus Me versus Cloud9. Now, obviously, a lot of people will remember the fact that DFM beat Cloud9 at MSI. However, I want to remind people that Cloud9 then beat them right back. Like, Cloud9 had a very good performance when they didn't have Blabber flashing early on for the Scuttle Crab and kind of giving up a lot of the early game pressure. Like, Cloud9 should still be the favorites going into this game, in my opinion, even though we've already seen a lot from DFM earlier today.
It's funny you say that, because I've seen it really split the waters. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah. There's a lot of hype out there for the Japanese region, and we've already been able to see some games of them going into this game as well. We saw Aria on the LeBlanc. Maybe something you have to respect, apparently, as Cloud9, or something you want to challenge, because individuals on Cloud9, I mean, they're also one of the stronger ones we have.
They definitely are. I mean, you have to look down the line. Fudge, most improved player in the LCS this year, absolutely popping off. Really was a part of the key reason that Cloud9 performed poorly in the lock-in at the start of the year, and then part of the key reason why Cloud9 performed well in summer. He is a very consistent player for this team. And then alongside him, Perks, mid lane great, like probably one of the best Winter players of all time. You've got Sven in the bottom lane who had a really good playoffs. You've got Vulcan, who's a consistent support, and then you've got Blabber, who can make a lot happen in the early game if he can shut down his opposing jungler.
But that's the thing, right? Because I think there is a lot of pressure going into Blabber with this one. It's not only just the fact that you want to get redemption against what happened last year, it's also the fact that this year in the LCS, Closer, Speaker, they just seemed like they were that tad better than Blabber, and this is his chance to get back in them. It's his chance to show that he still does belong here on the world stage, despite having a split that, you know, didn't really go the way that Cloud9 really would have wanted.
Cloud9 always wanting to challenge for the top spots in the LCS, here coming in as the 3rd seed from North America. DFM, of course, the first and only seed from the LJL from Japan. And there is the talent ban. Alongside that, Lucian's going to get taken out of the pool here by C9. Twisted Fate, Syndra, and Sion removed by DFM.
Yeah, interesting bans coming out here. Lee Sin, still a champion that's up and available, something we've seen be heavily prioritized. Misfortune as well, the likes of that. Tryndamere, still want to mention him, not the fact that I think that these are the two teams that would bring him out, just because, well, Perks himself has been one of these players that, you know, you see the Twisted Fate ban, you also think of the Rise. It's about getting that mid lane priority and excelling that pressure. And the same can be said for Aria. We just saw him on the LeBlanc. So seems like Lee Sin is going to be the name of the game and is going to be taking out. It does leave Steel Sin Sao open if that's something they want to prioritize heavily in the early game.
It's definitely something he could look at alongside that. Things like that Diana, even his Nidalee. Both he and Blabber, well-known Nidalee players in their respective regions. Irelia still available for these two teams as well. See where DFM decide to go. Do you pick something like the Irelia, or do you say Aria, unkilled in summer, unkilled at Worlds on LeBlanc, against Perks, who also hasn't been beaten on LeBlanc in summer?
Well, there you go. So this is, it's quite the big matchup we've got ahead of us here coming into this one, and a chance perhaps for Cloud9 to finally give Aria his first death on LeBlanc, not only this summer, but in Worlds as well here. Now, we did just briefly talk about this Tryndamere, but obviously we don't talk about hovers. Instead, let's talk about the Misfortune that once again gets locked in. We've already talked about it earlier, but in general, one of the most popular, actually the most popular AD carry right now.
and works so well with a number of combinations in the bottom lane, specifically engage supports. Vulcan very good at those. There's the Kiana for Blabber, so he'll be piloting her. Of course, didn't really see much play across the course of summer. Hasn't played it in summer 2021 in the LCS.
Yeah, so one of these new champions coming in, we've seen a lot of success with the Kiana, does fairly well, or actually really excellent around the skirmishes, around the jungle with the heavy terrain coming out, specifically in the former game where we also had
I
our
was
mountains.
so hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to talk about it. We saw the hubba. If you don't know, Steel has played 4 games of Shaco in the regular season and is actually one of his champions that he does like to bring out. Instead, we get to see him on his most played champion, the Sensao, and Ebi on his most comfort pick, the Na, coming into this one as well.
It's interesting to see DFM put so much focus on their top side of the map and leave bot side for the second rotation here, especially since you know you're playing into MF. Cloud9 also now have picked up the Sylas, so they still have their support and top laners to pick, but DFM might want to focus some top lane bans here to try and sort of pinch Fudge's pool.
I completely agree. And you know what? The Desk Medic, they quickly touched on it as well. The fact that Ebi's champion pool, from what we've seen, is not that big. He has these few champions he plays, and he plays them really well. So securing them this early in the draft is also something we saw in the playoffs of LGL, where they didn't want to go for these early Varus that we saw a lot of the other regions. They just much rather would have Ebi on the knob because they know how much of a comfort this is to him.
For the moment, though, it's C9 are going to focus some bans towards that AD carry role. Utapon will not get the Ezreal. Alongside that, things like the Aphelios he's very good at. Varus, you know, all these traditional, typical AD carries that currently sit in the meta. Rakan banned away from Vulcan. No real surprises there. C9 could have first picked it and then counter-picked, well, finally picked their top laner as the last selection in this draft.
Because that's the big question here. What's your biggest threat? Is it the Amumu and the Leona to come through? Or is it actually these top laners in response to Ebi? And from how it's going right now, Medic, it seems like they don't really care all too much about what Fudge will pick and would much rather try and diminish some of the supports that could come out to help this misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan very well known for his Rakan play as well, so no real surprises that they wanted to make sure they didn't give away the Rakan alongside that bullet time, but now perhaps DFM will put a ban towards Fudge's direction. Instead, they will continue to remove those engaged supports away from Vulcan. The Amumu taken out. Now C9 expect them to pick their support here and save their top laner for last.
Yeah, exactly. If Amumu is gone, well, then you just go for the Leona instead. And the team fighting already on Cloud9 is so incredibly scary. You got the Misfortune, you got the Kiana. Sylas, he's just going to steal away the Now ultimate. That's AP scaling as well. You jam him into a wall, bam, you're just dead. And there's super massive follow-up as well from the Leona to come through. So last picks are coming through now. Jhin is a champion that would be quite interesting to see as one of these champions that's more facilitating and not really one you play for too much. And also another thing is that he's super immobile. If he doesn't get that Gale Force ASAP, he's going to be a strong point to attack for Cloud9 because he's so immobile.
Yeah, and you have so many long-range AoEs that can hit onto him. You know, you got the Leona with the Solar Flare, you got Sylas jumping in there as well. Alongside that, the MF bullet time can do so much work. Gang currently hovering over the Alistar. It's his second most played through the course of summer, but it's not always the most powerful pick. We'll see if DFM can make a move with the cow in the bottom lane.
Reason why I really don't like it in this instance is because Perkz is playing Sylas.
Oh, yeah.
That is a free Alistar ultimate that he can get for himself in these team fights. So if you're not using the Gnar, you're just going to be using the Alistar. Get rid of the CC from either Chain to come out from Arya, and then just be a menace with the rest of your team. It's very rare that we see Alistar picked into Sylas from this exchange.
It's so difficult to play into that. Sylas is so tanky, has all that damage reduction. Final pick was Irelia for Fudge in the top lane. We talked about her at the start of the draft. Surprised to see her fall all the way through, but as we said, DFM wanted to focus support bans instead of those top lane bans. So Fudge gets himself a very powerful playmaker up towards the top side of the map. Cloud9 going into their first game at Worlds 2021. Historically, probably the most successful North American org when it comes to Worlds, making semi-finals, quarterfinals, always making it out of play-ins. They are a very strong team, and expectations are they should top Group B. And this perhaps will be their biggest challenge on their way towards that. Galatasaray did look good against Beyond, and so you have to put them up there as well. But Dead Nation Focus Me have already beaten out Unicorns of Love, who made it into the knockout stage and into groups last year. And now Cloud9 in their first game of Worlds 2021 will have to take on the LJL.
It's the level of play we talked about in this group. It's the fact that a lot of these teams are just so close in terms of how competitive they can be. And then moving into the map here once again, I think we have to highlight Detonation Focus Me in the early game. They quite often always have something finicky they wanted to do. We saw it early as well, where they anticipated an invade. They didn't necessarily go for anything, but they're always expecting something from the get-go.
Looks like they're quite spread out here, so perhaps nothing going to happen. Gang actually
like it.
Porting back. I wonder if he's going to go and grab himself an Oracles. Instead, yep, places the ward, grabs an Oracles, and that implies to me that Steel wants to start on the top side of the map, and Unipon and Gang will just work their way down towards the bottom lane.
You're completely right, because if he starts towards the top side, if Blapper were to invade, they would get the early intel coming out from this one. And I actually wonder if this means that Steel wants to invade as well, just because usually having this intel would mean if you try to split the map, well, then you would at least know that the enemy jungler is also there. But this is good anticipation. Cloud9, they're finally moving into this red buff. Really good early ward here if they want to commit to the full red buff, but they won't. They're just here to get their own scouting intel. They would know if he did the Raptors. So Cloud9 being proactive in the early game with the vision setup.
Yeah, it definitely helps for Cloud9 to get some of that vision down. You can join in the conversation with Verizon 5G All Chat. You can send us a tweet and perhaps you'll be featured on the screen right in front of you. And we'll catch up with someone later on, see what their thoughts are on the rematch of MSI. Cloud9 historically 3-1 versus DFM, but that one perhaps more recent, perhaps more burned into the memories, especially of NA fans.
So here's what's going to happen. Cloud9 bot lane deciding to leash Blapper here, moving up towards the top side, which means that Detonation Focus Me, they get to be first on the bottom wave, which in turn means they should have the early priority for this push down towards the bottom. Now, what is more crucial is the fact that Fosh right now doing some excellent trading, and Blapper, he's pathing up towards this top side. Ebby already in a really bad position, and Steel, he's pathing down towards the bottom side. So when we reach that 3 to 4 minute mark, we might see some action in top lane.
Yeah, Fudge continues to have a strong performance. It was back in MSI when he really was putting the team on his back in a lot of the games. You have to remember his Lee Sin, his kick, absolutely perfect positioning by him in a lot of those fights. And across the course of summer, he's continued to improve and continue to grow. You can see damage a minute going up, damage per gold going up, gold per minute going up. He continues to find these lane advantages and really sometimes shut down his opposing top laners.
He's already done that. You're 2 minutes into the game and he already got TP advantage. That means if this stacked wave is coming into the top lane and you decide to kill him and you get the kill, he's going to be losing so much. So Cloud9, are they tempting the fate here? Are they going to risk the dive?
Flawless duet goes wide. Ebby's able to jump away. Blabber still on the chase, will land the root, and Fudge can continue to push forward, but Ebby is just forced all the way back towards his tier 2. The wave will crash and C9 not overextend.
But look at the difference already. Look at the CS medic. Yep. Ebby, he's got 4.
It's the second time in 2 games we've seen Ebby put behind in the early game. Don't know what you want me to say. He's weak side. He's a little shrimp. That's where the name comes from.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Fez, you're completely right about that one. And the attention from DFM has been put towards the bottom side instead. They're getting the bottom scuttle right now, but if you're not getting much more out of this situation, right, the early pathing by going down to the bottom side has to be questioned a little bit, with Ebby now being put quite firmly behind. But it looks like with the bot lane priority, they're going for an early roam in the mid lane.
This is something that Perkz experienced the end of during playoffs as well in the LCS. Even though he received more attention from Blabber, more time around his mid laner, Perkz still had a negative jungle proximity difference, so the enemy was around him even more than Blabber was, and you can see shutting down Perkz is a key part of beating C9.
Up towards the top side, Ebby. His lane is put in a position where he needs someone to help him push this in, or else he's going to be stuck. And with Blapper making his way up here, this could be really dangerous from Ebby.
Yeah, Flawless Duet is going to land. Ebby's looking to try and get out of this one. Flash away from the wall up. Ebby does still have a flash of his own and will be able to escape.
but it's still the fact that his lane state is so freaking bad.
Yep.
He can't walk up and shove the lane in, and Fudge can just keep his freeze going as Fudge does.
Aria will flash away here early. Vulcan, though, with a flash follow. The Zenith Blade connects, and Perks is in there. Aria trying to dodge away, but First Blood goes over to Sven. The first time in summer that Aria has died on LeBlanc.
Aria, he tried to be cheeky. He tried to troll them with the clone a little bit, tried to confuse them by moving the clone back towards his tower and himself into them. Didn't work out, still dies to the Ignite, and I believe even an auto attack coming into it. And it's actually interesting, Aria as well. His first F on LeBlanc Medic this summer and this Worlds.
Definitely is. See if...
Doesn't say too much about this Worlds.
I mean, it's his second game on LeBlanc at Worlds here, but of course, Perk's very experienced at playing at LeBlanc and playing into it. And what I did love there from Cloud9 was the proactivity on the map. We saw a play in the top side, and we also saw the bot lane moving up and making this play towards the mid lane as well. After pushing in the wave, they're like, okay, we can try and do more on the map right now. Great flash from Vulcan, and with the Ignite ticking, it's actually a little bit easier to know which one is the right one.
I actually think he might have been able to. No, I'm not too sure, but like the fact that he walked into the Yona W really put him behind there and made sure that he would dive to that Ignite. On Cloud9, they still want to keep that proactivity and proximity going around the mid lane, and you can really see how much Perks is doing in this scenario. So with them being able to get the mid lane priority, they should be able to either start setting up this first Drake or start putting more vision up towards the top side where you can threat Ebby. They're still in a pretty bad position.
There's just so much focus on the mid lane in this game. Vulcan, Blabber, and Perks all here. Gang getting chased out as well. Does have the flash. A Zenith Blade could chase him down, but he's going to get towards that basket and uses the Zenith Blade and actually separates Vulcan from the rest of the team. But Unicorn is overextended now as they look towards the bottom lane. Perks and Blabber on their way. Vulcan will just get knocked into the wall there, perhaps hoping you knock him away. Perks going underneath the tower as well, and will be able to escape. All about how much these mid lanes can get out and about on the map and start impacting this matchup.
And he's not even necessarily losing a lot by moving down here, Perks. The turret was pushed in, minion wave is
20 CS
now
down. That was just...
I mean, he was... What happened 4 minutes into the game? Was that 4 members of DFM forcing him away from the minion wave in mid? Yes, you even talked about the negative jungle proximity, so don't give me that now, okay? Perks still doing a pretty decent job, and it's this individual level we usually see from Cloud9 netting down leads. We're not really seeing it from Perks in the mid lane, but we're definitely seeing it from Fudge in the top side.
Fudge on a tear right now, 16 CS up. Of course, the early pressure from Blabber is going to help him out with that, but really has been able to continue to garner that lead for himself, and Ebby stuck underneath his tower. No flash, no TP, no way of impacting the rest of the map.
Here we go. I was going to say, it's the only thing I've been disappointed in by Cloud9 is the fact that they haven't tried to actually dive Ebby just yet, but Perks can steal away the Now ultimate and just CC chain him on the tower. Mechana is quite far away. I think they're going to go for this dive in the top side.
The Blabber's on his way as well, but there is the Gnar stolen away. Perks gets him against the wall, but doesn't get the stun. Flawless duet still comes out, and goodbye, Ebby. Fudge and Perks secure the kill.
I mean, he can't really do much. It's a stack wave pushing into him. At best, as Ebby, you just decide to give away the whole minion wave, and even if you do that, you're still in a really bad position. Fudge almost double the CS 8 minutes into the game here, and you can see the gold difference, 600 for Fudge, with Ebby, who's almost got as much gold as Vulcan on the Leona. He's only got 200 more gold than the enemy support.
Ebby has been shut down twice in 2 games right now, and DFM trying to find a way back into this right now because they're currently 1,300 gold behind only the 8-minute mark. And although DFM perhaps dark horses for the group, C9 is showing just how much their top side has improved across the course of summer. Since MSI, they've had more consistency out of Fudge. Blabber has been, although perhaps slightly worse, as you say, than Speaker in the LCS, still performing very well himself. And Perks, when he's able to team up with a strong top side, can just garner these advantages.
I completely agree with you because I'm not seeing the same uncertainty. Yeah. I'm still seeing some of that poor objective control in terms of they have a pretty good lead up towards the top side and they're not able to get the Rift Hell, but obviously it came down to the tempo. After losing Ebby, they just recalled and then Detonation Focus Me, able to get the Rift Held. But to go back to what you said, yeah, you're right. It just feels like a more well-oiled machine here with Cloud9, where I think beforehand I used to see some more inconsistencies with them.
Definitely agree, and Blabber now is going to start up those objectives that you were talking about. We see our Verizon 5G all chat. Riley Wofford, thank you very much for your conversation. Cloud9 have a huge teamfight comp, but DFM have better solo duel comp. Depends on how the teams play, could go either way. Thank you for sharing your opinion. But right now, it seems like it's going very much one way, my friend. The solo duos are working out well for C9. It has, I mean, calling it like, you know, mid-jungle pressure, which is what we usually talk about, the mid-jungle 2v2, it's kind of disingenuous when it's the entire 5v5 mid-jungle top bot support 2v2.
It's also that solo duel. I don't think it's Abby versus Fudge he's talking about right here, because that is definitely only going one way. And that is up in the clouds for Cloud9 right here. Now down towards the bottom, Vulcan almost finding Utapon, and Cloud9, while this was going down, did pick up their first objective in the Mountain Soul. So despite us saying that, you know what, objective control, not really something they have. Well, they are building themselves. Some Drake stacking here in the early game for potential early. Oh, okay.
Vanguard just coming out from Fudge as he looks to trade on Abby underneath the tower. Abby tries to flash away, but Fudge solo kills the Gnar. He will fall for it. But Fudge should be pretty happy with that. Looks like the wave will be in a neutral state or thereabouts in that lane anyway, so Fudge isn't going to lose too much.
Yeah, well, at least Abby finally got something. The fact that you're able to trade even there, super nice for you. Even blew the flash onto Fudge as well, so despite going down there, still a fine position. And I actually think it's a bigger wave as soon as what I can see from the minimap that's pushing into Abby. There you go. Yeah, it's actually a huge mini wave collapsing to Abby, so he's not too sad about this one.
Abby did have the TP if he wanted to get up here a little bit quicker. Decides not to burn it. We'll see if he... Well, he lost the cannon and lost three minions out of it, so... Not the best there for Abby as the bullet time comes out. Vulcan going in, but Steel is here for a fray in the bottom side river. Vulcan still has a flash to walk away, and Utapon had to burn both his flash and his cleanse to get out of there. So DFM still unable to find something in what was a 2v3 for the first portion of that play.
Yeah, what I'm looking for now for Cloud9, though, is that when these resets finally start to come through, you can see the top half of the map, the camps are starting to respawn, and when you have priority on the Aurelia, when you get Perks back in the lane that does have TP, and you have the intel that Steel was down towards the bottom side, Cloud9 could be communicating right now that they want to start these skirmishes up towards the top side of the map, with Ebby now being in a poor position where he's slow pushing once again into Fudge, which is so terrible to see from his point of view.
It's just so difficult for him. 700 gold behind right now. Cloud9 are focused more down towards this bottom side, but Blabber is going to reset. Could work his way up towards top. With the Rift Herald available for Steel, though, perhaps they'll try and get some gold into, you know, Arya's pockets. We saw how deadly he could be on this LeBlanc in game 4 of the day, or 5 of the day? Game 5 of the day.
That Rift Herald is not being set up. That Rift Herald is just going to be dropped into a lane, and he's going to say, you know what, here you go, do with it what you can, because the setup is just not going to be there. Movement is already coming out from Vulcan as well, so roaming supports coming through with this one, and yeah, I mean, second Rift Herald is almost up again in 2 to 3 minutes, and yeah, he's just going to have to place it in the mid lane here because it's running out now.
I mean, he actually might have a tiny window here where you can get a few plates out of it. Rift Herald's going to come down. You can see Perks on his way, but this should charge in. One plate already down in the mid lane. Arya will try and pick up the gold, get the auto attack on the tower to make sure you pick up the gold, but there's the supreme display of talent into the solar flare, flash across the wall, Gang going in as well. He has to flash away, and the Rift Herald was a bit of a bait here as C9 look to take the fight. Chains coming out, Gang caught up, does have that unbreakable will, has popped it. Damage reduction is not enough. And C9 5-1 up in their rematch versus DFM.
Nicely done by Perks, finding that extra chain to get the kill onto Gang. And while the Rift Herald was, you know, beyond expectations from Detonation Focus Me, the fight that came through from Cloud9 was just way better. And you know what? They can continue with this one. Stacked wave on the top lane, bot lane. Perks is trying to duel him as well.
Man, Perks is everywhere right now. Deadly Flash goes wide. Perks able to dodge away from it. Curtain call to clear the wave. It's relatively common practice when you are behind like this, and the wave will push in towards the tower. Perks could try and hold it, and he does just outside of that turret's range.
And we are heading into the replay again. So here we go once again. Rift Herald summon up. Arya too busy dashing in to get there. The miscommunication really here coming through from Detonation Focus Me. Arya wants to get the gold from the plates, and then Steel just thinking he finally found a pig, just walking right into Blapper and Vulcan.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit greedy all around from Steel there, going in for some extra damage after you put the Rift Herald down. It gives up 2 kills over to C9, who were ready and waiting to pounce. And we talked about Vulcan's ability on engaged champions, where we saw his ability to roam around and read the map well there, as he was in the right position at the right time.
Now, we've seen a lot of Misfortune today, Medic.
We have.
But we haven't seen Kraken Slayer Misfortune yet. We've seen Gale Force, and then we've seen Eclipse with Yumi's Ghostblade. But Kraken Slayer now coming into this one as well, and it's interesting to see the team's different takes on how you really want to play this. Lethality obviously have been nerfed on this patch as well, so can be what goes into the thought process when you have Epi and the front line moving forward, that you just want to output as much damage as you can with your auto attack. Press the attack has also been opted in by Sven.
I think it's always dependent on who you're going to be focusing in a fight,
That does make sense.
Who is Misfortune going to attack? Probably the Gnar who's in her face. Who is going to die on the backline? Well, Irelia can jump onto Udapon. Irelia can try and do damage to Steel. Irelia can get onto Gang as well sometimes in these fights. So you don't need that sort of lethality to burst squishy targets from the MF. Instead, Kraken Slayer to work your way through the tankier ones makes sense overall. Sven currently working his way through this mid lane tier 1. No towers have fallen as of yet, but C9 still at the 15-minute mark are 3,000 gold ahead.
I think they have the setup for it, though. Top lane being pushed in, half HP. Mid lane being pushed in, half HP. Second Drake has respawned as well. And despite Cloud9 being up towards the top side, with the mid lane priority that Sven and Vulcan has, Detonation Focus Me just doesn't dare going for the Drake instead because they're too afraid of the collapse. Fudge still has that TP, Blabber not too far away, and there we go. Rift Hell has been summoned up. So you said no turret has been taken. Well, Medic, I present to you a fallen mid lane.
You're just too damn smart, man. You just understand it way too much for me as the Red Hell goes down to the game.
I hate you. Well, anyways, objective control from Cloud9 in general has been better this game from that we usually see. Like, this early Drake stacking wasn't something we saw in playoffs from Cloud9. So with them finally getting this lead with their laners, they're actually utilizing it much better than what we previously saw from them.
Yeah, and with this sort of play, C9 definitely putting themselves up there at the top of Group B. Would make a beeline to groups instead of having to fight in a knockout match if they can get that first spot. And every single win counts towards it. 4,000 gold now, the lead for Cloud9. Fudge already got his Blade of the Ruin King. Blabber's already got Gore Drinker. Everfrost is complete on perks. Fudge steps forward straight into Gang. He's going to try and trade in here. The flawless Chouette hits onto 2, dashing around, but you just can't survive against 3 members of DFM. Fudge will fall.
You know, I understand it. It completely changed the tempo of the game up towards top lane because no one has been up to help Abby.
Yep.
So for Fudge, you feel quite comfortable walking forward just because you kind of realize no one's been able to help him so far. But they are finding a nice pick because of that. Is it going to bring them back into the game? Not necessarily. And Abby still receiving a lot of pressure. Perks is up here to clear the wave with the TP, and they can even threaten a dive and try to take down the top lane turret with the numbers of members they have up here.
Definitely have a numbers advantage. Vulcan could look to go across the wall here. Of course, remember, he can't see the fact that those recalls are being channeled over there. Perks will be able to take this tier 1 in the top lane, and C9 continue to assert their dominance across the map. 3,500 gold ahead for them. And Aria is just trying to get some gold back in his own pockets. And if DFM are going to look to anyone, you have to be looking to Aria right now, because Jin's going to struggle to work his way through an Aurelia and through a Leona and through a Kiana as the game goes on. Aria could look for the burst potential.
No,
but Ebby! Oi, 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 solar flare flashed away from Perks on the chase as well. And that's actually 2 flashes expended for the price of 1.
He gets out, but the problem is right now that the reset has been coming through. You're not strong enough as Detonation Focus Me to force anything else on the map. So while Aria is pushing in a bot lane turret, the tier 2 turret is worth way more gold, and you open up such a huge portion of the map. So as Cloud9 now, you can get the tempo advantage with the reset, you can push in the mid lane on the next one, and then you try to do the same towards the bottom side of the map. And Ebby, he's just going to look there. He's just going to continue to be a weakness of Detonation Focus Me with the pressure Cloud9 has been excelling.
Yeah, the thing with that is, like, Ebby is the weakness, but it's not his fault. Like, he's just been focused so much.
So to one extent, he misplayed the level 1 in top lane. He took way too much damage and was forced to TP early. That is on him.
Yeah,
now, what happens afterwards, it's kind of tough to say, right?
The dude's just been perma-ganked in both his games so far. Imagine coming to Worlds and then being like, okay, here's Gnar. Just have your ultimate in team fights. That's all we want you to do. You can stay on top lane. 5 players from the enemy team will gank you. C9 have shut him down systematically, totally, completely. There's been an annihilation of Evy's will to play League of Legends in this game, and he's still within 30 CS, and you know he has his ultimate for a team fight.
Yeah, honestly, I looked at his score, I was like, wow, only 2 types? Because it feels to me like he could have died at least 4 with the amount of pressure that Cloud9 has been excelling. Now, Baronov spawning is 1 minute, and with the camp respawns coming through on the top side of the map, with the big wave, or big lane they actually have rather now, where they can just push the enemy off Detonation Focus Me so far behind, there's nothing DFM can do to control their own jungle. If they walk too far forward here, they'll just get run down. They have no safety of towers.
You see both top laners showing you how you should play weak side right there. Ebby steps forward, realizes everyone's on this side of the map, backs away. Fudge was doing his wolves, and then he just decided to back away while 3 members of DFM were waiting for him in that bot lane bush. C9 have control of the top side of the map, and DFM don't really have reciprocal control of the bottom side. Usually you'd expect the weak side to have, you know, more wards from DFM, pushed up wards into that blue buff area, but they haven't been able to get any of that deep vision, instead investing their control wards in defensive vision in their own jungle.
It just feels like they have to as well, just in terms of if Cloud9 finally walks forward, you at least have the cheese potential or the CC potential to try and one-shot someone with the LeBlanc or the CC chain of an Alistar, and you can see they are doing their best to try and keep their jungle for themselves, just trying to get these buffs, but the problem is right now, you're investing so much in that singular blue buff on the top side, and Cloud9, they're going to be looking down towards the bot lane instead now, so they've completely forgot about top side. They're pushing in mid, they're pushing in bot, and they're going to try and trim your red side jungle away.
Yeah, and what this does as well is makes DFM invest oracles, makes them invest control wards towards that top side. With Dragon coming up in 18 seconds time, C9 now know that DFM don't have those resources to regain control of the bottom side jungle. C9 should be able to take this Infernal Dragon fort pretty much free, unless DFM call them out and say, hey, you have to come to Baron, because we might be doing it.
Even if they do Baron, they have a LeBlanc, they have a Jhin. Like, those are not two good carries.
Yeah, but they've got this Gnar, man. He's got Sunderer.
I just don't think it's going to help them in this case. And now with all outer turrets being removed by Cloud9 from Detonation Focus Me, with them picking up the Infernal right now, putting them on Soul Point, DFM is on a timer.
Yeah. 100%. Infernal Soul with an MF, with an Aurelia, with a Kiana, with a Sylas. That is deadly, deadly, deadly. And the question is, can DFM find a way to fight against it? I will say as well, what I've enjoyed watching this game is Perkz having a relatively good performance on this side. So at MSI, I think he was actually a weak link of C9. I think he had a poor performance overall. Fudge really was the standout star for them. And here, 2-0-2 on this Sylas, was focused a little in the early game, did get some reciprocal pressure from his team in the early game, but he's having a solid game 1 of Worlds 2021.
Also, he seems more selfless in terms of he came in as the mid laner before and wasn't too afraid of having his jungle proximity with Blapper around him. It seems like they've made an adaptation now where he's fine with moving down towards the bottom side. Yeah. He's fine with moving up towards the top side. Not only when he has prio, but also losing waves for it, netting his teammate, and that takes some trust.
Fudge going to be jumped on here. TP coming in this Vanguard edge as well, and Fudge turns it back around. C9 were waiting for this. They were lying in wait. DFM invest a ton into the top lane, but the Gnar brings the Gnar back. It's another double for Perkz as he goes 4-0-2 so far in the game. He's looking to make it 5. Gang caught out. It's a triple for the C9 mid laner. Perkz makes a statement on his return to Worlds.
And now I finally think we can put Baron on the table. Vulcan, or Fudge rather, coming in from the mid lane as well to clean up the mid lane minion wave. And no one, realistically speaking, should be able to contest this Baron. They should put Cloud9 in a very favorable position, not only going into taking down the tier 2s, but also towards the Soul that is respawning in 3 minutes.
With the Baron taken 23 minutes in, Cloud9 have a wealth of options for them. Let's watch how they made this play happen in the Axe Effect replay.
Yeah, so you can see Detonation Focus Me. They're trying to go for the same kind of play that netted them a kill on towards Forge earlier, but this time around, the rest of Cloud9, they are ready for it. And now, once again, we see how a Sylas pick really works well into the competition of Detonation Focus Me. There's so much value. You can steal away the Gnar ultimate, you can steal away the Alistar ultimate, and a triple kill for Perkz there is just suitable for his performance in this game.
Look at the damage he was putting down. Yudapon nowhere near that last fray in the top lane. 7,000 and a bit gold lead now for Perkz as he goes in. Unbreakable will stolen away from the Alistar. Anything you can do, Perkz can do better right now as they push in the mid lane. C9 looking to close this one out. Lickety split. The inhibitor tower falls as well. Ebby continues to push in the side lane. He does have TP, but how much are you going to give up for Ebby to get at least a little bit more gold? Inhibitor in the mid lane falls. C9 just want to close this one out as quickly as they can, let's be honest, because Evie continues to not be with the team, and they've jumped onto Gang. Perks with the Unbreakable will match Gang's of his own. Supreme display of talent misses Aria. Gang still alive. C9 now looking to dive, as Aria has to jump away. Second inhibitor, their next target.
And this is one of the things with C9, they're so effective with their Baron power play. We've seen it so many times. Their issues in the past used to be, oh, we can't get Baron. But this time around, against Detonation Focus Me, completely revitalized, refreshing Cloud9, coming in with the breeze here.
Cloud9, one of the best teams in North America with Baron buff, as you say, continue to gain control of the game. They've ended 13 games with Baron in the LCS in the regular season, first of any team in NA. We'll see if they can continue that feat here. They have taken 2 inhibitors, a minute left on the Baron, so it might be a little bit tight if they're going to finish it out, but right now they are gaining total control of this game, really not giving DFM an option to get back.
No, and the thing is as well, 1 minute, then you have the Infernal Soul respawning. The pressure's just on Detonation Focus Me. If you don't find a pick now, you just lose the game. Yep. If Cloud9 secures that Infernal Soul, there's nothing you can do to come back. Your team fighting doesn't rivals them. Epi's too far behind. No one's actually ahead right now in Destination Focus Me. It has been a stomp by Cloud9 so far.
Absolute domination by North America's 3rd seed as they continue to look to finish this one off. DFM need something miraculous. Need something pulled from a hat as Gang goes in. Supreme display of talent disengages him. The Solar Flare coming out as well. No Unbreakable will on that Alistar. No ult for him as the jump comes in from Perks into the 9 to the stopwatch. Crescent Guard tries to catch Perks out, but he's able to get away for the moment. Flashes out. Ebby gets the stun onto one. Blabber will fall. DFM have 1 kill in this fight so far. Curtain Call coming out as well as Fudge is forced away. Aria jumping in. Fudge low. Aria will dash back out.
And that's the closest you're going to get a Destination Focus Me as a success. You trade your support for the enemy jungler, which obviously pays some dividends going into this next Infernal Drake, but your problem right now is that there's still loads of super minions pushing into your base. The tempo advantage is still on Cloud9. Fudge even TPing in to steal some waves to start off this Drake, and Destination Focus Me, that team fight seemed like it had to be it, but they just didn't have enough gold. They didn't have the resources to fulfill that fight.
C9 just in such a strong position right now. As you say, like, if DFM were within 8,000 gold, perhaps they could have done something more this fight, but it's just so difficult for them. Gang goes in. I love the disengage with the Kiana ult.
Yeah, it's super creative as well. You don't have to go for this super big flashy one. Perks, on the other hand, he has to. And because of him dashing in like that on the Alistar, it does leave Flapper open in a bit when he dashes in, and Ebby gets to show his own ultimate. Fudge on the other side trying to duel out, but can't really get inside, and once the curtain call has called out, well, the show has ended, right? So there's not much more to get from it. But now they do have the Infernal Soul, and they do have every single resource they need to close out this game now.
Yes, this is what a wildcard versus a major region should look like. Cloud9, 9,000 gold ahead right now. Wow. DFM, well, I mean, it's domination from Cloud9.
I can't speak against that. You completely
very true. Licorice said it best, you know, all those years ago. Cloud9 marching their way into the base of DFM. Of course, you know, even if you lose this, you still very much have a chance of making it to groups. You've beaten out Unicorns, thank you, earlier on today. And still in a very strong position to make it to the knockout stage, but C9 are vying for that first spot, and Aria once again vying to die. Second death this summer on the LeBlanc as the chase goes on. Ebby forced away towards the top side. He's going to gnaw but not get a stun. Perks diving double nexuses into 3, and he's just too damn tanky. You just can't kill him. Gang will fall. Perks gets another double, and C9 announce themselves on the world stage with a win versus DFM. They're going to play with their food a little bit on the Nexus here. Unipon forced back. The minions will do the work for Cloud9 as the curtain call comes out. And Vulcan will counter curtain call. Perks can't hit the target. Nexus falls. Cloud9 with the win.
If this Detonation Focus Me was the, you know, revitalized version with Exodia coming in, and Cloud9 made this statement of a game, you're happy as a North American fan. This was the team that made the memes of Blapper's flash into the scuttle. And if you wanted to diminish those expectations going forward, you completely did it with this stomp.
And it's just so momentum building as well for Cloud9. Like, if you lose the first game, you only have 3 more to really set yourself in a good spot. If you can consistently win, you avoid Hanwha, you avoid LNG, you put yourself in so much of an easier position to make it through to groups unscathed. As a European, we know what it feels like to fall out in play-ins, and I'm sure Cloud9 are wanting
I don't know what you're
to
talking
avoid
about.
that.
Never heard about that. We forgot
Sure.
about it. Hobian hasn't happened. We got a great team called Mad Lions now in groups instead. So there's no play-ins that we remember, of course. But I mean, statement game from Cloud9,
really
obviously. And I think the individuals really showed up once again, coming through. Forge, Perks, everything just seemed like a completely well-oiled machine from the first objective in the game to the finishes with the soul.
Yeah, great stuff all around from Cloud9. We'll learn more about Cloud9's win in a few minutes as Laura's joined by Perks, followed by a breakdown from the experts.
Make or break. Make it yours.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
Clouds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them
A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. That's the first win in the book for C9, who get the revenge victory here against Detonation, Focus Me, and Perks. I want to say thank you for giving your coach a birthday victory here. That was a very convincing win from you. And I want to say, I noticed some difference from what we've been used to seeing in the LCS, especially in the early stages of the game when it comes to objective control and how you plan the setups. What was the difference in the way you were seeing this game and how you plan these objective control setups, especially Drakes, Heralds, and yeah, what was different?
I mean, we do try to work very hard in scrims. Like, we are from NA, so we need to work a bit harder to like be better than the other teams, you know, than some other regions. You know, that's our flaw or like unluckiness, you know. Yeah. But we do think a lot about the early game, but the crabs, second crabs, invades, dragons, heralds and stuff like that. So I do think we practice it a lot in scrims, and everyone was playing super well today. Like, communication was great. It was a very like fluent game. Everybody was on point, so the game was just very easy because of that.
You say you have to work harder because you come from the LCS. Do you feel like the memes are becoming a bit too heavy, maybe, about the region?
I mean, I think people can meme it however they like. You know, I think NA is like is the worst major region. That's just a fact, you know. But it's like it's not that bad, and NA teams can beat other region teams like proven before. So it's still like you're definitely like on an uphill battle, but you can easily, you know, hike the mountain.
Well, that's a very good look for the LCS so far, thanks to this win. I do want to say something though, because I overheard from the BSI interview from Arya earlier that he said, even though Perks is a world-class player, I'm gonna clap him. Any thoughts on that and the matchup you have against him today?
I've been in those shoes as a young cocky kid, saying I'm gonna clap somebody else. So I respect the, how is it called, the cockiness, you know, the challenge, but my kid has a lot to learn, you know.
Well, you teach him a lesson today, maybe. Last question.
I was roaming around, you know. I wasn't even landing.
No. Well, last question here. I want to give some EU fans and NA fans some hopes. Let's say that the MSI run is just a bad memory. How confident are you for a positive C9 win this time around at Worlds? Give us some hope, Perks.
Why is MSI such a bad memory? We beat NA, we beat ourselves as well, yeah. We beat Damwon, RNG and Mad at MSI. Like, sure, we lost to the worst team there, but it's fine. I actually believe in us. I believe we can do something in this tournament, and we'll give it our all, you know. I mean, there is nothing more I can say than that. Like, I'm not saying we're gonna win the whole thing, because that's probably not gonna happen, you know. But you never know, right? So I'm just gonna be there and try my best. Yeah.
Let's just stay hopeful about this. But for now, Perks, thank you so much for the interview. Great first game, as I said, and back to you guys for post game.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. That was a little bit of fast and loose interview. Perk said it best, you can't out-banter the banter king, man. What are you doing? C9 opening Worlds 2021 with a win. And I'm running out of superlatives here to talk about it because we talked about it a lot in the room whilst we were watching, Emily. But this was a superb first showing from Cloud9. I think when you look at, when we pull up the draft, from kind of the plan, also the cards that they were given, and the way they executed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for C9, me going in, I was like, what is the top lane matchup going to look like? And what is the jungle matchup going to look like? And Evie went again for the Gnar. I did think the Sylas was a good response to that because, again, it's something that easily not counters it, but you are able to steal that ultimate and, you know, make a difference. The biggest thing, though, was definitely how they played around topside. And when I talk about what was going on with Fudge and Blabber at MSI and where some of the communication issues were, it wasn't that like Fudge was playing individually very well and it was just they were missing out on their timers. Here we saw those top lane timers working really well. You know, they mentioned it on cast, but Evie's wave was in such a poor state for so long in the beginning of that early game, and they really capitalized on it. And then once Perks was able to roam, as he joked, he wasn't even laning. He also ended up going topside, and they just snowballed the game from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great game plan, Chronicler. Talk to me throughout this picks and bans, because it does feel like Evie just going for the Gnar blind. We know that the champion pool is maybe not as wide, but it does seem like there should be more options so you don't have to be put in that position, or is that a bit too harsh?
No, I kind of agree. And I think that it's not just the draft, although, as Emily and you already pointed out, obviously that now blind with how good Aurelia is and knowing that Fudge is very happy to opt in skill matchups, I don't think you can get away with. What's more important to me is that even within the game, we saw some of the rigidity from DFM. And it makes sense, right? This is a team that feels a lot of expectations, feels a lot of pressure, really likes to go in on comfort. But not only was Avi kind of left to his own devices, still also didn't really find an opportunity to kind of respond appropriately, which was so well punished. And I think as a whole, you saw like the repeated mid plays as well. The read of C9 on everything that DFM tried to do was just so well done. Like they really kept pushing them, and then DFM was either forced to commit, and then it didn't work out because they got out skirmished repeatedly, or they didn't commit, and then like, oh, yep, that's another wave that Effie's gonna have to give up.
And we did see, so we talked about the talent already for DFM. I think the reason why Kiana is slightly higher in priority is, again, if you have really strong jungle to lane communication, she just has so much amazing setup, not only from her ultimate, but she can also make a difference at early levels as well. So I think that you're going to see her continue to, I mean, we've already seen it today, but you're going to see her continue to slowly rise in priority over the other Ghostblade junglers. So now I'm very curious how drafts adjust for these teams going forward, especially with this team where Blabber looked, I'm not going to say it was the best Kiana game, but he definitely looked very comfortable on it. And then we saw Steel play Talon previously. So I'm very curious to see how these teams adjust in draft after this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the jungle pool is going to be interesting, and the fact that there are so much kind of offensive, aggressive picks. Regardless, I do want to call out Perks as well. We just had an interview with him. But European fans have known the playoff Perks for a long time, but there's also such a thing as Worlds Perks. Now, this was only a 1-game sample size, but you do see how much he really felt at home. He had a great place in the draft, I think, with this Silas, but he also, as said, read the game very well and just did what he needed to do in the side lanes.
Yeah, and I think when, again, we're talking about those top lane timers, oh, okay, Blabber is not going to be here for this. Perks is already there, right? So what matters when Fudge is setting up a wave like that is that someone on the team is already communicating and rotating up, and they're hitting those timers well. And I think, again, you saw Perks hit it right there.
Chronicler, when we look at Detonation Focus Me now, they do walk away today with 1 win and 1 loss. Where do you end up after their first showing?
I think you need to identify, as we saw here, that your draft needs somewhat of a tune-up. Also, gang pick it, or not gang specific, but the Alistair for gang being picked up after the Silas was already locked in. Casters also went in on that for a little bit, and you can't keep blinding now. This is something that teams got away with for months around the MSI time. But you're going to get punished by better teams, and especially if I look at the form of a team like Galatasaray, like earlier today, they're going to do the same thing with how scary they're looking on top side.
All said and done, Cloud9 really stamping their authority on this group as maybe the new favorite to be considered in Group B. And we're closing out the day with another matchup in Group B as the Unicorns of Love and Galatasaray face off. See you after this. Oh, love those jackets.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
And welcome back to Worlds 2021. I'm still Medic, he's still Goldberg, and we are here for the final game of the day. It's been a long one, I'll be honest. 8 games is a lot of League of Legends to consume, but we are here for a final matchup between Unicorns of Love and Galatasaray.
You wish, but no. And I've not had enough yet. I want more of this. Luckily, there's still 8 games to go once again tomorrow, but...
I mean, there's then 4 games after that. You realize this thing goes on for a month, right? We keep doing League of Legends.
Well, I'm not doing this for a month.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, man.
Nonetheless, 2 teams we've already watched today, now finally facing off against each other. And, you know, I think also... with a bit of difference in style in terms of how they want to play it. Earlier, when we saw Galatasaray play, it was quite clear from the get-go that the leads that they get by the individual leads they get from their laners pays huge dividends from their junglers, just strangling out their opponent completely to the fact where they can't get back into the game. And while the playstyle is slow, it's the enemy just doesn't stand a chance to get back. So what I think Unicorns of Love needs to do from the get-go is shut down these solo laners, because if you don't have that agency on the map to commit plays onto them, despite them not being as proactive, actually they were as well. There were even 4 minutes dies from Balulu on the Rise, so you need to take away either the Rise for Balulu, find a favorable matchup, because if he gets to have that agency we saw earlier, they're just going to take over the map.
It's going to be a very difficult game for the Unicorns of Love. Of course, they lost to DFM earlier today, and if they lose this, they're sitting at 0-2 out of 2 games. Remember, the bottom team of each group does not make it even into the knockout stages of play-ins. You are eliminated, and one team has to get knocked out of Cloud9, Galatasaray, Detonation, Focus Me, Beyond, and Unicorns, and right now it's looking like it might be Unicorns.
It is, because the level of play that Galatasaray showed, it exceeded expectations. Quite frankly, I'm going to be honest with you. When I saw Galatasaray the first time, I thought to myself, oh, this is looking a bit slow. This is not looking proactive enough, but I think I underestimated the leads that they're able to get by the laners. So, Nomans versus Balulu. Huge matchup for today. Nomans obviously always have those picks that nets them some extra draft advantage because enemies either want to ban away the Kassadin or something along those lines, but also just due to the fact that these resources we usually see Nomans get, they're going to have to come through. And it's going to be a bit easier because junglers of Galatasaray Mojito usually wants to counter jungle, where Nanasik usually wants to play for your laners, and that could give you some agency or at least some windows to play for Nomans against Balulu.
But the question is, will Galatasaray give you those windows? Because Mojito, as you said, he likes to farm himself up, he likes to scale, but in the first game that we saw from Galatasaray, when they played against Beyond, it was Mojito and Balulu who were making those early plays, who were being proactive on the map, and then Beyond really never found a way to get back on into the game. So we'll see if the Unicorns are able to find, you know, some different avenue of approach. Maybe they look towards their bottom lane as a possibility as well. It's not something they've traditionally done, but you have to find somewhere to beat Galatasaray.
But the thing is, even if we move it down to the bot lane, right, these 2 teams with their supports usually haven't played for the lane. Their supports are 2 players that like to be out on the map searching. We'd already seen on the bar already. Santos, we saw him earlier on the Rakan, also trying to influence the map. So if you are trying to get an edge in the bot lane, what I think it shall come from is you having a favorable lane matchup that gives you priority, not to necessarily perform dives. Yes, you can always threat them, but to enable your support, to enable the rest of the map, because we've already seen from both teams how pivotal that can be.
Santos and Zergston will want to get out and around on the map. As you can see on your screen, we do have a short delay before we get on into our final game of the day. As, of course, we want both teams to be as set up for success as possible coming into it. When you only have 4 games possibly in play-ins, every single thing matters in like a huge amount. You know, you want to be computer want to be set up properly, you want all of your settings in the right places, you want to make sure that you have all of your water, all your supplies, everything is ready to go.
Would you say it's make it or break it?
I would say it's make it or break it.
Because that's usually, I mean,
Good one,
it's even...
You're better than Vetty, let's be honest.
Okay, well, it didn't take much apparently, but
yeah,
sorry.
He doesn't laugh at my jokes.
Well, I understand why, I'm going to be perfectly frank with you, but it does look like we finally have some music going in our ears, which could potentially mean that we do have a chance select on the way. Well, I don't know.
You just baited 200,000 people watching this.
I mean,
just because there's music doesn't mean that the champion select is definitely going to come up.
But did it happen?
It did, as I talked about it, without baiting our audience. Anyway, final game of the day. Galatasaray versus Unicorns of Love. Galatasaray with a win earlier on versus Beyond. Unicorns lost to Detonation Focus Me, and there is the Lucian banned away. We've seen it pretty much 100% pick ban across the course of day one here of Worlds.
Yeah, Aurelia coming out as well, and still a lot of champions that we have seen that was different, but it still feels like we do see the same priorities come through. Aurelia bans, Lee Sin bans, Kassadin bans again against Nomad. So really just like, usually Kassadin isn't a good champion because he doesn't get priority, so you can't make any moves. And 80 mid laners are even a thing, but it's just the Kassadin Nomads. Like the name of that is just, it just brings so much pressure.
He's just so strong. 3 games on it during the LCL. And 3 wins on it. It was banned against him 3 times as well. Lee Sin the final ban, and immediately here, Camille locked in for boss.
So they definitely want to threaten the top side here. What we already saw earlier was Crazy get a lot of agency on the cannon where they wanted to come in with the dives from the early game. Rise has also been banned away from Balulu, which was one of the things that we wanted to see as well at the same time, just because he gets so much agency to influence the lanes.
Draft is still going on in the background, by the way. We just had the teams the wrong way round on the overlay, so we're getting that sorted out as soon as we can. And we'll see how Unicorns of Love want to continue go.
And that looks like Misfortune finally getting locked in, at least from what I saw on the, what I assume would be the draft behind the players, and Talon also being locked in. So the second Talon we get to see today, 100% win rate, Medic.
Yeah, it's played in 1 game. Sure, Zed has a 0% win rate as well.
Yeah, what about Champion?
It's true. But yeah, Talon here for Galatasaray. Of course, it was Steel that played that earlier today. Ezreal going to be locked in for the Unicorns, so a little bit of safety there in the bottom lane for Argonaut.
Yeah, we've seen Ezreal earlier today as well, and you know what? Ezreal already screams to me that they want to put the bot lane on a more kind of weak side duty, where the support has the agency to roam around and you can play up towards the top side of the map. Now, what we saw earlier when we had this Ezreal was that there was a lack of engage, and there still is some sort of lack on engage. You got some pillar placement, obviously Camille can jump in, but you don't want her to be the only frontliner that you have. So from Unicorns of Love, still missing that last support that really puts the engage in their composition.
And Anasic's going to fall onto his Trundle here, though. 4-0 across the course of regular season. It's undefeated on that pick. Twisted Fate for Balulu. Once again, a champion on which he can move around the map. And team that up with Mojito, who played the Kiana game 1, now is playing the Talon. It's a very deadly duo to have to match into.
Yeah, makes sense. Immediately get rid of the Sylas. Make sure that Sylas can't steal the Twisted Fate ultimate and walk around the map or with you, get a response to that. I wonder if he's afraid of the likes of LeBlanc as well going in from the early laning phase, or if he feels confident for that matchup as well. But you can see from the get-go of Unicorns of Love, they're targeting away Crazy, and it makes a lot of sense because they did have a lot of play around Crazy earlier today.
Get rid of some of those power picks in the top lane. Of course, with you already picking the Camille as well, you know things that are good into that Camille. Renekton, one of those. Galatasaray now with their second ban will remove the ability to roam around for Nomads in that Galio. Of course, have gone to Santa's in the bottom lane as well. Has a 20.8% duo proximity in the 6 games he has played on Galio this split.
Jay's coming in as the last one, so just making sure that this Camille can get as free as a lane as she wants to. But, you know, the likes of Fiora is still up. We've already seen it once. Does have a decent matchup into the Camille as well. So if you do want to play that side lane, is still an option to come into this one. Another champion we really haven't talked about for ages due to patches is also Gwen. I'm not going to stop it there because it is obviously only a hover, and you can just pick your support here if you want to have the counter pick for top.
Looks like the Gwen might be locked in here, though. Crazy's going to take that up towards the top side. Does give you that AP threat, does a huge amount of work. And of course, Gwen is immune, so it can be pretty difficult to lock down in these games. Unicorns now have to look at their support and their mid lane and decide where they're going to lock their picks.
Yeah, so there's two options you can go for Unicorns of Love here. Either you go for a champion where you can shove in the waves against the Twisted Fate and keep it under his tower, or you go for the aggressive option and go for a champion that can kill him at the same time. Now, with Amuma still being up, they see it as such a big threat with the Misfortune that they want to take it away from them, but there still is a lot of these engaged champions that Galatasaray can opt for themselves. That's an Aurelion Soul Hover, and while I agree that would be super fun to see,
about that.
I think he's going to go back to this aggressive style we saw earlier, where is you want to kill the Twisted Fate. You want to make sure that when he's dead, he can't roam.
Yeah, the Blanc will be locked in. Twister, come on, Aurelion Soul though. Even Aurelion Soul mains know that the champion isn't that good.
Noman's would bring out Vayne mid. Noman's has these unconventional pick. You know, if there's a mid laner that would do it, I believe it would be Noman's.
I'll give you that one. Vakan is the final pick here for Galatasaray. We'll see Zergsting making his way around these teamfights with that quickness. Compositionally, you can see that Galatasaray seems to be wanting to do the same thing they did in their first game of the day. Roam around, look to get perhaps top lane or bot lane ahead with this Twisted Fate Talon duo, and then force Unicorns of Love on the back foot.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be enough. I think a lot of pressure is going to be on these two junglers. Mojito now on a jungler where he get a lot of agency to actually roam fast up towards the top side if you want to play for that. Zergsting on Rakan as well gets to have priority with Misfortune and can move up there as well. Oh, did you drop your pen medic? I've never seen that before.
No, they can't see it. They don't need to know that I dropped my pen on the floor. It's fine.
Yeah, but also, once again, Ananasek usually a jungler that plays around the laners, and you're going to have to do that not only to get kills, but to kind of stabilize them. So if they are pushed in, make sure that they can get a good reset that's favorable. Make sure that you get into the mid game in a good position, and make sure that you can threaten this Twisted Fate in the mid lane, because LeBlanc with Trundle has super easy setup. You come into the lane, you place down the pillar, and Twisted Fate almost immediately will have to flash.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get away from that pillow, especially as you don't have a dash on the Twisted Fate. We're going to get on into our final game of the day. Galatasaray trying to make it a clean 2-0 on day one. And pretty much, I'm not going to say lock their spot in at least a knockout match, but pretty much guarantee themselves a tiebreaker if they beat the Unicorns of Love here, because of course UOL would be 0-2 and Galatasaray would be 2-0.
Important to notice we don't have head-to-head either, so tiebreakers can easily happen and get more days later towards the end stages of play-ins here. Moving out on the map, doesn't seem like we're going to get any crazy shenanigans. Unicorns of Love can try and see if they want some early intel on Mojito. Doesn't have Flash either, he's got Ignite on the Talon, usually because you have this mobility where you're able to just jump over walls, so you don't even want the Flash.
Sure. It's very easy for you to work your way around the map with that Assassin's Path, or the backflip, that we like to call it. For the moment, though, both teams just making, you know, a little bit of an eye, a little bit of foray into the enemy jungle, trying to look towards getting some vision down, but looks like only Unicorns will get a deeper ward, whereas Galatasaray decided to go for more passive ward positioning in that pixel bush.
I'm pretty sure it's a front flip, but I'm just going to leave that there.
It could be either.
Sure. But I think, once again, attacking this mid lane from Unicorns of Love is going to be pivotal, because if you can put Balulu behind, you just enable so much more on the map, and having that pillar set up, super easy to get that done. So what you can do as Ananasek right now is that you fast clear your red side jungle here. You can even skip Raptors if you want to. I think he's going to skip Crocs for sure. But then move up to the top side and come in from a path behind the Twisted Fate where the pillar can just come down, you force the flash, and then you're happy, because then you can always just come in for the return afterwards.
See if Ananasek is able to make his way towards that mid lane anytime soon. Both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map, working their way up towards the top. Both top laners going Ignite TP as well. Something we saw very commonly at the start of summer. Of course, Gwen falling out of favor just a little bit across the course of the summer season, but still very strong in her own right, just not quite as overpowered as she used to be.
Yeah, and now down towards the bottom lane, Galatasaray, they didn't have to leash, or actually they did leash as well, but it just seems like they came first onto this one, and therefore have gained the priority, are crashing the wave here. What I would assume would be the second one, and then they can just get some early intel if they want to. They can move Zergsting just into the fog of war to threaten the push that Noman's is having in the mid lane.
Will be a relatively early roam around from Zergsting, but always a possibility. And of course, LeBlanc relatively safe in her own right as well in that mid lane, can just distort away, but you are trying to use it to wave clear a little bit in the early game as well. Can and miss there for Nomans, as Bululu, although he's behind in CS, will be stacking up that deck, stacking up the gold on the Twisted Fate.
And you can see what it takes for Trundle to keep up with the Talon as well. Talon basically has cleared his whole jungle, only has the Crocs left, but the Trundle has skipped the Crocs, he's skipped the Wolves, and now he's trying to set up for the Scuttles, trying to respawn or come in from behind in the mid lane, as we already talked about earlier.
Scryer's Bloom does not quite spot out Mojito, dodged to the side of it. Krugs reset just a little bit, but he is able to go back and collect them all without them gaining too much health. So Mojito with a full clear of his jungle, about to camp ahead of Ananasic right now, but will be working his way down towards the bottom side Scuttlecrab. Ananasic was trying to track him, but couldn't quite find him out, and now maybe we'll look for that pillar gank you were talking about in the mid lane instead. Puts down his W, and is it like dirty earth? Filthy dirt earth? I know most of the
They were
ability
too
names
afraid
of the
to
game.
commit to the play there as well with the pillar, because they knew that Mojito would be around the bot side Scuttle because he weren't up towards the top side, so it just felt like they couldn't threaten it there. So did you find out what it's called?
It's Frozen Domain.
Frozen Domain, there you go.
Because they changed it, because it all used to be filthy stuff with Trundle, right? When he was like the Junkyard King, and then they made him the king of like Freyord type idea. So it's Pillar of Ice instead of Pillar of Filth, which is what it used to be. Am I showing my age here with my knowledge?
I mean, I was there as well. I just don't remember this. So
Yeah.
with the camp respawners now, it's going to be interesting to see what Galatasaray wants to do with their priority, because the bot side camps have respawned. You have Mojito down here as well on the Talon, and it's easy to get out with a Rakan and a Talon roaming around together. So I'd love to see Galatasaray at some point say, you know what, we have so much bot lane priority. Let's move Zergsting around with the Talon.
You can see Argonaut, getting forced out in that bottom lane. Alive, hitting the double ups over and over, makes it very difficult for Argonauts to play in the lane. He is going to finish this recall. Santa's just trying to block out any possibility of the Galatasaray bot lane doing anything too aggressive. The wave will push in, so that's about 6 minions lost for Argonaut, and he's already 17 behind. As Alive and Zergsting continue to win out in the 2v2, and because of that pressure, they can work their way towards this bot side river and take the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, they really haven't been able to find a lead through this bot lane. He's only level 3 on the Estral, 5 minutes into the game. You can see Alive and Zergsting level 4, both of them. Even Santa's higher level than his AD carry. Just because he's been shoved out by these Qs coming through from Misfortune, and now with the extra AD coming through Pickaxe, 2 longswords, and you take a look onto Argonaut, I mean, realistically speaking, the only AD he's getting is tiers of minions, and then obviously the longsword for himself.
That TP synergy was pretty on point there from Bululu and Nomans in the mid lane, both of them getting back into the lane at exactly the same moment. Bululu now 6 though, Nomans on his way towards that mark, but Bululu will see what he wants to do with this first Destiny Gate. Has a lot of options.
And it's also the tempo advantage you now get from the bot lane. Zergsting, we talked about it. If you have the priority, you can move this guy out of the map. So he's actually shadowing Bululu in the mid lane. So if a gank is to come through, or if the LeBlanc goes for an all-in, then he's there to back it up, and he's helping him with the shove out here.
And just gets the wave back underneath that tower. Bululu will be able to now work his way towards the top line. Ananasic spots it out. Mojito waiting around the wings here as well. Boss, of course, no flash, but hookshot wall dive is a pretty easy escape tool for a Camille in this sort of situation. And with the possibility that Nomans was working his way up towards the top lane, it's pretty respectful there from Galatasaray to back away.
Yeah, you're completely right, Medic. Even though Bululu could follow up with the Destiny Gate, minion and wave just wasn't pushed in, so they didn't want to risk losing resources if a fight were to go back. And we can take a look at the gold right now. I want to look at the 280 carries, because that's pretty much where gold lead has come without no jungle attention. This has just been the 2 bot laners against each other in the mid lane. Surprising to see as well Twisted Fate actually being up here. Obviously he does have that passive where you get some extra gold, so it is quite natural from the champion, but this mid lane with the LeBlanc and the Trundle, it just haven't worked out yet, and at some point you have to find a lead as Unicorns of Love, because a man advantage will be created with the Twisted Fate at some point, with the bot lane priority that we continuously see from Galatasaray.
I think Galatasaray very happy to play this sort of style, like wait it out, take things slowly, find a single play, and then start taking the game from there, because usually what we would have seen perhaps is a little bit more aggression from the Unicorns of Love. And Ananasic pretty impactful in the early game, but really hasn't found his opportunity, hasn't found his chance so far in this matchup.
Well, I think, yeah, you can definitely see it between the two, but it just feels like they're less willing to create plays this time around. They're taking it way more slow, and it might still benefit Unicorns of Love in some end, because Camille, I mean, famously known for being a champion that want the 2 first items to actually get out there as well. But you talked about the individual lead, and you're completely right, because it hasn't been to a point where they continuously have been able to just push it the lane and counter jungle, but it's also due to the champion that Mojito is now playing. These stats that you just finally displayed did not exist before, because it was not the type of champion that he had to play before either. Now he's more about playing around the lanes, and has actually started up the Rift Herald.
Ananasic might miss the fact that Mojito is doing this. Blast comes up, now works his way across. Santos is on his way as well, but supports roamed around. As you say, Zergsting, but Alive has joined this fray, so it will be a man advantage for Galatasaray if they want to take this fight. And Ananasic continues to step forward, has to subjugate, has that level 6. Boss trading with Crazy off towards the top side. Hallowed Grand going to do a lot of work. Rift Herald secured, Boss jumps away. And, flash forward here. There's the stun card. They're looking for Boss. He's already used the hookshot wall dive. Hexagon made him coming out as well. Boss is ticking. And the Ignite will not quite be enough to secure that kill. However, the Rift Herald will tank up this tower. Santa's coming in from the side. No Man's there as well. There's the first bandage toss. Zergsting is low. Bullet time gets the first kill. Second and third go over to Galatasaray, though, as Ananasic is now underneath the tower. We'll be able to get one in response, but that's a great play there for Galatasaray. They get the Rift Herald charging in. They get 3 plates in the top lane, and they manage to pick up 3 kills.
Yeah, so they're still going to get the plates here. The gold is being shared, and down towards the bottom side of the map, Argonaut is finally getting some gold for himself. He's still 800 gold behind just because of the kills that Alive was able to pick up there. So still a very good fight coming through from the side of Galatasaray. And when Destiny Gate is up and available again, you got more champions to actually try and engage on. Now you have the mobility of the talent, and you can attack Ananasic in the jungle because he no longer has flash on the Trundle.
Ananasic just very easily caught out right now, as you say. No flash on the Trundle, no subjugate for the next moment. We'll have another look at this play because Galatasaray have a numbers advantage when it all kicks off.
It's one of those things with the Rift Herald where you just have to forfeit it. You already know that the opponent has a man advantage, and trying to contest it here is, quite honestly, just a bit BM, because you think you have what it takes to outmaneuver them, and while it does get close, it's just not going to be enough. So while they don't want to wait for the minion wave, the Misfortune is just going to walk up and just bullet time him to death, and there's not much Boss can do about it. They do get the trade kill, but it's a trade kill onto their support with the Amumu, and while he's still stuck on the tower and Ananasic, Talon just tanks some tower shots, but in the end, there's not much to do about it. It's just quite simple. It's a man advantage, it's a Rift Herald to tank it up, and it's a dive.
Yeah, because of it, it's a 2,400 gold lead. 2 kills on the MF means that Alive has already picked up his Gale Force. It's in a very strong spot on this Misfortune, and Galatasaray with their 3rd objective of the game. Rift Herald, 2 dragons. Really doesn't look like Unicorns of Love have a way to answer this right now.
No, it's definitely a problem, and we know that Galatasaray, they like to take it quite slow. They don't mind just waiting around for these next types of objective, but I would love to see them come in here finally with the Talon Rakan jungle support duo that we talk about. Steal away the camps, get this deep vision so you can continue with this priority that you now have. And once again, remember, Ananasic, no flash under Trumbull. You have to expose that.
Well, right now it's Crazy who will be the target of Unicorns of Love's attentions. Destiny available for Balulu. Crazy underneath the tower. Hallowed Path coming in. There's the gate as well from Balulu, looking for the Sun card. Will lock up one. Santa's shot to the tower. Crazy survives. Balulu pops the stopwatch. No Man's coming in. Flash into the distortion. Gets enough damage to kill off Crazy, but Ananasic now on the wrong side of the rift. He's dead. Boss, you dive too deep. You have died too greedily. Another kill. Oh, wow.
No way.
Galatasaray just all over the map. They're just wiping the floor with the Unicorns of Love. They're mopping them up.
And that's the individual lead we always talk about with Galatasaray. I mean, Mojito might even go for another.
Shadow Assault will slow him down, and No Man's able to distort away. Should be able to get to safety here underneath this tower.
But in the end, very, very destructive fight once again from Galatasaray. It's Unicorns of Love trying to find the leverage back into the game, but they just don't have the priority to do so. While the Talon and the Rakan was clearing vision out down in the bottom side, they're so mobile. You jump over a wall, Rakan jumps with you, another wall, another one goes with you, and then Balulu obviously with the Destiny and Gate, just seizing it. and finding the kills. And now you can get the resets out, you can start attacking these camp respawners. You can just wait these 3 minutes for the next objective on the Drake or the second Rift Herald that also is about to spawn soon.
That's a 5,000 gold lead for Galatasaray at the 12-minute mark. Well, 4,500 if we're being precise.
Here we
as the
go.
TP comes in, and you said you wanted to see more action from Galatasaray. Well, they are pulling the trigger at every opportunity, and they are firing shots at Unicorns of Love. No Man's forced away. Santa's trying to dodge away as well, but No Man's ticking down with the Ignite will die to the cards. The deck is stacked against them as Galatasaray continue to push forward. And that's another kill in the books for the TCL representatives. 2.5 minutes on that Ocean Drake. They are in a very strong position to start getting towards that soul. I mean, it's a very early soul as well. It's like a 20-minute soul.
Definitely, and you know, just look at the vision control as well from Galatasaray. It was already put out before the fight started, and now with, once again, you taking control of the jungle, Raptors respawning, Crux is going to respawn as well, but you just not getting any leverage or any extra golden experience, and now we finally start seeing Mojito excel himself in the jungle.
And the problem for Unicorns of Love is, unless you hit either a chain or a bandage toss, this is what's going to happen. You're going to chase and you're going to chase after Mojito, and you are going to die because you chase. You can't lock down a Talon. Destiny coming in from Balulu. Ananasic, third time he dies. In 14 minutes of action, he has been totally shut down. This is a pick he was undefeated on in his home region. Now he's sitting at 1-3-2.
Yeah, it's not the first time today, though. We're hearing about undefeated champions go defeated finally when they face a stronger opponent, and Galatasaray, they're just excelling that pressure. We talked about the windows that you would have on Ananasic. He finally has that flash up, so now you get some, I mean, extra breathing room. You're going to have to flash again at some point if this keeps up. But even at the same time, Unicorns of Love, they struggle to find a response because right now they don't have a single winning lane, so there's no way for you to force yourself up through a lane or through the bottom lane or whatever. You're just losing out everywhere on the map.
Santa's trying to find something, but Mojito very easily just dodges away from it. It is a 6,500 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. And the Unicorns, well, they're going to start up the Rift Herald, but you got to be a little bit wary because Galatasaray could probably take this fight at a numbers disadvantage. Because Balulu's backing away, because Mojito's just reset, should be Unicorns to secure. That is the first neutral objective they have garnered this game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where TP no longer off for Balulu, Destiny Gate neither, so as soon as Unicorns of Love got to be first on objective, great. The problem with being the team that's behind and having the Rift Herald is that you rarely have the setup to commit to it to a tower, so quite often you'll just have to drop it in a lane and then hope that you're going to be able to take it. But in the top side, you are finally starting to see some light because the Crazy was down so long towards the bottom side earlier. Boss has been able to finally get a turret taken down.
Yeah, and he's actually the only player on his team that's even in gold with their opposite man apart from the supports. Look at that mid lane difference. 2,100 gold. Balulu is ahead. He is absolutely farming up champions and CS in this game. And now with the Ocean Drake up in 8 seconds, expectations are that Galatasaray will set up around it. I will say, Gorborg, you know what this is getting me really excited for?
Yeah, go on.
Final game of day 2. You know who it is?
No, who is it?
Galatasaray versus C9.
That does already sound like a banger.
Honestly, with how Galatasaray are playing, I'm wondering if they can challenge for first in the group. It's going to be a close one as here they go once again. And the bullet time comes out, and Unicorns of Love have to flash like Neo from the Matrix. Boss coming in with the Hexagol Dominator, but the TP's going to join them up. Alive was the target there for Boss. He manages to survive for a very long time. In the end, he will fall. And Galatasaray with a flank TP from Crazy managed to pick up 2.
Yeah, strong team fighting as well, once again from Galatasaray, and while they finally picked up some with low HP bar, No Man's just distorted right into the wall. I couldn't get over to finish it off, and that does leave Galatasaray with, once again, a 1 fight and the perfect setup for the Drake, which is Soul Point. And by the time this is going, the next Drake will be up at 23 minutes, or 22.
And No Man's having a difficult day today. Remember Zoriana getting caught out a couple of times in the first game they played here. Mojito will secure this. Doesn't actually have the smite, but able to take it in time. That's the Ocean. And as you say, a 22-minute soul. Let's have a look at this Axe replay as Unicorns of Love perhaps think they can find something on the turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're close to doing a TP coming in as well. You can actually see the amount of damage you get from the True Shot Barrage here. It's actually quite immense. No Man's then can't really dash over the wall, and that means that there's no follow-up for Crazy, who does jump onto Alive. They finish it off last second. but it cost you so much. And then Crazy is finally able to join the fight when his own TP. Then you're overextended, and then you're just getting picked off.
It's just these small things that really can affect how your team's chances fare at Worlds, especially in single round robin, especially in best of one. You have 4 chances to prove yourself. Unicorns at the moment sitting at 0-1 after their loss earlier today. Perhaps heading towards a 0-2 scoreline. I mean, it would be a pretty big comeback if they were able to fight back from 6,500 goal behind.
I mean, you can't come back unless you are behind, right? So at least they got that going for them so far, but I completely agree with you, Medic, because it just looked hard for them to find any leverage. And normally we'd say, okay, let's try and attack a side lane, let's try to catch them off guard. But the problem is, if that person is not Twisted Fate, he's going to collapse as well. If you're not fast enough at killing someone, the talent is going to be there before you even know it. There's just so much mobility that makes it hard for you as Unicorns of Love to find any leverage back into this game. And you can see Galatasaray, I'm actually quite impressed with how respective they are playing, knowing that the only win condition from Unicorns of Love is to get back in and find a pick. Crazy, we'd usually see him get picked off here.
Yeah, it's very respectful from Crazy, as you say, shoring up some of the weaknesses we perhaps saw from them in the TCL, some of their foibles, some of their flaws. Crazy backing all the way off here, knowing that Unicorns of Love are on this side, knowing he's on the weak side of the map. Xerxing is going to come across, so is Alive, to make sure that this tier 2 doesn't fall too easily. But while all of this is happening, Balulu, who has TP, is splitting up towards the top side. He backs away now, just in case he needed to TP to this fight, but because now Unicorns of Love have backed away, TP's expended from No Man's there. That might... I mean, the thing with that TP is you've got 2.5 minutes on an Ocean Drake, and so you're saying we have to have No Man's at the Drake before it starts. He can't be splitting somewhere else, but because you expend that, now Balulu could split push, pull No Man's over to that lane, and it makes that dragon a lot easier for you to play for.
Yeah, it can make it awkward because then you have to send your Camille into the Twisted Fate, which I mean, it's still viable, and Boss will have his TP up for the Drake fight when it finally comes through. But you're right about the point going into it. I like still what Unicorns of Love did. They realized as soon as Balulu went into the fog of war, this guy either has Destiny Gate or the TP,
sure.
So we need to back off immediately, not over forcing for the tier 2 turret, because if they did that, they would have almost immediately gone down to the team fight that was about to come. And right now what you do as Galatasaray is that you need to clear your top sides jungle. You need to make sure that you have got all the resources on your half on the map, and once that has happened, then you start moving into the enemy jungle, right? Then you start getting the control around the Baron and solidify yourself on the map, because then you can threaten the Baron, move down to the Drake, and just keep Unicorns of Love in a pinch where there's so many objectives that they need to be wary of.
It's about 1:30 before that Ocean Dragon spawns. Let's see where we are in terms of items across the board. 2 complete for Boss. He is actually moderately strong with that execution as well. Crazy only has the Rift Maker for himself. Mojito sitting on the Gore Drinker into the Divine Sundra, so 1 mythic apiece for the 2 junglers. However, this is where things start to become slightly different, Gorborg. Rapid Fire Cannon and Everfrost complete on the Twisted Fate. Alongside that, Gale Force and Collector and a BF Sword for Alive. So he is almost an entire item ahead of Argonaut on this Ezreal.
And what was the stat about Galatasaray when they're ahead at 20 minutes, Medic?
19 wins, 1 loss in the...
Well, 20 now.
Well, yeah, 20 wins, 1 loss, considering what we saw earlier as well. But in the TCL, they only lost 1 out of 20 games where they were ahead at the 20-minute mark. And it looks like that might be how they continue to go here. Xerxing dashing around with the Battle Dance, but No Man's will just dash away. Destiny hits onto Boss, who'll jump across the wall. Everfrost doesn't connect, and Xerxing dashes forward for a little bit of extra vision. No Man's going to try and turn this one back around. Xerxing able to walk his way away. 30 seconds on the Ocean, but the Destiny now down. Crazy also burnt his ultimate as well. Needlework not available for the Gwen.
But this will come down to a fight for the priority here. You can see both teams don't have to care about side lane. It's all about this Drake spawning in 10 seconds, and they're doing everything they can to get control of the river.
Stun card, but it's only onto No Man's, just a little bit of chip damage. That Rapid Fire Cannon will do a lot of work here for the Twisted Fate. Unicorns of Love able to split Galatasaray for the moment. For the time being, they are the ones with priority, with the control of the Dragon Pit.
But it's still going to be so difficult because, yeah, you're going to be forced to start up the objective, and then Gallus is right. They can collapse on you. Zergsting does have flash.
There goes Mojito, and Anasik is stunned up. He's going to have to flash away, and that Dragon is ripe for the taking, but Zergsting's already dead alive, forced off towards the top side as well. Stun card going on to Anasik, as well as the Dragon secured. That's Ocean Soul for Galatasaray, and in a 3v4, Noman's forced away, Argonaut dead, and Anasik running for the hills. Noman's goes off towards the top side. Doesn't really matter that Unicorns of Love got an equal trade in that fight. They lost the soul, and because of that, well, Noman's going to lose his life as well. Stun card, wild cards, he missed. It's fine.
I mean, might be a longer chase, but I mean, he should be able to run him down here. He's got the rapid fire cannon. Zergsting is coming out from the base as well, and okay,
Nomans. Okay.
Is that execute?
You. Oh, that's actually well played by Nomans. Good job getting the execute. However, does mean that he is a little bit mismatched with the rest of his team's death timers. Boss going in here as Anasik tries to join the fight. Mojito trading onto Boss. Boss will get the shutdown. Crazy going in, but the hookshot wall dive will get Boss to safety, and Unicorn's actually picking off the jungler. There is a big deal because Galatasaray had the option to try and force a Baron.
Huge props to Boss here. Like, in the fight we just had around the Drake, he found 2 kills by himself, and now in the return exchange where they're chasing for the kills, he finds a shot down onto Mojito, putting him in a really good spot where he finds that 3rd item. I'm not saying that it's certain, but it creates the possibility of a big, big threat for Galatasaray.
Always having someone that can jump onto the backline that can isolate someone is so powerful. We'll see here, Santa's, Nomans, and Boss go up towards the top side, try and catch Alive out.
It's quite simple here, and Anasik just getting completely thrown out of the fight because he's so low he can't get into the pit. But then you see Boss once again towards the backline where he's able to pick up kills with the help of Nomans, and it's these small things that does give you some leverage in the game still, but in the end it's still a victory for Galatasaray with the remaining kills that they're able to pick up and the tempo they have on the map.
The fact that they lost the Ocean Soul for Unicorns puts them very much in the hole, looking at Galatasaray trying to find a way to claw themselves out of a little bit of a ditch. Crazy working his way up towards the middle lane. Galatasaray can just gain mid lane prio and then work their way towards this Baron. Unicorns of Blood have a couple of wards in the vicinity, but those will be cleared out pretty quickly by Zergsting and co.
I think that's been interesting with Galatasaray is that they've actually put their vision back a little bit the closer we got to the late game. They're no longer trying to go into the enemy and take care of their camps. Their vision is purely around some of these objectives. I think it's actually diminishing some potential pick that they could have because they would have the intel in the enemy jungle, but they're just being so careful about it, and that is the Galatasaray way. They like to take it slow, they like to not risk it until they find a team fight where they can know they can outplay them.
Well, Mojito tried to jump away here, but the chains are gonna land. Santa's on the chase as well with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Mojito might be caught out. Rampage happens as Balulu is able to kill off Argonaut. Mojito still in the midst of 4 will go down. 1-for-1 trade so far in this fight, but Lulu's still on the chase. Gold card locked in, Santa's locked down. Crazy jumping forward, and Santos goes in, sacrifices himself for the good of the team. He will fall. And Anasik and Nomans survive off towards the top side. Boss will be shut down. And although their jungler is dead, I wonder if Galatasaray will just say, well, Baron is a possibility. We can draw Nomans into a fight. We can draw Anasik into this fight as well. They will start off the Baron. Trundle has Smite.
You don't have to be super fast about this one either, Medic. You just need to take care of them, and then as soon as the Talon respawn, he's just gonna parkour all his way down to the Baron pit.
Lulu has that stun card locked in. Crazy stepping forward. There we are. Trundle stunned up. Baron disengaged from. Galatasaray deciding they didn't want to fight it without their jungler. Nomans does have that Banshees, is able to jump away. The exhaust going down, and Alive is on the chase. Nomans dashes back straight into the waiting arms of Balulu, who will secure his 5th kill of the game. Of 19 kills, he has been involved in 16 of them on this Twisted Fate.
It does slow down a potential Baron, but Balulu, he does have TP. And yes, exactly. He's just gonna go for it immediately. I mean, you have more members now. You can still contest it. And Anasik, no flash though, so they need to find some sort of way to get into the pit or some sort of CC chain to kill someone.
Santos does not have Curse of the Sad Mummy. It's about to come up, cool down, and the bullet time will kill off Argonaut before Unicorns of Love really had a chance to approach. Baron down to 2,000, and Anasik without flash, without a way into the pit, will have to give this one up. Galatasaray, Ocean Soul, 9,000 gold their advantage. Baron buff for the next 3 minutes. We'll be looking to close this one out and end day one undefeated.
Yeah, so methodical about it as well. I mean, outside of Mojito really being in a position where it's easy to catch him off guard, the rest of the team is doing such a good job at splitting off the opponent. So Crazy finds the pick onto Argonaut, and then it's really easy for Balulu to join in with the rest of them. And then Xerxley just finding so many charms with the quickness, allowing his team to catch up and, you know, just take care of the rest of the fight really here.
It's very difficult for Unicorns of Love to do anything because of the range of those stun cards. Galatasaray now pushing in the bottom lane. A minute left before that Elder Drake spawns. Unicorns of Love have only picked up a Rift Herald. Of all the neutral objectives in this game, they got second Rift Herald.
At least it's something.
I mean, it is something, but when you're 10,000 gold in the hole, perhaps you'd be hoping you picked up a little bit more throughout it. Double up is going to land there onto Argonaut. He is forced back underneath this tower. Single auto attack takes him down to half of his health pool. Boss forced down towards the bottom side of the fight. Meanwhile, Crazy continues to split push, continues to pressure by himself. This cannon minion and Alive doing a lot of work to the tower, and that is the mid lane inhibitor tower down. No man's jumping forward. Balulu continues to have that gold card of death locked above his head, and as soon as it goes down, Unicorns of Love can step up.
There's just nothing they can do about it. The waves necessarily not even that same. Crazy was taking care of the tier 2 turret while the rest of them was just knocking down the inhib tower. And now as a 5-man unit, they're just gonna take care of the last one down towards the bottom lane.
So here's the problem if you're Unicorns. You see that damage No Man's just did? It's gone already because Galatasaray just healed up straight away with the Ocean Soul. They then get a kill onto Santos. They then get a kill onto Boss. And Galatasaray, the TCL representatives, are looking to close out the day undefeated. 2-0 is the scoreline that will be read tomorrow by Shocks. Galatasaray in such a strong position as they continue to push in. Double inhibitors down. Baron buff remains for 50 seconds, and Ananasic, No Man's, and Argonaut really can't defend against it. Second Nexus tower goes down. Galatasaray, defying many's expectations, go undefeated on day one.
It's huge for Turkey. We're talking about a redemption run from MSI, and now 2-0 on the first day of play-ins in a lot of games where people did not expect them to come out on top. Unicorns of Love, we were talking about them because of last year. They made it into the group stage as well from play-ins. And I gotta say, they are evolving throughout the day in terms of how dominant they were. The first game were a bit slow, but coming into this second one, it was 29 minutes. The average game time on wins of 33 minutes in the TCL, and they did even better in this one.
Great performance all around by Galatasaray. Unicorns of Love, of course, be dismayed with the fact they're sitting 0-2 after day one.
Yeah.
A long road back for them. They still have, of course, C9 to play, Beyond to play. Not the easiest of opposition for the Unicorns of Love. Galatasaray, though, I will say, definitely surpassed expectations. I think a lot of people looked at this team and said, hey, they're great individually, but their synergy, their map play isn't quite at the level of some of the other teams in this group.
I completely agree, because I was that person. Yeah. I was the one saying, you know what, I don't think Galatasaray will do so well when they face a team that knows how to play the mid to late game, because they seem disjointed and scattered at most times. But from what we've seen today, it's nothing like that. They have really polished and cleaned up their play from what we saw in the Turkish playoffs.
Well, be sure to stay tuned for World's Cooldown with Shocks, Emily, and Chronicler, who will give you all the takeaways from day one right after a short break. Hey, Shocks, can you make sure you say Galatasaray 2-0? Because I said you'd say that, so...
Shut up.
Thanks, Shocks.
Make or break. Make it yours.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. praying now you're predator. The voice is calling for blood. Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Turning their whole world into dust and ash. We'll bleed their whole world dry. Down to the last one. Show them who we are. None of their lies will
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome everyone to World's Cooldown. How's your make or break tolerance? Like how much has been hit after the whole day?
Where is it?
Where is it? Hello, I'm Shox, joined by Chronicler and Emily. Emily Rand, League of Emily. I do double take because I saw your Twitter ad there.
All of the above.
All of the Emilys. In any case, we are at the end of this day. By the way, if you've been watching since minute 1 in the pre-show and you're still here, hit us up on Twitter because that's great. But we did see a lot of great matches today, so I'd like to pull up the standings first to kind of take stock of what we've seen on day 1 here at Worlds. We see LNG is leading Group A 2-0 on the day, as well as Galatasaray in Group B, closely followed by Cloud9. Chronicler, if I can ask you for your overarching thoughts or anything that stood out to you about day 1, what would it be?
I'll be very brief. LNG, good. Hanwha, as an LCK fan, I need to touch upon it. Scary, but in a way that I expected. And Galatasaray, my surprise of day 1. Like, those guys look clean and they look way better compared to the rest of their opponents than I would have expected.
Absolutely. Let's pick out a couple of those things, starting maybe with at the beginning of the day, we had LNG versus Hanwha Live to kind of set the tone for what that matchup was going to look like, Emily. And we saw actually LNG, when it came to the later stages of the game, pretty handily beating out Hanwha.
Yeah, I mean, I think LNG are still, I think what we saw from them is still what I expected, right? Like, I did expect them to go 2-0 today. I think their game against Hanwha Life was, you know, obviously close, but when you look at the both teams' strengths and weaknesses, especially when it came to team fighting and overall team coordination, I do think that is where both me and Chronicler gave you know, LNG the edge, and that's what we saw. Yeah. We also saw some of their draft proclivities with, you know, like some certain blind picks, especially for Ale. And Ale was an incredibly pleasant surprise because I think in LPL we saw him really want to take some of these like top tier like carry matchups in top lane, and sometimes it would work really, really well and sometimes it would work really, really poorly. So it's nice to see him come out and have such a strong showing today, aided by Tarzan.
It does lead us to the thing we did not mention or did not dare mentioning in the pre-show and in the match intro, Chronicler, which was the top side for the side of Hanwha Life, particularly Morgan. So what can you say about, you know, what you've seen so far and maybe what the directives or working points should be for Hanwha going forward?
Yeah, well, this is a break glass in case of emergency. There's always doo-doo. That's not necessarily an answer if we've seen Hanwha. I think what we saw from Hanwha today was not quite a regression to the level they've shown during summer, but a large step down from what we saw from them. They looked incredibly dominant and where everything really clicked. I think that tomorrow they will look a lot better. I think that it's important to recognize that players like Willa and Vista in particular are very new, and they looked very shaken when I saw them on stage. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow they'll look a little bit better. When it comes to actually gameplay, it's kind of hard because normally the things I suggest, I don't think Hanwha can fix. Emily already mentioned it a lot throughout the day, and the core issue for Hanwha is that they're not really a team. Obviously you hone in on Chovy, but Devs and Vista themselves are quite strong as well. But you saw against LNG, like LNG, when it really came down to it, moved as a unit. I don't think that Hanwha is going to really suddenly develop that. So the individual level needs to rise by tomorrow.
I think that's a great read on the situation, and I think a good call out as well in terms of the newer players. This is, I'm sorry to repeat it, this is make or break, because this is Worlds, right? This is no pun intended, because it does really fit. If you are put in a situation where you've never been before, and all the lights, the cameras are on, and the pressure is on of an entire region, everyone is going to react differently. And I think that's a great segue into Cloud9 versus DFM, because my gosh, are the LCS teams always kind of up against it in terms of public opinion. And Day Today came out and just said, no, we have evolved since MSI, where we actually also showed very good play at times. And this is how we're going to approach Worlds, Emily, with a fantastic opening over that Nation Focus Me.
Yeah, and I think you can look at the foundations that they still had at the Midseason Invitational and what their actual weaknesses were around that, which is, okay, we have a very good individual laner in Fudge. How do we help that? Or like, what is the facilitating around where his wave state is with the rest of the team? I'm going to continue to talk about jungle lane communication a lot during this tournament because I really like to do so. And the most important thing with this C9 team is they came out very fast and loose. They looked like a unit when they were setting up those minion waves. Someone was going up and communicating with Fudge. So those gaps in communication that I talked about with one person on the team wanting to do one thing and another person on the team wanting to do another thing, and then they miss a timer that was actually really important for them to be able to execute that play. I think we saw a lot less of that with C9 today, and they looked a lot more comfortable with themselves just as a team as a whole. And I do think towards topside can be such a strong point for them, right? Like if it's set up correctly, it looks so good when you have Perks leaving lane to help topside, when you have really strong communication between Blabber and Fudge, and that was really awesome to see from them today.
Oh, absolutely, and this gives us kind of I think a good inkling of what this group may look like. We said at the top of the day, there is a big chance that everything is very closely contested. Now we have to revisit some of our expectations. Again, only a 1 or 2 game sample size for some of these teams, but for now, Cloud9, Galatasaray, as said, looking the best, while for me, a bit of disappointing start from Beyond Gaming after kind of what was expected of them. Is that fair to say, Chronicler?
I would agree. And I think small sample size is fine because there's only going to be 4 games played a team, right? Like you don't really get the luxury of a larger sample size in play-ins. But I want to hold off on criticizing BYG because I think that we might have just misread the situation and completely underestimated how good Galatasaray really are. And it might be that, you know, against UOL and against C9 and DFM that BYG is still going to have similar issues. But I was just, me and Emily both, honestly, were like so impressed with how proactive, how clean, barring, you know, some of their finishing flourishes, Galatasaray looked throughout the entire day.
Yeah, they looked a lot more coordinated around what they wanted to do early. Because when I talked about their matchup against Beyond Gaming, I was like, this might not actually be a good matchup for them. Like, I think they're a good team. I think these are their strengths, but this might be a really poor matchup based on what Beyond was good at, especially with Husha facilitating a lot of their plays early to mid to kind of help mitigate if they were going for a scaling comp. Galatasaray set up for those early top lane dives so well against them. I thought it was great. It's not something, you know, Goldborg touched upon it on cast, but like, it's not something we necessarily saw a ton from them when I was watching them in the TCL. So that evolution of like, okay, again, this team, Mojito, is this rising like powerhouse jungler from the TCL. Zergsting, a support that has like some really insane reads on certain roam timers. We already know that. We've been waiting to see him on the international stage. So like, how is this unit going to go up against a team like Beyond Gaming that we did rate pretty highly? And they crushed it. Like, it was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome to see. And I'm glad that you called out Zergsting again, because we do have an interview after their 2-0 start for Galatasaray. Here is Lore with the support.
Thank you very much, Shox. And Zergsting, thank you so much for joining me for your very first World Championship interview. This is the first time we have you here. How happy do you feel about participating in the playing stage this time around?
It's actually really cool to be here.
Yeah.
Like, I feel so great. I feel so great to have such a nice day as well, like 2-0. Overall, it's really good. I'm enjoying it.
Tell me about your day, actually. 2-0, that's amazing for a team that never made Worlds, actually. So how did you make it happen? And tell me about the day and the wins you had.
Like, this team wasn't here because it didn't have they never created like good roster. Like this time they put up like some investment on players, and we had like a really good Turkish squad from last split. Then we added like two good players as well. So like, I think it was like really easy to go Worlds like from TCL after that.
Wow. And how about the games you had today? Explain the wins. How did you make it, and what did you think about the competition you faced there?
I think like this group B, was like 5 even teams kinda. Like everyone can win like everyone. So we pretty much weren't afraid of like really good teams, or like we don't disrespect like less good teams, let's say. So I think it was expected for us kinda.
And how confident do you feel about making it out of play-ins with the group you have, since everyone is pretty even, as you said?
I was thinking till we come here, I was thinking like it would be like 20% because as I say, like everyone is even kinda. But now I feel like we will make it out.
Nice. And you're going to be facing Cloud9 tomorrow. They're one of the big dogs here in the playing stage because of the experience every player has. So first, are you looking forward to facing the team? And second, what makes you confident that you're going to beat them? Because they played today and they looked impressive, I think.
I think Cloud9 was like the hardest team in this group. We will just like put our best, I guess. Like I'm sure like they will be hard, but we will do like our best.
All right, well, we'll see about that tomorrow. Last question for you, though. Is there a message you want to send to the Turkish fans who are watching you today at Worlds?
Can I say in Turkish?
Of course, if you translate afterwards, because...
Yeah, okay. I will just say, like, thanks for, like, supporting us, like literally every day. I am getting support from DMs and stuff. Thanks for those, like, I want to say that. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar, bizi desteklediğiniz için sonuna kadar. Biz de elimizden geleni yapmaya devam edeceğiz.
Oh, thank you for this message. Thank you very much for the interview, and good luck on the rest of play-ins.
Thanks.
And Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you, Laure. Fantastic first day from your part, and what a fun interview with Xerxing. Living dangerously, his DMs are open. Slide in there, guys, to tell them how well they played today. And maybe let's immediately check out the schedule for tomorrow. Day 2 of Worlds 2021, another 8 games. And remember, we only have 3 days of play-ins group stage, meaning that some teams will actually finish their group stage in the play-ins, like their best of ones, after tomorrow, namely Hanwha Life and Galatasaray. So let's take a look. What's jumping out? I, of course, want to see how Hanwha Life do after going 1-1. Today, Cloud9 is up versus Beyond, and Galatasaray at the end of the day, Chronicler. So a couple of spicy matchups.
Yeah, that's after today. That final one is probably the one I'm most excited about. The one I'm terrified of is Hanwha Life versus well, any team really. If they refine their form, I think they'll be completely fine. They should be completely fine, but it wouldn't be the first time that OCE makes great use of a floundering team to put them in the dirt. So hoping we can avoid that as a big LCK representative.
Yeah, I also want to pay attention to what the Red Canids do. I think they had a pretty good first showing as well, and they're up versus Hanwha Life tomorrow, and they definitely have the tools to make it to the next round, but it does need to materialize, as we talked about before, not just your opening game, right? Now you got to build on that.
Yeah, in terms of them as a team, I think we saw a little bit what we touched upon even in pre-show, is that they're a young team in terms of experience with each other. So the cool thing about watching a team like that on the international stage is that sometimes they can improve so exponentially over a really short amount of time, and take not only what they learn from scrims, but what they learn from game to game and adjust very quickly. As we touched upon before, Brazilian teams haven't always been the best at this, but the cool thing, again, about this team is we've already seen it happen in real time during their playoff run to get here. And because of that, you can already see the kind of skeleton of what they want to do, right? Like with a lot of Grepthar's engages, shore up some of the early laning, have a little bit stronger, jungle to lane communication. But I think you can see the building blocks of what they want to do, and now it's just a matter of, okay, how do you improve on that to be able to get out of this group?
Yeah, I love how cutthroat it all is. That tomorrow you got to start fixing things, or you got to start, continuing what you're doing. Yeah, 4 games. That's all you have basically. So thank you so much, Chronicler and Emily, for spending this long ass day with me together. Fantastic, flawless performance so far. And that was all from us here in Berlin. But be very sure to join us tomorrow for day 2 of Worlds 2021. See you then. Bye. Good night.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Worlds 2021, taking place in beautiful Reykjavik, Iceland. We have 8 whole matches of international action.
Here we go. Willer goes in. We're going to see the Supreme display his talents down to another 4 people. As Ali jumps on the Chovy, he will have the counter strike here onto Morgan, but he's not going to be able to get anything else done. There is the bullet time going down. Willer is dead. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4, and right into the middle, your dessert LNG. Bon appetit.
Beautifully dodges the grand entrance there as well. The fight is already over.
It's a triple for the C9 mid laner. Perks